Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. We've got ourselves game day, folks, which always makes the live stream show just a little bit better. We got our Hawks rolling on down the road right now, off to a nice 3-game winning streak, and they're headed on into the desert. Get your water in your backpack. Give me a couple jugs of that, okay? Hydration tablets, whatever we're going to need out here. I'm talking to you, Ryan Neal, with your cramp situation. And no, don't get him cranberry juice. It's the other cramp. But I hope you guys are doing well. I'm doing great. I'm excited, stoked. We got ourselves a nice little football game that I think we're going to get to see played here. Of course, the Cardinals always do seem to play us tough one way or another, at least in one of the games every single season we've played them since we've come out into the NFC West. And they are certainly today going to be fighting for their sort of seasonal life, if I can say it. Now, they're not close to elimination. They're not necessarily on the edge of being booted out of even looking at being on top of this division. They're still definitely within it, and especially this year with this NFC conference and this much parity. But if you do put your foot on their throat in this game and put them at 6 losses on the year at that point, that's going to put them pretty far behind the 8 ball in this upcoming season and their hopes for it. And this is certainly a team with some desperation. It's got some wafts of desperation coming. And I'm not speaking to Kyler Murray, but mainly the general manager and head coach, one of whom or two of whom certainly signed off on that contract if he is or isn't going to prove his worth within it. So there is a little bit of that immediacy, let's say, right now with the Cardinal organization. And that what I mean by all this and what I'm leading to with all this is to say that I think we're going to get the Arizona Cardinals' best punch in this game. If they've got anybody on the edge of coming back from an injury situation, like a James Conner, for instance, who has a rib injury and who's been out recently, the running game has certainly been really lackluster with Eno Benjamin back there. So they're going to get him back. You know, whether he's ready or not, it's on the line. And it's literally going to be a game time decision with him. And they've got a couple of those guys on kind of that line with this right now. So you're going to get their best. Seahawks are definitely, it's middle of the year, 3-game winning streak. Are you going to match them with that same sort of edge? Are you going to bring it with that same sort of energy? And I'm not questioning that they will. This has been one of Carroll's best points as a head coach, is his ability to motivate week in and week out. That's the whole championship game opportunity stuff that he talks about, which is to get those guys laser locked, focused in on game by game and not to look forward to other opponents, but simply be in the mode this week. So let's see if our team can keep it rolling. We don't have, I think, any major injury situations going on that we aren't already aware of. The Cardinals are missing Justin Pugh and Rodney Hudson on the interior of their line, so that's definitely going to affect them. It has affected them. I watched the Minnesota Viking tape last week, and I just sort of was nodding a little bit and watching it going, yeah, this is definitely on the inside, a little bit tough sledding right now for that Arizona Cardinal team. So we'll see if our Seahawks can exploit that. Some of those big guys down below, they're getting a little bit better recently, improving, let's just say, just by a little bit, tiny bit. I hope you guys are having yourself a great night as we are filling up the chat here. Do me a favor, or great afternoon, I should say. We're not tonight yet. Do me a favor, though, please hit that like button if you could, just really quickly. It does help the channel out, helps us grow and all that kind of stuff. We are getting very close here to 10,000, folks. In fact, I'd expect potentially today we're going to pass, 9,600, 9,700? I can't even keep track how fast we're going here. So I think we're going 9,600 here. So thank you to all the new subscribers who've joined up to the channel as well. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. But let's get this rolling. Bash, what's up, man? Good to see you. Ryan, hello. Herbicide, hey. James Black, check. Snail, what's up? Let's get this going. Mega Gawk Roger getting us started off with a big fat $20 donation. What's up, Megan? How you doing? It's good to see you're back home safe and sound and hopefully doing okay. But thank you for the $20 donation. It says, greetings, B and friends. Have the cross jersey on and been functioning at 8 a.m. on a Monday morning here. And praying for the results so bragging rights over my dear brother can continue. Yet again. Let's effing go. Can you imagine if we get 2 wins against the Cardinals this year, Megan, and what that will do for your trash talk with your Cardinal loving brother? I think he's going to have a rough season at that point, especially if his team ends up at the bottom of the division. Though there is a point of kind of a mercy approach at that point, right? Not only do you beat him and he's at the bottom of the division, it's like, I'm sorry, bro. I'm just sorry. That's a sweet painting, though. Megan got herself an awesome Charles Cross painting. It's phenomenally done. There's a lot of artistry on that, Megan. It was like, geez, that's good. Thank you for the $20 donation. Let's go. Let's effing go. Megan, get me hyped up. Sector 7 with a $2 donation says, woo, got Sundays off from work for the season. Let's go. That's music to my ears. As a guy that has been in jobs in the past that keep you in work on a Sunday, it was Satan himself that came up with the thought process of somebody working on a Sunday. It should be it's anti-American. It's anti-humanistic. It's horrible. But glad to hear that you're able to get off that stretch, Sector 7, because I know how that goes. That can be a little bit frustrating. Thanks for the $2 donation. Randall McDaniel with a $20 donation as well. What's up, Randall? Good to see you in the house, my brother. Hope you're doing good. Says, let's go Hawks. Run the damn ball and use those 3 stud tight ends. Defense is going to keep on ascending. Hashtag go Hawks. Hey, let's go. You guys are getting me juiced. I'm getting that juice, folks. Yeah, let's go. I love it, Randall. Should be able to run right up in on this team. There's definitely some holes in that defense, especially out on the outside, Randall. What stuck out to me in watching that Viking game, and we saw this a little bit, I think, in our first matchup with them, is that they are a defense that has a good size, but maybe they have sacrificed a little bit of that good size for speed at certain places on the field. And it feels like to me you can really get out on the edges with them if you commit to attacking in that fashion. And the 3 tight ends, Randall, they've been bread and butter for us this year. We haven't leaned on it too much, but it's just been that complementary part of the offense that's just allowed everything to function so well on that offensive side of the ball as it's all working in tandem. And it's been a phenomenal formation that they've been able to go to, and so unique to anything that they've ever done in the past. We've been a 3 tight end team in the past, but you've always used a de facto offensive lineman as one of the 3 tight ends. A backup offensive lineman is one of the 3 tight ends, where now they're using truly 3 guys that all have pretty good talent across the board. You know, they all can be kind of a problem in their own way. But Randall, thank you for the $20 donation, man. I appreciate you. Megan with another $2 donation. She says, no mercy ever. I love it, Megan. I love it. No mercy for these division foes. None. We must beat them down and keep them down. I love it. Sean Lee, how you doing, man? Fat Daddy Stacks. What's up, Fat Daddy? Good to see you in the house, my brother. Good to see you. Thank you for all of those donations the other night again, too, man. You were awesome the other night. Jesus. Herbicide says, I hate Zach Wilson. Herbicide, you've been here a long time guy. You know my feeling on Zach Wilson from the jump, where I said, I think my words I kept saying is, I just don't get it with this guy. I'm just not seeing it with this guy. Why is it everybody so over the moon with this guy? I still, every time I watch him, I still continue to ask that same question, and it still continues to go unanswered. Ryan Ragu says, bigger game than it seems. We need this one. We do need this one. And this is a game where, you like I said, you've got to match the Cardinal energy to bring this and win home. You're on the road. If you come out there and treat this just like another everyday NFL game, with the Cardinals probably coming out, having their coach all week tell them that, you can't afford to lose this game. We can't afford, if we have any hopes this season, to lose this game. It all rides now. It all rides here. This Seahawks felt a little bit of this energy early on in the year when the 49ers came in, and early on is week 2. And the Niners came in, and there was a bit of a feeling from my standpoint of, you're going on a shortened week, and then you're going to get the Niners' best punch because they had a really embarrassing loss week 1 to the Chicago Bears. And that was what you got. I think you're going to get something similar here from Arizona. I think Vegas is anticipating that. That's why they've got them as a 2+ overdog in this game. And so that's really, to me, as much as the schematics of this game, that's as much the big part of this that's going to be a factor here. Herbicide's rocking my grade 12 jersey. Very nice. Hopefully it's a 12 jersey of power like my Largent jersey. Yeah, Randall in the house, Megan in the house, got all my peeps in here. Snail, what's up? You in here too? Hello, Snail. Gene D, what's up, man? Good to see you. Robert Jimenez, good afternoon, Brandon. Pacino and Walken, predictions for the game. I'll tell you, this Cardinal team, not good at all. To my eyes, I don't know. I've just never seen them in my life very good. And right now, no, they're not. I don't like them. But they're like an injured beast in the corner, and you got them trapped, and you say, I'm going to kill you now. And it's got the slobbering mouth because obviously it's got rabies. It's a bird, but it's got rabies. What do you think, Al? Oh, rabies, the worst. all the time. I had rabies once. You had rabies? Ow. When did you have rabies? It happened. It was a bad deal. But I got to the shot in time. Were you slobbering? I was slobbering so much. It was like a party from 1972. Oh. I'll give you some more as we go along with this, man. Miles Adams active on the D line today. I would hope so. This would be a game that I'd be very happy to see them do away with the LJ Collier experiment and bring upon the new Miles Adams experiment, because Adams is so much more of a penetrating defensive tackle and so much more lively down there on that line than LJ Collier, who's really just going to rely on power. And so I like Miles's refinement. I like his ability with his hands down there. I think he's started out a little rough when they gave him some smidge of snaps early on in this year, but he's starting to get better as the year's gone on, which is encouraging. Christian Smith says, greetings from Wales, 9 p.m. here. Love the streams. Let's go. Let's go, Christian. Let's go. Well, what's up from Wales? That's my, I'm kind of close from there. I did the 21 thing. I think I'm from somewhere there with the majority of my percentage, my genetic percentage and heritage. But good to have you checking in. I hope you guys are doing good out there. Hope it's not too cold. It's gotten a little cold over here. Mike Skinner, pack your bags, Cards, and head back to the bottom of the division. I like that. You guys are bringing the energy right today. I love this. Alex Acedo, go Seahawks, Seattle Nation, baby. Seattle all the way. Beat them Cardinals. Sale, we have a rookie linebacker out there today. I have no idea how to spell his name. Got a rookie linebacker? Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. Snail says Zach Wilson looked pretty good today. Boy, I must be missing the shots of him when he's looking good. That's all I'll say. I wasn't like watching him super close, but whenever I tuned in, I just kept going, yeah, okay. And he was almost injured again back in the medical tent today too. That's still kind of showing up. Mega Gotch Roger with the $2 donation says, I need some Cassell in my life, B. I got you, Megan. Let me tell you, Seattle Seahawks fans, you are going to get yourself a rare treat today as the pugnacious Arizona Cardinals take on the dominating and wayward Seattle Seahawks down in the desert. Can the rainy city team from the Pacific Northwest find their way through the desert harsh lands of a desperate and cagey Cardinal team? Don't let that foliage fool you or the gizzard on their neck. This is the type of team that can throttle a hawk at any time. We're going to need to use their talons and rip apart the feathers of this weird red bird. The Snail with the $2 donation says, I'm just here to remind you how great Trufant. I thought he was a legend. Hold on, Snail. I thought he was a legend. The meme is legend. The legend, the local sports legend Trufant is. I think that's been our go back and forth on this one. And we are just about to game time, folks. So we are about 1 minute away. Sean Lee says, blowout. Sam the Gray, what's up? Brick Mox Daily, hello. William says, Raiders, Panthers, and Saints are the Cards' only wins so far. They are. They've had a low-key, tough opening schedule. We've got to acknowledge that. It's not been easy, smooth sailing for them. They didn't get a bunch of, weak-kneed opponents right out the gate. They've had some tough matchups, but the record is what it is. Cool Breeze, what's up, man? Good to see you, man. What's up, Orange Kitten? She's making her appearance. Let's get her in here. She is the true star of this show. Shelvis KT says, stuck at home with COVID, ready for some Seahawks football. Let's go get this dub, baby. Let's get it. Robin Hayhurst, players and coaches are getting exceptionally better. Amazing plays, totally different team for the better. They are coming together. It is undoubtable. It's amazing how kind of fast things are sort of gelling together here, especially when you look at the defense over the last 3 weeks, which has had one of the more remarkable turnarounds I've kind of seen, even considering the last couple of seasons here where there's been some good defensive turnarounds, this one does take the cake. You went from last in the league to first in the league. You were not making those kind of jumps over the last couple of years in those turnarounds. And we'll see if they can sustain it today. On the back of the last time's victory, the thing that stood out in watching the Vikings tape against the Cardinals this last week, the thing that stands out to me here is that you do really, really, really are going to need to, squeeze up those short zones. That's the place where if you can tighten down the yak from these Cardinal receivers, that's going to help you go much further against them and stopping their offense. So we're just about to start off here, folks. If you are new here on the live play-by, I try to do live play-by-play throughout, so I'm going to definitely respond to super chats. But if I don't get a chance to respond to you in the chat, this is one of the reasons we do tend to go to 9 hours here on the stream on this given day. As we do a post game where I'll definitely respond at that point more often. And so bear with me if you can. D. Eskridge comes out and takes this ball up the field with a nice little return, shows off that burst of speed up to the 35-yard line. Snail with a $2 donation says, Brandon just admitted Trufant's a legend. Local Pacific Northwest sports legend is Snail. That's my caveat. Thank you for the $2 donation. But that's the caveat. That's my caveat. I'll give you local sports, and you got me down to that. You've whittled me down to that spot. I didn't start there. All right, so we got 14:54 here in the first quarter. Geno Smith under center, Kenneth Walker behind him. Seahawks coming out in their 2 tight end set. Fant goes in motion. Quick pressure there. Lockett's got it. Nice little throw out route there. Well-designed play. You got two players running very close to each other, running out into the flat. Gives Geno two options. Usually when you have Geno rolling out there, you're only going to have the one option, but they give him the two. Defender was on it. But nice little gain there, 3 yards. Geno comes back with a little up-tempo here. He's back in shotgun, 2nd and 7. 14:25 on the play, gives into Kenneth Walker. Not much room back there. He was trying to be patient, maybe a little bit tiny bit too patient there, and should just kind of press that one up. But Cardinals kind of blew that one up in the backfield there. Loss of about a yard or two. All right, 3rd and 10, loss of 3. Yikes. Geno in shotgun. Cardinals not showing a blitz, but Simmons is lingering around the line of scrimmage. Yeah, he's coming. No, dropped out. Fant with the catch. Nice job, Fant with a crossing route and able to pick it up. Geno doing a good job there. It looked like going through his reads. Geno also, it looked like, got confused like I did. Cardinals had a couple of defenders up around the line of scrimmage and making it look like a blitz look. And it sort of took him a half beat second to kind of go, okay, it's not a blitz. What's interesting there, though, is that the defender, and we got 1st and 10, Geno back in shotgun. Hawks offense moving fast. They're going up tempo for sure here. Get rid of it, Geno. And it looks like Geno threw it. Eskridge gets on the ball to cover it up. I don't think that's a fumble there, but Eskridge just being on the spot. There is a flag on the play. Looks like it's on the Cardinals. No? Oh, that was a weird way of showing that as offsides. When did they start out like this? I thought he was going to start doing YMCA. Flying Blind, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, I'm a blind Hawks fan from Fayetteville, Arkansas. Your play-by-play helps me still get to experience games. Thanks for what you do. Flying Blind, it's my pleasure. I plan on doing this forever into the future for you, man. So you can count on me being here all the time on that. So thank you so much. Man, that makes me happy to hear, man. That's part of the reason I love doing this. Quick throw out to DK Metcalf on a comeback route there on 1st and 5 after the penalty, and he is able to swing that back around for a first down with some nice yards after the catch. In and out route there, more than kind of just he ran that in first and then scooted that out. But Flying Blind, thank you so much, man. I really do appreciate that. That's really kind of you, and I'm glad you're tuning in, man. It warms my heart to hear. All right, good opening drive here by your Seahawks. 12:27 to go here in the first quarter. We've got Geno lined out in a wide receiver route, and DJ Dallas is the quarterback. He takes the direct snap, runs it right up the middle. He had an option there to give it to Kenneth Walker on sort of a fly sweep type look. Instead, kept the ball and ran it right up the gut. Nice bit of blocking there. Damian Lewis came downhill on that one, pulling, and really laid a nice lick there on the linebacker. 4-yard gain. 2nd and 6 now. Seahawks coming out in a 3 tight end look. This has been a nice look for them. Pitch play out to Walker. Not a lot of space there. Cardinals did a good job of stringing that play out along the sideline. Walker able to get back to probably just about the original line of scrimmage there. I like it, though. That's what we're calling for early on for the Seahawks team, is to use those pitch plays a little bit, get to the outside on this defense, test its speed. Cardinals were just on it. Coach Carroll, 15-9-1 against the Cardinals all time, just in case you're wondering. 3rd and 6, Geno in shotgun, trips to the far side of the field. He checks something with his helmet. He's anticipating a blitz here. That's what this means. I learned this last week. Wow, it's shades of last week. It's an undercutting route there but to Eskridge. Not able to get much separation on the play. Geno tries to get it to him, and hits Eskridge in the hands. He just can't make the catch. I'm not sure that if he makes the catch, he's going to make the first down on that play either. So Seahawks need to find a new thing. I just learned this in the last 2 weeks. They got to do away with this. So if anybody in Seahawks organization is listening to, like, this means cut off your routes, and I'm anticipating a blitz to the receivers. So let's do away with that. And Jason Myers kicks up the extra point, kicks up the field goal, and he bangs it through. Good job on his part. So, like, this is a little insightful part I'll give you folks. So last week we had this on Eskridge, right? He's matched up. They show a blitz. Geno taps to his helmet. Eskridge breaks in the route, but he runs his original route on the play. You see later on, Geno Smith's talking to Eskridge on the sideline about that, which is essentially what I'm sort of trying to decipher this a little bit. Is that when essentially you're going like this, you're telling him don't run your original route, even though it's to go to the sticks, cut it off. So that might be a route that somebody ends up, moaning about post game and saying, why is it that Eskridge runs a 5-yard route there when you need 7-8 yards? And the reason is because he's remembering from last week that I've got to cut my route off a little bit shorter in order to then accommodate the blitz that my quarterback is anticipating, but doesn't get the separation on the route, doesn't make the catch. Still, Seahawks change that up, because if I'm noticing this, other defenses will notice this too, or at least hopefully they change it up over the course of the game. And nice field goal there by Myers, by the way. Still continues to be money on his kicks. Mark Abercorn, what's up, man? Good to see you in the house. Jason says Eskridge is a bust. Terrible. Yeah, Eskridge is still struggling to find his way. That's for sure. And I think you do see a little bit with him that the route running stuff is just not his natural forte. It's why I do kind of call him at times a bit of a gadget kind of receiver with how he goes. He can still be a good player. There's guys out there that can find good roles within that, but he's just kind of finding his role within the offense. And yeah, Jason, some of the original scouting report for me on him out of college still does remain. It's odd how some of that stuff just on some guys will just remain completely true. Gene says Geno didn't even want to talk to Eskridge. Well, he knows he did the right thing at least. Let's give Eskridge the credit on this, where he did break that route out on this one. He's not running it to the sticks, I think, because he caught the read this time by Geno. So there's some growth there. Now he's just got to get a little bit more of the separation. And it's hard to get the separation on the shorter routes, though, too. So it's that we can keep. This is one of those things you can go down the line on. It's like, well, it's tougher to get shorter routes. You just need to be able to make that catch and then break the tackle, and that's your go-to skill, supposedly. It's an understanding. It's a fun kind of debate you can get in going back and forth on that one. Okay, so Seahawks are going to kick this off now to the Arizona Cardinals. 10:50 to go here in the first quarter after a good opening drive there by your Seahawks. Short kick. Lands about the 4-yard line. Nowhere to go, though. Nowhere to go. Looked like maybe Tanner Muse there, along with a collection of Seahawks, had that snuffed out. It's probably one of those kickoffs that you make where you have the units go to one side of the field, and then when you kick it short like that, the returner's got to make a choice of like widening it out and reversing all the way across the field, which is trouble, or just having to kind of run into the pile of bodies, because Seattle had that really with a lot of guys right down that side there on the coverage unit. Stopped him at the 16-yard line. All right, Kyler Murray back in shotgun. He's going to go empty here right out the gate. Rondale Moore goes in motion. High snap. Rondale Moore makes the catch there on a bubble screen. He's going to make something out of nothing. Good job by Rondale. Wasn't the most accurate throw, as Kyler had to kind of rush that throw after a bad snap. That'll gain 5 yards. Kyler went over a wee little head there almost. Kyler's going to run this here now on 2nd and 5. Seahawks have this snuffed out all the way. Let's go, Ryan Neal. Firing up there to go make that tackle. Uchenna Nwosu down there helping out as well. Good job of rallying to the ball. That's what you got to do with a little guy like this. Just got to... It's like trying to trap a chicken in a pen. You've got two guys, just both converge. 3rd and 5 now here. Kyler in shotgun. Rondale goes back in motion again. James Conner is playing in this game. He's to the side of Kyler. Kyler looking, pressures there. He gets out of it. Good job by Kyler keeping his feet clean, and he's up the football field 40, 45, down at the 46-yard line. Seahawks almost had him. Did a good job on that play of doing a little bit of a mush rush. Just not trying to necessarily get lost out of their gaps. He was just able to get past Uchenna. Uchenna had his hands on him, just could not quite get his hands on him. Good job by Kyler there, using those legs. 1st and 10. Back in pistol formation now. The give is going to be to Connor here. Ryan Neal comes up and makes another tackle. Good job of Ryan, already active here early on. Swooped on up there from the strong safety position and took Connor right off his feet. 1 yard gain. Kyler Murray back in pistol formation here. Tight end goes in motion. 2 wide receivers. Play action pass. Looking deep down the field, not deep down the field, just a little in cutting route there to Ertz, the tight end. Nice throw there by Murray. He whistled that one in there. Ertz matched up with Brooks in coverage. Brooks just a little slow to get out there on that out route. Just a couple steps slow in getting out there. 1st and 10. Cardinals and Seahawks territory at the 41-yard line. Kyler in shotgun. The give is up the middle here to Connor. Connor fighting strong through. Nice run by James Conner. 11 yards there. Fighting through tackles. It's where he's going to challenge you as a running back. He's a strong runner. And you got to wrap him up. First and 10. Cardinals at the 31-yard line. Murray in empty. He's got 4 wide receivers to one side of the field in total. DeAndre matched up one-on-one on Mike Jackson. He's going at Mike Jackson. DeAndre makes the catch on a little comeback route for about 4 or 5 yards there. 2nd and 10. That was definitely a play to isolate DeAndre Hopkins on Mike and take away any kind of double coverage there. Oh, they're going to give him 7 yards on that. That's a nice spot. That's generous. DeAndre was already targeted 27 times in the 2 games that he's returned since back from suspension. 2nd and 3, another little bubble screen out here to Rondale Moore. Mike Jackson with a nice stick. Puts his shoulder down like few cornerbacks do. Gives him a little shove too. Yeah, you tell him. Tell him, Mike. Tell him, don't you hold my ankle because I tackled you hard. Little sucker. Nice little hit there by Mike. 3rd and 2. Kyler's going to run a little hurry up here. He's in shotgun. He's changing the play here. This is a 7-play, 59-yard drive so far. It looks like the Cardinals are actually going to call Seahawks are going to call a timeout. Excuse me. Carroll must not have liked of what he saw out there. He must not have liked. Sector 7 with a $2 donation says, we don't need Jamal Adams. Neal is a beast. Neal's playing great. He's playing the best football of his career here so far, no doubt about it. And he's flashed in the past, but he's put 2 really great games together before this game. And right now, here out the gate, he's looking solid as well. Well said, Spectre 7. I'm loving what I'm seeing from this guy right now, too. He's definitely got to be, if we're looking at maybe a small priority list of guys we want to re-sign that are our free agents leaving out the door, maybe he's one of those guys that's going to soon get to the head of that list. David Pugh with a $2 donation says, Jordan Brooks can't cover up a damn crime scene. Kyler stops back in shotgun now. We've got some pressure here from Puna, flushes him, but DeAndre Hopkins is wide open, and he's going to go run this in for a touchdown. Hopkins just running a little underneath route, catches it, no defender even near him in coverage, and then just has a free pass to the end zone. So a very nicely executed opening drive there by the Arizona Cardinals. Let's see what's happening here. So somehow Boye Mafe has to end up crossing up DeAndre Hopkins across the field there. Seahawks, I think, thought that was going to be a run play. But I that's an odd coverage grouping to have. David, Jordan's, I mean, you might have just seen it on that touchdown right there. I don't know what the coverage was, so I'm not going to speak to exactly. It was weird looking. But Brooks keeps carrying his guy inside, so it looks almost like they had the linebackers running man. But then how do you end up in a position of having Boye Mafe running man with DeAndre Hopkins, which would look like that would be what you would then take away from that. And that doesn't make any sense why we'd roll it that way. But you did see Brooks struggle in coverage on the Ertz play. It's exactly the type of thing I've talked about in the past with him in his struggles in coverage. It's not a matter of him not being quick or fast. It's just a matter of recognition and feel. And zone coverage, you've got to at times almost as much feel the player coming through your zone because your eyes are so often going to be dedicated to the quarterback. And if you don't feel the route well enough, if you just don't have that kind of general, or you can't, read the route concepts from film study, if you can't lead on that, then you're just kind of playing it blind a little bit. And stuff like that will happen, like the Ertz catch in particular, where he's just he's kind of in no man's land, right? He's just looking at the quarterback, but he's not really moving to anywhere. And then Ertz breaks open, and it's an easy completion there for Kyler Murray. Spectre 7 says, your scoreboard is ahead of your stream. Yeah, I know. I got to probably change it. See if I can modify that. Hold on. We'll see if we can do something about that. I've tried this delay filter thing on the deal, and it doesn't work too well so far, but let's see. Do render delay. Let's add that. Let's see if we can do a couple 300-second ones. Boom. Render delay. All right, let's see if maybe that'll work. We'll see if that does it. It's been dicey trying to get that to work in the past, but we'll give it a try. Thank you for the $2 donation, though, Spectre 7. Yeah, it's kind of, this is unless I can get this render delay thing to work, it's the best thing I kind of got going on it, unless I want to try to manually keep updating stuff with the time and whatnot, which can be tough, which can be a little rough. Thank you for the donations, guys, though. Appreciate you. And yeah, David, I don't think Jordan could cover up a crime scene. I think they could have that thing wiped down from DNA and he'd still find a way. They'd still find a way. Max says, why is the game not on Fox right now? I'm on Fox. It's on mine. We're going to lose because the defense got cocky. I don't know if it's that. You didn't make it easy on them necessarily. The last catch there by Hopkins was a bad look, certainly. And Hernandez for the Arizona Cardinals, another one of their linemen's going to the locker room. That's going to be tough on them. And that's, first drives are often, I know the Cardinals haven't had a lot of success in their first drives of the season so far, but it's, you held up okay. You almost had them sacked on that initially on their side of the field. They got a little momentum going. I think the defense will be okay at the end of the day. They're probably not going to hold them down to 9 points like they did a couple weeks ago at home. But that's part of what I was talking about too, and that you're getting the best punch of the Arizona Cardinals today. You're not going to get a team that's just, mid-season. They're just kind of going through the motions. They're going to be fighting for their lives here a little bit. First and 10. Geno back under center here now. Eskridge goes in motion. Oh, it's a little kind of pseudo tight end screenplay there off of play action. Didn't really go anywhere to Noah Fant. Cardinals had that read up completely. Fant was a little slow getting off that block. He's got a set that's a quick block, and then you're off, and you get into your route. 2nd 11, Geno in shotgun now. Drops back to throw, looking. Comes back underneath to Kenneth Walker. Not a lot of space to work with, but it manages to get a couple of yards to maybe make this within more of a third and makeable situation now. 5:33 to go on the clock. Indeed, we're still a little bit behind with that. Geno in shotgun, 3rd and 7. Cardinals showing a blitz look. He's looking. Got all the time in the world here, still looking. Come on, Geno, find somebody here, buddy. And he just throws it away. Gosh, nobody broke open. Cardinals with a good defensive stand there. Geno had the time, just nobody, I guess, got free. All right, Dixon out to punt now. Cardinals showing a block look. They know that Hawks have had problems at times here with coverage units. You got time, Mike. He gets the kickoff easy. Skies it high up into the air. Returner will try to bring this one back. Boy, almost looked like Derek Young was able to just about come close to causing a fumble there on that tackle. Sector 7, this screams trap game. Card needs a win bad. Thank you for the $2 donation, Sector 7. That's a little bit of why I said I look at this game beyond anything you're looking at from a matchup thing, or you're going, okay, it's Tariq Woolen against DeAndre Hopkins, or it's this. It's more to me than this and that. It's you have a Cardinal team that's going to be doing everything in their power to try to win this game. They're going to be fighting like mad to pull it off. So, you've got to match. It's more about, it's in football, it's almost sometimes about matching that energy and matching the state of the other team across from you, especially when the state from the other team across from you is in that desperate state. They lose today, they're 3-6. Even in this muddled NFC, that doesn't get you anything. That makes you look at it and go, well, we're probably not going to get through this year. It's probably it. And for, probably for the coach and general manager, potentially both, that means potentially being canned. I don't mind cursing, Megan, so people can curse in the chat. I'm completely okay with cursing. I curse. Mumbles with a $5 donation. Man, I can't wait until for special teams. I can't wait until for special teams again. Love the showing them Love the showing from them so far. Also, keep in mind the Cardinals are cornered animal at this point. Thank you for the $5 donation. They're cornered, man. They got rabies. There's froth coming down their mouth. Okay. They've got mange. I know you go, how does a bird get mange? I don't know. This one did. I don't know who's done what with what bird down there in Arizona right now. Okay. I don't know what you do with birds down there in AZ. That's you guys down there in the South. That's a southwestern thing. But it has mange. Starting to grow teeth. Sector 7 with the $2 donation. Holy crap, the Cards are a bunch of... Thank you for the donation. Yes, they are. They're desperate S's and C's. Can a Cardinal be a C? Yes, he can. Yeah, John Robinson, you can tell the Cardinals are playing desperate. And they did. They are down now. Looks like a right tackle with that guy going to the locker rooms. That's 3 linemen. They are down now. That's a rookie right tackle there going against Uchenna. Keep an eye on that matchup. Kyler Murray comes out under center here. Rare time with him under center. And you know that's going to be a running play. And it indeed is to James Conner. Takes it right up the middle for about a gain of 3.5 yards. Murray started out on that last drive, 5 of 5, 49 yards and a touchdown. I thought it was a double point weekend. 4:30 to go here in the first quarter. Murray in shotgun. 2nd and 7. Dropping back to throw here. Has Ertz over the middle. Jackson there in tight coverage, able to tackle him as soon as he makes the catch. This will take this to a 3rd and 1. Kyler's going to run hurry up here. You got to feel like this is a give to... Oh, bad snap on the play. Conner picks it up. There we go. That'll do. Horrible snap on the play. And Kyler Murray, of course, is 4'7", and he's got only 22-inch arms. So when he attempts to reach up with also his 5-inch hands, he just can't get to those high snaps. The ball went bouncing back far. James Conner got back to it, tried to make something out of nothing there, and he couldn't do it. Luckily, that will help our Hawks. And don't forget in this game, no Rodney Hudson, and Kyler Murray already barking at his center. That's always good when you start doing that with the linemen in the first quarter, isn't it? But this is the tough part. No Rodney Hudson out there, and when you're not used to, when you're just not used to snapping to a hobbit, it's hard. You're used to normal sized people, and then you have a guy back there who, looks like the people in the cupboard. It's rough. It's rough. Nice punt there by the Cardinal kicker as DJ Dallas continues to struggle in his punt return game at locating how to make the catch and just fair catch it. He gets these short kicks that then bounce another 20 yards because he can't run up, and then he doesn't feel comfortable enough in the return game to come up and make those catches, it doesn't look like. Yeah, Austin, that's my theory on this, is he's not naturally a punt returner. He's trying to learn, he's learning how to do it. But the things that give him problems as a punt returner, watch for this, is he'll lean back too deep, and then it's a short punt where the punter's just going to go short and then try to bounce it and roll it. He'll let that get in. And yeah, it's the part where he struggles, because then it'll allow for a 50-yard punt. I don't know what that one was, but it was a pretty good one, considering where they were kicking from. Yeah, he's not good with it. He's not good with it. The punt return game remains... If we go into this offseason, we start talking about needs and we're a position we need to look at, the punt return game would be a spot that I'd say is a place we could definitely take a little closer look at. Big Black Hawk, what's up, man? How you doing? I'm doing great. I'm with my people on game day. I'm watching my Hawks. What could be better? What could be better? Mumbles with a $5 donation. Says Dallas needs to grab the punts and stay down at least. 20 yards lost. Yeah, just go get, and I don't know, maybe he doesn't trust himself to get back on the punts. He just doesn't like going back. But I've seen about 3 of these kind of punts now over the last 2 games where the punters are aware of the fact he's playing it so deep, and they're going to counter it. These punters are good in this day and age. And if you do that, they know you're not, if I can land it in front of him, he's not likely to pick it up and try to run it back at that point. He's just going to let it roll. So now I just need to generate roll on this kick. And these punters have the ability to do that. Austin said, I liked him for so long, but get him off field. Let's not draft a Hobbit. No, I don't want no more Hobbits at quarterback. They're good people. They're a warm, fine folk. They are indeed a good, warm, fine folk, but I just can't do it. All right, so we got our Seahawks coming back out here onto the football field now. Megan John's good. He's playing, having fun with it. We're good. He's all right. All right, we got Geno in shotgun. Looking. Finds an outlet pass there to Kenneth Walker. Not a lot there to be made of that play. Able to get a couple of yards there. Geno went through his reads once again there. Cardinals are doing a good job, I guess, of covering this up. Let's take a look here. They're showing a little all 22 now. Yeah, had him covered up underneath. Had Parkinson was covered up. Might have had DK coming back as the third, but there wasn't enough time to come back to his third read there. The pressure was already in his face. 2nd and 7. 2:33 to go here in the first quarter. Geno back under center. The give is to Kenneth Walker. Walker, not a lot of space. Gets a couple yards running it up the middle. When it's not boom plays for Walker over the last couple of weeks at times, there's not been a lot of, the Charger game was probably a little bit of a difference on this where there were some consistent yards there, but there's just a lot of tough sledding right now in the run game for Walker playing and play out. The boom plays are there, but just the holes aren't there as much always consistently. All right, 3rd and 3. Travis Homer next to Geno. Cardinals showing a double A gap blitz here. Geno's changing the play as he recognizes it. Cardinals drop out of it. Boy, good job by Geno Smith of hanging in the pocket. Cardinals, once again, twice in this game, they've caught him off guard in what he saw pre-snap to post-snap, and it's caused him to have to really reprocess what he was looking at out there, and he did so on that play. Being bumped in the pocket and just still finding a way to get rid of the ball there to Fant. Boy, great patience by Geno and just hanging in there. 1st and 10. Geno again changing the play at the line of scrimmage here. He's got a light box, probably a run. And indeed it is. Travis Homer takes the ball, and he's pulled down for about a 6 or 7 yard gain. Yeah, he saw the 4-man front with 2 linebackers, right? So good job by Geno there. That's a light box. That looks like a 6-man box, even with the safeties and obvious dedication to coming up and helping in the run game there. Travis Homer has, on one of his thigh pads, they can have this pop-up writing now on the thigh pads. He's got one that says Rage, I think. 2nd and 3, 23 seconds to go here in the first quarter, maybe the last play of this first quarter. Geno in shotgun. Cardinals showing a heavy front this time. Walker goes over to his left. 3 tight ends here again. Looking. Run, Geno. Run. Get the first. Good job by Geno. He does run, gets the first, gets down. Good stuff. Good stuff there. Great decision-making by Geno there in the first quarter. That will end the first quarter for our Seahawks here. Down 7-0, but driving here on this Arizona Cardinal team. Let's go. Mumbles with a $2 donation says, difference between Geno and Kyler, a couple of inches. I mean, I got, a couple is definitely, Mumbles, a couple is definitely an open-ended. A couple for some people means 3. A couple for others means even upwards of 5 or 6. I say, my opinion is Kyler Murray probably stands at about 5'8". I know what his combine did and all that other stuff, but I've had multiple people tell me that I trust on this that, the people that with the listed height you get from football players at times is not the accurate height on guys, especially the height challenged ones. So if it says he's 5'10", he's 5'8", and Geno's easily 6'3". So there's a good 6-7 inches of difference. It'll be interesting. I'll tell you what, let's see if we can find a picture post game of those guys doing the handshake on the field at the end. And you're going to see this gigantic distance of space between the two of them. It's going to look like Shaquille O'Neal standing next to Spud Webb. And if he's making Geno look like a 7-footer, I mean, he's just a little guy. Sector 7 with $5 dono, and Mumbles. Thank you for all your donos. I appreciate you. Mumbles also with that $5 donation says Dallas needs to grab the punts and stay down at least 20 yards lost. And yes, again, you gotta get up there and make the catch. Just fair catch it. Run up and make that fair catch. And I know he's not comfortable. It's not. I don't want to browbeat him too hard because it's understandable. The guy's new to doing it, and you're just trying to find somebody who can solidify it. But he's got to adjust it a little bit, or otherwise punters are going to keep doing that stuff, and it's going to mean 50-yard punts, and you can't afford that in the field position game change, most of the time at least. Sector 7 with a $5 donation. Thank you, Sector 7. Says, I've said this every stream, but seeing the time the line is giving Geno out there playing, but seeing this time line of Geno out playing Russ is blowing my mind. This is amazing. I'm in awe. 7 of 9 for 46 yards in that first quarter. Good decision making all about from what we saw, and he's blown me away too, man. Sector 7. There's no place I would have thought coming into this year where I've said been even anywhere near open-minded to the thought process of Geno Smith on a contract extension moving forward, and a decent money at that. But we're getting to that spot because he's playing so good. It's so undeniable. Geno under center, 1st and 10 from the 49 of the Arizona Cardinals. 3 tight ends once again here. Pitch play to Walker, throwing it back to Geno. Geno set up. He's going to throw this back underneath to Noah Fant for the catch at the 30-yard line. Nice little trick-or-do. Little cloak and dagger there from your Seahawks. Pitch play out to Walker. I like this. Pass back to Geno. Geno did have a deep option down the field he first looked at. Didn't like it. Came back underneath to Noah Fant for a big 15-yard gain down the middle of the field. I like that. Yeah, he had DK Metcalf with Buda Baker in coverage, but he hadn't broken open. He took more of the sure bet there. Like that by Geno. Here's a run right up the middle here on 1st and 10. It's going to gain about 2 or 3 yards there for Walker. Not a lot of running room there. J.J. Watt was down in there on the inside there. Oh, yeah, Disley was matched up on Watt. That's a tough matchup. Lucas has got to provide some early help there and kind of only gave a little flailing one-arm help for a moment there without really committing to it. Here we got another run. Kenneth Walker's got some room to work here. Fights his way up through traffic up the middle of the football field for a nice little gain of it looks like about 15 yards. Boy, is he explosive and fast. And if you get upfield as a defense too fast, which the defensive lineman did on that play, he's going to gouge you in the running game. 1st and 10 from the 12-yard line. Geno in up-tempo again, back to Walker. Walker again with the give. He's fighting hard up the middle, fighting, dragged down after a nice little 6-7-yard gain there. Geno liking the front that he has, liking the defensive personnel on the field for the Cardinals. You run hurry up to keep that defensive personnel on the field, keep them. And he's doing it once again here. More up-tempo, 2nd and 2. Gosh, he got 8 yards on that. Nice spot. Geno back in read option look here. It's going to be another handoff by Geno. Nope, he's changing the play. Maybe he's seeing something else he likes. Cardinals were offsides on that play. Geno's got a free play. It's knocked down. Obviously, though, the Cardinals were offsides on that play. Somebody jumped off, looked like Watt was trying to time the snap, and it was a good 2 yards off, and he was indeed. That'll be a half the distance and a 1st down for your Seahawks. Geno didn't even hard count him. He was just He was just trying to feel the snap on it. Minnesota Vikings last week had 5 red zone possessions against the Arizona Cardinals and got 5 touchdowns. This has been a place where they've struggled. You're down now here at the 2-yard line. You got to figure they're going to get a little bit of running opportunity. Nick Ballore is in as a fullback there in a heavy formation, folks. It's thick, it's big, it's heavy. Not a lot of room to work here for Walker, though. He is drugged down to the ground, and this will be a 2-yard loss. Good job by the Cardinals in this game of stringing stuff out to the edge. A place where they did struggle last week against the Minnesota Vikings. You got your 2 tight ends on that side. Disley lays his block. Fant can't get his block down. And that's where the guy gets free. That's your tackler who gets free and shuts that play down. 2nd and goal from about the 4. Again, the give is in to Walker. No, it isn't. Good play action there by Geno. He had me fooled. Then he threw it up over the top, almost then nearly picked off by Byron Murphy in the back of the end zone. DK looked like he had a step. Geno just kind of underthrew it by about a yard or 2 there. A little too much touch. He needs to put probably a little more on that ball or put it up over the top for Geno. If you're going to throw it at that trajectory, you got to really kind of put it in there with a little more oomph. And Murphy just couldn't quite make the catch, showing you why those guys do play cornerback. 3rd down and goal from the 4-yard line. Geno in shotgun, empty. Walker running around to the right. Geno looking. Woo! Did he make the catch? He did make the catch. Touchdown, DK Metcalf. Let's go, Seahawks. Oh, my goodness. Geno looking around, and he just unleashed a fastball into the back of the end zone there. He put enough velocity on that one, folks. Cornerback didn't even have time to turn his head for the ball. And indeed, DK Metcalf gets both feet down in the back of the end zone. Boy, that ball had some fire coming off the back of it. DK's not technically got the separation in the back of the end zone when Geno throws this. So he's throwing it kind of anticipating a little bit that the cornerback's head's going to remain turned. And that if he throws it hard enough, he's not going to have that time to turn it around. And it's just on DK making the catch or not at that point. But love the gutsiness there to let that go. This is coming on the heels of just the previous play where Geno had just thrown it in the defender's hands, playing with no fear, absolute confidence. Spectre 7, you say he's blowing your mind. This is why he blows your mind, is and Jason Myers kisses the inside of the upright, but still manages to pump it through 10-7. So nice, beautiful, a beautiful drive, transcendent drive. Seahawks just matriculating that ball up the football field there for a touchdown. And Geno Smith continues to absolutely play utter brilliant football. And to Spectre 7, your point on the blowing of the mind, the blowing of your mind is that it's a variety of so many things you're seeing him do. Control at the line of scrimmage, changing plays, accuracy, arm strength, touch, ability, decision-making, which has been top-notch. You just start going through the line of items here, and it's just like, wow, he's got all this. This is all within him to be able to pull this off, and it does blow your mind. And I was relatively high on him, but I never saw anywhere close to this level of play that we're watching right now. Mumbles with a $2 donation says, more of a joke with that snap. Also 5'2" everybody tall. That's true. And I got to find the jokes even when I go for the punch, even when I'm punching down. Oh, okay. That's my last little person joke for at least 5 or 6 minutes. Thank you, Mumbles. Sector 7 with a $5 donation says, Walker proves that spending a pick on a running back is not a waste. What a fantastic gift. This fraction may be the best in NFL history. This fraction? I think it might have auto-corrected your words on that. Thanks for the $5 donation, Spectre 7. Walker is absolutely a wonderful pick at the time, and it's a wonderful pick right now. And I'm glad to see it, because silly narratives that sometimes exist out there in the football lands can get annoying when people just kept one person hears it and then they just kind of keep repeating it ad nauseum, even when it's really not the truth. And there's an understandability to the argument of running back value without having it to come down to a place of them having no value, which seems to be the argument made by those folks who say not only should you not take one in the first, you shouldn't take him in the second. I mean, hell, you just about, you're at this rate, you're about ready to hear them say, no, not until the 5th round. That's about what I'm ready for. Are we to that point? So there's a line. There is a line. And he proves where that line should be. He's on the right side of it as far as a difference-making running back. He's not had a lot of holes to run with today, but he's ran hard. Came in there on that last play, in fact, and made a nice little block and pass protection there, helping give Geno a little bit of extra time there for him to find DK. But I love that pick. Love that move. Happy with the pick. I understand all of the arguments that go into the running back value argument. I just think that it can be taken a little too far as it has. And this kick returner's got a little bit of room to work with. And he's able to take it up to about the 38-yard line. We do have a flag on the play, though. But he is a fantastic gift, and he's in his first year. We're going to get to watch him for at least 3-4 more years here, minimum. And he is a difference maker at the position, Spectre 7, no doubt about it. No doubt. Watch FizQuest with the $5 dono. And we've got holding on the Cardinals. So that will bring that big return back. Watch FizQuest, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, did you catch the early super chat from the blind Hawks fan? If so, disregard. I think it was for $5. Very cool comment on the service you provide. No, it was awesome. And, worth repeating, not to put you on blast with this flying blind, but I just think like I said, it warms my heart. And it says, I'm a blind Hawks fan from Fayetteville, Arkansas. Your play-by-play really helps me still get to experience games. Thanks for what you do. And man, that just... you talk about reasons you want to do this, or that alone is reason to do this for me. I mean, I know we got a lot of people out of market can't see games. So, it was an awesome, not just appreciate the super chat, but the comment as well. Just, it's great. It's wonderful. Like, I don't know, I'm not going to cry on stream, guys. I'm not crying on stream. All right. 1st and 10 here. Handoff off the left-hand side for the Cardinals to Eno Benjamin, goes for about 1 yard. But thank you for the $5 dono. And I do appreciate the squirrel in the house. All right. 2nd and 8. Kyler Murray has started this game 6 of 6 for 54 yards. So he's played pretty well. Seahawks showing a 3-4 front here. Dropping a little bit out of it as the Cardinals now go empty, adjusting into their own different formation package here. Kyler looking up over the middle. Finds his man Ertz. Cody Barton there in coverage. Able to make a quick tackle on the play. This will bring this to 3rd down. Fat Daddy Stacks, what's up, man? Thank you for the $5 donation. Says, if there was a stat on quarterback command, Geno would be top in the league. Thank you for that donation, man. Well said. Like, if it was a Madden rating, Madden needs to put a command rating in, like ability to change plays, recognize stuff at the line of scrimmage. He'd be at like a 97. 3rd and 4. Murray again in shotgun. Trips to his far side of the field. Nobody at first. Plenty of time to look. Bruce Irvin's there trying to make a play. This ball's picked off and intercepted by Kobe Bryant. And we got a flag. Sorry, I'm waiting to celebrate, folks, until we know what the flag is. I gotta know what's up with this first and foremost. And Quandre Diggs is upset over there barking at the officials, so I'm guessing they're going to maybe potentially try to call this on them. What happened here? Oh, they're going to call it on that. Yikes. Wow. So Quandre Diggs knocked a Cardinal guy down. The Cardinal and him just kind of collided. Diggs wasn't trying to run into him. He just cut off his path. Diggs has a right to that spot as well as Rondale Moore does. Bad call by the official. I'm not a fan of that call at all. Great play there by Tariq Woolen coming up and wow, showing off some of that tackling ability. Knocks him right off his feet for a loss of 2 yards. But boy, that was a piss poor call by the officials there. Guy gets knocked down, but again, remember, both players have a right to the space. And the Cardinal player is running right into the spot where he's at. He's got to get around him at that point. Just doesn't run into him, fall down, and then you go, well, it's a penalty on Quandary then. 2nd and 12. DeAndre Hopkins with a quick catch for a couple yards. This will bring up 3rd and long. Murray, 8 of 8 now for 56 yards. 9 of 9 for 60, sorry. This will be a 3rd and 8. They're going to run a little up-tempo hurry up. Here are the Cardinals. Ooh, looks like we got a false start there by the offensive lineman there on the play. But Fat Daddy, he's been in absolute command. There's no doubt about it with Geno. It's phenomenal. It is just his ability to recognize things, to be patience. Quarterbacks get so jumpy and want to, just get the play snap. Just get the play snap. Just get to the snap. Just get the snap. And instead with him, wait, hold on. You can feel him go that, wait a second. 3rd and 13. Kyler back in shotgun. Seahawks bringing a bit of a blitz. Did we have another false start here by the Arizona Cardinals? Indeed we do. Indeed we do. Cardinals again with a false start. 3rd and 18. Is that the 12s? Are the 12s causing problems in Arizona? Are the 12s causing a ruckus in Arizona? Is that what's going on right here? 3rd down and 18. I'm guessing not bring a blitz on this one. And indeed, you're getting a 4-man front here and 3-man front attacks Kyler. He's looking. They're going to get it out to Connor, who's dancing around there and finally drug out of bounds. And that will be a 4th down. So good job by the Seahawks defense there. I like the 3-man front they just ran. So they drop an extra lineman into the middle of the field just to clog things up and congest things that much more for Kyler. He didn't like seeing that extra lineman fall back in. And Seattle already on kind of that soft zone. So good job by the Seahawks defense. Interception, bad call, doesn't let it phase them, fall right back, get another stop. Here's the punt now. Let's see if DJ can be prepared for this one a little bit better. He is indeed. He's going to bring this one back. A little space to work with DJ Dallas. He squirts up through the middle of the field, gets himself down to the 46-yard line of the Seahawks. Nice little return there by Kyler Murray. Not Kyler, by DJ Dallas, sorry. And Kyler Murray is already barking at DeAndre Hopkins now. There's that leadership that we've grown to know with Kyler. There's that leadership. There is a flag, late flag on the play there. That one didn't seem to pop up for quite a bit of time. Megan with the $2 donation says, I think he meant draft B. Draft? $2 donation says, never give up your day job, B. No, this is my day job forever, Megan. You know it. Thank you for the double dono. What, I think you meant draft B? Oh, draft instead of faction. Okay, sorry. Let me reread that then, because I couldn't put it together. To find it a while. Oh, okay. So Sector 7 says, Walker proves that spending a pick on a running back is not a waste. What a fantastic gift. This draft class may be the best in NFL history. No, they're going to have a potential claim, Sector 7, if these guys can round out like we think they're going to round out. And already what they're showing you. 2 pillar tackles, star running back, star to superstar cornerback, potentially good to solid cornerback on the other side of that, outside of that. Boye Mafe and where he may develop to. I mean, it's you don't see teams pull these kind of draft classes out in just 1 year like this. Even having a couple of extra picks, that doesn't explain everything in the way they've done it. It was only 1 first round pick. You know, it was the 2 seconds that you had to, that's more about scouting and evaluation at that point than just being able to pick in a high spot in the draft and benefiting from that solely alone. So it's, they're rounding out to become that. There is no doubt about that. No doubt about it. Mumbles with a $5 donation says, to clarify, I'm 5'2". I love the short jokes. Dan Campbell's favorite player after I take out your kneecaps. Yeah, and I just like, it's more just I'm not usually a guy that would knock on short people mumbles, but it's just Kyler for this exact reason they're showing on the sideline with him there at Hopkins, because he's so just truculent, he's just, everything's demonstrative with him, and it's something that I've seen, I just don't think works with quarterbacks, and so that makes me then want to start to attack his me start to go to his vulnerable spots at that point. It's also funny when he can't catch the snap, and it's like, if the guy was 6'2", he would have just been like, got it. First and 10 here for Geno. I guess the penalty was on the Cardinals, so we're on their side of the field after the play. Wow. Walker's going to take the run and go right up off the left side here. Not a lot of movement there. J.J. Watt doing a good job in this game of holding up shop there on the inside. 3-yard gain. 2nd and 7. Thank you, Mumbles, for all the donos, though, man. Short Kings, man. Short Kings. Geno with the give again to Walker. Seattle is definitely... Walker with a nice little cut there at the end of that run to get a couple yards. He almost broke free off it. That'll bring up 3rd and 4. Walker getting some heavy work here in this first half, which is good to see. And 3rd and 4, Seahawks are going empty. Travis Homer lined out wide, so you have 4 wide receivers. They're going to flip it to Travis Homer. Doesn't look like he's got anything to work with. And indeed, he does not. He's going to come up a little bit short here on 4th down. Seahawks try to fly sweep there with Travis Homer. It's a tough play to pull off there on a 3rd down. As you don't have tight end personnel in there. You're running empty, trying to get that in, or your tight end personnel is on the outside. Budda Baker just did a good job in pursuit as well. 4th and 3, the Seahawks are going to go for it. Kind of in no man's land here on this spot of the field, understandable. Geno again and empty. He's looking. Pitch play inside to Colby Parkinson, and he is going to be stopped on the play. We will have a turnover of downs. 2 very odd plays. Why would you take the ball out of Geno Smith's hands, how he's playing right now, on 3rd or 4th down? Why wouldn't you give him one pass play in there? Seahawks went to this play, of course, I think a week or 2 ago, to last week against the Giants for some success with Disley on the inside, but you had so many more yards to get than just the yard that you had to get last week. And Parkinson's not exactly the guy. Very, very strange play calling on that drive. That was a very odd play call drive that I don't think you gave Geno Smith one pass on that drive. I understand wanting to work Kenneth Walker in this game, but he has 9 carries for 31 yards. Geno Smith's thrown 11 for 14 for 60. I don't know. That's an odd one from Waldron. I wonder if Carroll's like, just start running the ball. Just run the ball. Start running. Pete, Geno's cooking though. No, just run. Flags up with the $2 donation. Says Geno now has beat his season's best with 14 touchdowns thrown. There we go, Geno. Future comeback player of the year flag. Snail with a $2 donation says Kyler has a short temper yelling at D-Hop like that. He does have a short temper. He's got a small wick. You know what I mean? He's already barking at his lineman earlier. It's just, I've seen him do it before. It's not, I understand that he's a passionate man. But you got to keep that stuff in check from the quarterback position because it just doesn't go over well long term. Thank you for the donation, though. Sector 7 for the $2 donation. Thank you as well. It says, dude, Kyler strikes me as an angry infant. He does look like a toddler when he's running. He looks like a toddler that's stolen the remote control and you want to change the channel. And he's giggling as he runs away. That's how it looks to me. Thank you, Sector 7. Fat Daddy Stacks, the $2 donation, says, Kyler's attitude is the downfall of Arizona. That's why this is why, well said on your part, this is why I point to such bright display on it as to why it troubles me with him as much as anything else. Certainly his height stuff is a problem in my opinion, and it's a problem for any quarterbacks that are going to be of the shorter variety. But it wouldn't be a death knell. It can become a death knell in conjunction with a bad attitude and a lack of ability to lead out there in the way that you need those quarterbacks to do so. They got to be the steady captains behind the wheel. They can't be the freak out guy who's getting mad at everybody and freaking out. because that doesn't work. Other positions can be that maybe a little bit more, but that doesn't work. It doesn't work at his. Got to be a little more in control. All right, 1st and 10. Cardinals got some good field position here at the 40-yard line of their own possession. Kyler with a play-action pass. Got some time to throw here, looking down the field. Woo! Nice job by Quandre Diggs coming up and breaking that play up from center field. That looked like it was going to be another easy completion there for Kyler, and he just flashed right underneath there to knock that ball away. Well done there by Quandre. First incompletion of the game for Kyler here. 2nd and 10. 6:36 to go here in the second quarter. 3 receivers to the far side of the field. It's going to be a run play up the middle with Kyler. Manages to go for about 5 or 6. Just a little quarterback keeper. I guess they'll give him 5 on that play. So that'll be 3rd and 5. Kyler's run 3 times for 26 yards. Coming into this game, he was the Cardinals' leading rusher with 300 yards on the season. He's going to step back here and empty. Trips to the short side of the field. One wide receiver to the far side. Cody Barton coming on a blitz. The Cardinals pick it up. Great play by Tariq Woolen on Hopkins. Comes through and makes a great play. Fantastic job. Draped all over DeAndre. Playing off coverage. Oh, you just see the acceleration there. The acceleration there is just magnificent. He's playing off coverage. Hopkins bends the route in on the short, they need a short amount of yardage to make the play. And Tariq's feeling like he probably should have gone for the pick there. He's kind of like, I should have been trying to intercept that. No, knock that ball down. That's the right play to make in that moment, is get the ball knocked down, get the 4th down completed. Don't try to do something with a guy like Hopkins who's real good with those ball skills. Just take it down. There's a great play by the kid there. And he's shown up as a tackler. He's shown up in coverage here so far as Tariq. And how about it? They want to know what was going to be this matchup. What's going to be like this matchup? And if you guys noticed, by the way, so far, the Cardinals haven't exactly been trying to isolate necessarily Hopkins on Woolen. I mean, a little bit of that reputation is still coming around. Scarecrow Bar 66 with a $2 donation says Murray or Hopkins came off a 6-week suspension. Of course, it was Hopkins. I think you're joking there with your question. But it was Hopkins, of course, that came off the 6-week suspension on that one. Mega Gok Roger with a $5 donation says Kyler is annoyed that this game is taking away his Call of Duty playing time. Yeah, he's mad. He's like, it's a double point weekend and you're playing like this. Come on. Not on a double point weekend. I give this up. You give up for me. I give for you. You give for me. I should be a 46 tonight. Instead, I'm going to be a 42. And I'm going to lose. That's how I picture him speaking when he gets mad, too. The voice gets really high-pitched. Come on, guys. Thank you for the donation, though, Megan. Fat Daddy Stacks with a $2 donation says, please run, Dallas. Hey, please get it up there, buddy. Let it loose. Let it loose. Chronos 1009, thank you for the $2 donation, says, prayers to get out of this hellhole injury-free. Well, your donation goes to the great beyond there to help push that reality forward. We've been clean so far through the first half of this game on the injury front, which is good to see. But yes, the stadium has been definitely a mangler of a field at times for some of our players and some really good players throughout the years. So let's hope maybe this year they can come away free from it. Pretty good start here so far, though, isn't it? Feeling pretty good about what we're seeing here out the gate. Spectre 7 with a $2 donation says, best draft since 2012. Holy hell, what a time. Very well said, man. Very well said. And this is echoes of that season. And we thought we were maybe a year or two behind the mark on this stuff as far as, the time that we were going to have to wait for this stuff to come to fruition. But it's coming to fruition right now. We're seeing it before our own eyes play out. And what a time what a time is right to be able to be in this spot and to have no one expected. And it's such a brilliant, beautiful surprise this season. All right, Geno in shotgun now, 1st and 10. Cardinals showing a little bit of a blitz look, and they are definitely, he's dropping out of it. Budda Baker drops out of it. Now they show it from the other side. Good job by the Cardinals there in their disguise. We're going to pitch this out to Kenneth Walker. He's got a little bit of room to work with in the flat. Makes a couple moves in space. Able to get himself wound up for a 12, 13-yard gain there and a first down. Good job by Geno. When things start getting confusing with him in this game, he goes and finds his flat route. When all else fails, when you're not sure about what they're doing from their formation front standpoint, just go look for your flat route, look for your safety valve, utilize it and go. 1st and 10, we're going to a little up-tempo here again. Geno in shotgun. Cardinals bringing an 8th man up into that box. Geno looking. And he's just going to throw this away. Good job by Geno. That just didn't look like that play was going to get to anywhere. Cardinals have done a good job in this game of covering things up. Seahawks offensive line has given Geno time to throw, and he's had time to go through some progressions at times, and there's just not been a guy breaking free. 2nd down and 10. Once again, Geno is going to run a little bit of hurry up tempo here. He's in shotgun. Cardinals got a lot of guys drifting around the line, dropped back out of coverage, find Kenneth Walker. Again, he does. Walker, a little bit of space here. And we got a flag on the play. Right around the tackle. Oh, they're gonna call offensive pass interference on this play? I guess they're gonna say, yeah, Derek Young might have gotten into his block a little early on that play. Kind of a rookie thing, right? Try to get your block in a little bit too quick. Carroll and Budda Baker are barking over on the sidelines in a good way. They're having a fun-natured way with it. This will now make this 2nd and 20 here. 4:43 to go in the second quarter. Cardinals showing a blitz look. Ooh, heavy hit there on Geno Smith by Budda Baker. And this is going to bring this up to 3rd and long. Third and 16. Long way to go for that first down. That sticks are looking real far from the line of scrimmage right now. Cardinals are playing more games in the line of scrimmage and dropping out of it. He's got Tyler. Oh, Tyler, don't go down. Tyler went down a little early, and the first down marker was a couple yards further. If he just pushed it through, he's trying to get down too early there. It opened up for him, and he just didn't. I don't think he expected it. He fell down to the ground a little too early there, Tyler. And that'll be 4th and 2. That's tough. That's tough. Oof. Tyler looked like he had the first down, but as anybody that's watched Tyler sure knows, there's times he'll just try to get down and protect himself. And there was a little bit of that on that play. It looked like he just trying to get down. And yeah, a couple yards short of the first down. So here's the punt here by Dixon. Nice punt by Dixon. Very well done there. And this will be down to the 1 yard line. Great job by the Aussie there. Beautiful little bounce there, just dropped right. Derek Young was on his back just off the play, and the ball just lands right near him. He just sort of knocks it from his back to keep it off the end line. Well done. Mumbles with a $5 donation. It says, Kyler has the anger of a teenage girl in puberty that yells at you first thing in the morning, a.k.a. my sister. Plus, she's taller than Kyler, even at 5'10". She'd tower over Kyler. She'd tower. He'd be doing this with her. He'd be like, damn, it's really like that. How about Derek Young there on his back, knocking that ball back the other way? Whatever it takes, man. Whatever it takes, Rook. Way to redeem yourself for the penalty earlier on there on that previous drive. That's funny though, Mumbles. Garth Knight with a $5 donation says, crazy thing is Arizona's field is grass. Maybe not always been, though. That message from the blind gentleman was pretty cool, Brando. It really was, man. It really was. That was awesome to see. And yeah, I can't blame it on the grass. You can't in the stadium. It's natural grass. I've wondered if they've used some of that hardened Kentucky bluegrass. You know, that's the stuff that we use for the horses. Horses run on that. You don't put a man on that. Only a horse runs on that Kentucky bluegrass. I don't know. They let it out in the sun and everything. All right, 1st and 10 from the, let's call it the 3-yard line here for Kyler Murray and pistol. The give is going to be to Eno Benjamin. Seahawks have him clogged up in the middle there. This will bring up 2nd down. 2:41 to go here in the second quarter. The Cardinals do have all 3 of their timeouts. The Seahawks are sitting on 2 of theirs. See if the Cardinals decide here to, they're going to run a little hurry up here, a little sub hurry up. Kyler in shotgun, Eno to his right. He's got 2 wide to one side of the field, 1 to the other. He's looking. And he's got a man open, Rondale Moore. 1st down. Kobe Bryant just a little bit behind this route. Rondale Moore showing off that speed there. And that will take us down to the 2-minute warning. So the Seahawks are up 10-7. Cardinals still deep into their own side of the field here. But nonetheless, well-played game here so far out the gate. Like what we're seeing. I'm going to get a little more coffee and I'm going to be right back. Oh, righty. Woo. Here we go. Well, low scoring half here. Interesting. But yeah, Garth, I don't know why the Arizona field's been so dodgy. I don't understand. I would like the NFL to go all grass, though. I agree with Pete, what he said about that a couple weeks ago. They do need to go all grass. Indeed, they do. Bailey, Sweet Kitty, definitely indeed. And Green Kid, Kobe got burnt just a little bit. Just a little bit on that one. John says, the crazy thing is I don't think there's many linebackers grading well in the NFL. Kind of makes sense, doesn't it, John? When you think about, like, for instance, the middle linebacker position, you have your couple of guys that'll jump to your mind. You know, the Darius Leonard or Shaquille Leonard, I guess is being called now, and Fred Warner. You got a couple middle linebackers, but then the list gets thin really quick as far as when you just start thinking about guys you can name or guys that play the position really well. And outside of the outside linebackers that are pass rushers, there's not a lot of other guys that you really go to in your mind are like, oh, this guy's a coverage outside linebacker is a will, or, you know, just there isn't. It's a very, to your point on that, it's a very thin position. Riverside, Arizona is grass. Yep. They even, they do the grass, and then they have that unique thing in their stadium where it's on rollers, and it rolls the grass outside, and then they put it under the sun, and then they roll it back inside. Kind of odd. The refs don't want Kobe to get picks. That's the second pick Kobe Bryant's had called back this year due to a penalty he had nothing to do with. All right, 1st and 10 for the Cardinals, 2 minutes to go from the 23-yard line. Give here up the middle. Job by Jordan Brooks there on the tackle at Eno Benjamin for a gain of about 2 or 3. Interesting by the Cardinals there to run that ball. They're quickly back in shotgun, though. They're good at getting plays off fast. Quick pressure on Kyler. He's going to have some room to work here. Boy, is he hard to tackle in the open field. He gets all the way up to the 44-yard line, just dancing around people in the open field. Uchenna Nwosu got some very quick pressure here on this play and just couldn't quite finish the deal. Uchenna's had Kyler twice in his mitts, and twice Kyler has gotten free. 1st and 10, another quick snap. Mike Jackson Jr., they try to run a bubble screen on his side. He blows up DeAndre Hopkins' block and then makes the tackle. Great play by Michael Jackson. Cardinals are going to have to use their first timeout. If you are watching this live for me, folks, or even if you're listening to this on record, please do me the favor of hitting that like button. I would really appreciate it. As well, we are on the road here to 10,000 subscribers now. So if you're not subscribed, please do get subscribed, as we're trying to motor into this goal and hopefully get there if we can by the end of November. That'd be great. 2nd and 14. 1:10 to go on the clock. Great stop there by Michael. Negative 4-yard gain on that bubble screen. 2nd and 14. Back in shotgun. Pressure by Boye Mafe. Kyler Murray flushed. Knocked away there by Ryan Neal up the football field. Nice job. Zach Ertz was next to him, and Neal just went up and knocked it away. Didn't even give Ertz a chance to go up and try to high point that ball. Good job by Boye Mafe to flush Kyler Murray, running step for step with him in pursuit. 3rd down and 14. 1:04 to go here in the second quarter. Empty formation for Kyler Murray here. He's got 4 wide receivers to the far side of the field. Drop back to throw. Looking. Comes back underneath. He's got Eno Benjamin open. Eno makes a great cut. And breaks free for a first down. Seahawks had 3 tacklers down there near Eno Benjamin, and he makes this one cut and got all 3 of them on one with it. Brutal play there. To get the stop would have been just brilliant and just couldn't. This is tough. Yeah, both Tariq Woolen and Kobe Bryant on that play just got themselves completely kind of turned in off that one. Boy, that's rough. First down. Oh, that one hurts. You got him hemmed up, and he just makes this one cut inside. Loses both of the 2 defenders that have him kind of corralled. So the Cardinals are on the Seahawks side of the field now. This play's gone 7 plays, 51 yards. 54 seconds to go. The Cardinals are down to their last timeout. Soft zone coverage there. See, allows for a 5-yard gain there to Rondale Moore. Clock does continue to run. 2nd and 4. And Kyler Murray's just going to throw this ball away. A lot of time clicked off the clock on that one. This will bring up 3rd and 4 now with 29 seconds to go here in the second quarter. Uchenna Nwosu again did a good job on that play of getting a good amount of pressure. Irvin initially flushed Murray from the pocket. Uchenna then sort of picked him up and laid a nice little stick on him. Murray comes up looking at the official after he gets hit. Well, that's the way it is, bud. That's football. Murray has played a good first half here. And he's been pretty good on 3rd downs especially. They've been 3 of 4 for 43 yards. 3rd and 4. Murray drops back to throw. Looking. A lot of time. Ball is dropped. Had a receiver. Put it on the receiver. and just dropped. And Kyler just looks at him. That was the new kid they brought in. I'd be so mad if I'm Kyler on that one. I would get hobbity on that one. I'd get very hobbity. My feet would start growing. I'd get more hair on my toes. Like I can understand a little anger there. 4th and 4, and the Cardinals are going to go for it here. All right, interesting decision by Kingsbury. 4th down, 4 yards to go, and here we go. Kyler under pressure, and he's going to get the first down here scrambling. My goodness. Fumble! Fumble, and the Seahawks are up with it. Kyler looked like he had the first down got. And was that Ryan Neal that caused it? Hawks got Kyler Murray a couple of weeks ago in Seattle on a similar play, scrambling out down the left sideline. And a defender comes in and he doesn't see the defender. He's trying to get as many yards as he can rather than just get down here. Kyler did a great job with Uchenna flushing him from the pocket up the middle. But Ryan Neal did something to cause that ball to get smacked out. And like I said, you got 5-inch hands. That's just what happens. Yep, Ryan Neal with the play. Let's go, Ryan Neal. Coming up to try to make that tackle, Supermaning out to do so. You can see the cape flapping off of his back as he goes to fly, and his fingertips just get right on the inside of the ball that Kyler Murray's carrying the ball away from and knocks it free. Huge play there for the Seahawks. Not only stopping the Cardinals from getting into field goal range, but potentially even scoring a touchdown here to end this half. Also acknowledging that the Cardinals are due to get the ball after the half changes over. So fantastic job defensively. What a well-played half by this team, defensively speaking, against a very, very solid offense of the Cardinals. I mean, they can at least put a decent amount of points up on you. Geno Smith dropping back in shotgun here. Seahawks are going to try to maybe just play around here a little bit. Ooh, Homer's free. Homer's free up the sideline there. Boy, he got a good 20-yard gain off that play. Seahawks are in an interesting position here now because they could theoretically try to get a 15-yard hole shot play and then let Myers come out and try to get a field goal. Nice job by Homer to break through the tackle there and keep getting upfield. Seahawks are on the 45-yard line of their own side of the field. They're probably about 15 yards away from Jason Myers' range, potentially. They got one play here. Geno drops back to throw in shotgun. He's looking. Oof. Noah Fant wasn't looking for the ball, it looks like there almost, or he was being molested. I don't know if was Noah looking at the ball there? And Geno wanted that one. This probably means instead here you're going to go with the Hail Mary here instead of the going for the field goal. And yeah, Seattle's showing a Hail Mary look. 3 receivers to one side of the field. Cardinals are going to call probably a timeout here to discuss. This is definitely throw it up to DK kind of play. Just chuck it up to DK. That's all we got to do. That's all you got to do. Oh, the Jets upset the Bills. Okay, I'll give Zach Wilson a little more credit. He turned that game around, I guess. Boy, it wasn't a good look early on. Josh Allen had a bad pick in that game, too. Like an awful pick. Just awful. Okay, these are always fun. Hail Marys are always fun, especially when you're leading at the half. Just let's see what the arm is on Geno here now. It's a pure 55-yard type throw if he wants to throw it from where you figure the court. Usually quarterbacks will try to step up here. And then Seahawks are going to try to just run this up the field, I guess. Flip it. No pitch play? Okay. And Seahawks just threw like a little out route there. I guess that works too. Cliff Kingsbury is a coach for the Cardinals, is 6-26-1 as a head coach when losing at halftime. He has not exactly been in previous history a master adjuster. Mumbles, the $5 donation. Thank you, Mumbles. Says Ryan smacked the back tip of the ball forwards. Also, Robbie Anderson kicked the ball out of his own hand. How is that trade working out for you, Cards? Yeah, the Robbie Anderson trade at the time was definitely a desperate one for the Cardinals, Mumbles, because of the fact that they had lost Hollywood Brown to his injury. I think the way they thought this through at the start, the way they had thought this was going to go at the start of the year prior, is you'd have Hollywood as your field stretcher and then DeAndre Hopkins as your intermediate guy, and they could work well off of each other. So now they're trying to make Robbie Anderson the Hollywood guy, and Robbie Anderson's just really never been that dude. And certainly a guy that wasn't going well with him in Carolina near the end there, and not off to an inauspicious start here with the Cardinals. Let's just call it that way. Kyler put that throw right on him. That was accurate. I know Kyler in this half isn't going to have the most, awesome half statistically and how it will look, but this is where you have to have the eye test go along with just the bottom line of the statistics, because he's had the snap that went over his head. He's got a third down play like that where he makes a great throw over the middle, puts it right on the spot, and his receiver just drops it. And you go, that's hard. You can't ding Kyler for that kind of throw there. But yeah, I'm guessing they're not liking that Robbie trade so far, Mumbles. It's probably not working out for him out the gate here. And Ryan Neal, again, 2 straight games prior to this game, he's played his best football as a Seattle Seahawk. He's already been a guy in the past when you've asked him to fill in for Jamal Adams, who's had a nose for the ball. He's been a pretty steady player, but he's had at times little limitations in his game that would show up. And I think today we're not seeing those same kind of we haven't seen those limitations this year at all. He's looked like an impact type player from the safety position in what he's providing in the variety of ways. And he does continue to still have that nose for the ball. That part has not left him as well. But great play by him. Shows what hustle gets you, Mumbles. Shows you when you have a team understanding the spirit the coach is trying to indoctrinate, which is that we've got to rally to the ball. Don't give up. Keep hustling. I mean, that's a play that Carroll's going to show on the highlights over and over on Monday morning. This is what we got. This is how we've got to play, because you will be rewarded for that hustle. And in those moments, as a player like Neal, when you're running after Kyler there and you're knowing he's going to get by you, you're not likely to tackle him, but you're still just trying whatever you can. You can at least get your hands on him. You can at least maybe get your hand on the ball, and you're trying to do something. That's giving maximum effort out. That's selling out fully for the team in that moment. And just beyond it being a great play, just a wonderful moment of, this is again how this team's playing right now. This is how that light bulb's gone on, especially on the defensive side of the ball, where they're getting it, and they're all bought in right now. There's nobody that's not at all. Sector 7 with a $5 donation. Thank you, Sector 7. It says, been donating so much my bank thought it was fraud. Thank you, Sector 7. Well, tell your bank I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You just tell them, did you just ruin? They text you and they're like, is this fraud? You just go, the content's just so good. Is that the response back? That'd be the way. I appreciate all your donos though, Sector 7. You guys are awesome. Everybody in the channel here is just so awesome on that front of things. Can't ask for more, no doubt about it. So first half here, as we look at it statistically speaking, Geno Smith was 15 of 20 for 144 yards in that first half and 1 touchdown. Got a little bit of some garbage yards there at the end, just a little bit. But hey, it made his first half look good. Helps him on the MVP race, I guess. We've got Kenneth Walker with 9 carries and 31 yards, 15 being his long, which if you can take away that 1 carry of 15 yards away, he's 8 carries for 16 yards, averaging basically 2 yards a carry, except for that. Not his fault, but there's not been a lot of yards to be had early on here for the Seahawks in the run game. Receiving the ball, Tyler's got 3 for 46, Noah Fant 4 for 45, Travis Homer 2 for 24, Kenneth Walker 3 for 20, and DK Metcalf 2 for 13. Metcalf targeted 3 times in that first half. Noah Fant, the most targeted Seahawk at 5 targets, 4 catches. Leading tackler for your Seahawks, Jordan Brooks with 8 tackles, Michael Jackson 5, Ryan Neal with 3. Nobody's gotten a sack in this game. You only have 1 quarterback hit on Kyler, that via Uchenna Nwosu, who's had a fairly quiet game here. And only 2 passes defensed, 1 from Quandre Diggs and 1 from It's week 1. But well played half, tight half. We expected we were going to get the Cardinals' best effort. I certainly think our Seahawks have matched that energy so far to my eyes. The time of possessions worked a little bit in Seahawks' favor at 16 minutes and 37 seconds to the Cardinals' 13 minutes and 23 seconds. Obviously, we got the one turnover, which is probably a bit of the difference here in that first half when all things are said and done. Pretty even on total yards. Hawks with 196, Cardinals with 178. Seahawks averaging 5.9 yards per play, Cardinals averaging 5.7. So very close first half. Very, very close first half. James Black says Pete loves the last second stat pads. Yeah, I thought they were going to be pitching it on this last play to Tyler. Like if you're going to run the pitch stuff and everything, but it was just run Tyler up, let him get as much as he can. Why not at least throw a Hail Mary there, right? Like just chuck up a hailer. David says these games against the Cards always do be annoying and close every damn time. They do. They do. Of course, the one that stands out to me the most in playing on the road against the Cardinals is that game a few years ago. 6-6, tied up. Field goal kickers lost the ability to kick field goals. Just wild game. I think Wagner jumped over the line of scrimmage on a field goal to block, a la like Cam Chancellor back in the day against the Panthers. But it was just a dirty, muddled game. Just a swampy, just nothing was, it was rough. On the edge of your seat too the whole time. The whole time. Herbicide says Fant can't block. He definitely struggled blocking that first half. It stood out. John says Justin Fields had 178 yards rushing. He did. He did. He had a really big run, John, like a really big run that was certainly a big part of that. But you end up cobbling together a couple of runs to get that amount of yards too. Akshay says, why are our receivers not able to get open? I'm not sure, to be honest with you, Akshay, unless I'm absolutely able to look at the all 22 to see what's happening. There's been a couple of shots they've shown over the overhead that doesn't look like there's always guys getting free. Cardinals are just covering it up really well. You also have with the Cardinals usually an extra one or two guys that are going to be brought in the blitz. So if your first two reads do get covered up, you're not always going to have the time to get to the third and fourth read. But the Cardinals defensively have played a very clean half in that first half. They came in dedicated to stop the run game for the Seahawks. They've done so. They've not allowed a big play. They've made the Seahawks earn their way up the football field with Geno throwing the ball. They've tackled well. I think they've played pretty cleanly in the way that they've stopped us on the other side of it. There's been some odd play calling from Waldron, the one drive where you just ran the ball the whole time, and that was the way you were going to try to get it done, was just a strange. He sometimes gets very odd on his. He'll have just odd series where you're like, what are you doing on this series? What is going on here? But they played it well. They played it well. Erickson says, send Brian on a blitzkrieg. I'm good with it. We didn't run very many blitzes in that first half, that's for sure. Sector 7, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, man, you remember that Vikings game in 2020? That massive, huge comeback winning drive? I do. Yeah, in the rain. It was in the rain in Seattle, Sector 7. And that was a game where it was kind of a typical game of the offense and what we had seen over the last few years prior, where it was a kind of a busty offense, not doing much throughout the whole course of that game. And then right in the third quarter, things just clicked in, and then they injected. And it was a wonderful drive at the end of that game by Wilson and company there to get up that football field. I think it was something like a 87-yard drive or something. And then you had the fourth down play to DK Metcalf in the back of the end zone. Make or break, got to have it now, live or die kind of moment in that game for that season. And they were able to do it. That was a fun game. Fun game. But yeah, that was a good one. Probably one of Russell's better comebacks because he had so little time to work with, I think, on that drive. I'm not sure if they even had any timeouts. I think he had two big throws, right? He had that big throw to Metcalf up the left sideline and then the one at the end. Good game. Good memories on that one, man. Megan says, with $2 donation, thank you, Megan. Says, heading out for a bit. Be back later. All right. Sounds good, Megan. Sounds good. Herbicide, are you going to do the game next week, Hawks Nest? Yeah, Herbicide, I'll be doing every game going forward this year. So every single game we'll be doing a live stream play-by-play of. 100% for sure. 100%. Even that early, yep. I'll be getting up early. We'll get up at like 5. We'll get up all early and start this off like that. It'll be fun. It'll be an adventure. I'm going to warn you guys now. I'm not a morning person. So when I spend the whole time cursing about the fact that mankind should never get up this early, you guys are just going to have to deal with that. It's going to be a lot of complaining, a lot of them really tired and yawning, you know. We don't get the ball at the half. Ian, it goes to the Cardinals. And I'm going to be right back, folks. A little more coffee. Oh, I forgot my God. To the line. Love isn't always on time. All right. Mumbles with a $5 dono. Thank you, Mumbles. It says, you say that, but that's when my shift starts at 5 a.m. Working at 3 a.m. to get ready. Traffic is amazing. Oh, I can only imagine. I've tried, Mumbles, desperately to turn myself into a morning person. I've done everything. And my body clock, my circadian rhythm just doesn't, I've got an circadian rhythm like John Bottom used to beat the drums. And it just doesn't go with that. Well, as soon as the sunlight goes down, I just fall right to sleep. It's like my eyes just know. It's like I'm like, now we really wake up. Now the night's alive. Now the night's alive. But I'll be there next week. I'll be froggy voiced and moaning, but I'll be enjoying my Hawks. It'll be a fun game. It'll be fun. See how the Germans do. I want to see how the Germans do. I want to see how my German peoples hold up over there. The snail with the $2 donation says Robbie Tobeck should be in the Hall of Fame. Now you just go too far. I love Robbie though. Solid player. I don't know. It's turning into the Hall of Very Good. So maybe eventually we're going to get to that stage of things with it. It's possible. $6:30 in the morning. I've never seen. I don't think I got up. I think they were in London. We did that a couple years ago. I got up for that one. All right, this kick is going to be driven down to the 5-yard line. The Cardinal player literally falls on his own feet, gets back up, and is actually able to make somewhat of a return of this to the 26-yard line. He just tripped over his own feet on the return there. And he does that just as they're trying to show a montage of the Cardinal miscues from the first half with the drops and the big snap going over the head and the fumble by Kyler. Kind of fitting there with the returner tripping over his own feet. Sector 7 with the $5 donation says German ancestry here, mostly Irish, but hey, my fellow German, hello. Oh, I got a little bit of German, I think, somewhere in me, a little tiny bit, a little smidge. I found out I'm mostly, I think, Scottish, which I found interesting. Not a huge, I'm like divvied up by a couple different parts. 1st and 10. The give is up to James Conner here on a read option play. Staying alive, doing a good job of it. Boy, did he ever there and managed to get just a couple yards. But Seahawks did a really good job of having a variety of different defenders up in Conner's face there off the read option look. I think I'm like 40 Scottish, and then there's Irish, and then like a little bit of French. Little bit of French. It's the little stew. Second and long here. Murray back in shotgun. 2 wide. Drops back to throw. He's got him, man, but a good job by... Oh, yikes. Jordan Brooks. Something's wrong there. Jordan Brooks getting up very slowly after that tackle. Good job by Jordan Brooks on the play. It's a completion, but it's for a mere 3 yards. He's right on top of that route. Makes the tackle. Looks scary for a moment there as he was very slow to get up off the turf, but he seems to be okay. Murray back in shotgun. 3rd and 4. He's been good on third downs today somewhat. He's made the right decisions at least. Seahawks are bringing a blitz. Here comes the blitz. Jesus, Quentin Jefferson just got thrown on his butt. And that will be thrown out of bounds. Great. We got a flag. Great coverage there by Mike Jackson. Let's see what the flag is. Quentin Jefferson just got ragdolled. It's going to be an ineligible receiver down the field. That will be declined by the Seattle Seahawks, which will bring up 4th down. Seahawks brought a blitz, which did help to kind of flush Kyler from the pocket at that point. And Mike Jackson doing a good job of keeping that route pressed. Not leaving it wide open as they were definitely running into that secondary route stuff were the Cardinal receivers. DJ Dallas back now to return the punt. Let's see if he can get up and make this catch if it's going to be one of those short suckers. I think the Seahawks just hit the punter. I guess it didn't get called. Whew. Looked like Tariq Woolen lit the punter up there for a second. Barry Soetoro, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, why was Sidney Jones released over Justin Coleman? Sidney Jones, thank you for the $5 donation, Barry. And Barry, thank you for all your long-time support here on the channel. One of the original OGs out here in the Hawks Nest. Very simple reasoning behind this process, Barry, and it's about depth. And Sidney Jones can't play slot. And though Kobe Bryant's acclimated himself well to the slot realm of things, if he goes down, your only backup is Justin Coleman, and you don't really have another slot corner behind that you feel good about. Maybe John Reed, I think he might be still on the practice squad. Whereas when you have the outside corner position, Barry, you've got Michael, you've got Tariq, you've got Trey Brown coming back, and I think the team right now maybe just a little bit higher on Artie Burns than they are on Sidney Jones. And the last part of this is the what we call contractual offset, and that is that if there's a team that picks up Sidney Jones in free agency, they then pick up the remainder of what he's due on his contract for the course of this year, which would then relieve Seattle of some cap space in this process as well. So sort of a 3-prong answer to that as to why it occurred. Devo Martzal said, Dev Martzal said, punter acted like the soccer player and flopped. Did he? Okay. He did a good job. That was some WWF stuff right there. He sold it. You know what I mean? He sold it. Boob Dog, New Jersey, Geno Baba Booey. Maxwell might have to get out the broom, folks. Have to do it. Tony Borge Silva says, let's hope for some better play calling in the second half. Let's hope. Ivan Gaddick says, you complain watching a game at 6:30 in the morning, not knowing what I have to go through Monday at work every single weekend. Oh, it's wrong to complain. Don't get me wrong, Ivan. It's a wuss for doing it. I need to buck up with it. It's always been my little like thing that just, I can't, me in the morning times is just rough. It's a lot of, I get up out of bed like you'd picture Nick Nolte getting out of bed, you know? Oh, hell, yes, Jesus. I don't know. I'm basically the same way. All right, Geno in a little pistol formation here. 3 wide receivers to the far side of the field. Seahawks running a little 2 tight end look. Goes out to DK Metcalf on the outside. That's good to see. DK only getting a mere 3 targets there in that first half. Nice catch on the out route by DK. This will bring up 2nd and short. See if our Seahawks offense can get a little bit more into their rhythm here in this second half. I think if the Cardinals come out here and dedicate so much resources to stopping the run as they did in that first half, you have to go with a little more consideration of throwing a little bit more like we saw there on first down. Seahawks going with the 3-man backfield here, 2 tight ends and 1 running back. Geno dropping back to throw. Looking, and he's going to be sacked. Isaiah Simmons, linebacker, coming in on a blitz there. Caught Seattle, I think, a little bit off guard. Geno off guard. He was expecting his receiver, I think, to do something else there on the play. So what is he seeing here? Yeah, Cardinals just had it kind of covered up. Good job of pursuit by Isaiah Simmons there. High first-round pick by the Cardinals a couple years ago to be kind of that new model of linebacker like we see Micah Parsons being with the Cowboys. 3rd down and 9. Geno in shotgun. Boy, pressure all over in the backfield on that play and nowhere to go. Sacks back-to-back here by the Arizona Cardinals. Cameron Thomas getting back there this time. Geno just under a lot of pressure, and you need those routes to have a little bit of time to develop on 3rd and long. And the offensive line just couldn't hold up long enough to make it so. Cardinals running a little stunt game. Both Lucas and Cross got really pinned quick in their blocks too. They condensed the pocket for Geno Smith really fast. All right, Dixon will send this punt off to the 25-yard line. He'll take it from there, down at the 30-yard line. Good job by Tanner Muse on the tackle there. So the Cardinals able to dial up some pressure on Seahawks' first drive. They will get the ball back here in the 3rd quarter. Dupree Squid, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, you going to watch the World Cup? I'm not much of a soccer guy, Dupree Squid. I'm your typical kind of American cat. It's like soccer and hockey with being both sports. There's a lot of back and forth, and you got to understand some of the nuances and appreciate some of the, intricacies of it to really sometimes like it. And there hasn't always been enough to bring me in on that, as well as the flop stuff gets me too. I don't like watching grown men act soft. That's something that definitely perturbs me at times. But they're athletic. It's fun to watch some highlights and stuff on it. But there's just certain sports I can't quite get myself into. I tried. Soccer was, I think, my original sport as a kid that I tried, and I just didn't. I was like, no, give me the baseball. Hand me the football. Hand me that one. Sector 7 with a $5 dono says, this will sound weird, but for me, it always sounds like Geno say, what's up when he calls for the snap. I can't hear it, so I'll take your word for it because I definitely have the volume turned down when I'm doing the games, but that's funny. Makes it harder on the defenders to get a jump on the snap at that point, Spectre 7. Smart stuff there, Gets those defenders like, did he say, was that hike? Was he calling a formation? The ball's already hiked. What? That's his call? That's his call? Maybe he does it on purpose, man. Clever like a fox. Yeah, Herbicide, I was way better at football than soccer too. I just, the using your foot only thing was definitely a hold up. Say, what's up? Hi. Drew Locke says, again, the run game might have to close it for Geno like previous games. I mean, maybe. Geno's played overall in this game pretty well. So, and the run game's not going so good right now throughout the course of this game. Cardinals defensively have brought it today. They're coming at it, man. There's not a team that's just looking to roll over and give up on this year. All right, Kyler Murray and company come back out onto the football field. 1st and 10. 11:15 to go on the clock here in the 3rd quarter. DeAndre Hopkins going in motion. Seahawks get some pressure on Kyler Murray, and he goes down. Uchenna Nwosu with the sack Uchenna continues his sterling early play here this year. Nicely done by Uchenna. Puna Ford in there as well. Seattle dialing up a little pressure on first down. Ryan Neal coming off the edge there. Brought James Conner out, the help from James Conner, which allowed Uchenna Nwosu to slip in around on a stunt, coming right up through the middle there. Well done. Nicely dialed up there. 2nd and 18. Kyler in shotgun. Looking for a bubble screen to one side of the field. Comes back on a traditional screen to the running back to the other side of the field. Conner breaking tackles. Not getting far. Maybe just about a yard for a lot of dancing there on that particular play. Onunu Gujugo Jogohobi made the tackle there for the Seahawks. Still no Darrell Taylor in this game, of course. Out with a little bit of a hip thing going on. 3rd and 17. 10:02 to go in the third quarter. Little bubble screen for the Cardinals. They're going to throw this back out. That looked like a forward pass to me. That was a forward pass. Come on, that was a forward pass. Was that not a forward pass, folks? That's a forward pass all day. Come on, Pete, throw that flag. That's worth it to make them relook at it again. He's throwing this from the 20. F that. That thing was a forward pass. Forward pass, Pete. Drop the flag. Why is this so hard? That was a forward pass. He threw it from the 20. It went. Pete, challenge the play. You challenge everything else like. If he doesn't challenge this is ridiculous. If Pete doesn't challenge this ball, this is ridiculous. He's challenged such stupid things throughout the course of the year. He's not going to challenge this? Thank you. Goodness gracious. Sorry, I don't have the volume sometimes, folks, so they don't tell me, and then I have to just hopefully guess. He's throwing this from the 20. It ends up at the 23, 24-yard line. And the officials, get your head out of here. This wasn't even close. Nico, this is a key moment. This is a change of possession with this call. You got to make the challenge on this play, especially when it's as blatant as this. He starts at the 21-yard line. The guy catches it at the 24-yard line. You got to pull the challenge flag in these moments. You can't think about timeouts. That's all day, all time. You got to throw that. And good on Pete to call it. Good on Pete to call that there. Whew. If they were to let him play on that, I was going to get mad. All right, this is going to make this 4th and 22, by the way, with this call. So this does drive Arizona back deep into their own realm. DJ Dallas might have a little bit of a chance here to do something with this return. Again, that chess match between punter and DJ that we saw early on. Is he going to go with a low line driver again? Andy Lee try to get that ball bouncing and rolling? Andy Lee licking his hands. And here's the punt. Dallas is going to fair catch this at about the 40-yard line. Good on DJ Dallas there. The blocking wasn't quite there to be able to do much with it. And you're still in good field position if you're the Seahawks there. So again, defense holding up in this game. Wow. Still doing the good work right now. See what Waldron dials up here. Offense is just a little bit stagnant here in the last few drives. You go back to the running game here. As you try to stick a little more to the pass, with the offensive line failing on back-to-back sacks in the last drive. 9:26 to go in the third quarter. Another very entertaining game here between your Hawks and Cardinals. Seahawks up 10-7. And the Hawks will come out here in a 3 wide receiver look. 1 tight end. Disley goes in motion. Geno in pistol. Drops back to throw. Flips it. That ball's picked off, and that's going to be run back for a touchdown. Oh. Geno Smith trying to throw a little flat route out to Kenneth Walker, and Geno got away with this early in the game to DK Metcalf in the back of the end zone on a similar kind of play, even though it's to a receiver, not a running back, where it's a little touch throw, and he's throwing with a little too much touch, and he's not putting enough over the top of it. It's just a little bit too much of I'm just trying to light touch this thing in there, when he's really got to kind of flick that over there and put a little bit more over the top. It made it a lot easier of a play for the defender because of how softly it was thrown. Probably the worst pass for Geno on the season there on that particular play. That one definitely hurt in that moment. Your defense is playing as well as they are. You can push this game forward. Zavins Collins with the pick there, and just Geno just offense struggling to kind of find its footing here today. This Cardinal defense has had the better of him, and Geno, I think, has had a hard time with feeling out what this defensive coordinator is kind of doing at all times pre-snap. Just a little bit too easy going there on that play. A little bit too this is lightly be right there. I would certainly like to see to simple 1970s point on this. Can we throw the ball forward from time on now? It's like getting the ball pushed up the field a little bit on a few more of these throws would be nice to see. We're getting into a little of the dink and dunk heavy in this game, and the Cardinals are going to start to press down on that if you're not going to push it all. Sector 7, you and I both work for tips. Me being a delivery driver, just respect to your stream. This is amazing. Love this on a nice, relaxing day off. Well, thank you, Sector 7, man. Thank you for all your donations, man. I know it's a delivery driver. It gets to be a rough on those, so I appreciate you. I appreciate your understanding and respecting on that, and all the support, man, to the channel. It's very kind of you. And we've got ourselves one hell of a defensive battle here in this game going on back and forth. Neither defense is giving in an inch. And Cardinals able to pick up their offense a little bit on that interception. Gosh, that's such a tough time for that pick. You have the game right there in your hands. Well, let's see if Geno can generate a little bit of momentum back on the other side of it. Come on now, Geno. 1st and 10, 9:18 to go here. From the 25-yard line, give us up to Kenneth Walker for a gain of about 6 or 7 yards. Well done on his part. Sector 7, with $2 donation, says, knowing the media, they'll say, Geno, worst throw ever on that play. Maybe. It wasn't that bad. I've seen worse throws over the years, and it's definitely one where it's just, you go, ugh. Tough part for me on Geno on that one is you've thrown a ball like that early in this game, and that's going to be offsides, false start by the Seahawks. Gosh sakes, team's just a little disjointed right now. That'll be 5 yards pulling back. So you go from 2nd and 4 now to 2nd and 9. Rookie Charles Cross just got going a little bit too early there. But the Cardinals defense are playing a good game. We got to give them props too. This defensive unit's coming up and showing up and doing, we thought they were going to give you their best effort today. You're going to get this best Cardinal defense you've got in the season and what they're going to try to bring to the table, and you got to answer it. Now's our time. 8:30 to go. Geno in shotgun, 2nd and 9. Cardinals showing a blitz look. They're bringing that blitz look. Here it comes, Geno. Will Disley out in the open the flat, able to get it for about 5 or 6 yards. So bringing this to a 3rd and short. Good job by Geno. Get that ball out of his hands there. Geno says, let's huddle up, folks. Or they're doing their quick muddle huddle. 3rd down and 2. Geno in shotgun. 3 wide to one side of the field. Tyler Lockett to his right. Geno looking. Finds Will Dissly there for a first down. So big Will, Uncle Dissly coming in with 2 catches back-to-back there to help move the chains there. Nice job by Uncle Will. First down. Buda Baker there in the coverage. Nice little route concept there by the Seahawks there to free Will up. Kind of a flood zone looking kind of thing there. Get 2 receivers running routes right in front of him, and then he just crosses them. Geno back under center, first down. Give us to Kenneth Walker. Walker gaining 2 yards. That Allen kid down there for the Cardinals has done a good job in the run game. He has been very immovable down there today. Second and 8. Geno in shotgun. 2 wide to each side of the field. He's changing the play. Cardinals got it read up a little better. They think they do. Geno coming back and changing it again now. So they're countering the Cardinals counter. The Cardinals counter back. Give is into Walker. Walker again, no yards to be had in there inside. And again, that Allen kid, back-to-back plays there, just completely snuffing those run plays out. Running the ball today, Kenneth Walker, 12 carries, 40 yards, just has not been able to have the kind of impact that he's had recently with his Cardinal defense and how they played it. Watt, Allen down there, those guys have done a good job of holding up. Third down and 7. Cardinals moving guys all over the defensive line. A lot of movement there pre-snap all over the place. Cardinals, I don't know who they're going to call this on necessarily. The Cardinals had a lot of guys going down over the snap. It looked like one of their guys got over the line and caused what could have been a false start on the Hawks. They're going to call it on us, though, it looks like. I mean, the linebacker gets right up and dips his head and over and then causes the false start, but I guess that's on us. I thought you can't do that as a defender. Oh, boy. Seahawks have just shot themselves in the foot offensively today a little bit. Yeah, that's 2 false starts on this drive alone. 3rd and 12. Great catch by Tyler Lockett, who takes a smack to the head on 3rd down at the sticks, but manages to hold on. And there's going to be a flag on this play for a blow to the head, no doubt. Cornerback went head hunting on that play. Cutting right in between the defenders. Geno Smith with a laser beam to get that end ball in between 3 defenders. First down. Nice job by the Hawks there. Great Geno Smith making a ballsy throw there. Again, showing off some of that arm strength you saw in the DK Metcalf touchdown where he can, when he wants to dial it up and go pure heat, he can do so. Davis Collins came in with the hit. Absolutely a blow to the head. That's easy for the officials to make that kind of call. You can't go up that high like that on a player. And he measured it. Collins had that whole time to think that through and decide if he wanted to do that. Seahawks are on Arizona side of the field at the 38-yard line. Got a drive working here now. Geno checks the play. 2 tight ends. He's got Dissly out in the flat. Disley's got some room to work up the field. 30 down to the 25-yard line. 15-yard gain there. First down. Hawks offense getting a little bit of mojo working now. That's Disley's 3rd catch on this drive. Good job by Geno there. Get that ball into Diz's hands so he can get the ball, turn it upfield, and get that extra yard after catch. Subtle good ball placement there by the quarterback. And boy, the Arizona defender just taking people out on the sideline. 1st and 10 from the 25. Play action to Kenneth Walker. Looking. DK Metcalf with a nice catch there, sliding and rolling forward for about 8.5, 9 yards there. This will bring up 2nd and 1. Geno's going to keep this up tempo here now. Comes back up underneath center here, 2nd and 1. Taking his time. Kenneth Walker with the carry. Walker again, nowhere to go, man. Just nowhere. Buda Baker there on the play. Zaven Collins over there on the play on the outside. It looked like there was a hole initially there that opened up, but it was quickly closed. Wow. Cardinals defense has done a great job in pursuit in the run game today. And they're going to go back into Kenneth Walker inside. Say, if we can't get a yard with 1 yard when we need it to run the ball, what are we going to do here today? Good job by Waldron to stick with it there and get the first down with Walker. Tough sledding for Kenneth Walker. 15 carries, 47 yards today. There's just not been a lot of openings. 1st and 10, Geno going hurry up here once again now. The give is into Walker. Walker dancing, jumping, twisting through for about a gain of 3 or 4 yards there. It's where he'll draw some of those comparisons to a Le'Veon Bell with some of that just jumping around, jump, bounce, bounce, bounce. Looking for that opening. First with the jump cut, another jump cut, then he dead legs in the open field. He's got a lot of moves he can work with, doesn't he, Kenneth Walker? Looks like we got a timeout here. Do we have an injury going on? Was there an injury? I guess we had a... Yeah, looks like Zaven Collins over there. My man's probably pretty tired. He had to run back that interception for a touchdown. Then he had to come right back out onto the football field, run a long another drive on top of it. You got to be a little gassed at that point. Can't blame him. He looks okay though. Heading over to the sideline. Just give him a little oxygen. It'll be all right. 2nd and 6 here. Current drive's gone 11 plays, 66 yards, eating up 6 minutes and 21 seconds of the clock here in the 3rd quarter. Eskridge in motion, fake fly sweep to him. Back underneath, get rid of the ball, Geno. Thank you. Oh, whoo-wee. Another dangerous play there. That ball got tipped up into the air. Looked like it was going to be trouble. And I don't know if Disley managed to keep that from being picked off as his hand swiped down after it was tipped up in the air when the defender went past him. Let's see here. Ball's tipped up. Defender's going for it. Disley kind of knocks it away there. Good job by Disley staying active. Again, pressure by the Cardinals on that play on Geno. He's been under duress. He's been under duress here in the second half. 3rd down and 6. Big play in this ball game right now. Cardinals showing a blitz look. Geno in shotgun. Drops back to throw. Looking. He's got Tyler Lockett for a touchdown. Seahawks, let's go. When you need it on the line on this drive, when you need Geno to make a throw, and I'm not talking pretty moonball shots. I'm talking a throw on the line, on the spot, with coverage tight, defenders all over the place in zone. 2 different times on this drive, he finds Lockett in that tight little window. He's got nothing but like a porthole window that you get on a boat, and he puts it right in on the spot there. He's got Tyler on Buda Baker. He knows that's a mismatch there. Comes back to Tyler Lockett underneath. Touchdown, Seahawks. What a awesome drive, and how about bounce back? Geno is in the house. Comes off of what was potentially his worst interception of the year. Doesn't let him phase it. Comes back unrattled, settles down. Props to you, John. You called it. He definitely got locked in after that pick. He did not get unsettled. He did not get nervous. His hands didn't start shaking out there. Instead, he locked back in. He recalibrated. And what a drive there by Geno. What a drive there by Geno. Those throws into Lockett, those are tough throws to make, harder than they maybe look. And he's got to put it in not only accurately into a spot, but he's got to put some mustard behind it, which if you're going to start to unleash it and throw it as hard as you can throw it sometimes, you aren't going to be able to necessarily put it as pinpoint in your positioning of the ball. Here we go. Jalen, thank you for subscribing, Jalen. I appreciate you. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. It's good to have you. Spectre 7 with the $2 donation says, definitely a trap game, but let's win it anyway. And this is definitely a trap game, and I think on the schedule, Spectre 7 and how I can set up, and maybe there's a little bit of that here to a tiny degree at play. I think the Hawks have matched Arizona's energy. I just think especially Arizona on the defensive side of the ball in this game, they're bringing, and I've watched a couple of Arizona games this year so far. This is the best I've seen of their defense and them flying around to the ball, the coordinator in the game, he's calling on his side of it and what he's doing to confuse this offense with some of those fronts and dropping in and out of blitzes and who's coming, who isn't coming. It looks like one guy's definitely coming and then he drops back out of it. It stood out to me today. They've been very, very on it in that respect of things, and it's really has challenged Geno to the utmost to get things right. And he has been, to his credit, getting it right. But I think they've played the Cardinal defense overall. They've given up the 17 points, but I think they've played a very good game in that respect of things. But it is got some trappy elements to it, Sector 7. Mumbles with a $5 donation says, notice when we give the ball to Uncle Will, we get our mojo back on defense. Also, I agree. We need more north and south, not east and west. Yeah. A little bit less of getting everything on the lateral aspect of things, and let's just get upfield on this team a little bit. Let's try to attack a little more upfield. They did so on that drive. It was a well called drive there by Waldron too. Still found a little bit of a mix of run and pass in there with Walker, even though you're not able to get a lot of running game with Walker in this. That's especially where the Cardinals have stood out to me in this one, is they've really done a good job of tightening down the screws in their rush defense against us today. You know, we've challenged him in a couple different places. It's not just been Waldron running the inside zone all game over the center. We've ran pitch plays. We've run little fly sweeps even at times. They've been on it. They've been on it to their credit. Paul Schofield, thank you for subscribing. You and Jay Lynn are awesome for doing so. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. I really do appreciate it. We're trying to get to 10,000 subscribers. So if you're not subscribed, please do get subscribed, as we are a mere, I think, about 400 away right now. We are closing in fast on that 10,000 mark. But welcome aboard. All right, here's the kickoff by Jason Myers with 2:43 to go here in the third quarter. He'll sky this one deep into the back of the end zone. There's a flag for some reason. I don't know why there's a flag on the play. You never see a flag like that. Even the players are looking around going, what? What's it? Flag? This? I don't get, what's that? False start on Seattle. So one of their guys got past the line of scrimmage before the ball was kicked. The Cardinals are going to re-kick this. I think you get the option to re-kick or just add the 5 yards. Probably just add the 5 yards. That's what I would say at least. All right, Kyler Murray back in shotgun. He's going empty here, 5 wide. Rondale goes in motion across him. Looking, he's going to do a little scramble play here. Uchenna Nwosu grabs him by one arm and spins him around like a girl on the dance floor and drops Kyler to the ground. Jenna showing off a little bit of that strength there. He's on it all the way. He kind of reads this up and then just spins Kyler around. That's where Kyler looks like a little toddler, where he's like, when a little toddler falling on his butt. 2nd and 10 now. Kyler with a give to, great job by Eno Benjamin. 2 straight spins. Eno spins out of one guy tackle, then spins out of Jordan Brooks' tackle, then gets to Cody Barton and tries to spin one more time. It was 3 spins too many, I guess, or 1 spin too many. Barton able to wrap him up and bring him down to the ground. 3rd down and 8, 1:45 to go on in here in the third quarter. Kyler Murray, 16 to 22 for 106 yards in this game so far. He's in shotgun. Pressure. Comes up to make the play. Kobe Bryant can't make the tackle, and Rondale Moore is able to break the tackle and get free for a first down. Kobe just dropped a little bit too far in his zone. An extra step or two of too much depth there, which then allows Rondale to get right up to speed off the catch and then break that tackle with ease. 1st and 10. Kyler looking. He's under pressure. Bruce Irvin is able to drag him to the ground for a sack. Go Bruce! Bruce! The old man still's got a little bit of juice left in that engine. Starts out getting wide, comes back around to Kyler, so it looked like he was going to round the edge of that pocket, which forced Kyler up, spun back around, and was like a bunny rabbit jumping back up on Kyler Murray there. 2nd and 17. Kyler back in shotgun. Play action. He's going to drop back to throw. There's a little bit of pressure here. Kyler's got a little bit of room to work with. And that will bring up 3rd down. He's going to gain about 5-6 yards there or so. John Dusto, thank you for subscribing. You're awesome as well for doing so. We got a little subscriber train. Paul Schofield, thank you for subscribing. Dante, welcome aboard. Nico Live, all of you, you're gentlemen and scholars. I appreciate you so much for helping me get over this mark of trying to round out to 10,000 subscribers. I really do appreciate you jumping aboard here, as that's a big mark we've been looking to hit on the channel here since the start of the year, and we are going to be able to round this mark even much earlier than I thought, because you guys are jumping aboard here on the Hawks Nest. So thank you for that. Welcome, guys, on into the Hawks Nest family. Appreciate you. Cameron with a $5 donation says, I love this team and love this channel. Hoping to be 7-3 before the bye. Let's go. Let's go. I like it. Sounds good to me, Cameron. Bet. Let's do it. Sign me up. 7-3 before the bye. That would be a wonderful, wonderful start to the year. No doubt about that one, man. Thank you for the donation, though. Appreciate all of your support of the channel. So thank you. XUR75, you have also answered that call. I put the call out to you, my fellow Seahawks fans into the wilderness, and said, join me, subscribe, become part of this channel, and you answered that call. So thank you as well for joining on up into the Hawks Nest. Welcome aboard the SS Hawks Nest. You're going to love it here. I promise. I promise. And Cameron, thank you for the donation on that, man. I appreciate you. Sector 7 with a $10 donation says, Lockett is up there with Largent. Disagree if you want, but this dude will be talked about for years. I'm so glad we can watch history together. Well, Spectre 7, you know, with Largent, you're in sensitive land with me, because he stands on a pedestal in my own mind, and I'm 100% biased. I own my biases in regards to this. I grew up with them, and I'll never be able to extricate myself from these biases, but he's on his own level for me. And I don't think Lockett will quite get to that spot to where Largent got. But with that said, as to become the second best wide receiver in Seahawks history, if he hasn't gotten there yet already, he said he certainly is probably there now, or just about due to be there now. And he's going to be looked at in that way. And if he was on probably 26 other NFL teams, Sector 7, if he was playing for any other 27 teams, you would be going through his career, would be saying that. That's our best receiver in our history. But the fact that you had one of the greatest all-time receivers to ever play the position, if not the greatest all-time receiver to ever play the position, does at that point edge out anybody else in second place, unless they're putting up statistically what Largent was able to do. But he's getting better. He's having maybe his best season this year is Lockett, or at least on pace for being somewhere around that area of things. And that's phenomenal to see for a guy who has been so consistent now for so very long. I think this year, I'm going to count as basically like his 5th straight year of 1,000 yards, as I'm not going to ding him in the first year for like 975 or something, 965, something like that. So we got a key 3rd down and 10 in this game. We're starting the fourth quarter off now. Seahawks are up 17-14. Cardinals have been able to convert some 3rd and longs in this game. Kyler going to step back and empty, or he's got a man in the backfield here. Seahawks are bringing a blitz. Kyler sees it. Seahawks showed their hand a little early on that one. Oh! Shelby Harris with the sack. He was back there like lightning. Had to wait. I waited for the thunder there. I didn't even hear, just saw the lightning crack. He was back there in a flash. Shelby Harris coming off of the defensive line, rocketing off the line. Offensive lineman barely got his hand on him. He went lateral and sideways a little bit quick off the snap, and that threw off Billy Price, the center. So this will be a punt now by this Cardinal team. DJ Dallas back to receive. He's going to fair catch it. He's going to fumble it, fall back on the fumble. DJ. Stop doing this to my heart, DJ. Stop doing it to my heart. Oh, Lordy. Whew. Grand Gamer Don, you have also answered the call, my man. Thank you, Don, for jumping aboard as well, the Hawks Nest here. So I appreciate you as well answering this call, my fellow 12s. If you're not subscribed, please, like these fine gentlemen, please do get subscribed. As I said, we are on this road to 10,000. It's a great little benchmark to reach on this channel's history here, and we're getting so very close. So you can help us push right up over the top of that spot by subscribing today, right now. Appreciate you guys for answering that call, though. You guys are gentlemen and scholars. Russell Mark Hughes says, how do I become a member, Brandon? 2 different ways you can become a member of the channel. Either hit the join button, which should be right next to the subscribe button on your phone. I think you have to have like a credit card inputted with YouTube to do that, for it to show up. But there should be a button right next to the subscribe button if you want to become a member of the channel. And you can also join up under my Patreon, which is in my link in my description section. Both members and patron get the basically same kind of membership benefits. But you can go to either of those 2 areas of things. And I do usually weekly, we get the PFF scores posted on the members, on the board for the members, and try to get a weekly article done for the members as well. Trying to expand more and more stuff as I can for the membership folks out there. Been slow on that process. John, I agree with you. We need somebody else different receiving the punts. I don't know if there's a better option at this point. I don't know if you just have Tyler receive it and he fair catches it every time. But we got to figure something. It would be great to figure something else out there. Maybe as Cameron says, bring back Leon Washington. We know Leon's at least sure-handed, man. He's fine back there. Mumbles with a $5 donation. Thank you, Mumbles, for all your donos today and all the time on this channel. Kyler versus Geno. You can't show Geno the blitz. You show Kyler, and it makes no difference. Also spotted Artie out there on that punt. Okay, so we got a little burn sighting. And yes, Seahawks did show their hand a little bit early there. You can definitely see a difference in the 2 styles of teams in their blitzing. And the Cardinals, when they blitz, are so good about disguising it and hiding it. And when Seahawks blitz, they do tend to show themselves just a little bit early, which is... Kyler didn't check out of anything when he saw it. He saw it and stopped his call and his cadence, but didn't check out of it. 1st and 10, pitch play out here to Kenneth Walker. Not a lot of space to work with, but he manages to kind of string that play along for a 4 or 5 yard gain. I'll give him 4. Give him a solid 4. But keen insight on that one, Mumbles. I agree. Very keen insight on that. 2nd and 6. So when Geno does recognize it and he sees it, he'll check into the right situation at that point. 13:46 to go in the 4th quarter. Geno and pistol. Play action. He's got Parkinson in the flat. Hits him. Parkinson up the football field there for a gain of 6-7 yards. That'll be another 1st down. Nice little play there. Just have Parkinson come back across the formation post-snap. Linebacker gets bought in on the run game. The same linebacker that's got to kind of cover Parkinson then the flat. He's late to get out there. Nice, easy 1st down there for your Seahawks. Good play there by Parkinson. Geno back under center now. 3 wide, 1st and 10. The give is up to Kenneth Walker. He takes it up the middle there. Got a little bit of space to work with today. Nice little hole there on that side that time. First 7 yard gain there on 1st down. Good job there by the right guard. Cleared a lot of space on that play. Good wide hole there. 2nd and 3. Another give into Walker here. Walker falls forward. Looks like he will be right at the sticks on an inside read option give there. And it'll be a little bit short. So about 3rd and 1 here. We might get ourselves a little Geno sneak play going on here, I would say. Jacob Kissinger has been celebrating 12 months as a Hawks Nest member. Thank you, Jacob, for your long-time support on this channel. I do appreciate it. He says every game has the heart attack Hawk moment. It does. It does. DJ just gave me mine there on that one. And they're anticipating. Good job. All right. Nicely done there. Kenneth Walker with the give. I think they had him as a fullback there on that play. They've done that a couple times in the past this year so far. The Cardinals were reading totally quarterback sneak. The defensive lineman crashed right in up over the center pre-snap. They were buying 100% into a sneak. Instead, it was a little bit of a run play to the right side there. Seahawks get their second first down on this drive. Now from their own 46-yard line, 3 wide receivers, once again, Geno and shotgun. Again, the give up to Kenneth Walker. Not a lot of room there to be had. Dancing a little bit behind the line of scrimmage, trying to wait for those blocks to kind of open things up a little bit. Just not much there. Does get a couple of yards on the play for a 2nd and 8. He's looking. He's dancing back there trying to find just any little space. Not a lot of space there on that play. Play action. Geno gets it out to D. Eskridge, who does make the catch. It's going to be a gain of about a half a yard on the play. Geno Smith had quick pressure back into his right back into his kitchen there from the moment he dropped back on that particular play. Cameron Thomas, kid out of San Diego State, has played the Seahawks tough in both those 2 games here this year so far. He might have played his best 2 games as a Cardinal against our Hawks this season. He was the guy that was in pressure there early on. All right, already a 7-play, 29-yard drive here on this short, still on their side of the field is the Seahawks. We got a 3rd and 8. Cardinals showing a pressure-based look, and they're looking like they're going to bring it, and they're bringing it. Geno looking. Geno's got some space to run, and he's going to use it. He's still on his feet running. He comes down and slides. First down, Seahawks. Geno not flummoxed in the least by the blitz. Knew he had it blocked up. Travis Homer went to the right side on that play to pick up the extra defender, even though Travis had to come back across in front of Geno's face to get to that block. Good job by Travis to get to the right thing. And then there's just a huge hole opened up there. The Cardinals bought completely into, we're going to blitz. That's where you can beat the blitz badly. When the blitz gets home right, it's beautiful. But when it doesn't get there on time like that, it's where it can be a little bit tough. Geno comes back to line of scrimmage here now, changing the play in shotgun, 1st and 10. It's going to be a give here it's a read option. Geno's going to keep it, and he's going to fall for it. Geno breaks a tackle in the open field. Gives him a little shimmy shake in the open field for Geno Smith. He says, yeah, I got a little bit of that. I got a little bit of this. What do you got, huh? What do you got? Watch it. Don't watch my hips. Don't watch my hips. Oh, don't watch my hips. Geno gets by him for a first down run, 12 yards on the read option keeper from Geno Smith. How about that? 9:39 to go here in the 4th quarter. 1st and 10, Geno back in shotgun. Travis Homer to his side. Drops back to throw, looking. Hits Travis Homer. About a yard gain on the play there for Homer. Geno was looking for some other reads down the football field that didn't break open quite very quickly there. So he just took the check down on the play. And how about Geno breaking that Buda Baker tackle there? Buda thought he was just going to get down and slide. 9 minutes to go in the 4th quarter. 2nd and 9. Seahawks on the 20-yard line of the Arizona Cardinals. Cardinals again showing a blitz. They're starting to get heavy bought in, and Geno sees it. Good job, Geno. Nice recognition there. You got 2 seconds on the play clock. Hike it. Just gets the ball off and gets it out to DK Metcalf for a gain of about 4 or 5 yards there. Nice recognition by Geno on the play, though. The Cardinals were bringing another just big stack front coming. They were bringing the blitz heavy there. Geno needed to have a hot route developed that I don't know was developed within the play pre-snap, and he corrected to it. 3rd down and 2. Geno in shotgun. 3 wide receivers. Eskridge goes in motion. The give is to Kenneth Walker. Walker with some movements, gets the first down, still going up on his feet, pushing linemen, trying to help. Down to the 1-2 yard line there, 1st down. Walker had a nice hole there again. Offensive line doing a little bit better job on this drive today. On this drive, just getting some holes open up for the running back, so Walker's got something to work with. 7:41 to go here on the clock. Geno is going to continue to go hurry up here. 1st and goal. Cardinals are squeezing down. The give is to Kenneth Walker, who jumps forward for a touchdown. That's why you run that hurry up. That's why you run it fast there. Many of you might be wondering in that moment why you don't, okay, let's eat more of the clock. But instead, Geno knows he's got a defensive formation, a defensive package from the Cardinals that he can attack in the running game. And so if he just comes back up there and gets a quick snap, they can't sub out. They can't move those guys off the field. As you can see right here on this play, they've only got 3 down defensive linemen on the football field to the Arizona Cardinals on this play. So now that's going to make defensive backs and safeties have to come up in the running game, which is not always what they want to do, and you're able to take advantage. Fantastic drive by Geno Smith. 2 back-to-back drives here in this 4th quarter that have been just mastery. And Jason Myers is able to kick up the extra point, and your Seattle Seahawks go up 24-14 on this Arizona Cardinal team. Woo! Let's go, baby. Let's go. Scarecrow Bar with the $2 donation. Thank you, Scarecrow. Says, I legit dislike Kyler as a person. That is all. I hate his body language. It drives me crazy. And the leadership stuff when it comes to the quarterback position is something that gets, I think, sometimes more forgotten about in the modern age by some of these guys that enter the league at times. And it's got to be, you got to remember it. It's a keynote of the position. It's not just an extra add-on, but it's got to be, fully of who you are and what you are and how you carry yourself out there. And every time we watch him play on this, I get these moments with him where he just gets petulant on the sideline, or he's barking at this guy, or he's barking at that guy. And he could be just saying stuff that's all full well and good, as he has a right to get on people. But I don't like it when Brady does it. I don't like when Murray does it. Brady at least has earned with the championship stuff to where he earns a little bit of it can snap people into doing what he wants them to do, maybe a little bit. But even then, I'm not a big fan of it. You want to really put a guy on blast like that, put him on blast outside of the cameras being able to spot it. You really got to let him know in that way. Let him know when there aren't microphones that can, pick it up. Sully with a $20 donation. Sully, thank you so much for the huge donation. I appreciate you. That's very kind of you to drop that on in there. So nothing you put in your donation as far as anything to say, just kind enough to drop a 20 on the channel. So thank you so much. I do appreciate you. Jaden Gang 23, you also answered my call, man. I said, hey, we need to get these folks in here. Let's get subbed up. Let's get up over this 10,000 mark. Let's get there faster and sooner than later. Let's round it up. Let's get that 10,000 number going, huh? And look mighty nice against the channel's backstop. That 10K number will look really nice. So thank you, Jane Gang, for helping to join up and become one of those newest folks to hop aboard the Hawks Nest. I appreciate you. Wu-Tang Financial with a $5 donation. Geno didn't get phased after that pick. Dude's game is hell. He is game as hell, Wu-Tang Financial. Thank you for the $5 donations. And let's not, to your point, let's not bury that lead with it, is that how many quarterbacks come after the back of throwing one of their worst interceptions of the year and then put back-to-back drives absolutely relocked back in. Like as though you couldn't tell the difference to whether he's been flowing this whole game or just threw an interception just right back into the pocket and how he was playing. From how he's throwing the ball to his command at the line of scrimmage. Wonderful to see on Geno's part as he's over hugging Carroll on the sideline right now. But a fantastic drive by Geno. He does continue to play with just the utmost amount of confidence and kind of swag to the position that he's bringing. There's just, he was out there he did a read option keeper on that drive, Wu-Tang, and he kept it, and he shook Buda Baker in the open field. Let me let you process that one for a second. What? Byron D has been a member of the channel for 8 long months. Byron D, thank you for your long continued support of the channel. Says, not excited for next game, 6 a.m. Also, pet the cat. All right, let's pet the kitty. Thank you for the donation, or thank you for being a member for all so long, Byron. And the kitty appreciates the loves. She's letting you guys know. We going to win this? We going to win? Let him know. Can you say go Hawks? Give me a go Hawks. One go Hawks. Say go Hawks. Oh, you heard her. She said go Hawks, guys. She said go Hawks. First down play goes for 8 yards here with Kyler Murray as he comes back out on the football field. Let me get back on my P's and Q's here. Or I guess they're going to go 7 yards. 7:16 to go in the fourth quarter. Cardinals are going to run a little bit of a hurry up here. No doubt about this. They got 4 wide. Kyler and shotgun. And we got another false start on the Cardinals. Looks like. Well, when you're having so many new offensive linemen in the game, it's sometimes hard to stay on the cadence at times. Though that looks like that's Humphreys. He knows better. 9 penalties for 61 yards in this game for the Cardinals. 5 penalties for 30 yards for the Seahawks. It's been a pretty well officiated game here. And not just because we have the penalty advantage, though that helps. 2nd and 8. Kyler back in shotgun again, 4 wide. Going to dip this out. Screen route. Nice job by Kobe Bryant to come up there and rally on James Conner one-on-one. That's a corner on a running back, and he came up and made the tackle there. Well done there by Kobe Bryant. It is a gain of about 5 yards. This will be 3rd and 3. Kyler running hurry up. This is going to be a give up the middle here. James Conner's got it. And he's going to get a couple yard gain here for a first down. And Cardinals continue to run this fast as a drive. Mumbles with a $2 donation says, why eat clock when you can eat points? That's right, Mumbles. First down, little out route here to Rondale Moore. Kobe Bryant's on it, tackles him to the ground. Clock does continue to wind. 6:22 to go here. 2nd and 5. Kyler looking. Seattle's dropping into a lot of soft zones here. They're doing a lot of this. We're just going to give them the 5-yard routes in front of us stuff, and Kyler's taking it. There's still a lot of time on this clock to be kind of pulling into that mode of things. Be nice to see maybe a little bit of a change up here from Hurt, just to try to get Kyler off his spot. He's getting comfortable with these looks out here from the Seahawks with this 4 wide receiver look right now. Another completion and a fumble! Seahawks pick it up and they got the ball. Let's go. I think this is going to be called an incompletion though. Let's see. Catches it. 1, 2, ball's out. That's a fumble, baby. That's a 1-2 and a move. That's 1-2 and a move. Are they not calling it? They're not calling it. Oh, no, there's still a guy. I think there's somebody injured on the field that's a Hawk too, which they're not showing. I think you got to call that a fumble. Again, I know I'm a homer here, but there's the 1 foot, and then his other foot's in there, and I don't know if his other foot quite gets planted. They might say that other foot's kind of dragging across the surface and never actually fully gets planted. But he is making a football move there, right? I know the chat's going to be like, no, that's fumble, dude. It's a fumble. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. I appreciate you, brother. Says, I knew I should have taken the Hawks at +1.5. By the way, are there any good kick returners anymore? Kind of a lost art. K9? You probably want to save K9, Garth, because you're going to get him bashed up enough in the run game, and with the amount of touches he gets anyway, just, now, I mean, hell, he's up to 22 carries already in this one. On top of what you might try to do with him out of the backfield. So you probably don't want K9 back in there running it. The natural guy to do it would be an Eskridge, you'd think, Garth, but he just must not be comfortable doing it. And you're absolutely right. It's just not been one that there's been a lot of guys out there who can do it anymore. Partly because the punters have gotten so good with this, Garth, with skying it and getting the distance, where the punt returners just don't get the opportunities to take it back like they once did. And that's removed the amount of guys out there that can actually, go and then do it. So nobody that I'm even aware of that really is, I would say, the top end guys, like I could maybe name if we were in the 80s or the 90s where you knew who those guys were, don't have them in the tip of the tongue anymore, as much to your point on that, man. Yeah. Randall McDaniel with a $20 donation. Thank you, Randall, and thank you, Gar, for your donos. I appreciate you, Randall. You're awesome, man. Double 20 donos today on the channel, man. You're awesome. Says that was a great mother effing drive right there. Big boy football in the fourth quarter. That's right, big boy football. They told me Geno falls off at the start of the year in the fourth quarter. They told me that that's when he shrinks is in the fourth quarter, does Geno. Yeah, I don't see a lot of shrinkage out of Geno in the fourth quarters this year. I don't see him wilting away under the pressure at that time. I see a guy stepping forward. I see a guy going, yeah, now is my time. This is just the time of the moment. I'm going to show you where I can shine. Well said, Randall, and let's effing go. Let's effing go with this team right now. Love the way they're playing football. Across the board. It is just so much. It's enjoyable to get wins. It's enjoyable to be up on teams, but it's enjoyable too when you're playing such a great brand of football on both sides like they are. Thank you, Randall, though, man. I appreciate you. I know you're hyped up, man. I'll have to ask you. Fat Daddy Stacks with a $5 donation says, Geno's such the man. Bro, that dude has grown to be a grown boy. A GB? Has grown to be a GB? I said grown boy. I was like, grown boy doesn't sound right. I was going to say grown man. He's done a great job. A great job this year. And he definitely deserves to be in that MVP discussion. And you're seeing why today. It'd be interesting to see where this call goes because you're supposed to get 2 feet down. Yeah, they didn't overturn it. So he didn't get that second foot down. That's actually, I can understand that call there on the overturn. I know it might light the chat up a little bit, but it's understandable. Cardinals are going to go with the running play here, and the give is going to be up to Eno Benjamin. He'll get himself a couple of yards. Rob Terrell's been a member for 7 months. Thank you, Rob, for your long time support here. Says, let's go. I love this team. I love this team as well, man. Let's go. Let's go. Get hyped, folks. Get hyped. Let's do it. 5:22 to go in the fourth quarter. Kyler Murray back in shotgun here. The give's going to be up the middle here to James Conner, who's got a little bit of space to work with. He's going to have himself a nice little carry here up to the 26, 27-yard line. Cardinals have been very patient on this drive. They're not trying to force anything, and Seahawks only have a 10-point lead. So you've got to, it's word like, let's tighten this down now a little bit here. Let's tighten this down here a little bit defensively speaking here. It's been a little bit loose on this drive for this Cardinal team where defensively you've been so stout today. Kyler drops back to throw. He's looking, flushed from the pocket. He's looking, and he's going to throw this out of bounds. Kyle Mulkey with the $2 donation says, remember when we were supposed to be 3-14 or less? I do remember those days, Kyle. So many of those national pundits said so. Oh, worst roster of the league. They'll be competing for the number 1 overall pick, I tell you. Oh, they have been pretty quiet lately, haven't they, Kyle? They go, this is just amazing. First, 2nd and 10. 4:47 to go in the fourth quarter. Quandre Diggs pointing things out on the field here on the front. Kyler back in shotgun. 4 wide. This is what they've been going to this whole drive. Quick throw inside. Once again, Seattle just Kobe Bryant dropped off 7-8 yards off the line of scrimmage, allowing for just an easy completion right in front of him here. Another easy first down here on this drive. Clint Hurtt has definitely gone into a way more of a soft overdrive here on this versus where they've been today so far. Come on, guys, tighten it up. 4:23 to go here on the clock. Kyler getting the play right with his men's line of scrimmage. Drops back to throw. Looks back over the middle. Right through the hands of Rondale Moore, who was open again on a little 4 or 5 yard route there. Scarecrow Bar 66 with a $2 donation says, this crowd ain't got ish on us 12s. Truth. No, they're not even in the vicinity or range or near range of how loud they get and how, yeah, not at all. And Rondale Moore is off the field after that play. Looks like he got a little bit of an injury with his hand going on. Current drive, 11 plays, 59 yards, 3 minutes and 15 seconds. They've gotten up this field fast. Kyler in shotgun. Drops back to throw. Looking. Throws it out there to James Conner. Conner with a little bit of room to work with. Hard to bring down to the ground. Able to get a very good gain fighting through some tackles there was Conner. 7-8 yard gain on that play. This will bring up 3rd and short. Clock just ticks under. 4 minutes to go. 3rd and 2, Kyler going fast. And we've got a flag on the play. Looked like Uchenna might have jumped off sides there just a little bit quick. Yeah, they're going to get a chin. He was just a hair off there. Excuse me. .353 to go. 3rd down and 2. I thought that would have been first and goal. They weren't updating the deal there. 1st and goal for the Cardinals. Kyler under center. Rare moment you see him under center here. It's going to be a fly sweep to the outside. Josh Jones with a good tackle over there. It'll be a gain of a couple. Clock will continue to wind. This doesn't factor in too much at this moment, as the Cardinals do have all 3 of their timeouts at this point. So clock's not really an issue. And that's going to be just easy. Tariq Woolen just got beat. We got a flag on the play, though. Looks like this is going to go back. DeAndre Hopkins just easily beat Tariq Woolen on a fade route. I think they're calling pass interference on DeAndre, though, there. I wasn't clear on that call. Or on Anderson. Where are they getting him? Yeah, he moved before the snap, did Robbie Anderson. Looks like. He's having a tough roll with those Cardinal teams right now. It's the 10th penalty for the Cardinals in this game. And that will take them back to the 6-yard line, 2nd and goal. Kyler drops back to throw. Seahawks are bringing pressure. Zach Ertz beats Tariq Woolen inside in coverage for the touchdown reception. Cardinals back into this game. Good drive there by the Cardinals. Seahawks seemed to slip defensively into just sort of a soft front through most of that drive. Trying to just happy to let them have the 4 or 5 yard completions in front of them, thinking I guess they're going to grind the clock, but you're not up in this game by that much of a significant amount. A quick stop here by this Cardinal defense, and the Cardinal offense has plenty of time to get up the football field on you, especially now only needing a field goal. Interesting call defensively there to kind of slide into such a soft look there on that drive. Mitch Tooney with the $3 donation says, "Hey, Brandon, my boy, love the energy. Let's go. Hey, let's go. Let's go. Let's close this thing out. Let's put this baby to bed. Let's put it to rest." Appreciate you, Mitch, though. Go Hawks, man. TheSeahawksNest with the $2 donation says, "Let's go Hawks. Geno Nation, baby. Geno Nation's alive. And let's trust Geno on this drive. Let's not get conservative now. Let's not just run 1st down, 2nd down, then try to throw 3rd down. Let's stay aggressive here. Keep the pedal down to the floor. Pedal to the floor." Fat Daddy Stacks with a $5 donation says, "Playing in Germany will be like a home game. We will win that game." Ooh, I like the sound of that, Fat Daddy. I feel like we've got a good German contingent out there. I do. I feel like we got a good, strong German contingent of 12s out there. I feel like we're going to show up. I don't even think many of them know. What does Buccaneer mean? What? I do not know what is Buccaneer. You like the Buccaneers, yeah? What is that, like pirates? We have Seahawks everywhere here. Yeah? Thank you, though, Fat Daddy, for your donation, man. And I hope so. I want to see a sea of blue there in Germany. A sea of blue. All right, here we go. 24-21 Hawks. Both teams have their full allotment of timeouts. Geno up there dabbing everybody on the sideline. He's ready to go. Chomping at the bit, quite literally, with his mouthpiece already in. Seahawks are anticipating maybe an onside kick here from the Cardinals. Interesting. Instead, he'll just go ahead and kick this off to Eskridge. Eskridge, you got to bring it up, dude. What are you doing? That was weird. Seahawks called the timeout. Okay. That was a strange sequence there. Okay. Whew. That was odd. Mumbles with a $2 donation says, "Refs really hate Kobe. Can't let him get his stats." No, can't indeed, man. He's had a couple of them called back. He'll get his pick eventually, though. He's too active out there not to eventually. I don't know why the Seahawks are anticipating at that point that the Cardinals are going to onside kick. I mean, they're just probably protecting against it as much as anything. Would be an odd time for Cliff Kingsbury and crew, though, to go for an onside, wouldn't it? Very, very, very strange timing if they did. Thank you for all the donations, though, you guys. I appreciate all you. Very kind of you. All right, so here we go again now. Seahawks are still kind of covering up for the onside kick just in case. Just to make sure. Cardinals are kind of showing a little bit of it. They're going to kick this out instead. D. Eskridge back there to receive. Eskridge takes the kick and he brings it back up. He's going to slide down to about the 15-yard line. Okay, so just protecting against that, I guess. Odd. All right. Odd and strange. They do have a cool statue there in Arizona to Pat Tillman. It's pretty nice of them. It's really nice. Cool they did it. It's a well-done statue, too. It's not one of those cheesy ones where it's like, doesn't even look close to the guy. Looks good. 1st and 10, 3:30 to go. Geno's got 3 tight ends here. Play action pass. Noah Fant open in the flat, hits him. Fant getting up the football field, and he's got some space to work and still some more space to work, and he's up the football field, and he's still going 50, 45, 40, down to the 35, down to the 32-yard line. Noah Fant showing off some of that open field speed that was part of what made him a top 20 pick in the first round of the NFL draft. Just a simple little swing route. We've seen this a lot this year, and he just gets up the football field and keeps going. There's not a lot of Cardinal defenders out there. DK gets in the way of Zaven Collins just to slow him down. Kobe Parkinson with a great block up the football field, 30, 40 yards up the field at that point. And Fant showing off some of that open field speed. Nice job by Noah. All the way down into, I guess we're at the 38-yard line of the Cardinals. Got a little bit anxious on that one. The give is going to be to Kenneth Walker. Walker getting free, still fighting forward. Falls down for about a gain of 7-8 yards. This will bring up a 2nd and short. Since the pick six, Geno Smith is 10 of 12 for 123 yards and a touchdown, 2 carries, and 30 yards. Yeah. He locked back in, I'd say. He Control-Alt-Deleted that twice. No doubt about it. This will bring up 2nd and 2. The Cardinals do use their first time out of this half. 2:34 to go in the 4th quarter. So they can have 3 more stoppages of the clock. They do only need a field goal still at this point, though. Seahawks are in field goal range at about the 26-yard line. What just happened there? Oh, J.J. Watt just jumped off sides, and he did it purpose. This is kind of a 500 IQ kind of play, because if the Seahawks run the play and get a first down, then they get three straight snaps again. This crosses the first down, so you go 3 straight snaps and potentially get the ball back to your offense. Kind of smart by Watt there. Kind of smart on that play by him. I like that actually from his standpoint. It does put the Seahawks a little closer to field goal range, but you're just trying to get the ball back to your offense with some time left on it. Here's the give to Walker, dancing through. It's got no real hold, but he does kind of finally find one that he can, a little bit of crack of daylight opens up, and he gets twisted through it for about a nice gain of 4 yards there in that play by Walker. That was not a 4-yard type hole that was opened up there for him. Cardinals are going to use their 2nd timeout of the 4th quarter. No surprise there. No shocker on that one. So you got 2:29, 2nd and 6. A first down probably at this point gets you very close to having this closed up. Does Waldron think about doing a pass play here? Geno giving Derek Young a little bit of a bark. Get on this side of the field. Geno under center. Parkinson goes in motion. Geno with the give to Walker. Walker with some space to work. He's going to get the first down and more. Walker taken down to the down inside the 6-yard line, it looks like. Stays inbounds. Clock continues to run. First down, Seahawks. Final timeout by the Arizona Cardinals. Nice job by Walker not to allow himself to be drifted out of bounds. So the Cardinals have to use that timeout. Nice little run there as well. Damian Lewis, who's done a good job on some blocks, pulling on the inside, across the formation when they're running to the right. Again, lays a nice little block on the inside there. Everybody did their job on that play. Great job. Great job. Geno smiling, nodding. Yeah. Yeah. Hell yeah. First and goal for the Seattle Seahawks. Geno comes under center here from about at the 5-yard line. Walker behind him. 3 tight ends already going heavy. Pitch play out here to Walker. Walker with the carry. Dances through some blocks. Pushing, fighting, twisting, banging through some tackles. Twists his way through the pylon for a touchdown. Seahawks! Let's go, baby! Let's go! Seattle Seahawks coming through into this fourth quarter saying, this is our game. Now is our time. We don't need next year. We got right now. Oh, you're going to fight us hard all day. We're going to get your best punch, Arizona. You're fighting for your life. You're desperate. You're laying it all on the line. Can we match that energy? Can we step to the plate and provide the same kind of you right back at you? You bet we can. And not only will we do that when it comes down to the fourth quarter, when it counts, when it's time, when we need our team to come through with some drives, not 1, not a 2, but 3 drives in the fourth quarter to finish this sucker up, to put a stamp on this. Hey, give me some nails. I got a coffin that I got to put down into the ground. I got a dead bird body I got to bury. Let's go, Hawks. How about your Seattle Seahawks? Jason Myers will pump up through the extra point, 31-21, 2:14 to go in the fourth quarter. Woo! Come on now. Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Megan Gock-Roger back in the house. Megan, how about this game, huh? How about this game? $2 donation. She says, damn, it's great to be a Seattle fan. Feels good. Feels pretty good. I kind of like this feeling. I kind of like this team playing like this. I kind of like watching these games. This feels all right to me. I can get used to this. I can get kind of used to this. Yeah, just a little bit. The Real Way, thank you, The Real Way, for joining up and subscribing to the channel, man. I appreciate you. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest, man. Appreciate you for subscribing. Jason Myers will kick this off. Kick returner is going to try to take this back. Not a lot of room there. Tackled down around the 26-yard line. So Kyler Murray will step back out onto the football field. Down 10 points. Cardinals have no timeouts remaining. Murray, 24 of 33 for 163 yards and 2 touchdowns in this game. Seahawks have done a good job of keeping him definitely under control. Dylan Johnson, you have also answered the call out there. I appreciate all of you, the new subscribers. You included Dylan. I salute you, sir, for becoming a Hawks Nest channel subscriber. Welcome aboard. 1st and 10. Murray looking. Uchenna Nwosu collapses Kyler Murray, who tries to step up into the pocket and just leans over the tackle into him and then falls on top of Kyler. Let's go, Uchenna. I'm going to have a video drop this week. I believe I've been working on this all last week of Uchenna Nwosu. So him having a big game today is very nice timing on his part. Very nice timing. Real Way, Dale and Johnson, thank you for jumping aboard the Hawks Nest. Oh, we got some more guys. We got a little subscriber train going. Let's go. Y2, son of MC Mays, thank you for joining up as well to the Hawks Nest. Appreciate you, man. We're on the road to 10,000. You're helping me get there just a little bit closer. Big Carp.7, thank you for subscribing as well. I appreciate you guys jumping aboard here, helping me get that little bit closer, man. We're going to get to 10,000 before November, and that is awesome. Awesome. And XUR75, Seahawks country. Seahawks country. Seahawks country. Let's fly. Let's go. How about that? How about that? Woo! It's been a good year. It's been a real good year so far here for our Hawks. Let's go. What a performance by this team today. We're going to have a lot to chew on in this game, after this game, and a lot to talk about in this game, as we have all year in a variety of different areas, from the defense to Geno's play to Kenneth Walker finally breaking through as the game goes along. You can see on a game like this with Walker early on that game where this is why coaches will tell you to stay patient with the running game, because you don't get those runs early on and then defenses start to wear down. And you have to feel like that Cardinal team defensively, especially after the Geno interception, they look like they were starting to get the tank tapped out a little bit as you're going through that third quarter. Like, okay, we've been out on this field a lot of this game. We're getting a little bit tired here. You definitely were feeling that just a little bit. Arlevis, you have also become a new subscriber of the channel. Thank you for jumping aboard as well, the Hawks Nest channel as a subscriber. Again, thank you to all you guys on this. You're helping me get here to 10,000, man. It's been a big, long goal of this channel to get to that spot. So thank you so much for jumping aboard. Mastercraft Design, thank you as well for becoming a Hawks Nest member. You also heard the call that I made out to my fellow 12s, and you answered that call. So thank you for doing so. You guys are amazing for joining on up here to the channel. Fat Daddy Stacks with another $5 donation. Thank you, Fat Daddy. Says, Cards played everything, and yet we win. We are for real. You're damn right they did. They shot their whole gun. They blew every bullet they had in their tank. They went to their reserve ammo. They shot all of that. They went to the storage shed. They brought out all the ammo that they have in there that they've had since 1985. They fired all of that. And you took every one of those rounds, you let them bounce off your chest, and then you said, is that all you got? Geno drops back in shotgun. The ball falls out of his hand just on its own. He grabs it and then takes a knee. I think he just wants to get out of here. He's seen enough of the Seahawks this year so far. That will bring up third down. Clock does continue to run now here. Cliff Kingsbury looking mighty nervous over there on the sideline. 3rd and 21. Kyler looking back across the field, hits Ertz, who will gain about 12, 13 yards there, which will bring us down to a 4th down. 1:27 to go on the clock. Tick, 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 tick. Kyler trying to guide and direct traffic. Keep guiding, keep directing, Kyler. Let that clock roll. 1:16 to go. And another false start by the Arizona Cardinals. Boy, they've gotten very sloppy in the second half on that line, especially with the false starts. Tiffany Jensen. Thank you, Tiffany, for jumping aboard the Hawks Nest as well. Again, thank you for the subscribe. All the people jumping aboard and subscribing. You are awesome for subscribing here to the Hawks Nest. We're going to get to 10,000 so fast because you guys are jumping aboard like this. So thank you so much for that. Welcome aboard, Tiffany. Michael Jacobson, thank you as well for subscribing. Welcome aboard yourself. All aboard USS Hawks Nest. Leaving the station. Final stop. Super Bowl. Just saying. Can't get too overconfident, or can I? Kyler, 4th and 15, in shotgun, empty set, dropping back to throw, pressure surrounding him. Ball's knocked loose and free by Jordan Brooks, carrying Zach Ertz up the seam. And that, folks, will finish this deal. It is V time, baby. V time. You know what that time is? That's the V for victory formation. That's right. The most beautiful formation in all of football. The most beautiful offensive formation in all of football. And we're going to get to watch it for a whole long minute. So let's just get to enjoy now for this whole minute. A couple of kneel downs by Geno and the crew. 4 straight wins for your Seahawks. 4 straight games, by the way, you've won the game in the 4th quarter, running away with it. Right? They always say it comes down to a final possession. It comes down to a quarterback who will carry the day for you. It comes down to, can you get that last drive when you need it? Does it? Because I got 4 straight games where we're running away with it, where we're getting on top of teams and then pressing down. Certainly this game was closer than it ends up looking with the final score. It wasn't a 31-21 game at the end of the day, but you took care of business this whole 4th quarter. You didn't wait till the final 2 minutes to do so. You did so for the second that turned to 15 minutes on the 4th quarter. Geno went light bulb on. Let's go. And Geno definitely taking his knees here. That clock will tick so beautifully down here to the end. A fantastic job by the Seahawks team today. What a game. What a game. Just brilliantly played across the line here by your Hawks. Defensively speaking, they held up across the board. Cardinals had 21 points in this game, but 7 of those points were brought by the offense. That means they only gave up really 13 points in this game. They were just dominant. What a fantastic win. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Meggie Gock Roger with another $2 donation says, bask in the glory, my friends. Oh, I'm basking. The sun rays are warm. My head's on the sandy beach. Oh, another win. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Another win. Let's go. Thank you though, Megan. And oh my God, this is awesome. This is awesome. Let's go. What a well-played game by our Hawks. How about Coach Carroll, the job he's doing here? Let's go. Oh my goodness. Go Hawks 2022 with a $12 donation. Thank you, Go Hawks. It says, guy in our fantasy lives in Germany going to the game. I'm jealous. I am too. It'd be awesome to see the Germans and how they take in a football game there. Just to be in a unique environment like that. Go Hawks says, maybe next time. They will beat the Bucks. Not even close. Well, this isn't the same Tampa Bay Buck team that they've been over the last couple of years. This is a different Tampa Bay type of team. A team today against the Rams that was struggling. Let me take a look at the score on that game and where it's at right now. Looks like the Rams are up 13-9 on that Tampa Bay team. They're down offensive linemen. Their defense hasn't been playing as good throughout the course of this year as well. In addition to that, stage is set up pretty nicely for us to be able to take that game, especially out there in Germany in sort of a, at the very least, neutral field to maybe slightly in our favor kind of field. Go Hawks. So I'm jealous too, man. I'd love to go check out a game in Germany. That'd be awesome. Diego Rossini Palma, thank you for subscribing, Diego. I really do appreciate you. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest, and thank you for answering my call as we do try to get to 10,000. We're definitely going to round out into that 9,700 mark here real soon. Megan with a $2 donation says, my bragging rights against my brother are mine again. You got him not only for a short spell of a couple weeks, Megan, you get him all off season long. He's just got to hear it and take it and nod, and you just get to let him know all off season long. And it isn't going to get better for him, unfortunately, anytime soon, because that Kyler contract's not going away. You just signed the coach to a new contract extension. So we may have a long period of ownership of one Cardinal. We may be the top bird in this division for a long period of time. What a great win on the road against your Cardinal team. And no injuries today, by the way, as well. We didn't get the injury curse of Cardinal Stadium, which has taken down many a great men, took nobody down today. Was that not nice to see on that side of things as well? Dan J, thank you for subscribing, Dan. Again, just you answering the call, man. We're trying to get to 10,000. So thank you as a fellow 12 out there helping me get a little bit closer to that 10,000 mark. I really do appreciate it. Osama Ben Diesel with a $5 donation. Thank you, Osama. Says both the Hawks and Kraken are on 4-game winning streaks, both powered by offense and shutdown defense. Perhaps this is a sign that Turner is coming. Trey Turner for the Mariners? Is that the reference on that, Osama? Like the Dodger outfielder? Is that who you mean on that one? But yeah, 4-game winning streak for the Kraken. How about the Kraken on that? Good job by that young franchise of getting it going. 4-game win streak by your Seahawks. A couple of these wins coming on the road. Not necessarily hellacious environments, but certainly still impressive wins nonetheless. And what you've done over the last 4 weeks, it's been as somebody, as you just said, Osama, you're doing this with a great defense playing as good as any defense in the sport, and an offense that can put up 30 points a game. It's not hard to see how when you put those two things together, why they are having this success. This isn't sample size. This isn't luck. This is two sides of the football playing great football, and you getting the benefits of that over the last 4 weeks. And if they can play like this, it's pretty tough teams. It's going to take a hell of a tough team to knock us off at that point. I mean, Eagles certainly have it, the ability to do so. There's teams even in our division that have the ability to do so. But if you play this brand of football this well across the board, I think we can play with anybody. I think we can beat anybody. Brian Kennicott has been a member for 3 months of the channel. Thank you, Brian, for your long support of the channel. Says, let's ride. No. Not you, Kyler. You're not tall enough for this ride, but everyone else, let's ride. Kyler's the kid with his arms folded next to the sign. And it's like somebody takes the picture and the little height meter's right up here. And he's just looking up at the height meter. He's frowning. He's got some cotton candy in his hand, stupid hat on. I don't know. That's just what I see. That's just how I see it in my head. Ender, thank you for becoming a member of the channel, Ender. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. I think you've been a member before. Welcome for rejoining back in. Appreciate you. Mega Gok Roger with a $2 donation. Says, even better, My nephew is a fan of our team too, and hopefully even growing more so after these wins, Megan. You're bringing him over to the dark side slowly and surely. You don't bring somebody over to the dark side quickly. When their dad's a Cardinal fan and you're trying to turn them into a Seahawks fan, you got to subtly do it, right? It's subtle moves, small moves. But then you eventually get him there and your brother wakes up one morning and he's got a Seahawks fan for a son, and there's just nothing he can do about it. He's trapped. Ocean O, you have also answered my call. Thank you, Ocean O, for doing so. My goodness, we're going to 10,000 tonight. Goodness. Hey, welcome aboard, Ocean O. I salute you. You're kind for coming aboard this Hawks Nest and becoming a subscriber of the channel. Again, helping me get to that 10,000 mark. So thank you so much. Cody Hill, welcome to the Hawks Nest membership program. I appreciate you, Cody Hill. Keep an eye on your community post board. That's where I post a lot of my content, specialized content for members of the channel, including PFF scores and weekly articles and whatnot. So do keep a little bit of an eye out for that on your side of it. Well, I'm going to be right back here, folks. I'm going to get a little more coffee, and then we're going to do a breakdown really quickly in a second here. I'm going to do my game breakdown of how we won this game, what this game was about, how this all went down. So bear with me for 2 seconds, folks. I'm going to be right back, a little more coffee, and we're going to be right back. Okie dokie here. TJ Wilborn with $2 donation says, who knew Russ leaving would actually save us for now, for 4 in a row? Sorry, I said it was actually 4 in a row, not for now. Yeah, who would have known, man? I mean, you could definitely look at, I'm not going to say who was a problem or who wasn't a problem, but certainly right now, Carroll running a little bit more unfettered and being able to, I think, operate his scheme in a purified fashion, his philosophy, which can be maybe hindered by having a quarterback with some more want to maybe throw the ball more or do other things that are a little on brighter display, was certainly maybe not the best match in the end on that and how we're seeing this right now and play out. I think you could certainly say that is definitely a little bit more of likely kind of a bit of the case, and that Carroll, as we can see here, being allowed to run unfettered is the best version of Carroll as a head coach you're going to get. And that's it's wonderful to see because he is right back in his wheelhouse. Fat Daddy Sacks with a $2 donation says, all in at eating at Geno's. And we're going to be eating at Geno's. He's got the barbecue going. He's got steaks. He's got hot dogs. Whatever. He's got a little chicken on there if you're one of those folks. He's got everything you need. He's a chef, and he's got the slow cooker going. You want some pulled pork? Geno's got some pulled pork going too, as well. Whatever you want, Geno's got. Whatever you want. Go Hawks 2022 with a $2 donation says, no injuries, huge plus, go Hawks. That's right. We got out of this field, folks. This has been a field that has decimated us in the past. Cam Chancellor, Richard Sherman, Rashad Penny, the list last year, Quandre Diggs with the broken foot. The list is long, and good players that have gone down on that football field. Don't know the reason. It's been jinxed. Something's happened. Maybe there was an Arizona curse that was put on the field, but they have managed to avoid it this week in this game, come out of this game pretty healthy. We're fairly healthy right now as we stand this year. We are not battered by injuries like we have been in season past. Well said on that, Go Hawks 2022. Osama Bin Diesel with the $2 donation says, are you doing a German accent for next Sunday? There will be a lot of German accent next Sunday. I'll be doing the play-by-play in German, just like this. Seattle Seahawks have the ball. They're on the 20-yard line. They may go for it, or they may not. Probably be bringing a little bit of it out, Osama. Probably just a little bit out on that one. So yeah, you got to do it. Got to do it. TJ Wilburn, welcome to the Hawks Nest Ring of Honor as a member. I appreciate you, TJ. Thank you for signing up to the channel. You are awesome for doing so. All right, I'm going to do my little quick breakdown here for you folks on how our Seattle Seahawks got this win here today. So let me dive into this really quickly, and I'll be responding right back to the chat, and we'll get on with some of the post-game discussion here in just a quick moment. So just a quick breakdown. I do this so I can clip this out to the main channel because some people like just the shorter content, which I absolutely can respect. The Seattle Seahawks went out today into the desert to go fight an Arizona team that was nigh desperate. This was a team that was in a corner knowing that their chips were all on the line at this point. Certainly this loss wouldn't put them in a position to not be able to still get back to the playoffs at some point, but it puts them very far behind the 8 ball of getting there if they lost this particular game. That meant that you were going to get the Arizona's best shot. You were going to get guys, if they were on the line of being injured or not injured, can play like a James Conner, you're going to be playing this week. And Arizona was not going to leave anything in the tank. And you took their best shot through that first half. You were getting it especially on the defensive side of the ball, where that defensive team for Arizona was flying around, and they were all working together, and they were hemming up the running game, and they were closing down things that had been problems for them throughout the course of this year, even last week against Minnesota, especially on those outside pitch plays, which Dalvin Cook was killing them on the previous week, but which Seattle was able to sort of ratchet it, not quite get through there. They were able to tighten it down. They were able to string things out, and everybody play real disciplined ball on that front seven for the Arizona Cardinals. You also have to give a tip of the cap to their defensive coordinator, who I thought overall called a good game. Geno was able to kind of figure him out, I think, by the fourth quarter. But throughout the course of this game, this was a very tight contest. The end score doesn't really indicate just how close this game was really throughout. And especially through the first 3 quarters of the game, it was back and forth kind of city a little bit. Seattle was able to stay on top, but the Cardinals were able to match it overall. The defense played an absolutely another outstanding game. Their 4th straight game of playing outstanding football. Not above average, not merely good, playing outstanding defensive football. You look at the final score at 21 points, but 7 of those points is on Geno Smith on the interception he threw. They only actually gave up 13 points in this game. They were suffocating. They shut down the short routes of the Arizona Cardinals. Yeah, there was a little bit of holes in the run game at times with James Conner, but overall they kept that really, really well hemmed up, and it seemed like they got better in their run defense as the game went along. They didn't have to really do much blitzing. You see the Arizona Cardinals having to blitz every other play to generate their pressure, and even then it doesn't always get home, as Seattle had it blocked up a good amount of the time. On the other side of the ball, your Seahawks defense is running a front 4, and they're saying, you front 4, get the pressure, get it done. And guys like Uchenna Nwosu and Bruce Irvin, how about Bruce Irvin coming in with a sack today, were able to go and get that pressure consistently in that backfield and do just enough in that respect to keep Kyler uncomfortable back there. On the back end, you did just what you did 3 weeks ago against the Cardinals. You squeezed some of those tighter routes. For the most part, there's a couple drives where they had some of those openings up in there where you were a little too soft with your zone. But those guys, for the most part, were really squeezing down those short routes that the Arizona Cardinals want to run. You want to press Kyler Murray to beat you throwing the ball deep down the field. Don't let him just sit there and try to dink and dunk you on 4-yard routes. They didn't let them do that. They didn't let the Cardinals offensively get comfortable in what they wanted to do today, and they kept them off balance a little bit in that respect of things. A phenomenally played game from the defense across the board. The cornerbacks on the outside held up great. Quandre Diggs' game starting to really come along. You saw him flash in coverage today, and he came back in it again on a couple different plays. Made a nice hit in this game. Getting a little maybe more sure in his tackling as the year has gone along. And then let's also give another tip of the cap here to Ryan Neal, who had maybe potentially the play of the game in this football game. Kyler Murray comes up and gets a first down on a scramble. Cardinals are going to be driving at that point. It looks like trouble. He comes up and he shows you a lot of what's within the DNA of this defense. This is a defense that at times can drive fans crazy with its bend but don't break type philosophy. Many fans will pull their hair out saying, why don't we blitz more? Why don't we bring more pressure packages? Why do we allow these short, easy drives to kind of come up to the football field? And part of what's built within that is that you're forcing offenses to be patient, but you're also having your defensive players rally to the ball. And it's not about one guy making a tackle, it's about everybody getting there. And when you get there, try to force a fumble, but don't give up on the play. Constantly keep hustling. And if everybody on the team's hustling, if all 11 players are trying to fly to that ball, good things will happen. And Ryan Neal coming up to make that tackle, it was not going to make the tackle of Kyler's too fast there to get through. He's got really no true chance, but he still lays out, completely Superman's out. As I said on the live stream, you can see his cape flapping in the wind. and he comes through and finds a way to knock that ball out from the other side, just get his hand just on the ball, purposeful, trying to draw the fumble, causes the fumble in that moment. That's a huge game-changing play. So defensively across the board, from stopping the run to generating pressure simply with the front four to being fairly tight in coverage, it was good all across the board in that respect, no doubt about it. Kyler Murray threw 35 times in this game, completed 25 passes. He only had 175 yards passing, 5 yard per average per attempt. That is really, really low. And again, indicative of the fact that, yeah, you'll complete your little 3-yard route, Kyler, but we're going to be right there to tackle it when you do. On the offensive side of the ball, it was tough sledding for Kenneth Walker in the run game. As I spoke about a minute ago, the defense of the Cardinals were tuned up to stop the run today. They were going to tighten things down. It's been a problem point for them as of recently, and they really cleaned it up in this football game. He just didn't have a lot of holes to go with. And you just saw I just had to stay patient, kind of just can get what the defense is going to give you, take what you can get early on here, and maybe things can open up later on, which is what happened for Walker. I feel like that Cardinal defense probably started to get tired as it went into the later etches of the third quarter and into the fourth quarter. And now those holes, which had been so tight early on, started to just slightly open up just a little bit as you got into the fourth quarter. As those Cardinal defenders started to get maybe just a little tired, a little bit wore out at that point. But Kenneth Walker, when the time came for the hole to be there, as we've seen in certain times in other games where he might have tough sledding, but when the hole is there and when the big play is there to go get, he will go get that big play. He's not going to leave any money on that table. He's going to get what there is to go get. Again, showing you why he is a difference maker at the position. 26 carries, 109 yards today, 2 touchdowns. He was great. I mean, and the numbers don't really indicate how good he was because there just wasn't a lot of holes for him to then go and run through. Let me not bury the lead here offensively speaking, though, in the respect of Geno Smith, again, has another absolutely outstanding day, giving you an MVP-like performance from the quarterback position, as he has kind of almost more often than not, game in and game out. He was 26 of 34 for 275 yards, 2 touchdowns. Kyler Murray on one side averaging 5.0 yard per attempts. Geno's averaging 8 yards per attempts. 8 yards, to show you that it's not just him just merely dinking and dunking all over the field, though he did a decent amount of that as well. Geno was patient, calm, under control, playing with confidence within the pocket, absolutely assessing things in just the right fashions from the Cardinal defense and the way he needs to. This Cardinal defense will challenge you. This defensive coordinator runs as many games as anybody in the league, and he does a great job of disguising and making things look very exotic. You'll see a Budda Baker come down by the line of scrimmage, and you'll be sure Budda Baker is absolutely blitzing on this play. And then post-play, he suddenly drops out, and the safety comes from the complete other side. You can see there were some times and moments Geno got tricked pre-snap where he would see a formation coming. He'd think, I think it's coming this way, but it comes that way, or guys are coming on a blitz, but then they drop back out of it. And you could see him have this moment where post-snap, he recognizes he's confused and it's not what he thought he was going to see, but then he quickly adjusts on the fly. He was always aware of where he had Kenneth Walker as his outlet. If times got too troubled, he could just go flick it out there to him and get a couple of easy yards if he had to. He also had moments where he had throws where he had to get on key third downs. One of the real final drives of the game where there's a 3rd down and 10, and he zips that ball in on Tyler Lockett. Such a ballsy, confident throw that shows off the arm strength that Geno has. And then he comes up later in that drive, another 3rd down, got to have it. Game's on the line. Again, Tyler breaking in front of Budda Baker. Again, a throw that he's got to make not only accurate, but he's got to put that right on the body of Tyler Lockett to not let Budda Baker be able to break on it or around the edges of it. But he's also got to put that ball with a lot of mustard on it to get it on in there to Tyler Lockett to get that touchdown. Geno Smith was everything we have seen this year, and if not more. And by the way, he also put 6 carries for 38 yards. By the way, he also juked Budda Baker out of his shoes in the open field. Now, Budda probably thought he was sliding, but to break that tackle, go for that 1st down, there's these little moments you'll see with Geno beyond his stellar play that shows you he's playing with such a tremendous amount of confidence, moxie, guile. He just has this feel for the position right now where you can't shake him. And this really shows up most on the interception in this game. Geno's having a good game up into that point in the 3rd quarter. Everything seems to be relatively within the grasp of this team, within the control of this team. This game does seem to be. Geno has a little outlet pass, as I was just talking about. He hit Walker in a couple of these outlet passes throughout the course of the game, and he tries to just feather the ball in up over the linebacker, and he throws it a little too softly. Zavin Collins makes a great play, goes right back up the football field, does it for a pick 6, and everybody, the is out of everybody's sail at that point in Seahawks land. All of us are going, oh no. You had this game in your control and you just let it slide right out of your grasp with this. And you start to go, okay, is now Geno going to get tight? Is he going to get in his head? Is he going to get nervous? Is he going to go, oh, I'm sliding back into the same old Geno type territory. Here we go. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Instead, he strapped it back on, shook his head, understood it was a bad throw, recalibrated, relocked in, got back out on that football field and led that team up for a touchdown drive. And then he came back on the next drive and led that team back up for a touchdown drive. Then came back on a third drive and led that team up on a touchdown drive. That is the resiliency that you have seen in Geno Smith's game this year in just overall from what he is. Because everybody was telling this guy he's a bust and he can't be anything and he'll never amount to much more than just being a backup quarterback. So just enjoy what you got with that. Did he do that? No, he didn't. He wasn't satisfied. He's put the work in. The control he has, the accuracy he's throwing with, the power he's throwing with, the mobility that he's displaying. This comes from him working on his game throughout the course of these years for this opportunity. And he sat there and he said, when I get that opportunity, when that one day eventually does occur, I am going to wrap my arms around it and take full advantage of it. And I'm going to be ready for that opportunity. You're seeing a man who's ready to go here right now, who can't be thrown off at all. That kind of interception would make a lot of quarterbacks withdraw into their shell like a snail. A lot of quarterbacks would in that moment just pull within themselves, get really tight, try to just start making some nice safe throws. And instead, Geno came out there and said, no, I'm going to let this rip. We're going to take this game back. This is our game. And what a big part of the criticism that I was hearing about this offseason from Geno Smith was, especially when you get to the fourth quarter, that's when he's going to wilt. That's when he's going to fall apart. That's when things get tight for him. That's when the tension ratchets up. Instead, this year, I'm seeing the opposite from Geno in the fourth quarter. I'm seeing a guy who's ready for that big moment. I'm seeing a guy who's ready to go take that game. I don't need this game given to me, my defense. I'll go take this game. He's playing absolutely outstanding football. Another great game from him all around on the edges of it. It was a bad interception that he threw, but to bounce back in that manner of it covers it right up from my standpoint of things. This was just a great team game as well, team effort as well. Special teams was on it for the most part. DJ Dallas did have a fumble that he was able to recover, which was good to see. But then we did have as well Jason Myers in this game make a couple of his kicks, which was encouraging as well. So can't knock anything with there. But this was a fantastic team win. You have a team offensively that can score 30 points, and you have a defense that can keep offenses under 17 points, basically or right around that mark. That's a team that's going to win a good amount of football games in the season. That's a team that we're going to have to start talking about being absolutely in contention right now for not only being a division winner here and being a team that can win this division, but being a team that can be in contention for that number one seed. Yeah, I know the Eagles are undefeated. Yeah, I know they've got an easy schedule going forward, but I also feel like the Eagles might have played their best football up until this point. And I feel like our Seahawks are we're still climbing. We're still on that elevation, folks. Keep your seatbelts clipped. Remain in your seats because we are still skying forward and upwards. So let's keep going, Seahawks. Let's keep this rolling. What a fantastic win by your team. Let's go. Thank you guys for letting me do that. Let me do that quick little breakdown on that. I appreciate you on that. Just as I said, we got some folks who like the shorter content on it, so I like to kick that stuff out to them as it's appreciated, I think. And definitely is helping the channel and the growth. So let's get on to the chat. Let's have some fun discussions here about our Seahawks team and the future of this team and where we're going this year. And oh yeah, by the way, we do still have 2 first-round picks and 2 second-round picks in next year's draft. Just my daily reminder to you guys. Just my little moment to provide a little smile on your face. In addition to this year, on top of the division, first place, 4 picks, first 2 rounds, next draft. Life is good. Life is good as a Seahawks fan sometimes. This thing really turned around. Really, really turned around. Mumbles with a $10 donation. Thank you, Mumbles. Says, wait, bringing Megan's nephew to the dark side? She's saving him from being stuck as a Cardinal fan. I do feel bad for them. They don't have a ton to hang their hats on compared to the division. I feel bad for them too. I do think they sort of made their bed and they got to kind of sleep in it. And when you're going to give contract extensions to guys like Keim and Kingsbury, who have had, to put it kindly, a moderate amount of success with those Cardinal teams, and then you're going to give Kyler Murray a contract extension when I'm not so sure he's been at a point of really earning that extension at that point in time and marrying yourself to him as they have. It's going to be a bit of an uphill road for them as they go forward because of that. They've got some stuff to work with. DeAndre Hopkins still looks pretty good. Kyler's good. They defensively, Budda Baker, Byron Murphy, you got some things to work with, but they've got a long road ahead, especially to your point on this, Mumbles, with how tight and tough this division is. It is not easy to get through. Scarecrow Bar 66 with a $5 donation. Thank you, Scarecrow Bar. I do appreciate you. Very kind of you. Says, love how we're a second half team, not because of Russ giving us heart attacks, but because of solid football. Maybe it's because we got a young team with stamina. It's rad. Well, thank you for the $5 donation, Scarecrow. And I think a lot of why you're seeing it being both sides of the team holding up into the second half have a little bit to do with having the early game success. A part of the Russ teams in recent years, I'm not putting this blame on Russ. This was just at least a part of the teams and how they played out over recent seasons, is you'll have these first and second quarters where not a lot's going on. And then maybe you'll get halfway into the third quarter and then the offense suddenly comes alive, and they can be very prodigious in that short amount of period where they come alive. But you don't have a full game of them being consistent. And what that means is a lot of early 3 and outs, which is a lot of the defense on the field early on getting stressed, you losing the time of possession game, your defense starting to fall apart and get a little tired as the game goes along. And then they finally eventually kind of collapse a little bit. You're avoiding that by having the chains constantly moving on every offensive possession, as we tend to do. Take even that opening drive of the game that got you the field goal. It's like, well, you're still getting up the field. You're still getting some first downs. You're still eating some clock. And I don't think the Cardinals were doing the other part on the other side of it. And that's why I think a little bit of why their team, as this game went down, did get, defensively speaking, a little bit wore down as the game went along. You ended up as a time of possession of almost 34 and a half minutes in this game to their 25 and a half minutes. You had 70 plays to their 61. They definitely had a lot of those, but you controlled the time of possession. You wore down that defense, I felt like, over the course of this game, just at least a little bit with it. And that doesn't make a factor. So I think that's a big part of that, Scarecrow, of why this year is a little bit better. Having a younger team, maybe with a little more stamina, certainly does help too. To your point, that's going to help. Yep, for sure. But it's just overall solid football, and solid football being played from the first quarter through the fourth quarter. Mark Sanchez with a $5 donation says, 4 in a row. Let's go. I'm confident we can take care of business in Germany. This is not the same Tampa Bay team, Mark, that we were looking at in August and assessing in August. And many of us were putting in loss on the schedule for that game because you thought you were going to get a lot different team from the Buccaneers than you've gotten. And we're going to be doing some breakdowns on this team, but they're definitely in a place right now that you can take advantage of. They're definitely in a little bit of a scuttling mode of things. They look like a team that maybe very much is on the brink of their season as it stands right now, as we just saw with the Cardinals. Now, that might also mean on the other end of that, like this Cardinal team, you're going to get their best punch. You're going to get everything they can throw at you because they know their year is kind of on the line, potentially coming into this game. They lose against this Rams team. They lose against us next week. Where does that put them as far as their, where they're going to stand on this? And I think that definitely puts them behind that 8 ball, even in an open conference, just like the Cardinals here. It does put them in behind that 8 ball of where they are. Cardinals go 3-6 now, and your Tampa Bay Buccaneers, did they win that game? Did they come back and win? They won it. Wow, they got it from Los Angeles. Loses that game. Wow. Well, maybe they aren't on the brink then. They're not as close to the brinky because they're now in first place. Still a game we can win. That's a 4-5 Buccaneer team. And they didn't exactly blow the doors off the Rams today. That's a tough Rams team still, though, too. It's not going to be an easy one. It's not going to be an easy one, but it's a way more winnable game. And it will be interesting to see, Mark, where the odds makers place this game. If we finally start to get a little bit of that love from Vegas as far as them recognizing that we should be the team that is favored in this one. R. Sanchez with a $2 donation says, we can get to 10,000 tonight. I'll drop a C. If we can get to 10,000 tonight, I'll drop a C note. Look, Mark Sanchez is dropping in the ball here, folks. R. Sanchez he says, if we can get to 10,000, he's dropping a C note on me. So it'll be tough. We'd have to really haul for today to get to 10,000, but we're getting a lot of subscribers today. I can't deny. We'll do a check-in here. Let's see where we're at. So yeah, we're at 9,679. So we need to get 300. That'd be tough. 300 would be tough. We've done it before, but man, that'd be a hell of a night. If we can get to that spot of things. Thank you for the $2 donation though, Sanchez. Here's to hopefully 10,000 tonight, man. TJ, thank you for becoming a member, man. Welcome to our Hawks Nest. I know you've been before. Welcome back aboard. Fat Daddy Stacks with a $5 donation. There's not one NFL team that wants to face us right now. No, absolutely there isn't. We can beat you in the run game. We can beat you in the passing game. We can shut you down defensively. We can lean on our special teams. We're not usually going to beat ourselves. We're going to play pretty clean football across the board. We're fast, and we're only getting better. I don't even think we're at our yet best brand of football to where we will be as this year goes along. With so many young guys just learning the ropes and finding their way of things, you're setting the stage here. You're setting the stage here for a season that's not just us getting the playoffs now, but that we can get in the playoffs and make some noise. I said you're going to be a team that can put 30 points on the board, and you can hold offenses to 15 points on the other side of it. That can become a dominant team. I don't care where we were at prior to the year. I don't care what our assessment was in the offseason. I don't care how young we are. If that's what we're bringing out there to bear week in and week out, that's the type of team that's going to be dominant. Well said, Fat Daddy. Well said. Mr. H with a $5 donation says, does Pete Carroll ask Geno to rein it in a little bit after the pick six today? No, Mr. H, not at all. Not at all. It was a brutal pick. It was a bad pick. It's in a moment and it happens. You go, oh, Geno, no. But at the end of the day, he comes right back and Carroll's letting him let it rip. He's letting him make tough throws. He's not sitting in moments like that Tyler Lockett throw that happened on the one drive it was like a 3rd and 11, I believe. And that's a place in the past where you might have done a 3rd and 11 draw. Just said, let's just punt it. Let's just play field position. But instead, Coach Carroll let him drop back and let it rip, throw it to the sticks. He's throwing that to Tyler, and Tyler's got a defender on a yard away from him on either side of him on that play. But that's Carroll's trust in Geno up at this point. Carroll's going, no, that's just a one-off. I know you're careful with the ball. I know you're good with the ball. It's fine. Flush it. Move on. And that's just what he did. I'm glad that Carroll's got that trust in him because Geno's earned this at this point. One particular bad throw shouldn't be enough for you to start to pull the reins back in on Geno Smith. If anything, it's to slap those reins down harder and get that horse going quicker. Pick those hooves up and go. Let's pick it up. Thank you for the $5 donation. But no, Mr. H, I think part of what's been Geno's success is you're letting him run this season and this team and play the quarterback position purely. You're not asking him to play it like a game manager. What you saw today was not just a game manager out there running things. You saw a guy that's playing the quarterback position at near an MVP level. And that's because you're letting him let him roll. Let him operate with full control of the offense, including running up tempo, including running hurry up, changing plays at the line of scrimmage. He's earned the right to have that control, and they should continue to give it to him. Adrian XA with a $2 donation says, I can dig this rebuilt year. Yeah, I these kind of rebuilds I can run with these kind of rebuild seasons. They told me it was going to be painful. I was hearing Bronco fans talk to me about dark ages and 90s Seahawk football. I was hearing so many stories, but now that I go through it, I just find myself smiling, happy. This is a rebuild year. We can rebuild every year. Eric Broden, you have answered the call as well to become a subscriber to the channel. Welcome aboard, man. Thank you for jumping aboard the Hawks Nest. You're helping us get a little bit closer to that 10,000 mark, brother. So thank you so much. Jeff Speak with a $5 donation says, I like how the Hawks ran the ball in the third quarter, chin checking the Arizona defense and their blitzing tendencies. Beautiful game by the Hawks. Thank you for the $5 donation, Jeff. And you bring up a great point. When the run game's not going like it is up into that third quarter, you can have a tendency from an offensive standpoint to say, okay, let's just stop going with it. Let's lean off of it. Geno's throwing the ball well today. Let's just trust Geno's arm and understand that Arizona's going to take the running game away from us. There was no point in this game that you let Arizona truly pull the running game away from you. You weren't always successful in utilizing it because they would stack boxes and devote so much to it. But to your point on this, Jeff, when you started to catch Arizona not in a run blitz look, but in just a pure blitz look, and that's the difference of when you can attack in the running game. If a defense runs a run blitz, extra defenders are coming towards the line of scrimmage, but they're coming under control and they're coming to a gap, and it's going to be almost impossible to run against those kind of fronts. When you have a blitz front, that's when the defenders are just going to try to get up a field as fast as they can. And now that's when you can attack it, because as they're getting upfield, you're running Walker right past them before they even have a chance to converge on him and make a tackle. And they stuck with it. They stayed committed to it. To your point on this, Jeff, it was a big part of their success today because they eventually were able to wear down that Arizona front. And then those little holes where Walker's getting 2 and 3 yards became 7 and 8 yards, and then finally finally was able to break a 12, 13-yard run and just keep it going. And that's sometimes the way the running game goes, especially against teams that are truly amped up to try to stop what you're doing, like the Cardinals were doing in that respect. They were aware of Walker doing as well as he's done recently. They wanted to put the clamps down on that, make Geno beat them throwing the ball, because they probably looked at the last game that they had against Seattle in Seattle and thought, here's a game where Geno didn't necessarily throw, amazingly, but we gave up too many ground yards. We've got to stop that point. So Seattle was able to answer their counter to what they wanted to take away and be successful with it. Mumbles with the $5 donation. Thank you, Mumbles. Says corporate needs to tell us the difference between these two pictures. Rams and Cardinals. They're the same picture. There's some similarities between the Rams and the Cardinals right now. I mean, look, number one similarity is they're both Cardinals are 3-6, Rams are 3-5. Both are scuttling. Rams are again back in an all-in type season approach with their signings this past off season. So them to be as bad as they are right now has got to be, a little troubling for their team, their fans when they look at that. I feel like the Rams have also had a fairly tough schedule to begin things. They've had to play the Bills, the Falcons, 49ers, Cowboys. They had 49ers twice they've had to play. And then the Buccaneers. It's not necessarily been easy for them either on that. But I think that they're probably Mumbles a little bit better than the Cardinals. I think they're a little bit better. Maybe not a huge mark better, but they're probably at least a titch better than those other two teams, I'd say. But they're closer than they are farther apart, to your point on that this season. Definitely closer than they are further apart. And definitely two teams that are really going to rely on throwing the ball because they just can't run the ball. So maybe the more I think about it, maybe the more you're on point with that. Thank you for the donation, though. Appreciate you. Brandon Moody has become a member of the channel. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest membership program, Brandon Moody. I think you've been there before. Welcome back aboard. Thank you so much. Robert Jimenez with a $2 donation says Pacino and Walken on the Seahawks win. I'll give you a little Pacino Walken here. This win shows you the Seahawks team is one of the better teams in the NFL this year. They're going to say, what can they do this year now? Are they good? Can they win? Can they get the playoffs? Yes is the answer all day long, 24 hours a week, 7 days a week. How do you say it? I don't know. Whatever. This team is going to win this division in the playoffs. Going to shock the world. And while Russell Wilson is at home in Denver, the Seahawks are going to be playing for that Lombardi. What do you think, Al Pacino? Oh, let me tell you about this team right now. This team playing wonderful football as a team. You can't win in this game if you aren't all together in the cradle of the team, and they are in that cradle today. I haven't seen a team like this since 1977. They are coming together now all the time. Offense, good. Defense, great. Special teams, almost as good. It is unbelievable. Thank you, Robert, for the $2 donation, man. Sean Intazi. Thank you, Sean Intazi, for subscribing to the channel as well. Appreciate all the new members. We're trying to get to 10,000 here. We're going around 9,700 tonight because you guys are jumping aboard. We're going to get up close to that 10,000 mark even this evening. So let's help us get there. If you're not subscribed to this channel, come on. Come on. It don't cost you nothing. I don't do clickbait videos. Come on. Come aboard. Mr. H, you also heard the call. Welcome aboard, my man. Thank you for jumping in. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. And welcome to the Hawks Nest as a subscriber. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. Garth says, give me some Pauly Shore addressing the Hawks after the win and the trip to Germany to face Tampa Bay 12, buddy. Orange Cat is the best, by the way. She's chilling right now. I'll give you a little Pauly, Garth. Some folks don't love the Pauly in the chat. I don't think so. I'm going to tell you, buddy, about this game we just played. Went down to Arizona and we didn't get stuck on the cottage, baby. Just got up on that field and made little Kyler turn into a little hobbit. He's got them furry feet. He likes just little smoke on the little pipey pipe. That's just how Kyler does it. We didn't let Kyler squeeze the My Polly's horrible. And I'm going to give the orange cat a pet for you, Garth. Here's some lovey for her, for you, and your donation. She says, thank you, but why did you wake me up? Because you're too cute. How did I not wake you up? You're furry and you're cute. I'm going to wake you up from time to time. Okay, I'll let you be. And get your sleep. You've had an exhausting day. Thank you, Garth. Mega God graduate with a $5 donation says, Cassell and his reaction to the result at being in the top of the division. Folks, I am getting word right now of an unbelievable result in your National Football League today. The Seattle Seahawks, a team many had behooved to be bottom of the NFL, scourge of the National Football League, is somehow, as I look at my notes before me, a first-place football team. No team has come along and shocked and befuddled the nation at the same time like the Seattle Seahawks team has. You have not seen a surprise winner like this since the 1957 Packers beat the New Jersey Giants. I am blown away by the team-oriented nature and Coach Carroll's undying energy to propel this team forward into not only a future of success, but to hoist that Lombardi trophy one more time. Thank you for the $5 donation, Megan. Appreciate you. And for folks new on the channel, there's some folks out here who like some of my impressions. I know it's a what's the word here? Acquired taste for others. Others put up with it on it. But Howard's very happy by this win, Megan. I am only perplexed by how this coaching staff has done it on a team that should be rebuilding, taking things down to the studs. They're building penthouse views. MJC Hawk with the $6 donation says $6 for the sixth win. K9 is him. Thank you for the $6 donation. Kenneth Walker is right now probably a top 5 running back in this league in how he runs right now. Not into the future, not into next year, not into 3 years from now, not into once he gets to his prime. Right now, he is probably at that spot as far as how he is performing, undoubtedly speaking, MJ Hawk. And it's great to see from Kenneth Walker. He has been that guy. Thank you for the $6 donation. We got a difference maker at the position. Hopefully we can do a little bit of managing his carries as this year goes along, because he is definitely going to be starting to stack up a lot of carries here as we get deep into the season if we're going to give him 20 plus every game. I just don't want to see him get wore down. And there's some room here, I think, to start giving a couple of these other guys some carries like Dallas and Homer at times. But he's been fantastic. Fantastic, no doubt about it. And he is that guy. He is him, as you say. K9 is him. Superstar Dre. Thank you, Superstar Dre, for joining up to the Hawks Nest. I appreciate you jumping aboard, man. We got a little subscriber train going on here. I love it, man. You're helping us get to 10,000, folks. We're trying to motor there quick, and you're helping me get there all that faster. So thank you, Superstar Dre. Todd Ford, you have also answered the call to become a subscriber to the channel or a member of the channel, Todd. Thank you for becoming a member of the channel. And all members of the channel, please do keep an eye on your community posts. I put my weekly articles in there. We get the PFF scores in there on that. So I try to get a little of my extras put over on that side of things. But Todd, thank you for joining the Hawks Nest as a member. Welcome aboard, brother. Douglas Holt, you have also answered the call. Thank you for subscribing to the channel, Douglas Holt. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. Mr. Kane with a $2 donation says, man, I missed the walk-in and Pacino. Great stuff, bro. I'll tell you, this team, everyone said they're dead. They're never going to be alive again. They said, not worth nothing, this Hawk team. They were, Russell Wilson, all the time. They don't want to give me my credit. They said, Coach Carroll, done. Better retire. He's too old. But is he? Not now. Not what I'm seeing. Not today. Today, they're great. Today, we're showing you one of the best teams in the NFL. I'm going to say it. I'm not going to be apologetic either for it to you or anyone. I got one of the best teams in the NFL here in Seattle now. Enjoy it. Thank you, man. Appreciate you, Mr. Kane, my brother from another mother, man. You're awesome. Mitch Toohey says, take my money for that walking impression. I'm effing lost at laughing. Thank you for the $8 donation, Mitch. I'll tell you, Mitch, Tui, this team is going to blow the doors off everybody all the time this year. They're just going to keep saying, who are they, them, the Seahawks football team, great, all the time. That's who they are to you and me, and they will forever. I'm losing a little bit. I'll do walking all night. You guys do done. I'll just do nothing but walking. It's one of those voice Mitch. It's one of those impressions like you start getting into it and you just go. It's too much fun not to do it. He's just got such a weird cadence and style, and it's just and he's always delivering with a smile too. I don't know. Well, we're gonna do this good all the time. This is shocking me, no doubt. But I'll take it. I'll win division titles, championship now, all day. Thank you for the donation, though. Appreciate you, man. Jeffrey Thistle with a $5 donation. Thank you, Jeffrey. Says Cliff Dingleberry, far and away the worst coach in our division. Yeah, it's hard when you're aligned with a lot of great coaches. I mean, you could make an argument that we have 3 of the top 7 coaches in the entire NFL in this division alone. Just one of the reasons why, Jeffrey, our division has been one of the most competitive, toughest, best divisions over probably the last 5 or 6 years. So, that's why you've been able to do what you've been able to do in this division. Why it's been so tough is it starts with coaching first and foremost. And unfortunately, Kingsbury's been way in over his head. And I thought it was at the time a weird hire when they made it. It seemed a hire completely made because of his familiarity with Kyler Murray beforehand, as opposed to just being a best pure coach to go out there and get. I don't know if Arizona is exactly the most attractive of hires for head coaches out there around the league. But despite the fact he has gotten that contract extension, Jeffrey, you've got to feel like that coaching staff, and ownership group, which probably thought they were a little bit closer to being able to win right now, may reevaluate that situation this offseason with Cliff. But he's not impressed me very much as a head coach throughout his time. I can't remember looking at one game that he's coached and been like, wow, that was really impressive with what he was doing there. He kind of seems like he's just going to try one thing every time, and if that doesn't work, he'll just kind of shrug and go, well, it didn't work. He doesn't have a lot of counters or adjustments he really has in his coaching game. Thank you again, Mitch, for that $8 donation, man. Appreciate you. Mark Sanchez says, with a $5 donation, says, now that Geno is playing at an MVP candidate level, I think it's safe to say that we don't need to draft a quarterback in this upcoming draft. Well, thank you for the $5 dono. And I've begun to land here more firmly. I began to make this transition last week in my thought process, as I've been a long proponent of let's still go get a quarterback in this next draft. But I have to say that when you have Geno playing this well and this many performances stacked on top of this many performances that have been so great, I believe it's sustainable into the future. I think if you've already got this guy in your back pocket right now, and as long as the cost is not going to be exorbitant, it makes the most sense at this point to bringing him back. And I'm not a fan of doing like a franchise tag situation. I don't think it would come to that. But at the end of the day, I think there's got to be a priority made towards recognizing that Geno is playing this good, and there's not a reason to go out there and have to go stretch for another quarterback, wait a couple years in quarterback development time with this team, where this team's going to be, with this team's where this team's going to as far as their performance level. Take the guy and ride with him now who's getting the most out of it. There's going to be a line to how much I want to spend. But again, on this too, if it comes down to just franchise tag at the end of the day for this level of play from this guy, I might start leaning into saying, let's just pull that if we can't get a long-term deal done. I think having the franchise as a thing over his head at that point would allow you to get a lower-end deal done. But I'm with it to this point. I didn't come to this level and willingness like you did, Mark. I'm sure you're the same place, Mark, where we didn't arrive here quickly. But we're over halfway into the season now. You're 9 games into this year, and he's not had one bad game. He's not put one stinker on the board. And it's not just been all easy peasy for him down the line. It's been at times very tremendously difficult, as it was today, where you didn't have a lot of a running game to fall back on, yet he's still finding success. He is still overcoming. He still absolutely nails in the fourth quarter. I start to lean in a direction of saying maybe, this is maybe the better direction to go. And I'm getting more firmly into that hand of things after games like this. Mr. H with the $2 donation says, roast Kyler's compression sleeve as the macho man. Oh, I'll tell you, brother, here's what's going to happen now. Kyler's going to come out there with his compression sleeve. But that compression sleeve ain't going to make you any bigger. You're still going to be a tiny little boy, Kyler. You're still going to be a little hobbit to me. I'm going to pick you up. I'm going to scrape you down to the ground. I'm going to twist you up into a little bag and throw you into the back of the bar. I'm going to put you in the dryer and make you even a little smaller once you dry on out. That's a little boy, that Kyler Murray. Oh, yeah, boy. As good as I got, man. Macho's exhausting. Oh, yeah, brother. Randall McDaniel with a $2 donation says, how damn good is Nwosu? 7 sacks on the year. Well, he chose a great time, Randall. I was grinding on a Nwosu video this week, and I really was trying to get it done right. I'm going to have it ready for next week early on, I think. And he had a really good time to go off in this game because the video is going to land at just the perfect time. But Nwosu has been one of the better edge players in the entire NFL. No doubt. Probably even top 4 to 5, if not even somewhat, maybe even a little bit of a higher realm than that. He has been right up near the lead leaguer. I can't say the word. Macho Man broke my voice. He's right up with the league leaders as far as pressures go, Randall. 6 tackles for loss coming into this game. He had 3 passes knocked down the line of scrimmage, 2 forced fumbles coming into this game, adds those sacks into it now. He's been absolutely phenomenal, and he gets lost, Randall. Part of what I'll be talking about in this video this week is how much he's been kind of lost in the shuffle a little bit because you've got Geno's magically great performance. You've got the rookies balling out. You've got Tariq Woolen's ascent out there on the outside. You got Kenneth Walker and what he's doing. There's so many great parts to this team to talk about that he does get forgotten about a little bit within that. But on a day-to-day, for instance, Randall, where you had your front four trying to generate the pressure all on their own, where you weren't bringing blitzes, he was a guy that you were going to need to have to ball out to make that happen. And he indeed did ball out. He indeed went out there and got the job done. You know, it's going to be tough for the Cardinals when they had that rookie tackle out there to face him in the game when, it's going to be a long day for this tackle at this point. And it did turn into being a long game. But he is a complete player, Randall. He plays with great first step quickness. He has bend. He can hand fight with the best of them. He's really smart as a player and aware of what's going on around him. He had a couple sacks today, Randall. He had a couple other opportunities where Kyler was right in his midst. He could have had 3 or 4 sacks in this game if he was able to bring Kyler down. But he's been tremendously consistent. He's great in the running game. He can set the edge. He can press a outside tackle and really bull rush him and press him inside as well. There's not a lot of weaknesses to his game, and he's got so many different things he can call upon play in and play out to get free and to get him and to get off the block, that he doesn't really allow tackles to just sort of settle down on one thing, Randall. You know, with like a guy like Bruce Irvin, sometimes you can just get, early on in his career especially, you could just count on the fact he's going to try to beat you to the edge every time. And if you as a tackle can just get to that edge, there's not a lot Bruce is going to do as far as a counter inside. And this is early young career Bruce to come inside. So it's just about getting to that edge, get to that edge. Nwosu's not that guy. He's just as quick to get to that edge, but then he can counter inside. He can give you a spin move. He can come back with the bull rush. Very complete player, having an awesome year, Randall. No doubt it's no doubt going to be a Pro Bowler in the NFC. But he has been impactful there as an outside linebacker this season for us. Megan with the $5 donation. Thank you, Megan. Says, okay, friends, I'm heading out. Thank you, Megan, for all your moderation duties today on the channel. And don't give your brother too hard a time. No, wait, do give your brother a very hard time. She says, great win or the best team in the NFL. For the best team in the NFL, for the greatest fan base in the world. Talk soon. Hey, you have a great night, Megan. And you're damn right. Best fan base in the world. In the world, I tell you. And what a great team. What a great team win. Okay, stay up on the kitty tree. Let's stay up in the kitty tree. But thank you again, Megan, all your moderation duties you did today. I appreciate you keeping the chat moving and good. Oh, what a game. Kevin Klein, is Penny coming back, you think? I don't think Kevin, he's coming back this year. So Penny's done for probably the season with the broken leg. Theoretically, I guess you could bring him back maybe around the playoffs if he can come back, but I don't think he's going to be right by that point. Every indication I've heard is that it's going to be one of those injuries that's going to need the full off season to kind of get through, based on what I've heard at least. We'll see with it. Alexander Matthews says, I think Brandon's actually doing an impression of himself in the 90s. I was a young kid in the 90s. I was a youngin'. I didn't have too many impressions back then. If you got the high-pitched voice, it hasn't dropped yet. John Reese has thought Kyler was supposed to throw 6 touchdowns according to Mariucci. Is that what he was predicting? Zach Sargent says Noah Fant showed up like a true number 1 tight end. Boy, did he ever. Yeah. He had Noah Fant definitely had his best game as a Seattle Seahawk. 5 catches, 96 yards. That 51-yarder, really a backbreaker for the Cardinals at the time. And you saw, haven't gotten to see a lot this year. You know, there's been times with Noah Fant this year, you're sort of shaking your head going, man, how is this guy a top 20 pick? He's not breaking tackles. He's not getting much separation. He doesn't seem to be able to really catch the ball if there's a lot of contact at the point of the catch. But then he has moments like that where he breaks free and you go, oh yeah. You can kind of run like a deer in the open field, but he's got the tight end sized body. That's kind of unusual. But that was a big moment in that game, and he played very solidly throughout this game. You guys like the impressions? I'm glad to see. And Bauer Coates says breaking news. Breaking news. Coming down the wire. Sidney Jones is signing with the Las Vegas Raiders per Adam Schefter. So that's good news for your Seattle Seahawks for the offset situation here. The Raiders will pay out the rest of what Sidney Jones is due on his contract this year, which means that the Seattle Seahawks will then be off the hook for the remaining portion of Sidney Jones's contract. This will save them approximately right around about $1 million on their salary cap this year. Approximately. And Mr. Kane, that's very kind of you say in the chat. I appreciate you, man. Mr. Broda Guy says we wrote Russell off and we were right to do so. Greg, we're going to win the Super Bowl next year if we do the following: bring back Geno, sign Daron Payne, move Lewis back to right guard, and draft Miles Murphy, Trent Simpson, another edge rusher, a center, and a left guard. Sign me up, Greg. Sign me up on that one, man. I like all those moves I like all those moves you say. It's all realistic with where you have Miles Murray and Trent Simpson going. Where our draft picks will probably be is about where they should be selected. I could go with that. Completely can go with that. Jeffrey Thistle with the $5 donation. I appreciate you, Jeffrey. Thank you so much. Tom Brady has been sacked 556 times in his career. Imagine 1 hour of Tom Brady getting sacked montage video. Amount of work that would be nuts. It would be a little tough. You probably couldn't get back to, you'd have to have a lot of the old videos from back. What's nice about, that'd be a lot of work. That'd be an insane amount of work. That would probably take you, Jeffrey, months to put that all together. Yeah, but there'd be a lot of fans that would probably watch it just for the especially AFC East teams alone. You get so many watchers of that video just from there. It's very cathartic for me to watch Brady being hit so much after 20 years of hell. 556 times. That's a lot of times to be sacked. That body's got to be hurting at this point to some degree if you're Tom. I don't care how Father Time's been undefeated against him so far. That body's got to be sore in some places that don't get better. Randall with a $5 donation. Thank you, Randall. Says, are you seeing major changes in the defensive scheme, or is it more the players are more comfortable in the system? Probably a bit of both. There's a couple of things that have been the main precursors to this jump forward, Randall. The first thing has been you've done away with the wonky 4-man fronts. That was a big problem with the defense early on in this year, where you're going with the 4-man front. You've got the 2 defensive tackles aligned really tight inside, then you have your outside linebackers. That created a lot of open holes in your defensive scheme naturally that you didn't have to create, and it wasn't giving you any benefit by doing so. They switched from that to more of your 3-4 looks now. More of essentially bare fronts. You're into more of those situations. That's helping you now stem off the troubles in the run game way better. So that was the first thing you did. The second thing you did was get Darrell Taylor off the football field on rundowns. Darrell's been injured the last couple of weeks, so he's not been out there as well, but he's really a pass rush only guy. And teams, Randall, when you watch the tape of it, especially the all-22 tape, you would notice over and over again that the teams when the run game were attacking to Darrell Taylor's side each and every time. They would run away from Uchenna to go at Darrell Taylor. And then when Uchenna would be out of the game for a blow, they would go after his back up to his side. So you don't have as much of that going on here a little bit in this respect of things. That part they've cleaned up on that edge of it. Ryan Neal coming in, Randall, has been a very big improvement over Josh Jones as your strong safety. He's played 3 of his best games back to back to back over the course of his Hawk career here, his short Hawk career here. So Ryan Neal stepping forward has been a big part of it. Players probably getting a little comfortable has maybe been a little bit of it. Kobe Bryant getting better out of the slot. He's improved as he's gone along. Certainly Michael Jackson and Woolen have done pretty good for you over there. You're also getting a little bit more pressure from your front four, Randall, which was really absent and missing through those first few games. So I'd put that all into a blender, shake it up, and that comes out with your reason why the defense is as good as it is right now. But it's really, the beginning place is that front. No more 4-man fronts. Back to the 3-4 stuff. If you go 4-man fronts, you know that the other team across from you, being the Cardinals, is in a passing situation. So you're not going to be gouged in the running game. They can't attack you in it because you're only going to do it on 3rd and 7s, 3rd and 8s, 3rd and longs, 2nd and longs, those kind of situations. Mumbles with a $2 donation says, you woke me up. Now give me attention. Pumpkin. Yeah, that's exactly what she's saying to me right now. Like, okay, I was sleeping here, mother effer. If you're going to wake me up, then you need to start giving, I need neck rubs. I need ear rubs. I need you just to, there's got to be a full sesh now. I'm not waiting until you're done streaming. I get the loves right now. You did this. Mark Sanchez with a $5 donation. Adams set to come back January 10th, barring a setback. Should we play him if we make the playoffs or just shut him down no matter what? I mean, if he's able to play, and the doctors, Mark, give me a clean bill of health from them saying, you know, he may not be up to full speed, he may not be at his peak training place, but he's not going to suffer a re-injury of this injury after this surgery. He's good to go as far as all of that's healed. If the doctors are giving me the thumbs up, I don't see the downside of bringing him back out there at that point. Maybe he's not a pure peak physical shape, but then you can also maybe just work him in. You can have him in as just on certain packages potentially if you really wanted to. But yes, I would think that you would find a way to acclimate Adams back in at that point. You wouldn't just shut him down fully. But it'll be tight having him January 10th come back. That's right on the line, right on the edge. I think the team can kind of play it by ear a little bit. And certainly I bet if Adams sees this team on its way to the playoffs, he's going to be pressing that timetable up as fast as he possibly can do so. Because he's going to see the opportunity to maybe reclaim this year a little bit, a year that looked completely lost. And if I was in Adams's shoes, that's what I would be doing. I could see it. I could definitely see it. The Macho Hawk, that's right. I'm the Macho Hawk. Oh yeah. AI says we might be going to the playoffs. You better take that might away and put that we going to the playoffs. I want to see it going where that might once was. We going to be going to the playoffs, AI. This is a playoff team right now. No doubt about it. Maybe they don't keep this current performance all the way through, but they're playing like a playoff team. Ian Jackson says, even though Geno is playing good, we need to draft a quarterback to learn behind Geno, but we have to get one. I'm with that, Ian. I'm with that as well. Drew Lock, of course, is going to be a free agent this offseason. And so, you're going to have to probably address, if you do bring back Geno, you're going to still have to address somehow or another getting a backup guy in here. And this is a draft, Ian, that is really set up well. If you want to take a guy in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th round, you're going to have your picks in all of those rounds of some guys to look through. So they've got some options available to them there. I think the part that is at least initially the straightforward, easy part here is that this does at least now maybe preclude you from feeling like you have to draft the quarterback in the 1st round. And now you get to use those picks purely for the best player available on the board, as opposed to being driven towards the need of the quarterback position because if Geno wasn't playing as well he is, or if you didn't have Drew Lock coming back. And they're not being pushed into that corner as much here, Ian, which is the good part. They have the flexibility to take one where they want to take one now. Cali Tangerine says, I'm so proud of our team. I am too, man. I'm so proud of our team. I'm proud of Coach Carroll for finding the changes in his coaching ways to make these changes that need to be made. It's very hard to do so, but he's done them and he's getting the benefits of it. You're seeing him do his best coaching job maybe in his whole time here in Seattle with what he's getting out of this football team. It's amazing to see what Geno's been able to do in this reclamation project and turning himself around in a way that we've seen very few players in the league, even outside the quarterback position, be able to do. And being proud of them is a good word to use. You're just very proud of what you're seeing from a team. Proud to call these guys Seahawks. Proud to root for them. There's an easy team to root for right now. Mr. Broda Guy says, how many Pro Bowl caliber players do we have? Let's see here. I could see Kenneth Walker being enough to slide himself in there. So let's go. Geno's in there. It's a good question. Ochena's in there, so that's 3. Tariq Woolen's in there, so that would be 4. I don't know. You might have 4 and then maybe Lockett. Maybe Lockett in there too as well. But 4 minimum probably. Hard to see past 4 or 5 though. Don't think we have, at the moment, I don't think we have best. Now we've got caliber-wise, bro, guy. You still have guys like DK, Jordan Brooks. Hell, even a guy like Disley might get a little bit of love this year for what he is as a complete tight end. So you got upwards of 7 or 8 caliber guys. You're probably on track for four guys to get in there. Megan says, we will go to the playoffs if this is how we play. Not sure how far we'll go. Hi and bye, Kelly. Oh. Yep. Well said, Megan. Well said. Once you get in the playoffs, anything can happen, though. That's the good news on that. Gar says, Macho Man died of a heart attack at 58 years old while driving a Jeep in Florida. Sustaining a voice like that, it's a wonder he lived that long. Oh, yeah. You talk like that, man. And it's just like, I can just feel it there when I was trying to talk. Like you're pressing your heart to the front of your rib cage when you speak like that. It's very taxing. Darcy, if the Hawks beat the 49ers, are they going to get some love as being the best in the West? I don't know, Dara. You would think at that point it would be pretty undeniable for the pundits and national talking heads, but they often find a way to wiggle their way off of that particular hook of credit. Let's call it that hook of credit. So I would hope so, Dara. I would hope so. I think even after this one, it's going to get to a point now where, look, this team's nine games into the season. You got to start giving the love on that. And the Niners are a good team, and people are really going to give them a lot of love, Dara, not just because of what they are as a team right now, but because of the McCaffrey effect of being on that football team. But they're playing the best right now. John Reese says we should draft Will Anderson, then go after quarterback. Not a bad way to go. Your boy Michael, how about them Seahawks? How about them Seahawks? How about them Seahawks? Cameron says, I really wish we didn't lose that Saints game. The Seahawks could easily be 7-2 right now and possibly 8-1 if not for the late game penalties against the Falcons. You've been in every one of these games, Cameron, to your point. And those couple games you lost could have moved either way. The 49er game was the only real true bad loss where they got out ahead of you and ran away with it. Those were two tough losses, especially when you consider out where the Saints are at right now. Falcons have been pretty tough for everybody. They've been just a plucky team on everyone they've gone against. But to lose to the Red Rifle, Cameron, yeah, that one stings a little bit. Greg says D-Hop got sent to Tariqistan today. He did. He went to that war-torn nation and he said, it's hard to catch a football when I got mortar shells landed on my head. It really is. And I'll tell you, the Cardinals didn't just try to align him over there on Tariq 24/7. They weren't just making it to where we're going to attack D-Hop on Tariq. He got mashed up a couple times, but more often than not, they were moving D-Hop all over the place. And I think he got a catch or two here or there against Tariq, but Tariq also had a pass breakup, looking pretty good as well on the other side of it. So I thought Tariq held up okay today in this matchup. I'm going to look at the all-22 how many times they were really truly matched up to see how it bore out. But it's an interesting. It'll be interesting to see how that fit. But it did feel like he held up pretty good. Woolen Island kept the waters ashore. You know what I mean? Cali Tangerine, thank you for reminding that. Please do hit the like button if you're not already. I know it's a small thing, but it's a big thing because when you hit that like button, it tells YouTube for me to show up on other Seahawks fans' searches for Seahawks content, and that helps me get up to 10,000 subscribers because then you get new subscribers by new watchers. So please do hit that like button if you could for me. does help me out just considerably. D-Nugget says it's sad to say at this point, but we don't need Adams. We don't need him, but he could be nothing but helpful to have him. Garth, Adams is a pure I don't know what. Certainly is not benefiting a winning team. Daniel Song, do we go out and get OBJ at wide receiver 3? I don't think so, Daniel. No. I've heard the Cowboys are really hot to trot on his services. There's a couple other teams like the Vikings that have been hot to trot for his services. It just doesn't feel like we're as in on that kind of deal for him as maybe some of the other teams are out there. And I don't know as much we need him. I think we've got Marquise Goodwin in here rolling. He's fine. And Eskridge then sliding into the 4 slot. I think you're okay over there at that point. You're better than you've been in other years at this time at that point, as far as a depth standpoint at the wide receiver position. Matthew Murphy, we're going to the playoffs, baby. Matthew, we're going to the playoffs, my man. We're no guarantees yet, but they are looking like they are on track. And let's face it, at this point, as a Seattle team now that is at 6 wins on the season, you're 4 wins from, if you get to 10 wins in this conference this year, say nothing and maybe even getting to 9 wins, you are probably in the playoffs with the parity that's going on in this conference right now. Random McDaniel with a $5 donation. Says, fake pitch to the back as the tight end comes in motion the other way. Hit that all year. Tight ends to Parkinson. Touchdowns to Parkinson. That's the Rams offense of multiple plays, one formation. Yes, and Randall, you buried a lot of good stuff in that chat. So thank you for the super chat. A lot of good information here. Let's first deal with what the first thing you said. Seahawks are having a lot of success in this particular game, and we saw them use this last week with the fake pitch to then Geno works off of the fake pitch on a bootleg opposite the field side that he's pitched to. And what you saw with this is the Cardinal team coming into this game knew that they had issues on the edge, defensively speaking. They've been attacked by offenses on pitch plays, outside zone plays a lot this year. They know they've got some issues with team speed. So when you do that pitch play, you know that they're loading up to get a couple steps going in that direction to shut that play off very quickly. And so you take advantage of those false steps. You move the tight end back across the formation post snap, and he's wide open in the flat over there. And it was there over again and again and again today. In fact, they got the Noah Fant 55-yard play, I think occurred on that very same kind of play, Randall. It's been very devastating for them to use it, and it puts the defenses in a pickle. Because if you're going to take those cheating steps to try to go deal with the running back on the edge, we're going to have you back on the other side of the field. You're not going to have enough time to recover and get back to then make the play in coverage. Well said on that part. And you're right, we have been hitting it all year. If it's not been on the pitch play, at the very least, we've run it as play action, right, Randall? But the bootlegs to the tight ends out there in the flat have been there all year long. And the last point that you made is a key point to this. What the Rams do is they will run the same formation time and time again, but they will run all these different plays out of that same formation. And so it's sometimes the illusion of complexity is the way I've seen it applied to this Rams offense. And you saw that with Seattle a little bit on the post-snap stuff that they do. You got pre-snap going to post-snap movement, and it throws the defense off, and it challenges the defense to be on it. And especially if you have a defense playing a little wild and free, blitz heavy, bring a lot of guys up around the line of scrimmage, that's where you can start to exploit that style of defense with these kind of plays that you run out of the same formation. Because you get defenses leaning. Like, oh, we saw this formation before, and you guys ran this play to that. Let's lean toward that. They're going to try to run it again. Oh, nope. It's actually a pass back across the other side of the field. Well said on all those points, though, Randall. Those are all very key spots to how we've attacked in the offensive game. And the rollouts to maybe sometimes it's Tyler Lockett out there, Randall. Sometimes it's a tight end. Sometimes it's a running back. But giving Geno that outlet guy off the rollouts gives him just a nice, easy completion. And at the very least, you're able to usually come away with 3 or 4 yards minimum just on a simple, straightforward completion on those kind of plays. Mr. Brodo Guy says, Rams losing today was the cherry on top. Boy, was it nice to see them lose. Yeah, it is good. It is good. I'm okay with the rest of this division taking some steps back right now. I'm perfectly fine with that. And boy, the Rams in an all-in season right now. Ooh, it's uphill for them. Paul says draft. I love the draft Christmas. Oh, Christmas always comes twice a year for me, especially when my Hawks get to pick 4 times in the first 2 rounds. And that will be our second Christmas this year. Can you dig it? This season has been amazing. From our rookies to Geno being a beast. The defense turning around, a great time to be a Hawks fan. Boy, is it ever. Well said, can you dig it? Not to mention all our draft picks next year. It doesn't get any better of this as a fan. The Eagles are getting a little bit of this right now as well, right? Because the Eagles have the first pick in this draft of the New Orleans Saints. They're in a similar situation as us. They're riding high. They got a stacked team. The future's looking bright. And they also have a really high draft pick in next year's draft. It doesn't quite get better than that as a fan and where you stand outside of actually being able to just raise a Lombardi trophy. But it's a beautiful thing, can you dig it? And this team is playing together. Rookies are coming along. Geno's great. It's a full team effort out there right now winning you football games, and it's just wonderful to see. This is pure, unadulterated Coach Carroll football that you're watching run out there, and it's a beautiful brand of football to watch. Henry M. says, how about Will Disley and Noah Fant? How about our tight ends? Henry, they've been fantastic throughout the course of the season. All three of them deep have. They just showed you more of it today. Disley was steady on one particular drive that we were trying to get on that real key touchdown drive in the first one on the fourth quarter. He had a couple of catches he made on that drive. I think he had 2 or 3 catches that were just so big and so key to keeping that drive going. And he has been a great player for you all the way around. Pass blocker, run blocker, catching balls, running routes, a little yak, yard after the catch. Disley's given you all of that. And then Noah Fant to finally break out was really good to see, Henry. We've activated already his 5th-year option for next year. He's going to be here for the next 2 years. And he's at times been okay. He's had some moments been all right. He hasn't been bad. But today you got to finally see a little bit of what he can do in the as a pass catcher and how he can really challenge his defenses with being such a big guy who is just so fast and moves so well as he does. And Parkinson, he's the forgotten guy, but he's just Mr. Do-It-All. He's just Mr. I can do everything you need a tight end to do. And we haven't even begun, I think, to really scratch the surface on Parkinson as a guy down by the red zone, as a guy that you could throw up a ball, have him go up and get it, and throw kind of one of those trust throws. He's a legitimate 6'7" cat. He's a big, big guy to go up there and kind of make those kind of catches. And at some point, I think they're going to try to utilize him in that way. Akshay says, can we go undefeated? It's probably going to be pretty hard to go undefeated throughout the course of the rest of the year. Is it impossible? Not impossible. The rest of the schedule stacks up for you as follows. You've got the Buccaneers next week. You got the Raiders at home. You're on the road against the Rams. You're at home against the Panthers, at home against the 49ers, on the road against the Chiefs, at home against the Jets, at home against the Rams. So obviously the Chiefs game and the 49ers game are the 2 games that really stand out to you that are the 2 really true tough games on your schedule. In fact, if you look at the schedule right now, just on records, you only have to play as it sets up right now, 1 team with a winning record through the rest of the year. 2 teams with a winning record, I guess, because we'll count the 49ers in that mode as well, since they're at 4-4. So it's not a daunting schedule. Is it possible? Yes. Boy, is it going to be hard, Akshay, to go into Arrowhead in winter at 10 a.m. and win a football game. That's hard to do. I wouldn't be as quick to probably mark that as a dub, but they can still basically come close to winning out. Alan Armitage with a $10 donation. Thank you, Alan. I really do appreciate it. Very kind of you. Says they can't hang with the gang. Go Hawks. Go 12. Say go 12s, go Hawks. They can't hang with our gang, man. They just can't, Alan. They just didn't see it coming, though. They took us softly. They took us for granted. They took this W for granted. They thought we were going to be weak. They thought we were down. They were coming up to kick us when we were down. And we jumped up and we ripped their throat out. And they're sitting there now going, That's basically what we're doing to teams right now. A guard night with a $5 donation says, Brando, please ask the Orange Cat her opinion on bringing Jamal Adams back in January. I think Pete is dumb enough to do something like this. Well, she just disappeared on me, Garth. So I'll ask her when she gets back for sure what she thinks when she comes back along. Yeah, I think Pete's definitely a guy who would be willing to do it. I don't think he'd be precluded from doing it, Garth. I don't think that it's absolutely necessarily a horrible move by bringing Jamal in there. I know you're a little down on Jamal. I'm not in that same place of things. I certainly don't like the injuries, and that stuff does bother me. But I do think that he's still a good, strong safety in this league. Is he worth the money he's getting paid? Maybe not. But is he still a really good, strong safety in this league? And is he Probably still a bit better player than Ryan Neal, even with the current level of play of Ryan Neal and what he's showing on the field. Probably is. But I'll leave it to this coaching staff. This is part of the trust that they start to earn at this point for me, Garth. They've brought us to here. They've gotten this out of this team, and they've done it with their decision-making up until this point. So I'm going to trust more in this decision-making going forward if I'm seeing the kind of success that I'm seeing from this team this year based on that. It's part of what will give me more confidence as a guy that has in the past wavered with this team and the coaching staff on certain things that they've done. So I'll put my trust in them on this. I think they'll make the right decision with it. I don't think they're going to put the team in a position to fail, or if Adams comes out there and he looks vastly worse than Neal does coming off that injury, I don't think they're going to play Adams a whole ton of a lot at that point. If he can even come back, which at this point, I'm not sure, Garth. This stuff might all be moot. It may be just a matter of there's no way he can come back. Holy horn. Horn's in the house, huh? Goodness gracious. Coming in hot, the horn. The horn's coming in hot. Hold on, let me get these guys out of here. You're gone. All right. There we go. Sorry about the Orn guys. They come in here every once in a while. Thank you, Rob, for taking care of business, my brother. Appreciate you. They like to come on in. They like to come in and make their way. But Garth, we'll get the Orange Cat's answer on Adams. She'll come back in the catcher here soon. Cali Tangerine Garth asking this hard-hitting questions. Sam the Great says the front seven needs to step up these next games. They do, but I think they've been playing pretty good, Sam. I mean, they didn't get a lot of pressure today, but you were only running the front four. When you run a front four times, I don't think it's always going to get consistent pressure. That's part of the need to, sometimes bring that blitz and bring those extra guys. But they held up well today, I thought, Sam, overall. You'd like maybe a little more pressure from them, but 13 points is what your defense gave up. And that was on the back of, them doing their job up front in addition to that. So you ended up in this game with 5 sacks. Wow, they got 5 sacks there. Jeez Louise. 5 sacks, 5 quarterback hits, 4 passes defensed. And that's also corners doing that. But I thought they played pretty good, Sam. We're going to need them. We're going to need them to play well, though, going from the future, especially against a tough team like Tampa Bay. AI Trig did hold up well against OBJ. Did he ever? Brian Hamilton says, hardcore Card fan here. No, I would say, yeah, I'd have to be coming on into Hawk Channel after a loss on that, man. Hope you guys are holding up okay, man. Respect to you too, brother. Respect to you too. You guys, I'll give you this, Brian. If I'm a Cards fan, it's a tough loss to take, but I also got to feel good about my team in the respect of, yeah, we ran away with this at the end a little bit, but this was a tighter game than the score indicated. You guys played us tough throughout. Your team was laying it on the line in this game. They knew what stakes were at play here. You could just make a bit of an argument of just right now the Cardinals team is from a talented standpoint and where they are, especially, let's not forget, Brian, your guys were coming into this game a little shorthanded, especially on the interior of that line. The bad snaps, no Rodney Hudson, no guard, Justin Pugh. Your tackle went out in this game. That did put you guys behind the 8 ball to try to stay in this one, and it definitely gave us an advantage. Ty Hooper says, good or bad take. We should have traded Eskridge for ... anything. Let's face it, he is a bust. I don't know if I like the idea, Ty, of moving a guy. There is the sunk cost approach of this, Ty, which is that if I sink some cost in a guy and I find out he's bad, I shouldn't continue to just sink time and effort into the guy if we've realized he is that bust. That's the sunk cost fallacy. Well, I've already put so much into this, I need to keep putting stuff into it because of all the stuff I put into it. Well, that has nothing to do about the potential future success of that player at that point. That has everything to do with just how much resources you put into it. I do think that he's been underwhelming, Ty. I do think that he's got some places he struggles from the receiver position in that are troubles if you're going to struggle as a receiver. If you can't run the greatest routes and you don't have the greatest of hands, that will limit you as a wide receiver. And Eskridge so far in this year, in his career so far, those have been two things that we've seen on his game that have shown up. And he's not seemingly getting open very much. There was times today where Geno had time in the pocket and nobody was breaking open or free. I have to wonder if some of those times might have been Eskridge not getting open on those plays. But I don't think you can sell on him quite yet at this point. I think we got to get this through the year to figure out where it is. And if he's still where he is now at the end of the season, then you're absolutely going to need to address the wide receiver position moving into this offseason and finding another guy and going, we can't count on this guy to be that guy. So it's where it's heading towards, but I'd give it just a little bit more time. V-Ray has been a member for 13 long months on the Hawks Nest channel. Thank you, V-Ray, for your long-time support on the channel. I know you're riding high today. Says, only way today could be better is a Broncos loss. Oh, I know. That would have been the only thing better. Unfortunately, they got the bye this week, so they get that week off, but that would have been the thing that just would have been the nice little, you talk about a cherry on top, as if they would have lost today, that would have been even just a little bit better. Just a little bit better. Yeah, you got Tennessee and Kansas City tonight. Thank you, V-Ray, though, for all your support. And hopefully we'll get that loss next week from the Broncos. JG, I think we sweep the Rams this year, too. They are running Kupp into the dirt. Now, they don't have a whole lot other than Kupp, it seems like. It's been odd watching the onboarding of the receiver they brought in, Robinson, I think it is, they brought in this offseason. It's been very strange to see, especially with how easily they got OBJ acclimated last year, coming in mid-year as he did to that team. But they certainly are scuttling right now, JG. It's not going to, I think, get any better for them as a unit in the respect of their tackle situation isn't getting better. The depth of the receiver position doesn't seem to be getting any better. Sam Stafford's having a big step back kind of year from what he did last season. I think that does put us in a potential contentious point here to maybe run the table with the Rams, especially if you beat them in that first matchup. Jay, you'll then have them in the last game of the season. And if you get the Rams in the last game of the season, they could be out of the playoffs by that point. And at the point of just, we're going to rest guys up. We have nothing to win by trying to play in this last matchup and starting guys like running Aaron Donald out there in the last game if they are out of playoff contention. So hopefully they can lose some more games and be out of that contention by that point. Maybe make that final game a little bit easier if we get to it. That will be something interesting, though, to monitor as we go out over the course of this year. Alan Armitage with another $5 donation. Thank you, Alan. Says at Brandon, agreed 100%. Seahawks have 4 wins in a row if we want them. It's there, man. I was looking at that schedule and you're looking, okay, these are all winnable games here. This is the spot of your schedule that you could get into and you could start eating. You catch a Tampa Bay team that's a little bit slacked. You know, you've got the Raiders at home. You get them at home. That helps. You're on the road on the Rams. That'll be a tough one, but then back home with the Panthers. If you can get through these next 4 games and you find a way to pull out 4 wins on this at that point of the schedule, you're 10-3 going into the toughest 2 back-to-back games you have in your schedule, 49ers and Chiefs. You're putting yourself in one hell of a position this year at that point. And again, it becomes then more about just winning the division. Then it becomes more about just simply getting the playoffs. It becomes about how do we start to get in a position to make some noise in the playoffs? How do we start resting guys right, putting guys in the position where we'll have everybody ready to go at 100%? And again, it's so much fun to be able to talk about this type of stuff. And yes, we got it there, Alan. It's theirs for our taking if we can take it. These are winnable games, all of them coming up the next 4. V-Ray with a $5 donation. Thank you, V-Ray. It's amazing to see our UDFAs contributing this year. What a draft. Hey, great point on your part. We got to give some props to Joey Blunt as a guy on special teams who has definitely shown up across the board on special teams. He's looked really good, as have the other guys. Who's our other undrafted free agent we've got? I guess you got that Juga. I can't speak his last name, V-Ray, but he was in there today picking up for Darrell Taylor. He was looking okay. That's another, I think, UDFA out there on that side of it. But yeah, all the more better draft, V-Ray, when you add in those guys on top of it. Your Joey Blunts and I'm forgetting a name on here. I'm spacing on somebody's name. I know I am. One hell of a draft, though. Maybe an all-timer when we look at this draft in retrospect. Maybe an all-timer, V-Ray. Not simply for Seahawks history, but in NFL history. You just don't pull out this kind of draft. 2 starting tackles that may be top 5 tackles at the left and the right side moving into the future. A top 3 running back into the future. A top three, if not higher, cornerback going into the future. Very solid corner and Kobe Bryant on the other side of it. We're still going to figure out what we've got from Bo Melton and Derek Young. Derek Young's getting a good amount of run out there as well. And you as well still, by the way, have a guy by the name of Tyreek Smith, who they're just stashing on the IR for a year. They've just got him stashed in reserve. We don't even know what we might still be getting out of that guy. So it's Boye Mafe. Mumbles with a $10 donation. Mumbles, thank you for all your donations on the channel, man. You're so very, very kind. Chiefs game is after a long week because we play on Thursday the week before. So I think the 49ers game on that Thursday will be the thing to watch out for, being undefeated for the rest of the year. Those would be the 2 games. If you can pull through these 4 games, those will be the 2 key games. And if you're going to go into Arrowhead, it is nice having a couple of extra days of rest before you have to go there, as it is a tough place to play. It's going to be cold as hell at that time of the year. We might be having to even deal with a little bit of snow. You never know. So it's going to be tough to mark that one down for me as a dub. I have a lot more confidence in that game against the 49ers at home, let's say. But those are the 2 tough games on your schedule that remain, and those are really kind of it, unless the Rams can somehow turn themselves a little bit more back to front before the end of this year comes along. If they are what they are, then you've got a schedule of a lot of winnable games on there with how you're playing, how well you're playing on both sides of the ball, and your special teams unit. So well said on that, Bumbles. Very well said. Those are going to be the key spots, and it is nice having those extra couple of days. Though it's going to be tough playing the short week with the Niners on the other side of that too, isn't it? That's kind of the flip-flop on that, is you get the extra time against the Chiefs, but then it's going to be a quick short week after having to go all the way out to Arrowhead to then play the Niners at home. The Gavin KJG, thank you for subscribing. The Gavin, you're going to help us round out over 9,700 subscribers here on the channel tonight. So thank you for helping do so. We're on the road here to 10,000 subscribers. So please help us get there if you can, folks. I do really appreciate it. JG says, I think we should try more jump balls with Kobe in the red zone. Kobe Bryant? I think I missed something on that, JG. I don't know what you mean by that. Because Kobe's a cornerback. Cali Tangerine says, how long is Adam supposed to play for in Seattle? I think he's got 3 years left on his deal. Or at least 2 years left on his deal. But it would cost you, Cali, $8 million to move off from him this offseason if you were to release him in dead money. DBJ71 says, did LJ Collier get the sack on the play where Kyler fumbled the snap? Let me see this. They've got the team being given a sack. So, no, they're just giving it to the team. Collier did have a tackle for loss in this game. But no, they're giving it as a team sack. So Bruce Irvin, Shelby Harris, 2 sacks for Uchenna in this game, and then 1 for the team. That's how ESPN's marking it. I've never seen that before. Too many guys too close. I guess they can't divvy it up with a quarter a sack at a time. That probably doesn't make much sense. Mumbles with a $2 donation says, JG meant Colby Parkinson for those jump balls. Oh, thank you for donating that to clear that up on that. My bad. I was trying to figure that out. And yeah, I think Colby should be used on jump balls. If you want to go look at what Colby Parkinson can do as far as down by the goal line as a jump ball player, go look at him in Stanford. That's how they used him. They'd use him out of the slot and they'd get him matched up on a really undersized slot cornerback. He'd have 6, 7, 8 inches on the guy, and then they would high point the ball for him, and he'd just go over the top and pluck it. Seahawks haven't used that much of him in his pro career in that way up until this point. But that's a spot where I think you could utilize that a little bit more at times if you're looking for a little bit more help down by the red zone. I think part of it is that they've been so good in the red zone and they've been pretty pretty efficient overall game to game in that respect of things. But that's a place, it's a good spot to look at for a place that you can attack going forward, because that's in Colby's game. And when you get a guy who's 6'7" with long arms who can jump, as Colby can, there are going to be times where you have just an undersized linebacker, sub 6 foot tall, or a 5'10" slot corner who's just not going to be able to stay with him if the throw is put on the right spot. Hey, it got asked, do you want to have Jamal Adams come back? Should Jamal Adams come back? You like Jamal? She's going quiet on me, Garth. Do you want Jamal? What do you think about Jamal? Yes? I think she's still deliberating it right now. If I have to guess on this one, Garth, that's a deliberation when she's quiet like that. Can I get a yes or no on Jamal? Nothing, man. She's being quiet. I don't know why. Cornos with a $5 donation. 2 names you forgot for Pro Bowl. Potential Pro Bowl is Cross and Lucas. Also go Hawks. I didn't quite forget it. I'm going to anticipate that Lane Johnson's going to be the first guy at right tackle to get taken in the NFC Pro Bowl roster, and they're only going to take 2 and 2. So you'll get 2 right tackles, 2 left tackles. So I would probably reckon to guess that the first guy that you're going to see taken is going to be Lane Johnson. He's widely considered the best right tackle in the sport. The second guy probably that's going to be taken will be Tristan Wirfs with Tampa Bay. And even if just by reputation kind of alone, he'll get in. So I just don't think there's Pro Bowl potential there with those 2 guys, but there's not a clear path with it being kind of held up. On the left tackle side of it, Trent Williams will obviously be he gets like Lane Johnson. He's going to get in there no matter what. The other left tackle, guess there's not as much a straightforward other left tackle right now. Tyron Smith's out for the Cowboys. Maybe Jordan Matalia from the Eagles is the other guy. So their potential there, Kronos. You're right. Their potential, because that was the question, wasn't about who's going to go in there, but potential. I just was kind of acknowledging usually those rookies don't get that kind of bump unless they're really having the outstanding kind of year that's just such a difference maker at the position. And with both Cross and Lucas, they're playing outstanding football. Make no mistake about that. But are they having like difference making level of play on the edges? I mean, both of them are right around 60 right now as far as their blocking goes. So I just don't think it's quite there in that respect of things. And I got the Orn out, guys. Don't worry. We'll get all that gone. Goodness gracious. Orn's getting aggressive today. Triple posting. Triple dipple posting. Triple dipple posting. Mr. Grubb 90, you have subscribed to the channel. You answered my call, sir. I really appreciate you and salute you for doing so. We are trying to get to 10,000 subscribers here, so thank you for helping me get along to that process here. You're amazing for doing so. Ryan Holden, thank you for subscribing as well and jumping aboard the Hawks Nest. Welcome aboard. And you're as well, the same sentiment I'd like to provide to you and say thank you for helping me get to 10,000, man. We're trying to get to that mark. It's a long sought goal of this channel. It was where I started out this year. I wanted to get to 10,000. We started at 6,000 subscribers at the beginning of this year. We are now on the edge of getting to 10,000. It's because of folks like you, Ryan. So thank you so much for doing that. Alan Armitage with the $5 donation. Thank you, Alan. Says ESPN don't want the Seahawks to win because all their analysts will be wrong about our season. That certainly doesn't make them look very smart, does it, in retrospect, Alan? Doesn't make them look all that clever in the respect of that you come out of this game and again, this Hawks team, no team thought they would be anywhere close to the division. And ESPN had a lot of talking heads on their side of it that were part of those folks saying this was one of the worst rosters in football. This was a team that was going to be in contention for the number 1 draft pick in the upcoming draft because they were going to be that bad. And for them to be this wrong is, pretty far off. And even a guy like me that wasn't necessarily high on this team, I still had this team at least at 7 or 8 wins on the year. I never had them in a place of being one of the worst rosters in football. And that was a ridiculous take by those pundits to ever put us in that realm of things. We were never going to be at that spot of it. It was a complete gross oversimplification of the view of the situation. Russ leaves, so now Hawks bad. That seemed to be about as much thought as they put into it, which is why also I don't get too worked up about their opinions with it because I know they don't put a lot into their opinions. They're going to look for the quickest, fastest, hottest take, and then they're going to put it to bed, not think about it again. until they're forced to do so. Adrian XA with a $2 donation. Thank you, Adrian XA. Appreciate you. Says, do we trust in Pete moving on to next offseason? Oh, yeah. Yeah. I definitely was going to wait for this to be a full season of deliberation, and I wanted to have that much of a time to be able to do that. But this has not just been in flashes now. This is now 9 games. You're well past fully halfway into the year. You have an offense that's putting up right around 30 points a game. You have a defense that's been number 1 in DVOA for the 4 straight weeks in the NFL. So almost a quarter of the NFL season, you have a defense operating at a number 1 DVOA status as far as where they're performing from. Those are 2 indications to me of a coach who can still coach in this league, who can still put an elite football team together, who can coach beyond where the talent level is on the team. Let's not forget about this as well, Adrian X. This is a team with $44 million of dead money this year. They're sitting with 20% of their cap removed from them, yet they still sit in first place. 20% of the cap's gone, and you have the Rams who basically added 20% of the cap onto what they've got this year with how they've moved the money around. And the Niners doing some similar things on their side, not to that extreme of a degree as the Rams. And you, meanwhile, behind the 8 ball, negative deep, and yet you're still being a team to lead the division. You're still a team that is getting better and better as the year goes along. That absolutely should instill faith in Pete at this point. Even the most ardent Pete Carroll haters that exist out there, and there are a good amount that exist, he has got to have convinced you by this point. He has. To turn this team around like this in a rebuild year, to get this kind of performance out, to get this out of Geno Smith, to get the young players playing as well as he is, to make the changes as he's made on the offense and defensive side of the ball and see those changes meting out in a successful fashion. You've got to turn back, nod your head towards Pete and say, great job. You've earned our trust. We're going to put ourselves in your hands. Let's see what you can get in this last turn of your career. Let's see if you can get us back to that mountaintop one more time. Adrian XA with a $2 donation on top of that. Thank you for the double dono, Adrian. Says, this raw team with cap next year and 4 picks in 2 rounds. Yeah. And boy, you got a team this good already. You're going to add 4 good players, 4 starter level players minimum in the next draft. 4 you add to this team right now. You don't have a lot of free agent losses that you're going to expend this. We don't have a lot of guys leaving off the books this offseason. We have to figure out the Geno situation. You got a Drew Lock, got a Rashad Penny here, right? But you're bringing everybody basically back outside of that. Certainly everybody back of any kind of value onto this team. Shelby Harris will be back here. Fan will be back here. Disley will be back here. You got your tackles returning back. Damian Lewis will be back here. Kenneth Walker's coming back here. Dallas is back. You got to make a decision on Travis Homer. We'll see with that. So yeah, you're in a great, this is what they call the pole position. You are in the pole position right now going on through this year and into the future, not just within this division, but within this conference as well. Look at these teams that are in this conference and where they're all sitting right now. Tampa Bay is looking like they're maybe reaching a little bit of the end of the line there with Tampa Tom. You got the Rams and their all-in approach starting to fail on them a little bit. You got the 49ers going all in this season with some of their trades they've made, all the first-round picks they've given up recently for Trey Lance, and still the question mark that is Trey Lance. But then look at your Seahawks into the future. Looking good in the division, up against other teams in this league. Detroit Lions, Bears, Packers, even the Vikes in that division. Who's set up better for the future right now than us? And with where we're at right now? Nobody. Maybe the Eagles are the only team in this conference that you could point out and say are in a similar state of putting themselves in a good position on into the future into this conference. And maybe we will be the 2 teams to be battling it out in this conference as we do move into the future too. It's good to see. And boy, is it encouraging. David Pugh with a $5 donation. Thank you, David Pugh. Says, your dedication to the team, channel, and viewers is admirable as hell. If I could subscribe twice, I would. Love you, man. Go Hawks. David, nothing but love right back at you, man. I appreciate the $5 donation. It's not hard to be dedicated when I love this so much. And it's not hard to do this hours and hours on end whenever we go live on this, because it is so much fun to talk to you guys about this team. My chat, my people that are on this channel are always keeping me thinking, always keeping me on my toes, keeping me laughing, keep making this just so much fun. And, for me, David, I'd wondered when I was doing the play-by-play last year and starting this up if I was going to like to do it, if it would take away from my enjoyment of watching the game. it just increased my enjoyment. Being able to hang with you guys and break this team down and look at all of the parts of this team. I've got people in this chat like yourself, David, that are like minded with me, and that you look at this team closely, and I'm not using the word obsessive, but you just get as much. You love the sport, you love the game, you love your team, and to have so many like-minded people like me like this has made this. It's my favorite time to come on and talk with you guys and do this and to do this channel. And it's why, for me, David, the future is going to be eventually to do this as a full-time job. And once we hit that, I'm going to be on cloud 9 24/7. You guys will probably get tired of watching Brandon smiling all the time. Like, can you stop smiling? Like, no, I can't. I can't do it. Sorry, guys. I can't. We're losing. Stop smiling. I can't do it. But I appreciate you, David. Thank you, man. Very kind of you to say. And again, nothing but love right back at you, man. Love right back at you. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. Pete can do all the things Brando said, but he should stay the F out of Schneider's drafting. You are 100% right there, Garth. I'm okay with Pete giving his take to John and giving John his insight and what he sees from the players in the draft. But I would like John to be running these things more often than not and him having the final call on it. And I do think that it's been our suspicion that John had more control in this prior draft. And that's one of the reasons why this draft was so diametrically different from prior drafts that you've run in recent years that have been so bad, because John was able to maybe take more of the control, get his hands fully on the sticks without Pete coming in every other minute trying to move the sticks around. Now, let's go over this way. Stop it. Get your hand off, Pete. Stop it. Stop it, Pete. I'm the captain now. I'm the captain now, Pete. It's good to see. And hopefully they stick with that, Garth. It brought out the success this year. Hopefully Pete, if that did occur, can look into this offseason and see what brought about that success, is trusting in John to run that show and to make that final call on those guys, and that he will give him that right team. Not to mention, Garth, it's just for the betterment of Coach Carroll so he can concentrate on coaching. I have to wonder if maybe being removed from the personnel stuff as intricately as he was interwoven with has maybe provided Pete a chance to more double back down on just concentrating on coaching. We've got this happening in our own recent history in Seahawks land, of course, with Mike Holmgren. I've referenced this before, where Holmgren was in over his head when he was being asked to be the head coach and their general manager. And once you remove the general manager from him, once you remove the player personnel control from Coach Holmgren, it felt like he was able to concentrate a little bit more on just locking in on being a head coach at that point. And your general manager was the guy in charge of what he was in charge of. Your coach is in charge of coaching. Guys know their roles, and then they can really, truly excel at it. So very well said. I agree with you on that. Very much so agree with you. Scooby Snacks. Hey, Brando, how about the Hawks looked a little dicey there late in the fourth? I'm glad we clamped him down eventually and put this one to bed. I thought fourth quarter, we looked great throughout the fourth quarter, Scooby. Third quarter was a little dicey for me. Fourth was good. The Gavin KG says the Hawks looking good so far. Go Hawks. This team is looking like the team that made it to the 2 Super Bowls. You can see some echoes, can't you? Can't you, Gavin? Some big echoes you see from those other teams. It's very, very well put, man. It's kind of astonishing how you see so many similarities in this type of team when it's been so many years since we've seen those similarities to that. Dustin Ruth, Broncos lost today, would have felt a little bit gooder. Would have felt a little bit gooder. It's a good way of putting it. But of course, they just didn't play today. So, they got their bye. I guess they got to get their bye at some point. I suppose. They got a Titans team on the road at 10 a.m. next week, though. So we'll see how it goes, Dustin. That's a tough matchup for them. I think Titans will give Chiefs a pretty tough time tonight as well. 1970, in the preseason, I put a bet on the Seattle win being under 5.5. I've never been so happier to lose money. That's how I like to place bets, 1970. You place a bet on the other side of what you'd like to see happen so that no matter what, you're going to feel good about the affair, right? You lose the money, but you win. So it's like, well, it's all right. Money well spent. I bet that same way if I bet. I don't bet often, but when I do, that's kind of how I bet too. Dustin Ruth says, I don't hate Russ, just hate the situation and obviously moved on. Sierra ruined him. A lot of people thought that might be some of what's gone on with Russ. And I don't hate Russ either, man. I'm some of the stuff annoyed me with what was going on there at the end in the relationship and how things kind of met it out. But, we're in great shape. And Russ has got his new contract and he's got the team that's going to be all in on him. So he got what he wanted. We got what we wanted. We're back on top of the division. Everybody wins. Kind of. Sort of. Except Russ, because not really. Saijin with a $5 donation says, what is your feeling on Tampa Bay and Munich? Well, I think Tampa Bay and Munich is a lot better than getting Tampa Bay at home. That certainly helps. The big thing with Tampa Bay this year, when you look at that offensive line, they lose two guys in the line that were very important members in recent years for them, and Ali Marpet and Ryan Jensen. Tristan Wirfs has been a little bit dinged up this year. I think Donovan Smith's been a little bit dinged up at the left side. So Tom's really had an offensive line that's not been as in great a shape as he's been used to. And the thing about Tom Brady is he gets the ball out of his hands very quickly, but it's always been the story of Tom of as hard as it is to sometimes get pressure on him. And he's a guy you can't blitz because he'll beat you if you try to blitz him. If you can get some pressure on him, if they are not able to hold up, especially if you can get pressure with the front four, that can give Tom Brady some problems because now you're squeezing the zones and you're taking away some of the things that he wants to attack from. And so that's a place where we're going to have a little bit of maybe an upper hand in this game on that offensive line. He doesn't have the tight ends that he's had in recent years, like O.J. Howard and Gronkowski especially, to throw to on the outside. So that offense is going to be a little bit limited, even though they do have the receivers still there who can provide a decent challenge against you. Defensively against this team, Tampa Bay lost a couple of guys this offseason, Jason Pierre-Paul, Ndamukong Suh. That defensive line has not been playing as good. Justin Tyron, that was a University of Washington kid they drafted in the first round. I don't think he's quite rounded out for them. I think he's still kind of coming along as a player. Devin White has certainly kind of backtracked a little bit as a linebacker. And their secondary has just not been as good up until this point this year as it has in recent years. So everything on that Tampa Bay is kind of taken as a soft half step back, Saijin. And there's a lot of places for you to attack offensively and defensively to make them uncomfortable offensively. And then defensively, I think you can attack them in the run game where they've been really good in the recent history in that respect of things. And then I think you're going to find some holes in especially the short and intermediate passing game for Geno Smith against the Buccaneer team. I think there's some spots there that you can hit him with. So we got some advantages, and they don't have any real clear advantages about places where they can attack. Vita Vea gives them an advantage on the inside. He's tough to deal with. Mike Evans is still a really good receiver on the outside. He's a tough matchup, and he's not going to be easy. But they don't have a lot of matchup problems outside of here and there on this team against you, which is so strange to say right now versus where we saw Tampa Bay coming into this season. Adrian XA with a $2 donation says, playoff bound and a top pick. I love this team. It is a nice feeling, isn't it, Adrian X? So usually if you're going to win out, you got to make your peace with the fact you're not getting a high top pick. But we get a high top pick and we can win out. It's the best of both worlds. A rare place to be in football that you get to experience that. And man, I hope the Broncos are just horrible the rest of the year. It just gets even more extreme. We keep getting better and Broncos keep getting worse. The taffy keeps getting pulled apart wider. Just a little bit wider. Alan Armitage with a $5 donation says, maybe Russ knew Geno Smith was up next. Maybe he knew you could handle the duties just fine. Well said. Well said. You certainly would think Russ of all people would know of Geno's capability of this, being next to the guy the last couple of years and seeing what he's able to do and probably in practice. So I bet you Russ probably, if you asked him, would say, yeah, I saw him doing this. I knew he could do this. I don't know if Russ would say, that's part of why I felt okay to leave. Like Russ would pull out that line. Like I'd buy Russ would pull that line out. Like, this is why I was okay leaving Seattle. Like a dude leaving a girl who he knows the girl's got like another guy's going to be the solid boyfriend for him. He's been the wayward boyfriend. He's like trying to tell the girlfriend, like, look, no, I'm bad for you. I'm too wild for you. Okay. I'm just too damn wild for you. Go with him. He's boring, but he's going to be there every night for you. He's going to take good care of you. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. It's like the Casablanca speech at the end, where he's having the talk with the girl on the runway at the end of the movie. Yeah, you're right. You'd hate the decision the rest of your life. We got Humphrey Bogarted by Russell Wilson, I guess. We're the girl on the runway and it's Humphrey Bogart and Russell Wilson telling us, you'd regret it. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but you would. Alan Arbiton's with another $5 donation. Thank you, Alan, for the $5 down now. I already read that one. Sorry, Alan. My bad. Rob Terrell, it was a team sack, laughing out loud. They gave us a team sack. I've not seen that before. It's crazy. Usually they'll attribute it to somebody who's the closest. Mr. Carroll to you says Maul would have converted some of those sacks though. Yeah, that's where I stand with this, Mr. Carroll to you. Is I think Adams is still going to be a benefit if he can be on the field. He's going to help your defense out. He'll make you a better defense if he's out there versus if he isn't. He's got to be at full strength. He's got to be at full health. But if he is, I would ride with him because of that. Irish Seahawks says, no, the Collier touch went as a team sack. Yeah. Collier can't even get love from the scorekeepers, man. Can't even get love for the scorekeepers. Renown Rivers, Pacific Northwest. Is Uchenna Chandler Jones type talent? Yes. A little bit different body styles. Uchenna's kind of a little bit more of a little more of an undersized outside linebacker, just a tiny bit, 6'2", and maybe a little bit of change, whereas Chandler's legitimately 6'4" plus with really long arms. So Chandler uses a lot of that. A lot of what he did was in the utilization of those long arms on tackles. But in the way that they go about their business, as far as in using their hands, being technicians, understanding leverage, being able to also counter that with first step quickness and bend, there's certainly some similarities between those two games. And part of the video I'm going to be posting this week is a little bit about, how many of us out there in Seahawks fandom we're saying, well, we'd love to see let's go for Chandler Jones. Let's go make the big signing. And, Snyder instead went for the under the radar signing in Uchenna, who kind of drew a shrug from all of us out here in Seahawks fandom because there were some bigger names out there. But coming into this week, Chandler Jones was at a half a sack on the year, a half a sack. And certainly the big difference between the two of them right now, Rivers, and the real key between them, despite both of them being very talented rushers, is Uchenna's only 25 years old. Chandler Jones is up 32-33. And you've got a guy in Uchenna who's got a lot more left in the tank in his ability to play, a guy just going into his prime versus a guy who's just leaving on the other side of his prime. But yeah, I don't know if Uchenna will quite put the career together that Chandler Jones has put together. Chandler's going to have some Hall of Fame talk that will follow him a little bit when he has retired. But Uchenna has played fantastic football this year, and absolutely with what Chandler Jones has been in recent years, he's matching him step for step in that respect of things. The Pit says Malik Willis just had an insane sack and escape. Oh, nice. I probably should turn on that game. Watching. I think we got the Sunday night game. AGM Productions says, congratulations on the win. Thank you, man. Feels good. Good year. Scooby Snacks, if Jamal has a good year next year and can stay healthy, then I would sign him again for a reduced price, obviously, in a shorter term. I think he's still got a couple years left. So I don't think you're going to be in a position of having to do that anytime soon. And he's got a lot that he's got to prove for me to sign him to anything into the future as far as his health goes. I think there's some big questions there with him in that respect of things. And he's got to kind of go out there and show he can prove it and play on the field consistently. I like Jamal. I'm still very much pro Jamal going forward, but he's definitely working his way to the final spot here where if he can't stay healthy, he's got to, that's the part that's got to be proven more than anything else. Man, Gavin says, man, the Seahawks had 3 long drives today for touchdowns. That was awesome. And also put this game away like they did against the Giants. They did. I think it stood out, Gavin, in all of these last 4 games, you've put the opponent away. You've put them away in the fourth quarter. You've won it fairly comfortably because you have put that opponent away. And those 3 touchdown drives you talk about, I believe, are all back to back to back. 3 touchdown drives right on the heels of each other. You don't see that in football very often. You certainly don't see that in the fourth quarter when both teams are laying it all on the line, doing everything they can to come away with that win. Very impressive by your Seahawks. AI says, Pete is coach of the year, and it isn't even close. He is for me, AI. I think Sirianni in Philadelphia is going to get a lot of love out there. He's going to get a lot of folks saying he should win it. Dustin Ruth, Garth is a big Russell Wilson love guy on that. So he's going to be a little sensitive to Russ criticism. That's no doubt about that. Scooby, I love this too, man. Your boy Michael Brando, how much cap should we have? So we've got $40 million in workable spaces that stands right now moving into the offseason. You have a couple of deals that you can theoretically get out from under that you could move and clear some more cap space. Brian Monet is one. I think Puna's one. Actually, I guess there's just a couple of deals you can get out from under. So you're kind of right around the $40 million mark where it's all said and done for this offseason. And there's not a lot of not a lot of money that you're going to create outside of that unless you're converting and stuff with other guys' contracts. David Yang. What's up, David? Hey, everyone. Late to the stream today. No worries, man. As long as you jump in the stream, that's all I care about. Says, was in the chat during the game. I hate that play design and call when they had an interception by Simmons. Defenses know we are doing the short passes. Yeah, it was a little bit of an odd play design, David, in that there was no Geno going through his reads and then getting to Walker in the flat as he was doing most of the time throughout this game. That was a little bit of we're going to throw this right to the flat off the jump. And to your point on that, Arizona completely read the play. So a little bit too much of the dink and dunk at times in this game, David, rather than let's push the ball up the field a little bit here. Let's try to test them a little bit more. I think some of that came, David, just from the fact of the Cardinals pass rush was doing a pretty good job of getting to Geno at times in this game, which was he couldn't always get through his three reads. He couldn't always let the long developing routes get up the football field because of that. But yeah, that was a bad play design and an even tougher throw there by Geno and just where he kind of put that ball. Scooby Snacks. I think we will hold our own this year with both of those teams. I'm more worried about the Niners more than the Rams, however. Yeah, me too, man. Me too. And we can play with anybody else left on our schedule. There's nobody else in the schedule that's going to give it to us. We're going to be able to hang with all these teams. It's not a hellacious schedule moving forward through the rest of the season. But the two tough ones are really going to be that you got the Niners and the Buccaneers, and then you have two games against the Rams, depending on where we're at as far as playing them, because that's been a team that's given you some problems in recent years. David Yang says, have to be more creative and pass middle and medium throws to tight ends and wide receivers. Agreed, David. Yeah. Agreed. Adrian XA with the $2 donation says, I know it's early, but did we win the Russell Wilson trade? Yes, we've won the Wilson trade. You've won the Wilson trade. Wilson, I don't expect to play at his low level. He's got like a 39 QBR on the season right now. Wilson's not going to, I think, stay at that same place for the Broncos, not just this rest of this year, but into the future. I think that he will get better than that when it's all said and done. With that said, I don't think he's going to necessarily be back to an elite status of quarterback like he was from 2016 to halfway through 2020, let's say. I don't think he's going to get back to that same state of things. And as he might be a little bit of a better than average quarterback for the Broncos moving forward, then we highly win that trade. Not to mention the fact that we didn't spend the money on him that we would have had to have spent, which is also a factor of this. You got to put that $250 million contract put in within this, because if you kept Wilson, those $250 million would have also have been in the books in addition to not having the draft picks that you picked up too, right? It's draft picks plus all the contractual money that you're going to save over the course of that deal. And so, yeah, we have won the trade. Certainly there's a way for the Broncos to recoup some value here and to get more out of Wilson going forward. But I think that it's pretty hard to make any argument that the Broncos have come even close to coming out on the better end of this deal. I'm sorry, one second. Oh, there we go. Thank you for the donations, Adrian. I appreciate you, Adrian X. David says they need to burn that out of the playbook. Yeah, they do. I do like the swing routes, David, but I don't like it as the first read on the drop back. I want Geno to be going 1, 2, 3, and then gets over to 4. Don't go 4, 3, 2, 1, which is a little how he did it on that play. JG says offensive rookie of the year, defensive rookie of the year, comeback player of the year, and comeback team of the year, says JG. I can't believe I took CBPTY and got that as comeback team of the year. So you got to give me some credit on that, Jay. That was an acronym. That was a hell of an acronym. All in 1 year will be wild. Yeah. Offensive rookie of the year, defensive rookie of the year, comeback player of the year, comeback team of the year, How about JG? Let me add on to it. How about head coach of the year? How about executive of the year, general manager of the year? What if you put all that together in one? How well that does bode so well for your future. David Yang says father time affects all teams. Look at all the old quarterbacks. Their teams are not doing well. Yeah, they've been able to dodge and weave him, David Yang. It's like when you see the movies of death chasing a guy with his Reaper, and he's just find a way to get through, avoid it somehow, some way. And these old guys have been able to do that. But Rodgers has certainly looked like time has caught up with him. Brady, like time's caught up with him. Both in Brady and Rodgers' case, when they were especially doing that golf thing that they do in the offseason that they did with Josh Allen and Mahomes, there was a real feeling at that time of like, are these guys already kind of halfway out the door? I'm getting a feeling of like, you're hearing kind of some comments from them, like maybe this is they're both about ready to kind of be done with this. Like, tired of getting hit, tired of the stuff. And both those guys kind of have that look to them. In Rodgers' case, he just doesn't have the help wide receiver wise to be able to get it done. And he's got to press and stretch and try to, elevate himself at that point to overcome it. And he's just not able to do so. You guys liking my jokes? David, Niners screwed long term, Rams screwed, Cardinals screwed. Yeah, the future for us is much brighter in this division than anybody else. Part of the Niners going for in their trades, hell, this next upcoming draft, they'll be down at first round pick, second round pick, third round pick, fourth round pick. Say nothing of where their salary cap is moving in the future. They have expensive players in Trent Williams, George Kittle, Warner, Jimmy Ward. They're just about to have to pay Bosa, probably going to be $30 million a year to Joey Bosa. Deebo Samuel making the money he's making. There's not going to be a lot of clear places for the Niners to move from a contractual situation to better their team past what they are right now moving into the future if they are going to be coming up short through the course of the season. Matthew Murphy, it's nearly 2 a.m. here in UK and I'm off to sleep. Keep well, Hawk Nation. Thank you, Matthew. Have yourself a great night, man. And I know you're going to sleep well knowing your Seahawks won. David says, I can't wait till next year's draft and they get some talented dogs. Oh, it's going to be nice. Knowing we're going to come off this year and knowing what we're going to have set up for us in the draft is going to be so nice. Renown Rivers, I want Derek Young to get a target. He's as athletic. He reminds me of Lockett. He's a big guy too, Renown. I don't know if you can tell. I really stood out to me in the stadium watching them a couple weeks ago when I was watching them play the Cardinals at home. He's a real big receiver. Big body to the guy. And they're giving him some run. He's getting some opportunities out there. So he had a penalty in this game, which is a little bit rough for him. And it'd be nice to see maybe a target here or there for him too. I think they're kind of using him as a blocker as much as anything else. I'd like to see Renown with Derek giving him maybe a fly sweep, something he did in college really well, and give him another opportunity with that. Because they don't go to the fly sweep very often, especially with Eskridge. But that's definitely something that Derek Young can do. In fact, that's a lot of what he did in college was just bubble screens and fly sweeps. That's a place where you could really manufacture a touch for him. David Yang, we need a Doug Baldwin receiver on this team. I mean, kind of Tyler Lockett's kind of that guy. When you need a big catch, when you need a big play, it seems like Tyler's the guy to come up with it. GoOx 2022 says, correction, Adams at $21.33 million. Sorry about that. Oh, so Brandon, just FYI, deep cap hit. Adams is dead cap $31 million. Diggs is 34. DK is 34. Something's off on that, my man. I need to double check. Hold on one second with that, because that's not what when I was looking at that before with Jamal, that wasn't what I was seeing. Let's see here. All right, Seahawks. Okay, so the 2023 cap. Yeah, so wait, let me just get to this. So GoOx, you said just FYI, dead cap for 2023 for Adams, you have is $31 million. And then you have it corrected to $21.33 million. So the dead money hit, if you go with Sports Track, oh wait, no, you're right on that actually. Sorry. There you go. So yeah, we're not moving off from him in 2023. I was off. It wasn't $8 million. And Henry's about to bust a big run here for the Titans. So you're right. Yeah. So he carries an $18 million hit. It would cost you $3 million to move on from Adams next year, which you're not going to do. He still will remain a Hawk moving into the future. So you're right on that one. My bad. Sean Lee says, I get 2012 vibes here. You're not the only one to say it, Sean. I've heard a few people in the chat saying they're feeling kind of the same thing, man. So you're not seeing mirages. You're seeing it true. Wu-Tang says, I feel like we can get Tampa Bay. They're allergic to the red zone. Yeah, team then, and it's part of, I think, some of the struggles they've had in running the ball at times. You've got a quarterback in Tom Brady not mobile. Those are things that can kind of impact you when you get down to the red zone and things get so congested down there. Random McDaniel with the $2 donation says, chat vibes so much better when teams winning. Yeah, man, it is, isn't it? It's chat's in a lot more of a healthier place, Randall. And one of the places I'm happy to see, because I went to, you guys don't know it, I went to college in the summer and I took some psychology degrees because I was anticipating the fact that I was going to have to walk a lot of people off the ledge this year on the channel, that we were going to have some tough runs and it was going to require me to have to, it was going to have to be just kind of just get people on the couch, get some deep breaths, using some Buddhist chants, Randall. You know, you gave me the little Buddhist thing. I thought I was going to have to whip this thing out here. Remember this, Randall? So Randall sent me this, folks. And this is to keep negative energy away. So I thought I was going to be whipping this out. Randall, I haven't have to bring it out once this year. The evil spirits have just stayed away the whole way. They've never even challenged it at any point in time. So haven't had to whip out the Asian evil spirit bowl. Haven't had to do that. Been good. It's been good. And it's good to hear, Randall. I'm happy for this fan base. There's been some real tough seasons they've had to sit through, even in Randall years where we've been good. There's always been a little bit of a pall or a dark cloud kind of hanging over the team as far as a question mark goes, of lack of faith and confidence. And that's definitely shaken the fan base at times over recent years. And you're just seeing things start to really come together with everybody starting to regain that faith in the ball club, regain that excitement for the team. You have a fan base, I'd say, in my 4 years of doing this on the channel, right now this fan base is as, let's see, use the word electrified. They're electrified. You have the fan base as in it right now, as excited right now as I've seen them here in 4 years. And it's great to see, Randall. It's so encouraging. It's obviously awesome for the channel when the team's doing well. It's better for the channel, but just better as well, just like you said, the chat and where people's minds at and not having to dwell on a ton of negativity just for the sake of it. It's wonderful to see, Randall. Chase with a $5 donation says, imagine trading all of your draft capital to be second place in the division. or Chase, trading all of your draft capital to be third place in the division. How about that one too? Doesn't get any better when you're in third place either, does it? And yeah, we're going to have to deal with them at some point. Two may enter, only one may leave. And I have a feeling it's going to be that Thursday night game that ends up kind of deciding this division's fate. You know, that's going to end up being the thing that at the end of the day, you know, dictates where we are and where we're going and what we're going to be, you know? Yeah. Yeah. But hey, they gave up a lot to be there, man. They've gone all in. We've not gotten all in and we're at the top of the division. We're all in on our future and we're top of the division. We best of both worlds, the situation. Thank you for the donation though, brother. Appreciate you. Alan Armitage with another $5 donation. Thank you, Alan. Very kind of you. Says Coach Pete Carroll is a proven fact that older coaches last longer than older quarterbacks. Laughing out loud. They do tend to have a little bit of a longer shelf life, Alan. That is for certain on that one. Well said on your part. And yeah, he's outlasted the older quarterback in this respect of things. A couple of those guys out in this league that have done that. Though it does still remain to be seen with Bill Belichick because he's got to figure out his situation after Tom Brady's left. But it's true. If you can coach, man. And having a great coach who has a great quarterback can help. But if you got a great coach, they can also get the job done by just being a great coach on their own too. And yeah, well said on your part, man. Very well said and very funny. Those old quarterbacks are having a tough year this year. Father Time came with a vengeance this season. He just said, enough of this. Oh, you're going to play till your 40s? Oh, really? Oh, really? How about now? How about some of this? How about poor pass protection? How about you lose your running back? How about your defense sucks? How's Father Time doing now, Mr. Quarterback? How's your brand now, Mr. Quarterback? Garth Knight with a $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. It says, Brando, the lack of confidence had to do with Pete being the head of the snake. It was cut off to let John be who he is. Pete can coach. Oh, no, I'm with you, man. As I've said with this, this is the bit of the pushback that I've had for the folks of, sort of re-assimilating what recent history has been here. And Coach Carroll, I'm going to give him all the credit in the world right now. He's done a fantastic job, but he's done a fantastic job of not simply doing what he's always done. He's done a fantastic job of changing off of his spot. And Garth's point in the chat here, first and foremost, begins with having some of the player personnel control maybe pulled away from him a little bit, especially as it concerns drafting. But it also has to do with Coach Carroll finally showing a willingness over the last 2 seasons to take remarkable steps forward in the schematics of his offense and his defense. And moving those two from late 80s, I mean, we're running a 1980 style offense and defense for the last few years here. And not like, well, kind of. No, that's what your offense was. We're going to run on first down, run on second down, and then we'll try to throw on third down. You were looking for the miracle play. You weren't consistently trying to move the chains. You weren't bringing a lot of pre-snap motion into play. You were absolutely refusing to run to the edges of the defense. Everything was attacked up the middle. And then defensively, you're trying to stay in cover 1 or cover 3 or cover 2. And that was pretty much all you were doing. You weren't running a lot of elaborate coverages. You weren't stacking up the box. You're just getting beaten by playing so simplistically on the offense and defensive side of the ball. Coach Carroll's adjusted, though. He's changed his ways. But the key here is he didn't change those ways for a good 7-8 year period, even in the back 4 or 5 year period when it was really starting to fail. It was really starting to go downhill, that old methodology that he was trying to apply. He hasn't thrown out all of what he's done. It's not that he's like reinvented himself fully as a coach. It's just that he's taken the good stuff that he does, the motivation, the culture building, the philosophy for how to win football games. And then he's now adjusted the things that weren't working, being the offense and defensive side of the ball, specifically within really the schematics of those sides of the ball. But there was a reason to question him. There was a reason to wonder if he could make these adjustments because he was showing such a reticence to make them. He was being so hesitant to make them. And this is, of course, in Coach Carroll's own words. He said this very same thing this offseason at the Combine. If anybody's really looking at a real hallmark moment here, it's Carroll at the Combine saying, yes, we have been a little bit arrogant in our ways, speaking especially defensively. We have just kept doing the same stuff that we've done before without really making the changes that really truly do need to be made here. And so credit's got to be given to him for making those adjustments and making those changes. It's part of why I say he's got to be the head coach of the year in football, even over Nick Sirianni, even if the Eagles get a better record at the end of the day. It's because he's done that kind of coaching job. He has elevated his level of game at 70 plus years old, which you just don't see coaches do, and is absolutely worthy at that point of being not just celebrated, but awarded. Raptor, XRAWR, thank you for subscribing to the channel, Raptor. Trying to get over 10,000 subscribers on this channel, so you're helping me get there by subbing up here to the channel. So welcome on into the chat, man. Appreciate you. Very kind of you. David, Doug Baldwin like tight end or wide receiver? Yeah, I mean, kind of. David, I feel like Disley's giving you a lot of what Baldwin gave you in the tight end position. When you need him and you throw to him, he's going to catch it. When you need a big catch at a big time, he'll give it to you. I think Lockett's giving you that on the receiver side of things. Lions Mania. It's always good to see Lions Mania in the house. How you doing, man? You guys got Rodgers, didn't you, this week? Let me see here. I want to give you a congrats, but let me make sure I can give you the congrats first here. $15 to 9. 15 to 9. Lions Mania, you guys got just through on that one. Well done. Glad to see you get another win. I don't want to see Lions going only 1 or 2 wins this year. Let's get you guys up finishing hot. Get like 5 or 6 wins to finish it. Beat the Vikings on a game. I'd love to see that from you guys. Give Campbell a little more entrenchment there as a coach going forward. I think he's on the right path. I do. AI 2023 first 5 picks. Number 1, defensive line. Number 2, center. 3, linebacker. 4, guard. 5th, third round, guard. 5th in the third round equals best player available, somebody who fell. I'm okay with that AI. I think D-line will definitely be where a lot of the strength is where you're picking with that first selection. Be it a guy like Miles Murphy or Brian Brees. There's going to be some guys available there that'll be very interesting to add. David says, money, fame, and relationships can screw with your head. They can, man. They can mess you up, man. The combination of those three at once can do it too. Fame's tough, especially long fame. When you get into 10 years of being famous, and man, that really does it has to just kind of start to change your outlook on things. Matthew Burgess says, fire Cliff Kingsbury's sorry ass. Well, it's the first place if I'm the Cardinals that I'm looking to do here. He was a hire that was made. He had not a lot of success as it was anyway. The reasoning behind having that guy brought in was to basically just pair him up with Kyler. Those guys have not gone to the stratosphere as some magical pairing. At this point, if I'm the Cardinals, I'm looking to try to find somebody else. They just signed him to a contract extension, though. It's pretty rare when you put a coach on a contract extension, you're going to fire him a year afterwards. But indeed, that might be the best way for them to go. Tough part will be if they do then fire him, Matthew. Who's the coach you bring in at that point? Who's the candidate that makes a lot of sense that's going to come in there? So I don't think you're going to get Sean Payton to come in there for the Kyler Murray experience, for instance. So it does become then a little bit of the same position you were in bringing Kingsbury in in the first place, which is this isn't exactly the most attractive position for head coaches in the entire sport. Hey, you want to go play in the toughest division in football and be the head coach on the team that's been usually the worst team within that division? No. I'll go be the Colts head coach. Gene D says there's still people without power in Seattle. That wind was no joke. It does it from time to time. We had it here the other day. It was rough. Like they had trees 2 nights ago were blowing out here in where I live, and the trees were almost blowing sideways. I was kind of surprised that some of them held up. So hopefully everyone's safe over there. Yeah, that windstorms can be crazy. AI says Brady's not going to want to lose to Geno Smith. He's going to be locked in. You're going to get his best effort, man. You're going to get his best effort, no doubt about that. D Nuggets calling Woolen with 2 interceptions on Brady. I like the confidence, man. I love the confidence out of you. Garth with another $5 donation. Thank you, Garth, for all the donos on the channel. It says, wait, Brando, you're saying Pete should get accolades because he let his offensive coordinator run the not Pete called plays? No, I think Pete a coach has got to manage the team completely. And that means a variety of things, Garth. It means managing the team on what kind of offense and defense you want to run. That means managing the players and the individual personalities. That means managing a football game. I think there's a lot that goes into the coaching part of that. And so one of the places that goes into is changing your offensive scheme and saying, look, this old offensive scheme isn't working. I need to adopt this new offensive scheme. Simply adopting a new offensive scheme, Garth, is not enough. You need to adopt a new offensive scheme that it can be a good one, that can be a functional, useful one in the NFL. That's not just onboarding a new scheme for the sake of onboarding a new scheme, but onboarding one that has an effectiveness within it. That's a modernized approach. With what he's done on the offensive side, the defensive side, he's updated both of those sides of the ball. He's changed his long, cherished 4-3 under defense, and he's gone to now a 3-4 under defense. And while that's just a small jump, it's a big jump to make it. It's made it harder on offenses. I think it's a big part of our success we've had this year, Garth, with the defensive success, because your defense has not played as well in recent years as they played these last 4 games. And so it's his philosophy, Garth. It's his team building. It's getting his players motivated. It's the way that every 10 a.m. game comes up now, we don't have to bat our eyes and go, boy, is the team going to be even awake for this game? They're awake for it. They're ready to go in those games. They're playing hard. And you see that week in and week out. So it's the totality of all that stuff, which is why he should get the accolade, not merely for one part of what he's doing on one part of a ball. And yeah, you're not going to give ever the coach the credit on play calls, but the facilitation for those calls to be made, the willingness to throw, for instance, on first down, Garth, which has been a place that he's been hesitant to do so in the past. He's not wanted to run on first down. He wanted not to pass on first down, but just run. He's made those changes. It's part of why you've got the effectiveness of where you have. So yeah, I got to give him those accolades at that point. I've got to give him his flowers. Congratulations, Lion Mania. You guys got it. JG says Brady lost to Trubisky and PJ Walker. I'm pretty sure he won't mind losing to a revived Geno. Lions Mania, Aaron Rodgers is terrible now. Devontae Adams never should have left. It makes Rodgers look terrible. Completely different team without Devontae Adams there, that's for sure. I mean, it's you've taken his bread, you've taken his butter, and you haven't even left him a knife for Rodgers. And yeah, this is a situation you could see Lion Mania coming from a large, far part away. You really could. And why I say that is you went out, you let Devontae Adams go. You also went to let the number 2 wide receiver go to the Chiefs. And then you really didn't do much to then bring anything back. You went and got like Sammy Watkins. You're going to draft a couple of receivers in the draft. The moves that they made at receiver, the Packers and the direction they took this season at receiver is one of those odd things. But this has been in the Packer organization, in my opinion, one of their places of kryptonite in recent years. And that they over and over again really short sell their wide receiver room, don't do quite enough there with it. And it ends up kind of biting them on the butt year in and year out. Now, most of the times it's bitten them in the butt in the offseason when you've gotten through the full part of the year. But they're just happening to get bitten now because it's all that much more weaker than it's ever been. David says Packers are going to suck for a long time, so I'm happy. They should be heading into a territory here where it's going to be really rough for them for a long period of time. The dead money hit on Rodgers next year is brutal. Brutal if he goes and he retires. D Nugget says Brady and Rodgers are going to the 49ers for their last year. Brady, it's a possibility. I could see him. I think Rodgers retires after this year. He's not going to be able to demand a trade from the Packers. Too much dead money on the hook there. He could maybe retire. Sijin says, where's Meg? Meg had to call it a night. She was in here for a bit. Goak says, watch a guy that was doing the Lions game, thought he was going to have a coronary. D-Nugget, I hope we lock in a playoff spot early and Pete puts Drew Lock in for the last game. That'd be cool. That'd be awesome. Alice is laughing out loud by Sierra. David Yang, to be honest, people get tired of the weather in the Pacific Northwest. I don't blame Russ for leaving. He was here 10 years. So many Hawk fans in Arizona. Oh yeah, I'm sure we came close to doing it again this week of taking over that stadium. Yeah, it's tough. The weather in the Pacific Northwest is no joke. No joke, David. And it can definitely get to people over time. You know, Russ is not exactly going to the most sunniest, brightest spot in the world in Colorado. It can get a little bit gnarly there with the weather too, but it's better. It's improved over what you get in the Pacific Northwest. No more drizzly days, that's for sure. Lions Mania, yep, Denver is on a bye this week. G&D says Nwosu was an awesome signing. He already totaled his career high sack record. He's been fantastic, man. He has been fantastic. And yes, a good point, Gene. Not only that, let me also give you this too. Not only did he match his career high in sack, gone past his career high in sack totals right now in game number 9, a career high which he set last year of 5 sacks through a total year of played for the Los Angeles Chargers. He's also basically matched his career highs in tackles, tackle for loss, forced fumbles, passes defense at the line of scrimmage. He's matched all of his career highs in that, and he's done it in basically a half a season. He is having a monster year. Lions Mania says Aaron Rodgers looks deranged out there, so I say he's more concerned about the election. He was definitely in his feelings today. I guess doing bad against Lions hurts him that bad for some reason. But glad to see the Lions get it back on him. They've had to take it on the other side from Aaron Rodgers for years. So you don't get to say, I still own you at the end of this one, Aaron, like you did to Chicago a couple years ago. Wonko the Sane says, I'd cast Pete in the Captain Renault role of Casablanca story. That fits, man. That definitely fits. JG says, did you guys see Geno say he outplayed Russ in the post-game interview? Laughing my ass off. Did he say that? Oh, jeez. Shots fired, Jay. Shots fired. Gene says there was a lot of 12s in AZ. We always seem to fill up that stadium. And I've lived in Arizona for a year. I can attest there are a lot of Seahawks fans in there. I'd go with this was the age like 20 years ago when you didn't have the direct TV, and there was a lot of Seahawks fans in the bars that would all congregate when the bars were playing all the games. David Pugh says, wait, so what if the Hawks have a better division record than the 49ers, even if we have the same record and they hold the tiebreaker? Do we still keep the lead in the division? No, the tiebreaker, David, is the first thing that gets factored in. So you go to tiebreaker. If tiebreaker is even, if each team's got to win, then it would go to division. And then if division's tied, then I think you go to conference. And then if conference is tied, I think it's like down to strength of schedule or something. I believe. I could be wrong in that last one. It sounds right. Adrian X with a $2 donation says, what is Garth Knight talking about? Garth's got a little bone to pick with Pete. He's picking that bone. He'll get it done through the course of the year at some point, I'm sure, but he's got that little bit of bone to pick. Garth's also a pro Russ guy, you know. Randall McDaniel with a $5 donation says, Hawks win the Super Bowl is Geno's story, the second best in NFL history behind Kurt Warner. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, how do you choose a better, from the scrap heap to hero kind of story than that one at that point? I don't think you could find one in NFL history that would come close. And Warner's arena league quarterback, and you've got their starting quarterback goes down at the start of the year. The injury he had, that one was just absolutely ridiculous. There's a reason they made a movie based on that story. But yes, Randall, I think you're very smart to put that Geno as number 2 on that if he goes and wins the Super Bowl this year. Who else is better at that point? Maybe Doug Williams coming in for Washington, but this would even be different than that, where Doug Williams for Washington in the 80s was coming in after Jay Schroeder had really carried the day for the Washington Redskins during that time period. And then he came in at the end there when there was the injury to Jay Schroeder to sort of get it done. That's the only one that I could think you would have even maybe come close to it, but undoubted. Undoubted. Thank you, Randall. And yes, I hadn't thought of it in that way, but that is absolutely, can't think of anybody else that you could say that's a better story. Snail with the $2 donation says, you going to cover the Sea Dragons, Brando? The Sea Dragons. Is that the Kraken, Snail? Is that what we're calling the Sea Dragons? I can't do hockey, man. Hockey's just too much for me. I'll do baseball, I'll do football. If basketball comes back to Seattle, I'll create a basketball channel. But I can't do hockey. And I'm just a little too late in life to try to be picking it up, I feel like. And I also feel like if it was going to get me, it would have gotten me up until this point, I'd have watched a few hockey games and I just kind of ended up, it's the same thing as with me with soccer. Just it's just real repetitious for me, the back and forth and nothing really happening. But who knows? Maybe the chat's trying to talk me into it, Snail. So maybe the chat gets me there eventually on that. Randall with the $2 donation says, DK had a great day catching the ball. Sure hands. Another very well said, well spotted by you, Randall. He didn't get a lot of targets today. Certainly wasn't looked at a lot by Geno in this game, but when Geno threw his way, he made the catch. And he had a couple of points there where it wasn't necessarily easy catches by DK Metcalf. 5 catches, 37 yards on 6 targets. Never anything more than 9 yards down the field as far as his long on the day. But DK was steady, was solid when you threw it to him. That catch in the back of the end zone was on point as well, getting his feet down, Randall. DK just been solid throughout the course of this year. Continues. Both him and Tyler Lockett, the way you can rely on these guys like you can. They're like metronomes, they're like alarm clocks. They're going to go right off at just the right time every time. And part of Geno's success is having those two guys on the outside doing what they're doing, being so overall sure-handed and so consistent throughout the course of games. He's been great this year as DK. Thank you, Randall, though, again, for all the donations, man. Appreciate you. Y2KA with a $5 donation says, love in the stream. Walker knows how to run tough in the end zone. Just got to say, I have Walker, Derrick Henry, and ETN in a 16-team league. Not fair. No, you're definitely flexing your running back out every week, Y2K. No extra tight end or receiver for you on that roster. Yeah, Walker is a guy who's got a lot in his abilities as a running back. He certainly is quick, stop and start, very fast through the hole. He's got the long speed in addition to burst and quickness, but he also, to your point on that Y2K, can run tough. When you need him in the tackles, when you need him to grind for those yards, when you need him to finish runs, he doesn't go down easy. It was a part that I wondered about when we drafted him, was that he really did lean a lot on the power with what he could do, from finesse stuff and athletic stuff, but he leaned on the power in the college game. And I wondered with a guy that was going to be more of a 5'9", 215-ish kind of guy, if he would be able to do that as much at the pro level, where it's normally those guys are going to be in that 5'11", 6 foot, 225 kind of area, if they're going to be able to run tough. But he's done a good job of it. He fights through on those tackles. He always is falling forward in that respect of things. Walker has been just so fantastic. And he does, to your point on this as well, Y2K, he does have a little bit of a nose, just a little bit of a tiny nose for that end zone as well, doesn't he? He's got a little bit of that Sean Alexander-ness where it gets a little bit tougher when he gets in close to the goal line and getting it in. Thank you, Y2K. Appreciate you, though. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. It says, Doug Williams and Jay Schrader had arms of glory. By the way, Brandon, if I was 19, I'd be too old to pick up hockey. It's just boring outside of the new mascot. Brandon, if I was 19, it'd be too old to pick up hockey. I just can't. I'm with you on it, man. I appreciate that we got a team. I know that going to those games can be fun, lively affairs. But you just do get to a spot where you're so old to try to pick up a new sport. And I feel like if it would have got me, it would have gotten me to this point, man. And yeah, Doug Williams, number 1 overall pick back in the day, went to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers when the Buccaneers were basically an expansion team. Nothing around him. He had a lot of the same thing you could apply to a Geno Smith happened to Doug, where it's like, oh, well, he's definitely a bust then. It's like, well, is he a bust or did he go to a bad situation? And then you got Jay Schrader, who was a really underrated quarterback for the Redskins there at the end of the 80s. Very injury prone. Guy could get beat up really easily. And then Doug Williams coming in for him. And of course, then playing the Broncos in that Super Bowl game. And Doug Williams absolutely went off in that game. I mean, he was just throwing dimes all over the football field, slaughtered the Broncos defense on that day. One of the greater stories in NFL history in the way that worked out. Doug Williams, Jeff Hostetler, 2 guys brought in as backups on really good teams mid-season for those starting quarterbacks who were able to carry the day, help their teams raise the Lombardi trophies. Very unusual. You don't see it happen often in NFL when you usually lose your backup. Nick Foles is on that list too. When you lose those starters, the team does tend to go in the tank at that point. Saijin, you went back to back on the super chats. Appreciate you for doing so. Thank you for the double donos on the $2 donation. It didn't put anything in your comments on that, so if I missed your comment, I'll get to it a little bit lower there. Saijin, fans that live in Arizona. There's a lot of Seahawks fans that live down in Arizona. You just get a lot of Seattleites that got tired of the weather. They're like, this rain's too much. The overcast is too much. The drizzle's too much. They go down to Arizona and they sweat their balls off. I did a year of it. That's all I could stand. It's too much sun. It's too hot, too much sun. Lions Mania says Aaron Rodgers has to get off the Pat McAfee show. It's a distraction to him. He's concerned with off-field things instead of in-field things. Could be. My theory on this Lions Mania is a little bit like I thought with Tom a bit, where it's just 2 guys that got a little bit of a half foot halfway out the door. And if you got a foot already halfway out the door, if you're already starting to kind of contemplate retirement, you basically should just get to point of retirement because you can't play the sport in that kind of middle of the road kind of way. You got your gear shifter between 2 speeds a little bit to a degree. But it also has to do a little bit with Rodgers just having horrible receiver core around him right now. The offensive line's not holding up as well as it has in recent history. He's got no tight ends. Running backs, it's not amazing. A.J. Dillon hasn't become the guy I think they thought he was going to become. Gene D says Eskridge looks shaky every time he catches. Yeah, just not a natural hands catcher. The ball, he kind of fights the ball a little bit as it's coming into him. I see the same thing. David, Coach Carroll coaching tree doing well. Can't wait for the Jets game. Yeah, they are. How about that? Robert Saleh out there holding up okay. Quinn's been a good coach when he's been asked to coach. Certainly Carroll's got a better track record than Bill Belichick. Jacob Davis says, resigning Uchenna is mandatory for Schneider. Seriously, dude is excellent this year, and I don't know that he's getting the credit he deserves. Very well said on your part, Jacob. I was a little late. I got clipped on the time. I wasn't able to quite get the video out this week before this game, but I have a video I'll be dropping this week on Uchenna, showing off a little bit of his game. And I absolutely think you've got to look at him as a target for a contract extension this offseason. He'll be moving into the final year of his deal. You'll have a little bit of leverage over the top of him to where he's not going to be able to necessarily command a $20, $25, $20, $30 million, but bring him in on a $15 million deal. $15 million, $16 million a year deal. I would be perfectly fine with going that route if that's the direction they want to take with it, Jacob. He's been very good. Wu-Tang Financial says, Rodgers got a bad batch of that jungle potion, man. He's falling off super tough. Yeah, that ayahuasca can go sideways on you, man, real quick. Real quick. Oh, I'm behind on the chat big time here. Sorry, folks. Got way behind. Holy crap. Holy kraut. Seahawks Gaming says pass rushers are the one position that lasts the NFL. Hopefully Uchenna breaks the 100 career sack mark. He's a young enough guy, got into the pros at a young enough age. If he can stack up some of those 10, 11, 12, 13 sack years and start putting them on top of each other, he could certainly get to that point. Man has not even turned 26 years old yet. Mazer Gruer says fourth quarter running was fantastic. It's really good, Maze. It goes to show you why you got to stay committed to the run game at times, even when it's not working, is that's the wearing of the defense down that you got to see in that back of that fourth quarter. Gene D says, who's the wide receiver that came for one play and didn't line up correctly? He cost us a possession. Tariq Young. I think that's the guy you're talking about on that play. Erickson, Big Pete. Observer L says Rodgers used his dipstick to check Danica Patrick's oil. She's insane. No wonder he's warped now. He got some dirty, dirty oil. Time to drop that pan, Aaron. You need another cleanse. Gene D says, how come we didn't get a punt returner at the trade deadline? I don't know if there was one that was really available for you to go get, Gene. As somebody had mentioned in my chat earlier in the stream, there's not a lot of great punt returners out there necessarily in the sport. It's a little bit lean versus where it's been 10, 20 years ago. Maze Guru, yep, Tampa Bay did win today. They did indeed. Simple 1970, when it comes to coach of the year, Philly was in the playoffs last year, so Pete gets my vote. He gets my vote too, 1970, and I've said I think even if we have less wins than they have, I don't think the Eagles having a couple more wins should make Nick Sirianni the coach of the year. And yeah, your point on that is he done some amazing job past where they were last year, or does he get to operate in probably one of the weaker divisions in football with one of the weaker schedules in football this year versus what Pete's done in a rebuilding year, $44 million of dead money, having just moved on from a Hall of Fame quarterback, having just moved on from a Hall of Fame middle linebacker. You've got to give the tip to Pete here, but we got to acknowledge there is that East Coast bias that does exist. That's not necessarily going anywhere. AI, we can play with anyone, no doubt. No team's looking forward to playing the Hawks right now, 100%. This brand of football plays anywhere, on the road, at home, in tough conditions, in good conditions. You know, surf or ski, we can get you either way. Wu-Tang says the Rams are looking pretty beatable this year. We split with them at worst. Certainly looks that direction, doesn't it? Certainly looks that direction. Eric Gilbertson says, but what does Pumpkin think? Or the other kitty? Let's get some pumpkin thoughts on this game right now on the scene here, folks. What'd you think? Did you like this game? Did you like this game? She's so quiet today, folks. She just doesn't want to say nothing. Come on, give him a hi. Nothing but purrs. That's all we're getting right now. She's happy. She's an undulation right now. She's celebratory. She gets in a chill mood when she's super happy. So she's celebrating the win silently. Very quiet tonight, though. You're very quiet. You got nothing to say? No. She's just chilling. She's just happy, man. I can't get anything out of her. Usually she's got a little something to say. Go Hawks. Eskridge dead cap in 23 is 844,000. Less if we did him as a June 1st 23 cut. If he's still playing like he is now, let him walk. I'd say yes. I mean, you're probably not going to pay $1 million just to move him, Go Hawks. So he's probably going to still make it through one more year. I would say even if he's playing at the current level right now. I don't think that they would lessen things down like that necessarily. They got Kirk Cousins with chains on the plane. Nice. Alan Arvin's just laughing out loud. 100% Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers trying to play golf. Wasn't the best brand played. Relying a lot of S-talking to make it entertaining. Not for sale with a $5 donation. Thank you, Not for Sale. Brando, it's crazy how the season is going. Only a few of us had faith. Oh, got a couple. Sorry, Jack got kicked out there a second. Only a few of us had faith. This team is special. This team's starting to show a lot of signs of being special like that, Not for Sale. And there were a few who had the faith and thought the team could be more. I thought the team could be competitive, could be middle of the road. If a few things worked out in your favor, if your injury situation held up, you could maybe sneak on into the back door of the playoffs. But they've been far beyond that in this state of what they are Not for Sale. And to say special is, I think, the right word to put it. When you have this conjunction of sensational rookie class playing so well alongside of a quarterback who looks like a comeback player of the year, with a coach who has made some adjustments to his game in recent years that we're starting to now get the benefits of, a reinvention of the culture, a re-embracing of the philosophy. These things have all come together to give you what is looking like a special crew right now, a special unit. And it is absolutely crazy, Not for Sale, that they've gotten to this far, this fast, this quickly, with all that they had to do this offseason, with all the work that was needed for this team to get itself in a position to not just get back into playoffs, but to get back on top of this division, in a division that still remains one of the toughest in all of football. It is a beautiful thing to see from this team. You got to be so encouraged not only about this year, but into the future, Not for Sale, for where we're going on in. And I'm nothing but happy about it all. It's nothing but all good, man. And congrats on having some of that faith, because there was, as you said, few of us out there that had some of that faith in this team that they could do that. Garth Knight with a $5 donation says, Brandon, are you calling Geno Doug Williams? I freaking love it. F these hockey jokers in the chat. Get back to the ice, folks. Yeah, I can see some Geno Doug vibes in there. You know, the only thing is Doug didn't have to do it for a whole year to get there. He got the kind of benefit from Schrader pulling that team through to the end, and then he kind of got to jump in there. But when he did jump in there, he lit those teams up. He wasn't able to sustain it much, Garth, because it was kind of like he had that one Super Bowl run, and then there wasn't anything else after that from Doug, moving forward beyond that. But what a way to, reinvent your career and bounce back there to go and get a Super Bowl after being a number 1 overall pick with the Buccaneers at the time, and everybody had sort of cast you away and said, nah, he ain't nothing. Nah, he ain't nothing. Especially was helpful at the time too for some of the, the quarterback position, some of the, cliche thoughts that were still out there about the position and who could be at the position and who couldn't be at that position. He was able to kind of upend a lot of that, was Doug, by going out there and winning that game. Ian Jackson, thank you for becoming a member of the channel. I really do appreciate it. Welcome aboard, the TheSeahawksNest member. Please do keep a look out on your community board. I do weekly articles out there, PFF scores and whatnot. So thank you, Ian. Welcome aboard the TheSeahawksNest. Robbie Red has super chatted $2 on the chat. Thank you, Robbie Red. Just got back from the Tampa Bay game. Brady is still the GOAT. They pulled it out, Robbie. They pulled it out. They looked like they were behind in that game, and offense couldn't get anything, couldn't make it go. But when you have a great quarterback, sometimes all they need is that one drive, just that one drive. And the Buccaneers defense was able to hold the Rams in there enough to allow Brady and offense to find their way at the end of that game. It's not going to be easy for us next week, man. They're vulnerable, but it's not going to be easy, the Buccaneer team. Y2KHA with a $5 donation. Thank you, Y2KHA. Says, Michael Jackson is a tackling machine. They always test him on these short throws, and he makes solid tackles, it seems, every time for little gain. No, he's a fantastic blocker. He has done a great job in that respect of things. Or not blocker, but tackler, to your point on that. We had the bubble screen I think you're talking about. And he gets through the bubble screen block and not only gets past the block, but he makes the play 4 yards behind the line of scrimmage for a tackle for loss. And he is all over the field as a tackler. It's part of what's going to keep him on the field when you got Trey Brown coming off that IR is not only how he's doing in pass coverage, but he might be your best tackling cornerback on this team. And he's been that, to your point on that, every single week. He's been that way at Y2K. Every single week he's out there making those tackles. And if he does give up a catch, the guy's going to be tackled quickly after they make their catch. There's certainly not going to be any yak yardage available for the guy that Michael Jackson is on. Another of just the many bright surprises on this team. We maybe should have seen it coming a little bit with Michael, with how well he played at the end of last year, and thinking that this is a little more sustainable into this season. But he's taken steps forward in his game. There was times that they tried to match DeAndre Hopkins on him, and he held up over there on this side in this game at times. I'm very impressed with Michael, and he's a complete corner. He is exactly the cornerback that Carroll wants in the scheme. He's big, he's got some length to him, plays with a little bit of a chip on his shoulder. He has a little bit of that old Legion of Boom cornerback mentality to him and the way he goes about his business. He has been absolutely outstanding for us as a corner on this team this year. Got to give him his props as well out there for how he played. And another good game here from him today. Well noticed by you, Y2K. Randall with a $5 donation. Thank you, Randall. I do appreciate all your donations to the channel tonight, man. Says, to me, our last two drives of the game showed the difference between Russell Wilson and Geno. Russell goes 3 and out on one or both. We win by 3 or lose. 2022, we win by 10. I agree with you. I don't think that you have Russell Wilson in a position that gets you, number one, Randall, I don't think he goes in the fourth quarter on 3 drives back to back to get you in the end zone on 3 straight drives. Those drives also, to your point on that, had a lot of degree of difficulty. You had a lot of third and long situations, and a big bugaboo of Russell Wilson's game, and continues to be a big part of his game that's a troubling spot, is the third and longs. I think some of this comes down from him being not always great on first and second downs to get himself into third and longs. But nonetheless, Randall, that does tend to be a spot that he's going to struggle in a little bit, and he continues to struggle in. And that's not been as much a spot that Geno has always struggled in. It also helps, Randall, that Geno does get you into drives where more often than not, you're in 3rd and 5s, 3rd and 4 situations. You're in 3rd and makeable, which has not always been the place that you've been able to be there with Russell in recent years in that respect of things. But no, yeah, I don't think he gets 3 straight drives. Russell might get one of those drives for a touchdown, but to get 3 straight back-to-back fourth quarter like that, I don't think he does. And a lot of those drives weren't relying on you just getting a big play deep down the field. They were on Geno moving the ball, moving the chains up the football field, being patient in his approach. So I agree with you on that 100%. I don't know if you come into this game with a Russell Wilson, if you come out of this with a win like you did today. I don't know that I can say the same there. You maybe just etch it out. Garth Knight with a $5 donation says, I don't want to be the Shannon Sharp to your Skip. Frankly, Orange Cat is the best thing next to Brando. Orange Cat, Brando for life. 100% agreed, man. It doesn't get better than Orange Cat and Brando. Look at that face. Look at that sweet face. How do you not subscribe to this channel when you got this sweet face looking at you? Look at that. Purring. Official mascot of the channel. Official mascot. She's a happy girl too. She's always happy after a win. Thank you, Garth, for the $5 dono. Alan Arbitage with another $5 dono himself. Thank you. I appreciate all the double, triple, quadruple donations from you guys. Thank you so much. Tampa Bay Buccaneers are a circus right now. OT, the most competitive team we've played so far. OT? I'm missing the OT, so I don't know what you mean on the OT part. This might be the most competitive. What's OT? What's our on the most competitive team we played so far? 100%. Our most competitive team we played so far. I think you're saying Tampa Bay is going to be the most competitive team. They could be. Niners gave you a hell of a battle in that one. They definitely gave you a hell of a battle in that one. But if it's not the Niners, then it's going to be this Bucs game as your second toughest game of the year, I think. Especially the Buccaneers trying to take control of that division as they are desperately trying to do. You're going to get their best swing, their best approach this next week. Hell, they're just trying to get to be a winning record, aren't they, where we stand on this? How about Tennessee beating the Chiefs right now, 14-9? I think this is on the road in Kansas City, too, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you, Alan. And if I misread that on the chat, let me know. I'll be on the lookout here in the chat, see if I got that wrong. AI says Baldwin was clutch more than Lockett. Yeah, maybe so. Lockett's been pretty clutch for us this year, though, so far. AI says free agents will want to come to Seattle with Geno. Nobody wanted to play with cheesy Russ. I could see that it being a lot more of an attractive destination for wide receivers or tight ends, especially, to your point, and even offensive linemen. I think Russ does put his offensive linemen sometimes in a pickle by how long he holds the ball and whatnot. But we'll see. We'll see. We're going to have a little bit of money to spend if they pull something off with that. Delbert Signer says several players, Geno Smith, Mike Jackson, Ryan Neal, have helped themselves this offseason. They have. I think with Jackson, he's not going to be a pure free agent like Geno and Ryan Neal are. I think you can still put him on a restricted thing where he can't necessarily get signed somewhere else. But they've definitely are helping themselves along towards their contractual futures. That is for sure. Tommy, remember also that some of the plays, especially the plays that are out of character, are just to put out stuff on tape for teams to have to prepare for, like certain sets and formations. Makes sense. Makes sense. I mean, overall, it was really well played game, really well called game by Waldron from my standpoint, Tommy. It was just that one drive where you didn't have Geno attempt one pass, and you had some real weird runs on that drive. That was the one drive where you went, Waldron, what are you doing? Maybe that was his drive where he was trying to set those things up, to your point. Gavin says, yes, I agree. The future looks bright for the Seahawks. Next draft will be sweet. Boy, will it ever. Guard Knight says, Niners are so much better with Wilson Jr. than CMC. He is toast in 2 weeks. Luckily for the Seahawks, Wilson Jr. is a Finn, is a Dolphin. Be interesting to see how he does for them there. They've definitely gone all in on this kind of move a little bit, have the Niners in this situation. See how it works out for them. They're thinking it's going to be kind of an end-all be-all for that offense, but I do remain a little skeptical to your point on that. Scooby, can you imagine who will be able to get in the draft on the defensive side of the ball, since right at this moment we don't really need to spend our picks on a quarterback? No, you're going to be able to, and not just let's take quarterback, Scooby Snacks, right? You're not going to need necessarily to draft corners. You're not going to need to necessarily draft safeties. You're not going to need to necessarily draft tackles. You know, you got interior. Okay. Yeah. Not necessarily going to need running backs. Not necessarily going to need tight ends. I mean, you will be able to kind of laser focus in at that point to what you do need. I'm a best player available guy. I want to see him take the best guy that's out there, but I also have to acknowledge that you've got a lot of this team sort of topped out in the right spots, and you're in a position at that point to fill towards the need maybe just a little bit more in the name of that. Well, George Carter Loftus, nice play. HB says, yeah, it's only a matter of time before the Achilles injury for Christian McCaffrey. Uh-oh. Randall with a $5 donation. Another dono, Randall. Thank you so much, man. It says, how many times under Russell Wilson did we have the opportunity to put a team away? Up in the third, in the fourth. We go deep in first down, run for no gain on second and deep on third. Yeah, I think, Randall, I would make the argument that this is a little bit of what bore out the can't win the game in the first quarter, can't win the game in the second quarter, can't win the game in the third quarter, can you win the game in the fourth quarter? Yes. Some of this comes from the part that you would oftentimes not be up in games going into a fourth quarter. You would be tied in a game going into the fourth quarter. I don't think under Russell you got in a lot of positions where you were up on teams by a lot of points in a position to put them down. Instead, you were seemingly always kind of fighting to get yourself right on a given day to get to that hot point. And if you could get to that hot point, then you could really get on top of a team and go at that point. But I don't think you were very often in those kind of circumstances and situations to be able to pull that off in recent years, because of the fact there was a lack of consistency, because there was a fact you had whole quarters that you would just punt away on 3 and outs and go, well, we'll get around to it midway through the third quarter. And that's why, but that's partially why you have so many games in Russell Wilson's career where he has so many comeback wins, because you were down in so many of those games despite being a team throughout the course of his time here in that 10-year run that had won so many games, that had gone to the playoffs so many times. So yeah, it's a big key point on this team being able to put teams away. It's also why I say, Randall, I'm pushed back against a little bit of the thought process that football always does then come down to a final possession and whether or not your quarterback's going to get him up the field or not. We've had 4 straight games where that's not been the case. You can also put a team together that gets on top of teams and then knows how to put those teams away. That can also be a type of team that you can build. There's not just one way or one path to getting to all the victories in the NFL. This is a part of also, Randall, where the too much of the quarterback-driven approach or the weightedness to the quarterback has gotten a little too heavy for me in that respect of things. It's gotten a little bit beyond the pale in going along this same method of thought. It's about the team. If you got a great team, if you have a great team playing together, you can run away from teams in the fourth quarter. You don't have to talk about just turning it on come to the fourth quarter. You can start lapping teams come to the fourth quarter. As we've kind of done these last, again, 4 weeks. Robbie Red with the $2 donation. Thank you, Robbie Red. He says, D, my name isn't Creed Humphrey. Eskridge blows. Thank you for the $2. And yeah, Eskridge is not factoring out too well. I'll tell you what, folks, I put up my last 4 reactions to the first picks in the draft up against anybody. If you go back and look at my draft day reactions on LJ Collier, Jordan Brooks, Eskridge, and even Charles Cross, I think I have been very, very on the mark with all 4 of those guys and where I saw their pro careers going. And it's part of why I can't get as much mad about Eskridge at this point or get kind of into a place of pulling my hair out with him a little bit. I kind of know he is what he is. I kind of know that he's already limited as a wide receiver. I think you can still carve out a role for that guy in this offense. He'll never maybe be a high volume guy or a guy who can never truly become a number 2, but can he develop into being a useful guy with a useful skill set? I think at some point he can, even if it's on just a sample basis where, it's a 20-25 play a game thing for him at that point. I'd love to have more confidence in him, but I think he kind of just is what he is. And let's not forget the guy's 20, 25, 26 years old. The die is cast, the cake is baked. It sort of is what it's going to be at this point, I think. Thank you for the donation, though, Robbie Red. And Randall McDaniel, thank you for all your donations to the channel, my man. You're awesome. Alan, you too. Garth, you guys rule. Tom Eaton says, speaking of safeties, what do we do with Ryan Neal? I sure like what he is doing. He's a playmaker for sure. What happens when Jamal is healthy again? Well, if we're going to go forward on this beyond the season, Tommy, there's a couple things that have to be decided before that period. First thing is whether or not you can re-sign Ryan Neal to a contract. If you want to sign Ryan Neal to another contract, you're spending more right now on the safety position than anybody else in football by a wide margin. You're paying both of your safeties at the high water mark of the position in the sport. Can you afford to now go out there and give a guy a 3-year, $18 million deal to Ryan Neal on top of that? I don't know that you can really do that. It doesn't matter that it makes a lot of sense to do that. If I can get Neal in on a lower end deal, I'm open to bringing him in like on a 2-year, $8 million deal or something like that. But if it's going to be a higher cost, and if he keeps playing like this, it will be a higher cost. Then at that point, I think you've got to, interception by the Titans there. At that point, then you have to move on. But if Jamal's healthy, I think he would be your starter. Randall says Tibetan Singing Bowl. That's right. It's the Tibetan Singing Bowl. I'm removing the negative energies from you guys. That's all this sound is. Look at the cat. She's like, what is that? All the negative energies. Let me remove her negative energies. No negative energies, kitty. All of them gone. I can already feel the air is purified. Much more purified. Maze Guru, it will be nice for our pass rush first the last few weeks with these running quarterbacks. It will be. Yeah, they're not going to have to chase around these little jackrabbits for 1 week here with Tom. Saijan says Tampa clutches at times. They do. Hey, I am more excited about this team than 2013, especially with these picks coming up. Wow, more than 13? I was pretty hyped for 13 because you were definitely a Super Bowl favorite in that year. But I'm getting pretty close to it myself. I got to be honest. HB, it's so nice to see the defense get turnovers again. Was rough there for a couple of years. Boy, it was brutal. You couldn't cause interceptions. You couldn't cause fumbles. They're bringing it this year with it, though, aren't they? And not by accident, not by happenstance, not by surely the team's kind of vomiting among themselves and just dropping the ball for you. You're getting it because you're generating these interceptions and fumbles. Sanchez says, got to keep Ryan Neal. His upside's better than Jamal. I don't know if it's better. I don't know if it's better than Jamal. Garth Knight says, by the way, can we give some credit to the offensive coordinator? Oh, 100%. Shane Waldron has been on the rise as one of the new up-and-coming good to great coordinators in this game because of what he's doing this year. He's taken the McVay offense and he's modified it. He's running differently than what McVay ran it as. You know, McVay doesn't have 3 tight end looks. That's been a Waldron thing that he has implemented here, and he's taking advantage of his personnel. He's finding a way to get touches to DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett without overworking it. He's diversifying out this offensive attack, and that you can't really just stick to one way and lean to one direction and how they're going to go at you. You've got to play it pretty legitimate across the board and play it pretty balancedly because of that. He's dialing things up, and he remains in a position, Garth, of I felt like throughout the course of this year, he's overall been always one step ahead of the defensive coordinator on the other side of them. In the chess match that's played between those two opposing sides on a game, being those coaches, he's been the guy that's taking the knight, queen, rook, check, right? Every other play, check. He's the guy doing that and causing that to happen. He has been great. He's been great. He's put Geno in a position to succeed, Garth. The short throws that he gets in for Geno early on to get him in a rhythm, it's been nothing but excellent from Shane Waldron. He has absolutely come forward this year in a way that is undeniable as an offensive coordinator. Stubby Snacks, yes, he does, because he has more to lose now than he did back then. A little no pressure or anything. David Yang, that Noah Fant play I saw for 51 yards was so sweet. That should have been the play in the last 2 plays of the Saints game. Definitely would love to go back to it. They've worked it in a good amount. So it's been a play that's been there here and there. But it was well timed at that moment and wide open. Addicted Hawks, Brandon, any idea on how much Geno's 2023 contract goes up after each Hawks win? Love the way he's playing. Wish we could make him an offer now that he can't refuse. Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing him locked up on a contract here because the price might only start getting more expensive. He's somewhere probably addicted to Hawks between $25 to $33, $34 million per year. And it'll probably depend on how he finishes off this year about where he will land with his contract. 25 on the low end, 34 on maybe the higher end. So I would probably put it there. That'd be my guess of it. Approximately maybe about $1 million a year for every next win that he gets. That's how that would probably factor out. Henry M says, where are the Geno haters? I haven't seen one in the chat, Henry. Lions played good today, says Scooby. I watched some of it today, and from what I saw, they played well. They did play well, man. I saw a little bit of that game too. Maz Guru says, maybe next year draft best player available approach like Coleman used to do. I'd like to see them go that way, Maz Guru. You could certainly only apply it to a certain degree. If you have a tackle on the board and available for you, you're not gonna go tackle at this point, even if that's your best guy that's available there. But I would like them to operate from that standpoint of things. That would be cool. Seahawks Gaming says, Skybox Shoddy or Bring the Pain Shane. Bring the Pain Shane. I love that. I would put that on a shirt. Gavin the Hawks D is a beast, man. Max Rispler says, why is Metcalf not getting the yards? Well, he's got to get targeted to get the yards. He gets double teamed a lot of snaps. Max. So that's part of what you get with Matt DK is that if he's getting double teamed and you're Geno, you're probably going to look to other reads rather than forcing the ball into DK Metcalf into a double. But outside of that, I also think that, DK is going to be the guy that's going to run a lot of the deeper routes up the football field. This was a game where some of the pressure from the Cardinals was getting to Geno a little earlier than we've seen at times in recent weeks for the Seahawks team. And that's not allowing you to get those deeper running routes to become available. Gar says, I would love to see Tom Brady beat Rodgers up within an inch of his life. Oh, Lordy. Mr. Kane, my brother from another mother, with a $5 donation, says, Seahawks go the distance. Geno can sell his story. I can see the title now. Geno's Revenge in theaters this August. They called him simply just another Smith when he was really Geno. Go Hawks. Love my Hawks Nest family. Well, my love back to you, Mr. Kane. Appreciate you on that. And I can see it too, man. Geno's Revenge. The little tagline, he didn't write them back. Right below the tagline. He didn't write them back. Thank you for the donation, man. So good to see it. I'm so happy for Geno, man. It's just a great story. What a great story. Randall with a $5 donation. I need a nickname for the tight ends. I say the three the hard way. Three the hard way is pretty good. Randall, this will be the next. I'm going to be doing a Chenna video this week, and then I got a video I'm going to be doing about the tight ends. So I believe I've got it. The title of it's going to be something like, 2 tickets. I forget what the title was. Anyway, I was going to call them the three-headed. I applied this to running backs, but how about the Cerebus, Randall? The three-headed dog that guards the underworld. I've been thinking we'd have a running back stable that would be that at some point, but those guys get injured too much. So let's apply it to the tight end position. How about the Cerebus for our three-headed tight ends? You in on that? Thank you for the $5 though, man. Three the hard way ain't bad. It's a little long from a nickname status. We got a little more phoneticness to it as well. Sanchez with the $5 donation says, if we're this good with Geno, imagine how good we could be with our backup. He might even be the next Geno. Well, thank you for the $5 donation. I can't lean as much of this being Geno's success is because he's got so much to work with from the team standpoint of it. I think Geno's got some stuff to work with. I don't think that he's dealing with a situation where he's out there overcoming off of just chicken crap out there, essentially. That's not the case. He's got some stuff on his edge to help him out for sure. And there is an argument to be made that other quarterbacks like a Drew Lock being in this offense might be able to excel as well. He maybe wouldn't be the only quarterback who could do well, but we've got to, I think, give credit to Geno in that he is playing that wonderfully. He is excelling. He is truly taking command and playing like an MVP-like quarterback. And I don't think that Drew Lock would be playing at the same level. I don't. I think Drew Lock would be giving you some more turnovers. I think Drew would be giving you more of those moments of brain fart. Like, what were you just thinking there? Where Geno's just consistent play in and play out. And the mistakes are just so few. I think that'd be the big part with Drew Lock, especially, is the mistakes would add up way more beyond what we're talking about, but the big plays and whether he could equal the big plays of Geno, it'd be the mistakes. And it's part of how Geno's played as clean in his game that's been a big part of his success, as much of the throws that he goes out there and makes down the football field. But it's a good point. It doesn't mean that Geno's the only way to go quarterback in the future. There can be other methods and approaches to getting back to the Super Bowl and future success other than just saying, well, now it has to be Geno Smith. Daniel W. says, have you seen this guy, Daniel O'Neill, recently making videos on Seahawks? He used to be a Seattle sports reporter. His channel is at the bottom. You should reach out to collab while he's building up. Yeah. I'm familiar with Danny O'Neill. I wish him luck. I wish Danny luck. I don't want to say anything, untoward in regards to this with it. But yeah, I'll consider a Daniel with that. I'm not an anti-Danny guy at all. So I don't want to get that across, but he didn't do a ton for me. in the reporter side, but I've got to be doing some more collabs. That's definitely been a very successful thing in doing it with Brendan. And it would help to probably do more of that kind of stuff. I get a little bit, I don't want to say lazy about it. I just get into this, like I'm in my own realm thing. I got my stuff I can control in a little bit, but I should, to your point on that. Michael Myers says Denver gets something like 300 days of sun because of the altitude. We are so high up close to the sun. Oh, okay. Way better weather than Michael. Way better. But can you breathe? That's the true question. Can you breathe? Garth Knight with the $5 dono. Thanks, Garth. I appreciate you, man. Says, I'm going to do a video about Sean Alexander called 2 Tickets to Paradise. It's about a running back behind Walt and Hutchinson's blocking. That's where I was going to go on this title. You read my mind on this, Garth. That's where I'm trying to go with my title for my tight ends. It was like, something like 3 tight ends to the Super Bowl or something. I was trying to think of some way that it made sense as a title. I'm still workshopping it a little bit. But yes, Sean definitely got a lot of benefit having those 2 guys blocking in front of him. And it's going to be one of the fun all-time debates, I think, on this channel and in Seahawks fandom, historically speaking, is, how much credit do you give for those guys? Is Sean Alexander, was he just so special? It did matter whether it was those guys or somebody else. Or if it did, how much did it matter? I think it's a very clean, important question to ask in reviewing Sean's career because those guys were so dominant, especially in the run blocking game of things. Maze Guru says, we're going to start Kurt Warner and we're going to win. What a quote. That was a great quote by the coach at the time. He had his faith, and a lot of people were saying he was just talking him up, but he certainly had his faith in Kurt, didn't he? Tommy says, quite honestly, Tom Brady taking over the Pats team was a pretty good story too, though the team was really good. That would be up there as well. 6th round pick doing what he did and to become the player he's been. You got to put that one up there as well. I think it's just the realm of comeback stories kind of thing. There's few that could be in the realm of this, but Tom certainly has got it on that story. Jacob says this has to be Rodgers' last season. He either plays until he gets seriously injured or he loses enough that it tarnishes his overall legacy as a quarterback. Yeah, I think that he's going to, there's already been sources that have indicated he's probably going to retire after this year, or that he's let Green Bay know that he's planning on retiring after this year. His body language is screaming, I'm ready for retirement. The team is not in a great state. They kind of have missed their window, I think. And that's going to probably lead him to, retire. Michael says, Denver as a city sucks. Bad food, not diverse, expensive, known as Menver. Don't come here for a city life. So much more, but Colorado, the state mountains is cool. That's interesting. I've heard Denver's kind of a meh city a little bit. Menver. That's the nickname. Oh, goodness. Gavin, the tight ends are killing it this year. They all are serving their role, serving their purpose, and serving it well. Snail says, whoa, don't you disparage hockey by comparing it to soccer. NHL is the second best league behind the NFL. Those dudes hit like trucks with no brakes. That's true. Now, there is a difference in the toughness aspect and men being men kind of aspect that the NHL definitely has over soccer. So no doubt about that. Only comparing it in the back and forth nature where not a lot seems to happen to my casual eye. And it's my casual eye on this, that's for sure. But it sometimes to me gets just a tiny bit repetitive when you get that. It's not that much going on and nothing's really happening. Just shh, 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 shh. I don't know. It's just the rhythm of it maybe. I'll try, Snail. I'll try to get into it. Maze Guru, hockey games are for drinking beers with bros. There you go. Sam the Great, the Seahawks team looks perfect at this point. They do look as, you couldn't have asked for a better team, I think, than how they're showing up this year so far. Carlos Mendina, thank you for subscribing, Carlos. We're trying to get up over 10,000 subscribers here on the channel, so I appreciate you jumping aboard, helping us get a little closer to that mark. We're now merely at just about 300 subscribers away from 10,000. We're going to get here in the next couple weeks, folks. It's going to be awesome. It's going to feel so good. Just a great mark to hit for this channel. I am so stoked by that. John S. with a $2 donation. Thank you, John. I do appreciate it. And nothing said in the chat, just a nice donation on your part. So I do appreciate you. What's up, Mr. Isaac? How you doing, man? Zal Zero says also, Kobe almost had his 5th forced fumble, but it was overturned. I kind of wish it wasn't so he could have that stat. Zal Zero, he also had an interception overturned in this game. Guys had 2 interceptions and a forced fumble overturned, or he'd have even better of a year than he's had already. So yeah, he's had some tough breaks with the officials here so far. Dan W., as far as the draft goes, I want Quentin Johnson, wide receiver out of TCU. He runs 6'4", 4'4", 40, has good hands. He is an elite Julio Jones kind of prospect. That's my guy I want between pick 4 and 10. Quentin Johnson, I'll write him down. I'm not aware of him, so I'll have to do some scouting up on him. There's been some great Johnsons in the past to this league at the wide receiver position. So it's a good last name to have if you're going to be a wide receiver in the NFL. But I'll take a look at him, Daniel. I did some film study last night. I was looking at some nose tackles in this upcoming draft. We've got some interesting zero techs too, as far as possibilities go in this upcoming draft. Robbie Red, love your streams. Thank you, Robbie. I appreciate that, man. Appreciate all your donations, support to the channel, and being an active part of the chat as well. Kiss the cat. Oh, I just missed her, man. I'll give her. She'll be back in a second. She got a little hungry. We'll give her a kiss though when she gets back. Alan says, Brandon 100% agreed on how to build teams. There are numerous of ways. There really is. I think the NFL at times does get a little bit, it gets a little bit of a copycat league where everybody seems to team do this thing one way and everybody has to be that way. But there's many different ways to slay this particular dragon. And if you get creative enough with it, you can go outside the box and still find a lot of success within it. And I'm more in favor of that rather than thinking you've got to be rigid in your approach. And that there is that only 1 or 2 ways. And no, there isn't. In fact, I would say this 2012 formula we're kind of implementing right now is a little bit of an outlier as far as versus how other teams would look to do it. Brian Meyer says, anybody who wants to draft a quarterback after round 1 should look at Tune at Houston and Hainer at Fresno. I think I looked at Hainer. He's okay, a little undersized for my taste. Tune, I'm still getting a feel for. I watched a little bit of his tape, but didn't do a lot, I don't think, with him. I have Tune. Well, let me see. Oh, I did have Clayton Tune. Oh, wow, I've been getting deep into these looks. So Clayton Tune, 3,500 yards, 30 touchdowns in 2021. He's been slightly down in 2022. He's got an easy delivering. He's kind of a call him a point guard type quarterback. 20 yards and in, he's precise and can deliver the ball with reasonable arm strength. Pushing the ball downfield becomes tough. Throws off platform and especially well rolling to his right. Doesn't need to set his feet to deliver an accurate pass. Excels with throwing seam routes or routes that require him to put the ball on a line. He can throw with touch, but it's soft. He must really also throw it with that great anticipation. So he's got some skill to him, does that Tune kid. But not, there's a lot of quarterbacks in this draft that do a lot of stuff inside of 20 yards that will get you really excited and hyped. The thing you've got to ask yourself about with these guys is, can he push the ball up the football field? There comes up a given point in time as an NFL quarterback, you got to make a reasonable amount of the totality of NFL throws a quarterback is required to do so. And you can't just live inside of 20 yards. That's a little bit of my question for some of these guys that are looking to go 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th round of this upcoming draft. Tommy says the current number 1 seed in the NFC is also built to get a quick lead and then wear the clock out. It's much more effective and repeatable strategy than keep it close and win it in the 4th. 100%, man. 100%. Yeah. They'll tell you the trying to keep it close to the 4th and win the close and winning close games, they'll tell you is not something that's sustainable. It can be a flip of the coin, 50-50 kind of situation when it comes down to that. Lions Mania, Rodgers did go down today. Big way. Alan Robertson says, Brandon's on fire. Great takes. Thank you, Alan. I appreciate that, man. Maze Guru says Adams can't stay healthy. Got to keep Neal. I agree, Maze. Question comes down, though, if it's a 3-year, $24 million deal that you give Ryan Neal, can you afford to do that with all the money you're spending on Adams, with all the money you're spending on Quandre Diggs? I mean, it's already hard to spend on that second guy in the secondary at the safety position, a position fairly devalued throughout the course of this league. Can you afford to go for a third guy? I'm not completely against it, but it's going to be hard if the cost gets up too high on that one. It can't just be like there is no cost that we can't reach on that one if there's a team willing to offer Neal a deal. And maybe there isn't a team out there. And this is part of the depression of the position. D-Nuggets says, Shaman Brando Pumpkin just cat farted after the cleansing. I wouldn't doubt it. Bash Gordon, my buddy's a card and was trying to make excuses telling me that we only won because his team made a few mistakes. I simply told him this Cardinal team made those mistakes because of fear. Go Hawks. Yeah, well, mistakes are part of a factor of how you win and lose football games. And oftentimes the team that makes the least amount of mistakes is the team that will win a football game. And yeah, the Cardinals did shoot themselves in the foot in this game more than the Hawks did. But that's what good football teams do on the other side of that, Bash. And this is what I tell your friend is that good teams don't make as many mistakes. And that is what makes them good teams. This was a game where I can understand your buddy saying, hey, we were a lot closer than the final score indicated. I'd give him a little bit of that and say, yeah, he's probably correct there. This was closer than the final score. But at the end of the day, when it came down to the fourth quarter, his team went up into their shell and our team stood up, stood out, showed out, and put points on the board. Or ours is Ryan Neal better than Jamal Adams, but Hawks paid Jamal 4 times what he's worth. Yeah, Jamal definitely is a highly paid guy. I don't think Ryan Neal's better than Jamal Adams. I think Ryan Neal's having a very good run of a couple games here, and he's playing fantastic football. I don't think I'm at a place where I could say that he's better than Jamal Adams as a player quite yet, just from my standpoint. And yeah, Adams is definitely overpaid, and paying him the money you are paying is going to hurt. But you're not getting out from under that contract anytime soon at this point. So he's here at least for another year beyond this. You gotta try to reclamate what you can reclamate on that situation. Sam Z, do we keep Locke? Sam Z, I think the only way you keep Drew Lock is if you're not able to sign Geno Smith to a contract extension. If that happens, I'd say the likelihood's like 75% you bring back Drew Lock. If Geno Smith signs a contract extension, I think Drew Lock's going to look to try to get to a team where he can get a chance to start or at least a chance to truly compete again. And I don't know if that's going to be open to him here as much at that point. Tom Eaton says it's not just the 3 tight end looks. It's the 3 tight end looks, aka big jumbo package, and then throwing the ball. Team substitute into our advantage. It's brilliant. It is brilliant because if you have 3 tight ends that can truly test like we can test, and by test, I mean you don't just have a third tight end who's just a guy, right? He's your third tight end on your roster, but he doesn't have a lot of talent, can't catch the ball, can't do much of blocking. Colby Parkinson can do all of those 3 things. So when you bring 3 guys out like that truly all can block and truly can then be a threat in the pass catching game, you challenge defenses. Do you want to go nickel or do you want to stay in base? And if you go in nickel, I'm going to get some mismatches of linebackers on tight ends. Or if you go in base, I'm going to get linebackers on tight ends. If you go nickel, now I'm going to potentially have a safety and a cornerback on my tight end, and now I can hammer you in the run game. So you almost can, base your play call at that point if you're Geno Smith on what the defense does from a formational standpoint against that 3 tight end set. But what makes it truly devastating is that you have 3 guys that you don't get a lead one way or another defensively. You don't get to go, oh, it's 3 tight ends. It's more likely than not at like an 80% factor to be a running play. No. It really keeps them in more of a 50-50 realm of things. So it's a brilliant scheme. Not a lot of teams have the 3 guys deep. That's why you don't see this run as much in the NFL, Tommy. It's not because other teams wouldn't want to utilize it. It's because other teams don't have 3 tight ends that are this good, this talented, and this fully refined in their games, where they're not just these big gaping holes to their games. They can only do this, but they can't do that, and they can't do that. Or they can only do this, but they can't do that, and they can't do this. That's not how it is with these 3 guys. They're very complete in what they bring to the field. Maze Guru, I'd rather keep Locke than replace with an unknown rookie. I think that's what's going to happen at that point, Maze. You would probably bring back Locke, and then you would draft a guy to back him up. So that's the fallback plan, I think, in case Geno does leave. Mr. Isaac says, I had to work during the game. Always good to get off work and listen to this. Oh, man. Well, congratulations on getting off, Mr. Isaac. And I appreciate you listening on in, man. We're feeling really good today after that game. What a great win. Four in a row. Everybody is riding high, Mr. Isaac. The chat was lit. Somebody said, give the cat a kiss. There's the kiss. 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 He's like, you're streaming so long. Chad Hart, what college did Geno play for? Tommy got it, West Virginia. Scooby Snack says, Ed, we're using a lot of 3 tight end sets. So that also cuts into DK's touches. Yes, it does. It does. And if you're going to end up running the ball, so something like 24, 25 times in a game, that's another thing where, okay, we're a little more balanced offensively. We're not as pass happy. That at that point is going to lead to more touches for all the wide receivers across the board a bit. The key is getting him worked in a little bit. Don't completely forget about him. Find ways and times to kind of manufacture some touches for him. And as long as the offense is moving contextually well outside of that, then you're perfectly fine if those aren't a lot of touches that you're necessarily feeding him in there at. Yeah, Geno was filthy with the Mountaineers. Poop Dog says Geno steals Sierra from Russ. Russ keeps the kids. Robbie Red says Geno wants his bag. He's earned it, man. He's earned it. He'll get it. Pretentious Cameron, sweeping the Cardinals is becoming a tradition. At least Kyler has a few more hours of double XP. Yeah, he's got at least that, doesn't he? He was doing okay through the start of this game. Some of this was tough luck on Kyler. I hammer him a good amount, but some of this was, the poor snap on third down. He's got, his receiver drops another third down later on in this game. The penalties from his offensive line over the course of the game. Kyler wasn't, I think, a huge part of why the Cardinals didn't win this game, in my opinion. There's a lot of other things offensively that kind of went wrong for them at times. Hoop Dogs, is Aaron Rodgers plays for the Hawks if Geno goes? He's got another year of contract with the Packers, and there's too much dead money. He'd have to agree to take some kind of he'd have to agree to essentially have his contract removed or something to go that route, which Aaron's not going to do that. No, I think Aaron retires after this year. Poop says sarcasm. Okay, my bad, Poop. Should have read into that more. Scuba Snacks, Hydra Hawks. I like the Hydra Hawks. That's good. John S. says, my wife wants to know your cat's name. My cat's name is Pumpkin. And you can let her know she's the best cat. She's number one. Look at that face. You guys ever watch Shrek? You guys ever see the cat in Shrek with the little eyes? Like if she gives you the sweet eyes, can't say no. Definitely going to be given a salmon treat at that point. Like you just have to. You just take one look at those big old eyes looking at you. Looking at you like this. That's what I get from her all the time. Can't say no to it. That's why she's a little chunky. I feed her with a little too much treats. But how do you say no to that face? How do you say no to that face when it's asking for salmon? Uncle Bully-san, if you wanted to do a collab with a new guy, there's this young kid that I watch once in a while. He dresses in a suit and he's really good at his channel, only building up, but I really like it. I will check it out. If you can, give me the, what's the name? I think, are you talking, Uncle Bully-san? I think you're talking about, I think I know what you're talking about, but I'm spacing the name right now. Stizzy? Stezzy? Is that Stezzy I think you're talking about? And I'm open to it. Carlos Medina says, go Hawks, destination championship. Poop Dog says, I don't diss O'Neal. Everybody entitled their opinions. He has interesting thoughts. I don't want to say it's anything like I don't dislike Danny or anything. So Danny's fine. He's good. He's okay. I thought sometimes the morning show with him and Gallant was, my issue at that time with that is, and this is my issue at times with 710 in the past, has been a little bit of the, we're careful where our criticism is going to lie. And you're not always just coming out with where your honest thoughts are coming from at times. And so that's where it would sometimes, this is why I'm so sometimes steadfast, even to the detriment and to sometimes annoying the chat, of just trying to be honest with it and completely always just operating from that point, even if it's going to be a take that's going to piss people off. Because there was just times where they would just stay a little too safe for me on the radio with the takes. Now, maybe O'Neill's stepping out of that now here, and he's willing to go a little outside of it there in that respect of things. But that was one of my little main problems, is a little bit of a lack of just, especially for a journalist like Danny, of feet must be held to the fire. And even when it's hard to do so, even if when you're going to get blown back to do so. And I don't think that's part of the reason I think that morning show between Gallant and O'Neill didn't take off necessarily as much as it could have, because they got sticking in the safe lane rather than being willing to trudge outside the lines a little bit. And you've got to be willing to go outside the lines. Otherwise, you're going to get a little bit just too down the middle of the mark. But I don't got anything against the guy. He's a good man. Seems like a friendly dude. Doesn't seem like a bad person or anything like that. Uncle Bully-san, the only knock on Alexander is that he was all about himself and his money, but this is a business and they are all about themselves and their money. Because I said it before and I'll say it again, Kenneth Walker reminds me of Marshawn Lynch and Sean Alexander put together with the speed of Percy Harvin. Ooh, wow. Holy mackerel. That's a lot of good players you're putting into one there on Walker. I like that. I do like it, Uncle Bully-san. I would push back just a tiny bit on Alexander than being the only knock, as it's all about himself and his money. But you could maybe put a little bit of my secondary criticism I'm going to put out there on this, and that being that there's times where he was going to give up on plays, and that there's times where if it wasn't a big play, he was just going to fall down. And that's a thing that's still why I think for some Hawk fans who don't celebrate him as much, I don't count myself in this vein, but I understand where these people are coming from, who look at Sean and they go, how many times did he go down on easy contact? How many times, if it wasn't a big play out there that he could go get, he just decided he was going to fall down rather than at least getting a few yards forward? Catching the ball out of the backfield, Uncle Bully-san, was also a big question mark for Sean. He had stone hands. He just did. And then the final thing with him, of course, is pass blocking. You're not going to ask maybe a star running back to do a lot of pass blocking, but Holmgren is famous for chiding chiding Sean on his lack of ability to pass protect, and that he just couldn't count on him to do it. And I think those are also honest and true detriments to Sean. Now, was he also one of the best natural running backs that we've ever had here? Yes. Did he also have some great open field speed, and he could break tackles like nobody else, even like Sean when he wanted to? When Sean was inside the 20s, he would turn into Marshawn, but he just didn't do it consistently enough on that angle of things. Hawkaholic says, how impressive is it to see Woolen locking down Hopkins today? He was good, man. I think they moved Hopkins all over the place, so it wasn't that one-on-one battle that we necessarily thought we were going to see all the way throughout. But Tariq held up. Hopkins wasn't able to do a whole hell of a lot in this game. Look at the day here for Murray. I mean, he throws for 175 yards. DeAndre Hopkins with 4 catches and 36 yards on 5 targets. Only 5 targets. Let's keep in mind, DeAndre Hopkins had 27 targets in his first 2 games back from coming off suspension prior to this game. And you only had a situation at any point in time in this game where Kyler felt even the opportunity to throw his way 6 times in this contest. I think that does bear back Hawkaholic to how the corners were covering up on the outside, and not just Tariq, but also Michael Jackson. Uncle Boy saying, I give 37 credit because, yes, he had really good offensive line, but you still have to read the holes. That was actually the most impressive thing about 37, was that he was so damn good at finding the hole. Fantastic vision. You mentioned a thing I forgot to give a plus on Sean as far as those things that are the good side of it. And yes, he had as good a vision in the as a running back as, again, any running back we've had here throughout our time in Seahawks history. Sean Alexander, for instance, I think had better vision than like a Marshawn Lynch. He had great vision. And I don't want to seem like I'm knocking Sean too much, because I do love Sean Alexander, Uncle Boy's son. I've done a Sean Alexander for my channel. I did a whole career retrospective video on Sean Alexander. But there are some things that make his assessment tough. It makes it, for a guy that's a former MVP, maybe the best running back in Seahawks history outside of Marshawn Lynch. He's got some things with him that people question about with it that I think are kind of valid questions to ask. Doesn't mean necessarily that he's not a great player still, or that he wasn't a very good player, but there's just some things there with it. I'm with it, Uncle Bully-san, though. You got a little Marshawn, a little Barry, little bits of this, little bits of that. Barry's a hard one for me to see with Kenneth. I could see it on the jump cuts. Like the jump cuts, the stop and start a little bit. Barry's a little bit more of the juker, though. A little more of the pitter-patter of the feet as far as the way he set up his juke. Jaboy Michael, can we talk about Kobe? Kobe, though, every week he has gotten better and better. Boy, has he ever. He has improved along the way, continued to improve along the way. You got to give the kid credit. He's never played slot coming into this year before, but he's really coming along. And not only is he causing the fumbles, which are cool, not only has he had now, I think in the last 3 weeks, he's had 2 interceptions called back because of penalties that had nothing to do with what he did on the play. So he's not only giving you that, he's also holding up and getting better as a tackler. That's been the part of his game that's been very impressive that's come along, because you need that slot corner to oftentimes act like a de facto linebacker in there, especially as a tackler, especially in the run game. And he has provided that. Daniel W. says, Schneider, Executive of the Year, hands down 3 phases. 1, free agency. Hard not to say there. You didn't do a lot of free agency, but the Uchenna Nwosu signing pulled out to be pretty good. Trades, number 2, 3, draft, best free agency additions. Geno, Uchenna. Best trade this year, best draft. Eagles exec wins because record equals dumb. Yeah, that would be dumb if it's just the record that dictates this, but it's probably going to be enough for him to do it. Don't forget as well too, Daniel, when it comes to Roseman winning it, there's going to be those people that give him the credit for the fact that he was able to cement that future first round pick like we were able to do in next year's draft. Their first pick from the New Orleans Saints might end up being a better pick than our pick from the Broncos that they got. So they did pull kind of an equivalency over on that side of things. But I would give it to Johns too, considering what he did, considering the Russell Wilson trade and the high degree of difficulty to pull that trade off as a general manager, not just because you're trading a Hall of Fame quarterback moving through the end of his prime and that those guys don't tend to get moved, but also that you got back maximum return on that deal when Russell had a no trade clause, when he could dictate where he's going. You didn't have 31 teams competing for Russell's services. You had maybe a couple teams at that point, if not just the Denver Broncos competing against themselves. Very good on his part to come out of that with how he did. Saijin says, what kind of cat is that? And please forgive my ignorance, my guy. No, it's all good, Saijin. She's technically, I guess, a tabby cat. And tabby's just a reference to the color of their fur. Because cats are just, she's an American domestic house cat is basically what she is if you're going to put a kind of a label on her. She's unique in that usually the tabbies tend to be only males. They'll tend to be a little bigger. They're a little more livelier, the orange cats. I don't know why. Their personalities just tend to be a little more off the hook. But she's a female, which makes her a little bit unusual for tabbies in that respect of things. But just a tabby. RR says, Hawks got Alexander Johnson inside linebacker. Where is he? I don't think he was active for this game, RR. WW says the Kobe Bryant fumble seemed like a fumble to me. The wide receiver had possession of the ball, 2 feet down, was just turning around. If the ball was wobbly, sure, it's not a completion, but he had control. I think it was right on the line, Daniel. You could talk me into the fact that it was a fumble. When I was watching the replay on that, first pivot point gets down that he plants, and then the second one kind of slides over and around, and he's sort of turning. He is making a football move, but does that second foot truly get down? You could sell me on that it gets me down. You could sell me on the fact it didn't quite get down because it did look like it was a little bit of a dragging in how he was pulling it about. But it's certainly right there on the line. Right there on the line. Oh, I'm behind on my super chats here. Robbie Red with the $2 donation. Robbie, sorry, I'm a little late on acknowledging this donation. My bad. It says, gotta love Jason Myers. Dude is clutch. He's been on it, man. He's making his kicks. He's back to what he was 2 years ago. He's earning that contract this year. Part of what's making the special teams a boon for us, helping us to make it a third true part of this team, is that he is hitting those kicks and keeping the pressure on. Fantastic job by Jason Myers this year. Good job on kickoffs too. We haven't had any real big returns as well, or really short kicks go. So good on him in that respect. Got to give the guy props. He's back on his way to a Pro Bowl season this year, Robbie. He's on a Pro Bowl trajectory right now. Y2KHA says, if you were going to rank the top 10 quarterbacks and running backs, where would Geno and Walker land in the top 10? Also, Derrick Henry is amazing. Derrick Henry is amazing. He is absolutely just a beast. So tough to deal with out there in the open field. That's a good question. Well, I would probably put Derrick above. Who else do I put in front of Walker right now, running back wise, in the league? I'd put Nick Chubb ahead of Walker right now. He would be just ahead of him. Walker's having a better year than Jonathan Taylor with the Colts, but obviously Taylor's kind of put more of a pedigree in out there. You know, he's coming off the year he is last year. You probably got to give Taylor maybe a little bit of a nod on that as it stands in the current moment of things. But I think that you're looking at probably Walker being 4 or 5 right now in the league as far as a running back. I mean, who's better beyond that? Kamara's not really having that kind of year. McCaffrey's not really kind of having that kind of year. No, with Elliott. So I would definitely say Walker's got a good claim to say I'm the 4th best running back in this league right now, as it stands right now. Geno, I would put probably, at least heading into this week, I don't know how Josh Allen did today because his team did lose. But coming into this week's game, I think Geno was your 3rd best quarterback in the sport. I think Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen were your 1 and your 2. I think Mahomes, I think he's been better than Hurts. I do. I think Hurts has got a little more to work with there. I think Hurts has probably pushed his way into top 5 this year, but I would put him as number 3. I think if you took all of Geno's stats down the line, Y2KA, and you just put it all into that blender, QBR, passer rating, yards per attempt, yards thrown, touchdown interception ratio, I think he comes out as a top 3 guy. So I'll go 4 for Walker. I'll go 3 for Geno as far as their ranking in the sport right now. Guard Knight with a $5 donation says, hockey is what it is. Look at the ratings, folks. I'd rather watch anything other than hockey. I don't know if I'd go anything other than hockey. And the ratings are the ratings with it. I think part of it too, Garth, is it's nice that we got the NHL team here now, but we really didn't have any sort of hockey. I know the Thunderbirds played for years in Seattle and is a minor league organization, but we just didn't have it as much instilled in the culture, despite the fact that we are kind of a northern team. You know, you look at Minnesota out there, they've got a vibrant hockey culture. Chicago's got a vibrant hockey culture. I mean, hell, even I think Detroit and Michigan have a pretty vibrant hockey culture, but just it's here a little bit late in the process for me. And I've tried a little bit a couple times. I just can't quite get it. But I mean, if I had nothing to do, if there was like nothing else on, no other sport, and there wasn't anything on TV, and it's a Sunday afternoon, there's no football, I can flip on a hockey game, especially now with the Kraken. I could be talked into it. Garth Knight with a $5 donation says, the orange cat is the brilliance behind Brando. She is. She's Brando's brain, Garth. She's Brando's brain. Just be a picture of my cat. Looking cute. Thank you for all the donations, my man. I appreciate you, brother. I really do appreciate you. Maze Guru, thank you for subscribing to the channel, man. Welcome aboard. I'm trying to get to 10,000 subscribers on this channel. You're helping me get there. We are now merely only 300 away from getting there. You're helping me get there a step sooner, a step closer. Thank you for doing so, man. I really do appreciate it. I'm so excited about the potential of this channel. We're hitting some big marks this year as far as our goals go, and it's so good to see that we're just going to blow right on past there. We might get to 11, 12,000 subscribers before this year is up, and that would mean that we basically doubled this channel in a year if we get to that spot. If we stay at the same trajectory we're on, we'll have doubled this channel's growth in its 4th year, which is a testament to your guys' support on this channel. I really do appreciate it, and it's just been amazing to be able to watch. Garth with another donation. Thank you, Garth. And Kitty knows you're talking about her. Look, she's up here right now. It says, Orange Cat, I love your owner. I want you to know if he's dumb for loving Sean Alexander with 2 Hall of Famers behind the line. Let's see what she says. Can I trust Is Sean great? Is Sean great? She said, yeah. Is he? Are you sure? Is Sean Alexander an all-timer? Should he be in the Hall of Fame? Come on, give me a yes or no. Hall of Famer? She's quiet today, Garth. I don't know, she must be in chill mode today or something. Is Sean a Hall of Famer? She said, yeah. I don't know, Garth. It's her call on this one, man. I got a yeah. Uncle Bully-san says the tight ends are awesome. My favorite's still Thor. Laughing out loud, Kobe Parkinson, I'm rooting for him. I'm rooting for him too. He's been solid when called upon. And the top two guys have stayed healthy and they're on the field, and you've been able to work all these guys. So that's lessen his touches and his opportunities out there. But the 3 tight end set has been devastating. So effective for your Seahawks this year, and something that's going to carry on into the future as well. Or R says, hey, Brandon, I'm from Fresno. No quarterbacks come out of Fresno other than the Carr brothers and Trent Dilfer. Very true, R. Very true. Uncle Bully-san, All Blacks rugby is the second greatest league behind the Seahawks. Laughing out loud. Hey, Uncle Bully-san, you say it laughing out loud, but you're not alone on that. Not even in this chat community. Our main mod on the scene here, Megan Gock-Rogers from Australia. She's also a big All Blacks rugby team. So I hear their fire, man. Rugby's fun now. See, I like me rugby. Brian Myers says, or Hayner's going to be a good pro. Oh, I took a look at Hayner too. I got to give a little deeper look at him. All right. A little bit of what I had from Clayton Tune on that, where it's everything great inside 20 yards. But if I need to have him actually push the ball up the football field, it gets a little bit dodgy. Uncle Bully-san, I support the Krakens, but hockey's at the bottom of the list. I remember when I was younger in Federal Way, I went out for the junior hockey team thinking they were going to teach me how to skate, laughing out loud. Yeah, we just didn't quite have that culture set up at that time. Just didn't quite have the culture in place there for the hockey. Legend 100 Sunday Night Football at the half didn't even mention the Hawks win. Haters. We're all better for being legend underdogs, forgotten about. Oh yeah, there is a team out there in Seattle. Fine. Think of us that way. Put us in that little box up on the top shelf. Don't be surprised when that box falls over and it comes out with a Super Bowl trophy when you weren't looking. Cora Pennington. Seahawks made plenty of mistakes as well, but they actually overcame them. They did, Cora. It really stands out on that Geno play, doesn't it? Geno throws that interception at the worst possible moment, gives the Cardinals the lead. You expect, is he gonna go into a shell? Is he gonna retract? Is he gonna become old Geno now? No. Instead, he elevated his game. He rose to the moment. He didn't shrink in the moment, and it was wonderful to see. Hawkaholic. Hawks are the dark horse of the league. No one wants to play us down the stretch. No, they don't. Uncle Billy's on. Beating the Giants was no big deal. They're not that good. I don't think that they're world beaters, Uncle Billy's on, and they might not get into the playoffs this year, but I think it was still a good win, a solid win. I think they're a well-coached team, that Giants team. I don't think that they're easy, but, it's more of what you're stacking up along these 4 wins of recent notice. Hawkaholic, we should sign Geno to a 3-year, $60 million contract. I'm certainly in favor of doing something like that, Hawkaholic. He might want more than that, though. He may think that he can get paid more than that. There may be a team willing to offer him more than that. But if you can pull him in for that kind of a low-end contract, which I would consider it a low-end contract to pull him in at $20 million per year at this point, sign me up. Sign me up. Hawkaholic, I still can't believe Geno is playing as good as he has. It's like I'm daydreaming. It is. Like you went to sleep in the middle of training camp and you had this daydream and then you woke up and back to Seahawk reality. But no, you're not dreaming. Don't pinch yourself. You're here. You're right now in the moment and it's really happening. It's really happening. Y2K, did I miss your dono? Let me see here. No, I got your dono, Y2K. I would put Kenneth Walker at 4th in the league in running back, so he would be top 5, and Geno this year's playing at top 3. I think he's definitely. I mean, who we're going to put above Geno? I guess, maybe Tua or something? I don't know. Burrow, I guess you could maybe make an argument Burrow's having a better year than some people are giving him credit for. But certainly both guys at Y2K at the end of the day are, to me, if not top 5, then 100% top 10. Alan Armitage with the $2 donation. Thank you, Alan, for all your donations to the channel. Says 4 more in a row at Brandon. I'm calling it now. Alan, I will give you 100% of the credit if we can pull off 4 more in a row. And that would be phenomenal for this team if they can do something like that. Go on an 8-game winning streak. Woo! Look out. Look out. This Dale with a $5 donation says Seattle Metropolitans were the first American team to win the hockey. The Cup. Hockey belongs in Seattle and was the first champion teams in Seattle. Hockey is king. I don't know. I don't know if Seattle's hockey's king. That's interesting to know. I didn't know that we had the first team that won a trophy that was a hockey team in America. That's cool. That's cool to hear. Did they just did we lose them? Did they roll out? Did they get relocated? Are they like the New Jersey Devils now or something with it? And I supported Snails. I love the fact that they're in Seattle. And more sports teams, the better in Seattle as far as I'm concerned. It ain't nothing but bad. There ain't nothing but good in that respect of things. So, and I promise, Snail, I'll try to start wrapping my head around the hockey stuff. I will really try to make an effort. It's tough for me though. It's tough if you're not to build up at this point. I'm 40 plus years old and to learn a new sport now is old dog, new tricks, all that kind of stuff. But we deserve a team. All major North American teams in the North should have hockey teams. It's just a natural fit. Fat Daddy Stacks with a $5 donation. Shout out to Ricky Waters. He was one of those players that elevated the franchise. Ricky was a really good player. The thing I loved about Ricky, Fat Daddy, thank you for the $5 donation. He was a guy that, when he ran the ball, he ran as hard as he could every run. You got your best out of him. And kind of, I think of what put maybe more Sean on display with that was that he was coming on the heels of Ricky Waters, who Ricky put a couple of game seasons really well together where he didn't have the most space in front of him to block. He could create when there wasn't anything there. He was going to put his head down and get you the dirty 3 yards when you needed to get it. But Ricky was a great back for us for his time here. He wasn't here for a long, long period of time, but he turned out to be a very good free agent signing. He steadied things for you offensively to a degree on a team that offensively through the early part of that 90s was complete trash. And he started to help you get your head a little bit above water, along with Dennis Erickson coming in the house there with his offensive stylings and what he brought. Talking to Chad Brown a couple of off seasons ago on an interview, and him bringing up the fact that Dennis Erickson was a really brilliant offensive mind who didn't get a lot of credit for that, but he was that kind of guy. But Ricky was a solid player for us, man. Really good free agent signing at that point in time and what he brought. Garth Knight says, Garth Knight says, Brando, who doesn't know about this? Who gives a damn about the Metropolitans? Hey, Snail loves himself hockey, man. I love it. I love it. We need to get some support going for our hockey team. If you and I aren't going to be bringing it, Garth, if we're going to be checking out on this process, we better have some of these Seattleites that are in on the hockey. Certainly don't want them to have empty stadiums and whatnot there. So, boy, Patrick Mahomes with a beautiful scramble there on 3rd and 9. My God, nice job, Patrick. Great play. Thank you, Garth, for the $5 dono. Seahawks 17 with a $2 donation. 6-3, inconceivable. We got a little Princess Bride reference there. We got the Cardinals today. They had the 2 cups. Gave it to the guy to put the poison in. So you Seahawks would put the poison into my bowl because I'm Kyler Murray and I'm very thirsty. But I know that you think I'm thirsty, so I would not drink this bowl. But then you would know that I would know that I am thirsty because I am Kyler Murray. And then that would make me think that I need to drink it. And then that would make me think that you'd make me think that I think to drink it, so I won't drink it. Instead, I will have you drink from your cup. Okay, well, drink. No, but don't drink it from your cup because you will then know and think that I would fall into most the easiest of trappings of to drink my cup with the poison in it. I will not do that, my fine sir. No, don't think you can trick me that easily. I love that scene. Cora says the backup center was used to having a normal height quarterback behind him in college. Yeah, he was, wasn't he, Cora? It's hard when you got those little hobbits you're trying to get the ball to, They're short, they're tiny, And when they're back 7 yards away from you, it's like, it's the opposite of, it's kind of the opposite of the rear view mirrors, items may appear closer than they are in your rear view mirror. It's like the opposite with him. It looks farther away when he's 7 yards back. It's like, is that you as a center, you look between your legs and you look underneath you and you're like, is that a baby back there in shotgun? Did we put a toddler in shotgun right now? Like I can barely see him. He's almost blending in with the grass. Ari Lynn says, which quarterback do you like in the draft that we can realistically get? Great question. Very good question. I'm not sure where Hendon Hooker is really going to fit in at the end of the day, Ari Lynn. And I think you could get Hendon Hooker at the top of the second round if you want to take a quarterback there, I think. I don't believe he's going to be taken in the first round because of his age. So Hendon Hooker would be a name that would come to mind. Quarterback list has gotten a little bit thinner for me, Ari. It's not quite as strong as it was coming even into this season. If Anthony Richardson comes out in the draft, that could be a guy that you take a look at as well, because how rough he is, and maybe you get him in the second or the third round if he were to come out. Same thing you could apply with a Cameron Ward if he was to choose to come out, which I'm not sure he will, but he would be another interesting guy to maybe take a quick peek at there. Outside of that, I don't have a lot of other guys that jump out on my list as far as really good options. There's a lot of quarterbacks in this draft, but there's a lot of guys that I think will be taken fifth round and onwards type of dudes, as opposed to really truly prime prospects. But I don't think you're going to get a chance. I don't think you're going to get a chance at Stroud. I don't think you'll get a chance at Levis. I'm not sure you're going to get a chance at even Young. Dr. G says, I have a Jets fan friend who was always a Geno truther. He had a couple folks out there from New York that were definitely people that thought he could be good, that when it came into my chat to let me know about it here prior to the year. So he did have some folks in Jets land that thought the kid was better than people were painting him as. And I think when you have a fan base like that has no dog in that particular fight, they just have their memories of the player and who he is and what he is, and they come back and give you that, he might be better than you guys kind of think on this. We should take something away from that. You should go, well, they're not just talking at that point. They're giving you a little bit of a nugget there. And indeed they were. Maze Guru, DK should love his current situation. He got paid and he doesn't have to get hit 10 to 15 times a game. 100% he should, man. He can stay in the pocket here. He can have the impact on a winning team. Doesn't have to be getting 175 touches every game, which can wear guys down. Look at Michael Thomas. After he had that 150 catch season, he can't get back on the football field. This happens, Maze Guru, to a lot of these running backs that get overused over the course of the early part of their career. And then they run down really prematurely, even before they get out of their 20s at times. Chrono says, Kyler's biggest problem was him laying into his teammates on camera all game long. That's always his problem, though. I see him laying into his teammates almost more often than not at times, game in and game out. And yeah, it's a horrible part of the way that he runs the quarterback position. The emotionality that he displays, the lack of maturity at times in displaying that emotionality. You've got to be the captain. You've got to be the guy driving the ship. And the guy driving the ship doesn't get to freak out and scream at everybody. And he's got to learn that. D Nugget, where's the other cat? She's laying on the ground. She doesn't get to get on the cat tree because the other cat doesn't let her get on the cat tree. The other cat's got a strictly no black cat on the cat tree thing, and I can't get her to stop it. She just attacks her whenever I put her up there. Seahawks blue and green. Hawks are America's underdog team. Easy to root for. Yeah, well said, man. Well said. Gregory Rice. We're one gapping in our 3-4 defensive end, 3-4 defense. Do you think we will still get new people in 2 gap next year or stick with the 1 gapping 3-4 since it seems to be working? I think you're going to 1 gap with the 3-4. That's the thought process of bringing on this defense, Gregory Rice, is 2 different things with going to the 3-4 defense. First thing is you're going to run a lot more cover 2 shell looks. You might do things post snap that's different from the cover 2 look, but you're going to show cover 2 prior to the snap. The second thing is the gap and a halfing that you require out of this defense. And it's a very important part having both of those two things working together, because those things work together. You run the cover 2 shells, but you, let's say, only really fall into cover 2 40% of the time. Well, 40% of the time, you're going to bring that safety up to help clean up those gaps along the line of scrimmage. Lions Mania Brando gives me nightmares now. Poop Dog says, watch out, Brandon. Cats can suck out your soul. That's only babies. That's only babies, Poop Dog. Once you get to full grown size, they can't do that anymore. Ari Lynn, what are the chances of Geno being a one-year wonder like Matt Flynn and Brock Osweiler? Ari Lynn, neither Matt Flynn nor Brock Osweiler were one-year wonders. Neither of those guys put a full season together of good play to even great play. Geno Smith is not merely playing good, he's playing great, and he's played it for a 9-game stretch. Matt Flynn never had anywhere close to a 9-game stretch as to what Geno is right now. Brock Osweiler never had a 9-game stretch even coming in near the stratosphere of where Geno Smith is right now in his level of play. So not even close on those comparisons. Not even close. Osweiler was always a moderate to below moderate game manager. And with Matt Flynn, he had one game where he threw for 6 touchdowns, and that literally got him a contract in free agency. Brian Myers, Penix has just a little look of Mahomes coming out. Scalab, move in the pocket, throw off platform. He's looked good. He's looked good this year. Injuries with him are a concern. And then you're going to have to keep him clean in the pocket because there's not a lot of, play breaks down. I can really trust him in that respect. But he's got a good live arm, quick delivery. As Gart said above, I'm not big on the lefties necessarily. Not a big lefty guy, but I can't deny that the kid's been very, very good for the Huskies this season. And he is looking like a draftable quarterback prospect at this point. Where at exactly, I'm not so sure quite yet. Or R says, hey, Brandon, does Pumpkin eat pumpkin pie? I've never tried. She's a very picky eater, so I'm going to say probably not. Maybe I'll let her have we're heading into Thanksgiving. We'll give her a chance. I'll go get myself some pumpkin pie and we'll see. Dr. G, I agree with what viewer said earlier. I just don't much care for Kyler as a dude. I don't either. I don't have much patience for a quarterback that can't be a good leader on the football field. That's got to be one of those absolute items that you check mark off the box in if you're going to get the respect from me as a quarterback, no matter how fast you are or how good of throws you can make. And that's the part that's so severely left wanting with him. So severely left wanting. Y2K with the $2 donation says, what's the plan for the Hawks beating the Bills in the Super Bowl? Well, you take away first the running game for the Bills, which is easy enough to do because they don't run the ball very well. You force Josh Allen to throw the ball a lot. And you squeeze down some of, I think, the shorter routes like we've done the last couple of weeks because they're going to try to dink and dunk you, even though he does have a little bit of that big arm. So get him into being a one-dimensional team, I think, offensively is the best way to go with the Bills. I want to get Josh Allen in a place where he's throwing 50, 55 times in a game. I think he'll throw a few picks over that time period. And then you offensively remain balanced on the other side of that, and you can be hoisting that Lombardi trophy, Y2K. You too can be the one to raise that Lombardi trophy. Gavin says, the show is always cool. Thanks. Appreciate you, Gavin. Thank you. Or R, what year did Ken Stabler win the Super Bowl? 78-ish, I think. Right around 78-ish. D-Nugget says, hey, did you end up meeting up with Seahawk Brendan Nelson? I didn't. We didn't try to kind of meet up. I was only in town for 2 days, D-Nugget, so I was in and out really quickly, and I was watching 2 games on 2 of the days I was here, so it was like, oh. Seahawks blue and green. Geno was bad in the preseason, but turned it on when the regular season started. Good timing. Was he bad, Seahawks blue and green, or was it that your 3rd and 4th wide receivers you had playing throughout the preseason, your guys like Bo Melton and Derek Young, was it that they were dropping a tremendous amount of footballs? I think Geno had something like 22, 23 drops this preseason in total. It was ridiculous. And I think that was why he didn't look as good in preseason. It wasn't because he wasn't playing good. It was because his guys just weren't catching the football. Michael White says apparently Cam Hamlin was in the game today. Did I say Cam Hamlin? I might have. Or our Mike Vick would have won a Super Bowl if he didn't fight dogs. I don't know that he would have. Daniel, we really started to utilize Ken Walker in the passing game today. Love it. This is just the start. They can start to expand off that. This offense hasn't even peaked yet. Agreed, man. I don't think this team's peaked. I don't think this offense has peaked. I don't think this defense has peaked. I don't even think the special teams unit has peaked yet. There's little places for them to clean up still going forward. And yeah, it was good to see them utilize Walker a little more out of the backfield, Daniel. You get full house blitzes like you'll get from the Cardinals. A lot of times it's the simplest, easiest kind of throw out of the backfield to attack that sort of scheme, which is just a little flat route throw. Just get that out there to the guy and let him work in space. And that's what they did with Walker today. It was good to see. Uncle Boy-san, whoa, Neal is not better than Jamal Adams. Neal wouldn't even come close to be able to read a defense to get a sack record as a safety. Yeah, I agree with that, man. I'm of course, not the one saying it. Michael YT, and he took a photo with a fan that was holding a sign that says Geno for MVP. Effing neat. That is neat. Maze Guru, when I was a drunk kid, I yelled at all sorts of nasty things to John Elway, and he heard every word. I still feel bad about it. Oops. Nah, he had it coming. He put our Hawks through so much pain through the years. He had it coming. Poop Dog. Last soft-spoken, awesome running back like Walker I can remember was Sweetness, Walter Payton. Yeah, was he a good player. Walter Payton was just awesome. You can make some comparisons between Walter and Walker and their running styles a little bit. Uncle Bully-san, anybody see, okay, I'm going to kick a dead horse here, laughing out loud, but did anybody see Russell Wilson's last press conference? He gave the most depressing let's ride at the end of that. Laughing out loud, I almost felt bad. The let's ride's holding on for dear life right now. It's not doing a lot of riding. It's got its hooves just trying to hold on to the cliff's edge at this point, and the hooves are sliding slowly off the cliff. Shh. It's just like that. Legend 100 says, Pete the Mechanic Carroll takes parts used and new and creates a fine-tuned machine. That's right. He can build it. Give him the parts and he can build it. D-Nugget Brando, for your 10K sub goal, make a video of the history of this channel and growth thus far. That would be cool. I could try to put something like that together, D-Nugget. I'm having a hard time right now. Like I was trying to get a Uchenna Nwosu video up last week and I'm running out of time. And sometimes these videos just, especially the uploads ones, just take me a ton of time to get through. And I'm just right now running out of time every week. But it's a great idea. It's a great idea. And I'll try to maybe put something like that together. If not that, just kind of maybe a great moments in the channel's history here after 4 years could be kind of fun. Michael YT says, I think the best thing that happened today was having no injuries on either side. Certainly was great. I think winning is definitely the best thing, but coming out of it with no injuries, especially in that stadium, to your point, is huge. D-Nugget says, how nice is it that our O-line holding has gone away? Well, when you don't have a guy breaking the pocket as often, you don't get those moments that usually causes the holds from offensive linemen. They'll be on their hold, and then the quarterback comes around them and breaks the pocket. They don't know the quarterback's broken the pocket, and they're kind of still holding on to the guy, and those kind of calls will happen a lot. We've seen Jermaine Ifedi used to be kind of famous for doing that kind of thing a little bit, and how he would do it. But it's gone down considerably this year. Boy, has it ever. Wu-Tang says Alexander peaked higher, but Lynch was more consistent. Also, everybody loves Marshawn. Dude got the crew fired up. I did. I hold him in higher esteem than Marshawn. I do. I just think he was I think he's one of the backs of his generation. I think it goes beyond on stats with Marshawn, though he still has pretty good stats at the end of the day. Gavin says Marshawn and Sherm have a good convo about Russ and Coach Pete on a podcast, which is pretty good. They did a good job with that. I saw that interview, Gavin, and it was a good interview with those guys talking. You got some insight on that one. Legend says Noah the Phantom Menace coming up big today. Boy, did he ever on that 51-yard catch and run. Big Country, when was the last time the Hawks have had 3 straight complete games? I'm thinking 2015, which was a while ago. That sounds right. That sounds right, man. Because usually even when you've been winning games the last couple of years, it's one side of the ball really excelling and another side of the ball kind of holding back or not quite able to push it forward a little bit. So yeah, that's, I can't think of the last time, honestly. It's been so long. Ari Lynn says, do you think Woolen has a higher ceiling than Sauce? Who would you rather have? at this point, I would rather have Tariq Woolen. I think Sauce Gardner is going to be a very good corner in this league as well. I think Woolen's going to take the ball over more. I think they're going to be pretty equivalent down the line as far as their ability to shut down guys and to tackle. I would definitely say that they're going to be very even on that. Woolen, I think, gets a little bit of the edge when it comes to his ability to intercept passes. Ball skills. Lennox Lane says the Hawks and Jets are definitely overachieving. Definitely. 100% on that one. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. Thank you, Garth, for all your donos on the channel tonight, man. I really do appreciate all the support. Says Brando, I watch your streams because you're a good dude like Russ. Schneider would have traded Russ, but Pete is loyal like a dog. Neil, better than Adams. Well, you're not alone again on the Neil Adams. There's definitely been a few folks in the chat that feel that he is better than Adams. I disagree. I think Adams is a better player right now, even with what's gone on. Adams has got the questions on injury. But I think when Adams has gone on the football field and you've not asked him to play, essentially cover two looks all the time and let him actually come downhill and be the player he was like with the New York Jets, he's been very good in that role. But sometimes Seattle hasn't always put him in that position. Appreciate you saying I'm a good dude though, man. Thank you so much. It's kind of you. Very kind of you. Brandon, what are my thoughts on the 7-1 Vikings? Not a lot of talk about them. No, there isn't a lot of talk about them. They're a very good overall, solid football team. Yeah, getting Danielle Hunter back this year after missing him all last year and then pairing him with Preston Smith gives them a significantly different pass rush look than they had last year, which was just kind of getting by at times. And those two guys have had a great effect. I believe Zadarius Smith was your NFC Player of the Week last week. They move him around on that defensive line. Really does give them the opportunity of if they get up on games, they can start rushing the passer and pin their ears back and be a problem. Dalvin Cook's running really well. They've got enough invested in that offensive line that's solid. Secondary's holding up. I think they're a pretty good team. I don't think they're what I would call scary. I think they're a little bit playing above. They're playing above themselves a little bit at 7-1. They're playing also in one of the worst divisions in football right now with where the Green Bay Packers are at, Detroit Lions and Chicago Bears. So they're also getting to beat up on a weaker division at the same time. But they played really good football. They're playing pretty clean football. Their only loss is to the Eagles, which is to the best team in the NFC conference. So they've been legit in that respect of things. I'm just not quite convinced on them yet. Maybe they'll win me over here as the year goes along, but I'm just not quite there with them. Daniel says, here's my case on why the Kobe Bryant one was a fumble. If that's the end zone and the wide receiver caught the ball like the wide receiver caught it like that, it equals a touchdown. So if it's a touchdown in the end zone, that's a fumble on the field. Sound logic to me, Daniel. Sound logic to me. And you're right. If he's dragging that foot, whether that foot gets planted or not, that second foot, if it's dragging and it's in bounds, that's going to then be a touchdown. Barkley. I forgot Barkley on my list. Good. Yeah, good point on that, guys. I forgot on my running back list. I'm going to put Barkley at 5. I'm going to give our guy Walker 4. Barkley would be my 5. I love his year so far. He's been fantastic. He's a great back. I won't quite get him into the top 4-3. I think they were talking about Saquon Barkley, Uncle Bully-san. Saijan, is KC fallen? No, it's tied up right now. Looks like it's going to go into overtime at the current moment. Chad Hart says we need another pass rusher like Cortez Kennedy or Michael Bennett. I think what you mean on that, of course, is an inside guy to generate pressure. I think that would be helpful. It was good as Shelby Harris to get himself a sack on the inside in this game. A guy coming off back-to-back 9-sack seasons with Denver. You were hoping maybe he was giving you a little more pass rush this year than you've gotten out of him so far. But maybe he could be a little bit more of that guy. Uncle Boy saying Kenneth Walker is the best running back in the league, hands down. Maybe Derek was, but not anymore. It's all about the K9 unit. I love it, man. Sign me up, brother. Sign me up. Brian says all three of Aaron Rodgers' INTs in the red zone today. Yeah, they were brutal. Brutal game. Maybe one of the worst ones you've seen from Aaron Rodgers playing the quarterback position, especially considering where those interceptions happened. Uncle Bully-san, I think it is that guy's Desai after this Hawks cast. I'll go look, but I don't want to turn us off right now. No turning off the Hawks Nest. But I'll definitely hit you back the next time with that kid. Okay. Yeah, let me know on that. Or you can Uncle Bully-san, post it in the comment section too, because I'll read comments. So if it's just after the video post, you post in there and I'll take a look at them. Maze Guru says, laughing out loud, I thought I'd subbed a while back, a few weeks ago. Then I noticed I hadn't. Well, appreciate you jumping aboard, man. Thank you. Welcome on in, man. Daniel Bailey with a $2 donation. Says, Brian should have 2 interceptions this year. Bad luck. 2 interceptions, Daniel, and maybe 5 forced fumbles, because he had the forced fumble in this game. We were just having the kind of debate going back and forth on the channel here about whether or not that was a fumble on that play too. But he's had 3 turnovers called back for things that are completely outside of his control a little bit. He's caused those turnovers in that moment. He's got a nose for the ball. You go back to college and he had a nose for the ball. He had an ability. He has ball skills. He's got hands. You're going to see him make plays into the future. And having guys like Bo Tariq Woolen and Brian out there in the secondary to help generate those turnovers is going to help going on into the future. But yeah, bad luck, man. Just bad luck. He had it. AXanity has subscribed to the channel. Xanity, thank you for subscribing. Welcome aboard. You're helping me get a little bit closer to 10,000 subscribers. And if you guys haven't, please do hit that like button for me. It does help me out. Helps me out tremendously. Sajid says, Hawksnest, I don't feel right being here without Meg. Sorry. No worries, man. I understand. She is a key member of this channel. Alan says, man, let's effing go, Hawks. Let's go. Uncle Bully-san, the reason in hockey never took in Washington was because they never wanted to put money into hockey. We were close to Canada, that they wanted to separate Washington and Canada's sports. Yeah, I think if you had gotten it in earlier, there'd be more. I might be a hockey fan today if they'd gotten it in a little bit earlier than that. Boy, Kelsey's having a tough game here for the Chiefs too. Danny W, I hope we can extend Noah Fant this offseason past the 1-year, 5th-year option we have currently. I'm open to it, Daniel, but what is the cost? If you can get him to maybe a Will Disley-like 3-year, $24 million deal and lower down the final 5th-year option a little bit, I'm kind of open to it. And he had a really good game here today, Daniel, but he has not been necessarily super awesome this year in all retrospect. I think he came into this game with like 22 catches on the season and not a lot of yards, averaging like 7 yards a catch or something. Now, he went off today, and if he can do more of what he did today into the future, then I'm definitely open to that possibility, but and the Titans will stop this up here, so it's going into overtime. But you have to tell me what contract you're foreseeing on that one. Maze Guru says Hall of Famers don't lay down like Alexander did. No, he's not getting to the Hall of Fame either. Uncle says Uncle Bully-son says, anyways, growing up in Federal Way, Washington, that's what I was told. Makes sense to me, man. Makes complete sense to me. Uncle says, I agree with the analysis of Sean Alexander, Brando. It's kind of where I sit with it. He's a complicated cat in that respect to assess him from a career perspective. But I do feel like that's where he kind of landed at the end of the day. Still to be celebrated. Still not a guy that was, not like you can say had some really good skill he brought to the table, but it's got to take the whole story of him into account a little bit. Daniel said, yeah, Megan got the ultimate bragging rights over her brother. I'm sure she's letting him know about it right now. I'm sure she's letting him know, Daniel. It's going to be nice and spicy. Kurt Warner, John L. Williams, Uncle Bully-son. I love those guys. Great backs. John L. Williams, definitely underrated in Seahawks history. The best fullback in Seahawks history, probably even over Mac Strong, even though Mac was here longer, just for all of what he could do from the position. Mac might get it on longevity, I guess. Big Country says, I'd argue Burrow and possibly 2 over Geno, but it's close. You could make a good argument on that. I could see where you're coming from with that. All right, Brad, I love hockey. Wu-Tang Financial, Mahomes is the entire rushing attack for the Chiefs. They just do not run the ball, do they? They struggle with it over and over again. It's so weird to see. Uncle Bully saw and Kenneth Walker reminds me of Barry when he stops and moves sideways. In other words, like against the Chargers when he was handed the ball up the middle and kind of stopped and then went straight up the gut. Oh, he's got that a little bit to him. I could see some shades with Barry. Barry was just such a unique back to me. And I just haven't ever seen a back quite like Barry and how he did it. And yeah, Big Country, you can't stop Mahomes. You can just hope to contain him is right. Robs, today was scary. I thought Arizona had our offense figured out, but Geno regained confidence after that pick 6. What do you think about how they played today? I think the offense overall, Robs, was consistent. I think you're going to get the best swing from Arizona to start this off in this game, and you're going to have to kind of withstand that early barrage from Arizona, who was fighting for their season's life today, and that was on a wide display to me. I thought the offense did a good job of what they've done throughout the course of this year, Robs. Even when you're not necessarily scoring points, you're consistently moving the chains. You're consistently at least eating some clock up. And then you get into that fourth quarter, you're on top of the time of possession. The Arizona defense starts to wear out. You stayed, Robs, committed to the running game, which kept that defense wore out in that third quarter. And those running plays that weren't going for any yards, that were getting hemmed up and were getting stopped over and over and over again early on, started to open up into that fourth quarter. So they just stayed patient in their approach, I thought. They certainly had some kind of tough parts to the middle portion of that game and moving the ball. But then once it got clicked back in and they found their rhythm again, they went off. So I feel like the offense played a phenomenal game today, Robs. They ended out with 30-plus points. You score 30-plus points, you're going to get an A grade from me in the NFL. That's hard to do. So it wasn't always consistent points-wise, but I felt like it was consistent from a drive standpoint, and their approach was always pretty sound. Jeffrey Nicholson says, haters keep hating, doubters keep doubting. Seahawks are the real deal. You let them know, Jeffrey. You let them know. Scooby says, Mr. Double XP had himself a night. Robs, Kenneth had a tough time, and defense had a tough time trying to stop corner and Kyler's runs. It was pretty scary. Yeah, it was. Definitely, there wasn't a lot of running space to be had there, Robs. They were dedicating resources to stopping that run, which made it harder. And offensively speaking, Kyler got free a little bit. He's going to usually get free. He's too fast, too quick, not to at some point get you somewhere at some time in the game a little bit with running the ball. Good news is that what you did, Robs, in this game, like you done a couple weeks ago, is when he does run with the ball, and the fact that ball is like it's like a loaf of bread there that he's carrying, you can then knock it away. We saw Kobe Bryant do it a couple weeks ago where he got the fumble caused. Ryan Neal got the fumble caused because the ball is being held a little bit loosey-goosey at that point. So they were at least able then to take advantage even if he got those yards. They found a way to counter that a little bit like they had 4 weeks ago in that same respect. Have a good night, Maze. Appreciate you, man. Seahawks 17, the chalice of the palace, the malice of the palace. Has the pellet with the position, but the flagon with the dragon has the brew. It's true. Mr. Isaac, who would have thought the year would have panned out like this so far? A lot of football to be played still, but could not be happier with this thus far. Me neither, man. It's been amazing. It has been amazing. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. I appreciate you, man, for all the donos. Sean Alexander is very complicated. Who could tell him and Marshawn apart? Both ran tough as nails, and nobody could tell the difference. Well, you could actually sell me. I know you're joking on your post that, Garth, but if you told me Sean Alexander inside the 20 in the red zone, I'll tell you, he ran just as hard as Marshawn, if not harder, and he was in the red zone. Marshawn was a beast in the red zone. But between the 20s, he was a little bit like a teddy bear. You know, he's like a teddy bear, which every once in a while would get sharp teeth and bite you. But inside the red zone, look out. Sean Alexander was money. There's Kelsey making a catch. Kelsey getting kind of thick. Kelsey getting a little bit big with his age. Gavin, you have yourself a great night, man. Thank you so much. I do appreciate it. Uncle Boyban says Uncle Boyson says the All Blacks do a war chant called the Haka. Before every outing, they line up and call out the other team, and it's freaking badass. It is badass. I noticed it is cool. Cora Pennington says Chiefs D-line is just half Seahawks parts. It is. They go for our also-rans, Cora. They go for our cast-offs. They go to our discount store. We need a little cash. We do some of our, we put some of our donations. We need a tax break, and then they go take our donations and put them on their defense. Seahawks 17 says next 5 games, all against teams 500 or below. Well said, Seahawks 17. And not only that, you only have 2 games on the schedule of teams with either a 500 record or a winning record left to play so far this year. So it does remain fairly winnable throughout the rest of this schedule too. Uncle Bully's on the 12s need to come up with a stadium war chant. That would be cool. Though it can get old if it's the wrong kind of one, right? Like we all know the seminal like that. That definitely gets wore out a little bit, right? So it can get a little bit old when they start leaning on it too much. Jamoy Michael says, hey, Brando, I have an idea for a video where you just post a video of you reacting to the highlights of the Seahawks game live. It's a good idea, man. It's a good idea. The tough part is I got to be careful on the highlight stuff. I can only show them in little patches or else I get the stuff claimed. NFL's definitely tough on folks using any kind of the footage. So you got to be real, I got to be like a ninja in how I post that stuff a little bit. But it's a good idea, man. It's a good idea. I'm kind of doing a little bit of that in the post-game stuff with the little clips. I filmed a little post-game thing on the live stream here that I'll post up tonight, and I'll try to put some of that stuff in that and what I discuss with that. But I know what you're talking about with the reactions and getting hyped up. It could be cool to kind of check out too. So I think that's a great idea. Definitely in a long-term plan of the channel as I get more time to kind of invest in, that'd be a smart thing to be able to post up because it would draw a lot of views. People would be hyped by it. And the Chiefs are looking like they're going to beat Tennessee here. Great suggestion though, your boy, as always. Cora Pennington, Sauce got burned on the first play of the game. He did. Gave up a touchdown, didn't he, Cora? Did indeed. Alan says, Uncle Bully-san, beating the Giants was a solid with win, Brando. I was just getting a little sarcastic with my man, the Giants fan. Oh, yeah, no worries. Let him know. Let him know. Uncle Bully-san, I think we should sign Geno Smith for a 4-year, $100 million plus deal to keep him here till he retires. He'll probably have to play about 14 years. I mean, that's the average, and get a young quarterback to learn behind him. I think that's the straightforward deal to be had here, Uncle Bully-san. That's the one that makes sense from both standpoints, both the Hawks and the Geno's camp. I could see them going that point. Danny W says, I don't know about Daniel O'Neal's past, but you should watch his 2 recent videos for Seahawks. It's quality. Maybe he's the Geno Smith of reporters, but it's more just expanding your network. Just a thought. No, it's a great suggestion, man. I'll take a look at it. I'll give Danny on your advice. I'll give Danny another second go on that one. So maybe being freed up of the 710 machinery has allowed him to be able to just kind of run unfettered with his opinions and how he sees it and how he views it. And if that's the case, I'm completely open to having Danny on or going on his or however that could work. I'll give it a shot. Uncle Boy saying most quarterbacks don't play past 14 years, and I feel the first 10 weren't so hot. If Geno can end off these last 4 years or so, he will. Let's keep up until he retires. Yeah, I agree. I think Uncle Boy saying that's the Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers effect where people start to think all these quarterbacks are going to play into their 40s. I think those guys are going to end up being more of the outliers, more of the exception to the rule rather than the rule. And you get to be 35, 36, 37 years old, like we saw with Drew Brees, like we saw with Phillip Rivers, like we're seeing now with Matt Ryan. You're kind of done at that point. You know, you've reached the end of the line. And I'm open to the 4-year deal. I think he'll still be within his prime throughout that time period for us, good enough throughout that time period for us to pull the trigger on that kind of deal. Robs, today was scary. I thought Arizona had our offense figured out, but Geno regained confidence. Oh, sorry, I read that already. My bad. Uncle Boyson, as a guy who was talking smack about Geno, I'll take it all back. I take it all back. I ate humble pie, and I am now all aboard the Geno train with no shame, admitting I was wrong. Go Geno. I love his story. Hey, no shame, man. No shame there at all. And good props on you for props on you for having ability to own your own points of where you miss. And we all have got those moments, and it's important for us to do so. It's about, not about being right. It's about getting it right. And if Geno's done enough now to change opinions and hearts and minds as he has, then we got to give him that credit. I'm the same way with Coach Carroll, man. I've got to eat my crow with that. I thought the game had passed him by. I didn't think he could adjust. I thought he had, used up all of the magic that existed. But instead, he is just proving and showing me wrong. Brian Myers, Danny O'Neill is a sarcastic weirdo who laughs way too much at his own jokes. Annoying. It's a little bit of what I remember a little bit, but I'll give it a try. Daniel gives some good recommendations. I'll check it out. And I like Adams too. Injuries do suck. Go Hawk 2022 says. Big Country, I feel like the Vikings are missing a piece or two to get over the hump. Yeah, it kind of feels that way to me too. I feel like they're playing a little bit over themselves a little bit right now. Not that they're a bad team. They've always struck me as a little bit of an in-between team and where they really are. Just kind of a fringe playoff team was right about where they land at. But they're getting the benefit, I think, of this year as much as ever of that division just being so bad. Uncle Bully-san, speaking of Pirates, did you know that the Seahawks originally were called the Seahawks not because of a bird, but because of the pirates of the Puget Sound, which were called Seahawks? Facts. Oh, really? That's cool. I didn't know that. I thought it was all based off the totem pole thing, where it really came out of. Interesting. And TM, yeah, for the record, I wasn't on board with Noah Fant to extension off the sideline catch. So no, I'm not on the sign him to extension. I'm open to it if he can do more of what he did today. He had almost 100 yards receiving TM on the game, so it wasn't merely just the 50-yard catch. He also made some other catches as well. But your point stands. I'm not looking to, at the moment where he's at, sign him to a contract extension. I'll let him play out that final year of that fifth-year option and call it a day. But if he continues to add on to what he did in this performance after today and goes forward with it, and I can move down that first-year contract, that cap hit of next year, that final fifth-year option down a couple $1 million to save that money to better stack the team that will be in more of a potentially even closer to a Super Bowl kind of place, then I'm open to it. Sports Fans is also RIP to my fantasy team. I was against Joe Mixon today. He had 55 points. Oh, brutal. Mr. Isaac, may have missed your thoughts on this, but how are you feeling on Will Levis? I think Will Levis is going to eventually be still a top 10 quarterback in this upcoming draft. I think fans are going to be unduly harsh on Will Levis without really taking in much into account what he has been up against on that Kentucky football team. He played a better game this week. He's had a lot of interceptions. He's played the game very wildly, but I think coaches are going to look at it and say, we're not going to put him in the same conditions he's dealing with Kentucky. And he's going to be a much better player when we get him more to work with, when we get him a better offensive line, when he has more time to throw on a consistent basis. So I do think he eventually does round out into being a top 10 quarterback. I think Stroud has overtaken him at this point as the number one QB on the board, but I think both of those guys will get taken in the top 10. Uncle Bully-san says, let me explain. The pirates of the Puget Sound were the ferry boats that ran people back and forth to Whidbey Island. They would literally sink each other and charge the people in the water to get on. Oh, wow. It got cutthroat like that, huh? I got to look this up. I wasn't aware of this story. They were crazy back in the day, man. They were buck wild. JW says, I'd extend Noah Fant 4 years on top of the fifth-year option for $44 million, $10 million for 2 years, $12 million for the other two. I don't know. He's in 9 games in a new offense. His best games are ahead of him, in my opinion. To me, I don't know if I would do it quite yet this year. I'd let it play out the full year, Daniel. I think it's a little early to pull the trigger on that with Fant, where he's at right now. He had his best game, but it's not been necessarily indicative of where he's been out through the whole year. And he's not been bad, But has he been worth $10 million a year? I don't know he's quite been there yet. D Nuggets says, seems like the only downfall of a good young developing team is trying to figure out how to pay them in the upcoming years. It can be a way. It can be a problem. It's something you can get around though, D Nugget. I mean, you were able for the most part with the Legion of Boom era to pay those guys. They got multiple contracts. Most of those guys did. So it's hard, but it's not impossible. Larry Bird, sorry I'm a little slow on acknowledging your donation, man. My bad. Thank you for the $5 dono. Says, worried at all about Geno's 2 to 3 pickable balls a game. Regardless, what a fun team. Thanks for all you do. Well, thank you, Larry. I really do appreciate it. Very kind of you to say. So there were 2 interceptable worthy throws in this game. You have the DK Metcalf throw in the back of the end zone, which is in the defender's hands and he just can't make the catch. And then, yes, you've got also the interception on the flat route that he threw. I don't think that last week Geno Smith had any real, outside of maybe one throw, real interceptable throws last week. I thought he played a pretty clean game. The week before that, yeah, he had a couple of interceptable balls. Balls went right in the hands. The Charger game in particular there, where you had at least 3 or 4 interceptable worthy plays there. But it's really not been a common element of his game throughout the course of this year, Larry. I'd say you have a game here, a game over there, but for the most part, he's played a lot of very clean games and a lot of games more often than not where there is no turnover-worthy plays. And so I would say that that's more of where my faith in him comes from with that, where I just think, no, he's been pretty clean with the ball. He's been pretty safe with the ball, and I'll trust in him to kind of remain in that role and remain in that lane of things. I think he'll be fine. Yeah, Bailey says, going into the season with Barton as a starter is the closest thing to a tank the Hawks would do. No trade to replace him and still looking playoff bound. Playing with house money now, laughing my ass off. Complete house money, man. Nobody thought you were going to be here. No expectations. That's why there shouldn't be any pressure on them. Just let the season come to you as it will. Let it go. Just go with the punches, flow with it. Let the cards fall where they may, the chips fall where they may. Having some good debate on the origins of the Seahawks here. Yeah. Danny Dennis, what's up, man? Good to see you in the chat. Big Country, I'm not looking forward to facing Mahomes. My goodness. No, he's really good. And the Chiefs just won that game. He's a fantastic player. That's why I say that him and Allen are really the 1-2 guys at the top of the sport from the quarterback position, just undoubtedly. And he's got no running game, and he still finds a way. Uncle Bully saw my number 1 choice for this draft would be Will Anderson. He's amazing out there. He's light on his feet, like an angel in the wind. But I also really like the bruising style of Myles Murphy. Anderson's good for me too, Uncle Bully's son. I'm a little more Myles Murphy pro guy as I look at for the Seahawks, just because he is such a dynamic talent as a 3-4 defensive end, which is exactly what we need on this team right now. As opposed to outside linebacker, we might be pretty solid in how we look at that position as it stands right now. But all those guys are good. These guys are all good. Will Anderson, Jalen Carter, Myles Murphy. You're not going to go bad with any of these defensive linemen. Those guys will all be players at the next level. Go Mohawks. There we go. Mr. Isaac said, I never said I was going to sleep. Oh, being to Garth. Eric Gilbertson, Wes on the Seahawks Times has a lot of energy and brings interesting takes. Plus, he's self-monikered himself a Seahawksimus Prime. That's a hell of a nickname. I like his nickname right there. So I'll try to reach out to him. I've heard Seahawks Times name mentioned before in my chat on that. So I'll take a little bit of a peek at him as well. See if he's maybe worth reaching out to on that side of things. I do need to get better about the collabing. Got to get better in my collab game. Brian Meyer. Daniel says, I'm calling it now. It's too early to say, but part of the getting credit, Seahawks Super Bowl champs this year. We just need a chance and let the story write itself. Go Hawks. Oh, that'd be amazing, dude. That would be amazing to pull that off. It is early, but hey, you're on top of the division, man. Get into the playoffs. Anything can happen. It's what, a mere 3-4 wins all you need. It's all you need. Uncle Billy saw Miles Murphy, on the other hand, is brutal and fast. All the key ingredients you need for a 1 tech or a 2 tech or 18 tech. He can play any tech you want. Gears are more important than springs. Yeah, agreed. I see him as more keep him as a 3-4 defensive end and just let him one gap and a half all day long. Let him just attack. And he's going to blow plays up. The guy is really impressive defensive end. I'd say he's probably more impressive than any other 3-4 defensive end in this last draft is Miles Adams. One thing there wasn't a lot of in this last draft was really pure 3-4 defensive ends. Daddy Dennis says, I called 24-14 Seahawks win, was feeling special for a few minutes in the fourth. Hey, well called, Daddy. Close enough. Close enough for me, man. You get a pat. You get the clap for me on that one. Daniel says he's, sorry. You guys are responding back and forth to each other. Daniel says, all right, my ideal draft with the Broncos 2 picks are top 10 Quentin Johnson, wide receiver, 2nd round Nolan Smith, defensive end out of Georgia. Nolan will drop due to a torn bicep, so no combine. Ooh, okay. I'm with it. I'm with it, man. Sign me up. Mr. Isaac, don't give Garth a lot. Don't buy into the Garth too much on the hard time stuff. He gets that energy going, man. Daddy Dennis says, let's hear some of Brandon's best German accent. I'm going to try. I'm 8 hours in, so it's dodgy. The Seattle Seahawks are going to play the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in Germany, yeah. It's going to be a very well-played game until the Tampa Bay Buccaneers realize that they are in a stadium of Seahawks fans, yeah. Us Germans like Seahawks. It's like our sister city in North America. We're going to come in and we're going to take your part, yeah. They're not going to like it very much. You're going to find the German precision does not work for you, Tampa Tom. We don't like the way you are with all these people out there. You're too flashy for us in Germany. We like those simple folk, those nice, just do your work kind of guys. Yeah, that's Geno Smith. So we're going to watch Geno Smith take your team apart. My accent's horrible right now. Sorry, Daddy. It's bad after 8 hours. I can't bring it together. I just can't. Jack says Malik Willis looks so rough. Very rough. He might eventually get there as a player, but he's going to take a couple of years, I think, to kind of get there. And that's part of what you knew with in drafting him and picking him when they did. And it's why he fell in the draft despite having some of the talent that he does have. Is there's a lot to clean up there to kind of expand that game out to really kind of clean things up a little bit. Bro, if I was going to be a top 3 round pick in the pros, I'd be a damn celibate monk. Laughing out loud. I wouldn't mess up with all that type of players that we need. Yeah, I would be careful too if I was a prospect, because there is a target sign on you with that type of stuff. Cora Pennington says, is Malik Willis even a quarterback? I swear I see him scramble either to throw it away or take a sack. He is, Cora, but he came out of an offense that was very simplified for him in so many respects. And, you know, when it comes to the nuances of playing the position, when it comes to going through his processes, and when it comes to even just being under center as a quarterback, which the Titans are going to ask you to go under center a lot of times, He's got to learn all of that footwork. And that's part of that time period it's going to take. It's very early to make an assessment on a guy when he is so raw and green because there looks like so many holes in his game, but that's what you think he is and forever will be. I think this is the same thing that gets established on Trey Lance that's a little bit unfair. He may end up being that bust. He may end up being that guy to never develop. But to do so early on in his career when you drafted him, you acknowledged he was going to need those couple of years before you could really make your true assessment of who he was going to be and where he was going to be. And I think it would be a little premature with Malik, but with that said as well, Cora, I wasn't big on the guy coming out. And for part of the reason you're seeing right here now, not the biggest guy, does have some limitations to his game. I don't know that the processing aspect of things for him is going to come along. So with some quarterbacks it does, with some it just don't. With some it remains with what it's going to be. It is too early to write him off, Mr. Kane. You're right. I wouldn't write Willis off. But that's that part where it gets hard for people with quarterbacks because you do start to want to assess the guys really quickly. And you can fall in trappings of doing that. We're having a quarterback right here that got judged too quickly on his career, got thrown into a particular box as to who he was as a player. And we're now, finding out he's actually much better. He just needed that time to develop. He just needed that maturation process. That could end up turning out to be the case with Malik Willis. I do think it's going to take a couple years, but he could get there. Cool Breeze, Brando work ethic and investment unmatched. Keep it up, partner. Thank you, Cool Breeze. Very kind of you to say, man. Did I say something funny? I must have said something funny. Brody13 says the Seahawks are as good, if not better, than any team in the NFC. I agree with you, man, there. We can play with anybody, man. Anybody. Big Country says it was like a mix of Tony Montana's and Arnold. Okay. It wasn't good. It's a little dicey right now. It's a little dicey. That's how it is when it gets into 8 hours into the stream. I can't do the little accent anymore. I can't do your little accents. I can dance like a little monkey on the chain. Dance, monkey. Dance. Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish. As a Liberty University fan, Malik Willis is not it. He has no short passing game, and his arm isn't strong enough to consistently make 30-plus yard throws. He's another one of those college quarterbacks. Well said, man, Joe Biden. Well said. And I will say, I will wait to make my time in saying that I'm not going to say Malik's a bust because he's not taking off right now. But to Joe Biden's point on this, I will lean back on my initial assessment of Malik Willis, which is that I wouldn't want him to be my quarterback of the future, even if I'm waiting those 2 years. I'm not going to trust in the fact that he's going to reach that place. He may get there. I just don't think in my assessment that he will. But that has more to do with how he was in college, to your point on that, Joe Biden, than it does to what he looks like right now in the pros. And yeah, you get overrated because of the legs is right. Uncle Boy-san, honestly, every time we play in conference, I pray for injuries on the other team. Sorry, I know that makes me a bad guy, but it makes me a good Hawks fan. Let's go Hawks. Hey, I get it, man. Injuries can change things quite a bit. Seahawks 17 for a West Country British accent. Try this. Few dunce I said and walk home. We'd been there now. Okay, we'll try it here. Few dunce I said walk home. We'd been there now. Try with a sight pirate. I tried on that one, man. I think I butchered that one too. Green 80, what's up, man? Good to see you in the chat. Uncle Bully's on. The greatest Seahawk running back has to be John L. Williams. I think he's the greatest fullback. I don't know if I go greatest running back. I'll give you fullback. Daniel, I've hated John trading down in years past, but say we end up with the 6th overall pick say we end up with the 6th overall pick or so, I wouldn't hate trading down to 14-18 range to get a future first and a current third. 6 to 18. I would say, Daniel, I'd want to stay inside the top 15 on that. I do think that your tier 1s start to drop off into tier 2 right about pick 15, 16, 17. And based on what I've seen of the talent so far in this draft, I think that's going to be very much the case again this year. So you could talk me into 12, 13, maybe even 14 is the bottom end of that, but I wouldn't want to drop into the 18, getting into close 20. I think you're now at the top of tier 2 and not out of that tier one. And we have a true tier one pick with that Bronco pick. So let's get a true tier one player one way or the other. That said, Daniel, it doesn't preclude me from doing it either if you're picking up that extra first round pick. And you, like you said, you would get a third too in addition to that. So if you can get that big of a swat, that would be probably hard to turn down, especially if you're talking about getting a future first from a future team who potentially could have happened to them what happened to the Denver Broncos this year, where they go all in and then they have a bad year and you end up with a very high pick once again. Big 80, Green 80, it was a big win for us today, man. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful win. Beautiful victory. Ethan Tech World, the absolute disaster we avoided by not drafting Malik Willis. My goodness, he looks atrocious. Man thinks he's 2017 Russell Wilson without the good decision making and processing. Holy smokes. He's got a long way to go. And as I said throughout this offseason, Ethan, and I think it's been proven pretty true now throughout the course of this regular season, every single quarterback landmine, and this goes beyond how well Geno Smith's playing. This is totally separate of Geno Smith's play. Every single landmine that you've come across this past offseason from the quarterback position that you could have stepped on and blown your organization up to one degree or another, from the Baker Mayfields to the quarterbacks in this draft to any of the other guys that were available on the open market, you avoided all of those guys, and it is to your benefit that you did so. Part of the reason why I have faith in Schneider in the future of him looking for our next quarterback is for the mistakes that he didn't make this offseason when he was driven so hard by the national media and even by the local media at times to go get that quarterback. Got to go get that quarterback now. Got to go get that quarterback now. Hey, guess what? It's not the right time for that quarterback. So why force it when it's not the right time, when there isn't that guy who is worthy of being that quarterback of the future? And it's been proven very smart in that respect of things. Truly Sleeps, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Truly Sleeps, I do appreciate you for doing so. Welcome aboard. Daniel Bailey with a $5 donation. Thank you, Daniel, for your double donos on the channel. Says, The Sound of the Seahawks is a great video series. If you haven't already, check it out. The Hawks media team is awesome. Great content to see as a fan. Thank you for the $5 donation, Daniel. And yes, 100%. Seahawks have done a great job. They've really upped the ante on their video series this year with that, putting a little more production quality into it. I love to see it. It's been a lost opportunity. They haven't kind of done more with that a little bit, but props to them. They have done a great job this year in some of the stuff that they put out and promoted out, and it's good to see. Just gives you more Seahawks content to kind of dive into. And I love the off the field stuff. I love the sideline mic stuff that they're able to get at times. Some really good stuff in there. So thank you for the recommendation, Daniel. But I love it. It's a great series. Don Motto with a $5 donation. Thank you, Don. Says, donoing for the work. Donoing from work. Can't believe you're still going. What a win. Don, I'm always riding high after a win, man. And as I say, it does sound cliche, but I blink my eyes and 8 hours suddenly go by on this channel. I'm like, wow, where'd those 8 hours go? You know, I'm just blown away at times at how so often with this channel, just I'm having so much fun when I get on live with you guys that just the time just goes right past. It is just unbelievable. It doesn't feel like work. I just get to have fun, enjoy myself, and talk with my people. It's amazing. It is amazing. Thank you for the donations, though. Thank you to everybody. We've had a ton of donations today from folks. You guys are always so very kind in that respect of things. Drink of water here. Yeah, I agree with Jim Campbell on this. John L. was very good, but Lynch is clearly the best so far. Agreed on that one. Green 80 says Tennessee doesn't have the right offensive line for Willis. That's a fair point. It's a fair point. And certainly young quarterbacks are going to have their success determined a lot by how they, by how well the pass protection is in front of them. And you're down, I think Taylor Lewan's out right now. Roger Saffold moved on to the Titans. Certainly their offensive line is a little bit of a weaker link than maybe it has been in recent years for them. Good point. Brian Meyer says Lynch was the best, but the running back who is underrated for the Hawks is Chris Warren. Yeah, agreed. He's a guy that has every right to be mentioned up there in the same likes as some of these other backs we talk about. And you're right, he does get kind of forgotten about, though. Good point. Good point on that. Augustus Gloop. Green 80 says, if we beat the Bucs and win 5 straight, I'm saying Seattle's a top 5 in the NFL right now. I'd give them a top 5 right now as it stands. I mean, how aren't we right now? Maybe you put the Bills, maybe you put the Chiefs, right? You put those 2 up. You put the Eagles up above you right now. Maybe that's 3 teams. I mean, maybe the Niners you could put above us, maybe, but just because they beat you on the road and you have that, but it was on the road and that was earlier in the year and you're playing differently as a team than you were playing at that time. I think you make the argument right now, Green 80. I might go top 5 right now. Addison Shelbo, Brandon, you're a beast. Still going strong, laughing out loud. I just came over from Brendan's stream. I don't know when to quit. Hyper aggressive. What do you think of Uchenna's contracts fitting to be? Well, the good news here on this hyper aggressive is you have him under contract for still another year. So he's still going to be here beyond this season. You don't have to technically do anything after this season. If the Hawks want to sign him to a contract extension, hyper aggressive, and I am in favor of them signing him to a contract extension, then I think you're going to be able to get him at a little bit of a discounted rate because you have that leverage over the top of him. So 3-4-year deal, 16 million per, 17 million per on a 4-year extension. Something like that could make a lot of sense here. Hyper aggressive, and I'd be open to it. I would. I'm going to be having an Uchenna video break this week at some point. Jim Campbell, Kurt Warner was going to be great, but an ACL ruined his career. Yeah, led the league at AFC, I think, in rushing in his rookie year. And then, he got the torn ACL in the first game of the start of that next season, and that knee was never the same. That was at a time where they were still kind of perfecting the ACL. They were perfecting the ACL surgeries at that time. Green 80 says if Nwosu keeps balling, he'll need like 14 plus sacks. Oh, Mr. Isaac, Lions Mania has always been here, Mr. Isaac. He's one of the friends of the channel here from other things. He's like Keldon that we got with the 49ers. I like having a fans in here from other teams in here. And Lions Mania is always awesome. He's always bringing positive energy and just being cool. Yorkshire accent of if it isn't in the Tintin. Yorkshire. King Bomber says, I feel bad for Malik. Such a terrible situation. It's a tough one. It's a team that has in the past been willing to invest a little more into its offensive line, King Bomber. It's gone a little bit awry right now, but that's as much of they had a right tackle they took a couple of years ago who hasn't really played out well for them. He's kind of been bad. Taylor Lewan's injury, Saffold moving on. They lost their center a couple of years ago. They're having to kind of rebuild the offensive line on the fly, and they're having to rebuild it when they're not being necessarily really bad either. So they're not getting to pick really high to go get those linemen. But I think they'll get it right for him into the future. They'll address it. They've shown a willingness to put resources into that offensive line and understand how important it is. Especially a guy like Vrabel will know that. Dan W says, seeing KC almost lose to Malik Willis. Bills lost today. Eagles are 7-0, but struggled against some bad teams this year and squeaked out wins. The Seahawks just maybe, can do something special. I like where your head's at, Daniel. I do. And I think we can. Person says, the guy who would like 5 guys in his face 2 seconds after the snap. The guy would like 5 guys in his face. Is that from Blake? Bomber, just if we had Jamal to bracket Kelsey, that would be such a much more comfortable game. Tight ends can get into this defense a little bit at times, that's for sure. Ertz didn't go off today, but he was okay. He had a couple of catches in this. And Kelsey's going to be a problem in that game to have to kind of monitor and track. He's always coming up with some big catches with the Chiefs. Even if he's not statistically putting up a crazy game, he still finds a way to make a big catch at the toughest moment. Mr. Isaac, Garth is creeping. Garth likes creeping. Green 80 says, hey man, I'll sit here all day and talk football. Hey, me too. Me too, man. King Bomber says Chiefs, Bills, Eagles, Vikings, Dolphins, Seahawks. Definitely an argument to be made for that fifth spot. I'm with it. King Bomber, considering the next best teams are the Rams, Bucks, 49ers, Falcons, Jets, Titans, Chargers, all of which have been very questionable teams at times. Seattle is definitely a top 6 team. I can say that. I'm with it, man. I feel good about saying that too. Green 80 says Ravens aren't it this year. They do look like they're a little in between, Green 80. Remember, though, they did just make a nice little trade, which could end up helping that defense out a bit with Roquan Smith. I don't think he's going to save the day for him, but that's a little helpful bit of injection on that team that needed it at that time, which could be just enough to kind of push them on over into the span of being a tough team to deal with. Uncle Bully's on the Seattle Seahawks right now at the moment are the best team in the NFL. We can beat anybody. You bet your ass we can. Go Hawks. Hey, go Hawks. Kitty, no attacking. No attacking. No attacking. Lions Mania, thanks, Brandon. Seahawks are my B team. Go Hawks too. Hey, I appreciate that, man. I love having you in here, man. I do. And congrats on your team getting that dub today. Wu-Tang Financial, I hope Dan Campbell gets more time in Detroit. He's fun. He is fun. I was making that same point earlier as I felt like the results haven't exactly been there yet for Dan, but he had to come in and undo a lot of the bad work Matt Patricia had done, and that was going to take some time. And I like the drafts they've had. I like the players that they've added. I like the process they've gone about with how they've operated where, like us, they didn't just have to get pressed in to go get another quarterback. They're kind of waiting for the conditions to be right a little bit or the right guy to fall to them in the draft. As opposed to forcing it and making it happen. I think the Lions are on the right track here. I really do. They're not as bad as their record is this year, and they've had a little bit of an injury problem that they've had to deal with. Danny W says, my whole thing on trading to 18 is that's a good range to take Trenton Simpson. I could be wrong, but linebackers never seem to go high. So if we could trade down to 18 to get Simpson plus a future first equals a W. Sign me up for that. If you can pull him off at 18 at that point, then that makes a lot more sense to you. Go make that trade. I just worry a little bit, Daniel, about you flopping out of that tier range. You know, like if you look at the player in this draft that you could get at 11 or 12 versus the player that you're getting at 18, 19, it's a bit of a different player as far as the upside goes. And that would be just my one concern. But Simpson's the guy with that upside, and he plays at a devalued position that doesn't tend to get picked high in the draft. Your logic is definitely sound on that. Brody says people saying Broncos was our Super Bowl. Ha ha. No, Brody, that was just the beginning for us. That was the beginning of our journey. That was the first step. That's all that was. But they were saying that. They were also saying, Brody, we had the worst roster in the NFL. They were saying that we're gonna be in contention for that number 1 overall pick this year. They said a lot of things this offseason, didn't they? King Bomber says, and going back to Malik, man, that play calling sucks. Actual trash. Come on, man, running deep balls without a check down when you know your receivers and O-line sucks. Rough times. Weren't exactly putting him in a position to succeed in this ball game, King Bomber, to your point on that. And yeah, they've got to get the line right going forward for him. It's going to be hard to make an assessment for him if they don't get that in place. Daniel says, if Simpson was gone, there are some left tackle prospects that we can convert to guard that I would love to add as well. There's so many options. I love having this pick. So many directions to go. You got options, man. You're not forced into a wall. You don't have as many, complete needs going into this draft too, Daniel, which should allow you more of the flexibility to go take truly the BPA, best player available. Who is your best guy on the board? Grab that guy. And that's what this is going to allow you to do, I think. Green 80 says Trenton Simpson could drop between 20 and 25. I do think he goes late teens. I think 20 is kind of his ceiling on where he goes. Admittedly, Green 80, I haven't done a really deep dive on all of the top end prospects in this draft to see where it all mets out at, but that would be the spot where I think is his kind of honey hole, so to speak. Jim Campbell says, in the fourth, I had quiet confidence the Hawks had this understanding the defense controlling their offense despite the score. I had reasonable confidence, Jim. I got a little worried when the offense had the interception there just because up until that point, they had been kind of struggling to find their footing for the last few drives that they had had. But I didn't think that that was a death knell of that interception. I think Geno was going to tank out at that point. I still felt like you were going to come back in and fight this one out, and that this was at the very minimum come down to the end. If not, you could find your footing and get going. And they did do that, Jim. Incredible fourth quarter, though. 3 drives, 3 touchdown drives when you needed to put the game away. That's what great teams do. Michael Austin says, hey, Brandon, do you think we should use Laquan Treadwell while Goodwin is out? Probably not. I think Treadwell's probably pretty limited as a wide receiver. He's being kind of brought in as a kind of a camp body as much as to flick out Jordan Arcega-Whiteside for a different former bust, I guess, wide receiver. So I don't have I'm not a big Laquan Treadwell guy. I think you've got to figure out one way or another what you have in Eskridge, and maybe he's just not good enough, and maybe he's going to get more of these opportunities here with Goodwin out, and he's going to prove to you that he's just not enough of a guy that can be a 3rd wide receiver in your offense or even a 4th wide receiver in your offense. But I think you've got to let that story kind of play out at this point with the 2nd round you've put in to D. Eskridge. So probably just going to ride with what you got at this point. He's more of just a body on the roster if things go kind of hellacious, Michael. Daniel Bailey says, our defense turnaround is crazy, only allowed 2 scoring drives, and did not mention we had 2 solid turnovers called back. They're playing awesome today, Daniel. They only give up 13 points, causing turnovers, 5 sacks. They're playing a complete style of defense. You can't run on them. You can't pass on them. They get you turnovers. They get you 3 and outs. What more can you ask from this defense over the last 4 weeks? Just one of the reasons why, Daniel, though, they will be number 1 in the NFL over the last 4 weeks versus where we were at the start of the year, which was 31st. An amazing, as you said, turnaround. James Black, does Kingsbury make it through the season? They look sloppy on offense. He'll make it, James Black, to the end. But I don't think he gets past this year if they end up in this. If they end up in the cellar, he gets fired on Black Monday for coaches. He'll be one of the first guys sent out the door at that point, I would think. Green 80 says, Trenton doesn't go top 10. Micah Parsons was what, 17, 18? Parsons was selected, I think, 12th overall. He was selected near the 10 range of the first round. But Trenton could fall to 17, 18 too. I mean, that's definitely in a range because he's not Micah as far as a pass rusher goes. I don't think he's got that upside to Micah. He can rush the passer. You can have him coming off the edge. You could use Trenton Simpson as an outside linebacker in a 3-4 defense, but not quite Micah in that ability. So there's a chance the 17, 18 could make sense. It's going to be dictated by how much upper end talent there is in front of Micah at more valued or in front of Trenton at more valued positions in the NFL. Are there 3 or 4 offensive tackles to go in the top 15? Is there a couple cornerbacks like last year that go in the top 15? Well, that will push a linebacker down a little bit deeper down the board, like it did Devin Lloyd in this last draft. Devin Lloyd, probably the talent to be a top 12 pick, but because of the other talent that was out there at other positions that is more valued, then he drops down a little bit versus where he went. Dr. G says, still buzzing from a Hawks win. It really made my week. Oh, it makes my week too, man. It makes me just a little bit happier, a little bit bigger smile, a little extra bounce to my step, you could say, when my Hawks do win. Fantastic game today. Just fantastic game. What a great 4-game stretch. What an amazing season this has been. What can you say? You know, it's just, you should be riding high, man. It's unbelievable that we're here right now, considering where we thought we were going to be this offseason. Jim Campbell says Simpson would go higher to me, like 12 to 15 IMO. I could see it, Jim. I could see it. He's really a fantastic player. It's going to be, and I'd love to have more of a stronger opinion on this one, Jim. I just don't have a good enough feel for the top tier yet. I know that we're going to have Will Anderson, Jalen Carter, 2 quarterbacks taken in that top 15. Miles Murphy's going to go in that top 15, but I don't know where all the rest of the picks are going to quite fit to yet. It's possible, though. That's definitely a range he could end up in. Big Country says the Kingsbury hire made no sense, wasn't even good in college. No, me neither. I've never had any really good faith in him as a hire as it is because he's never had a track record of being a winning coach. And it was everything about his prior relationship with Kyler seemed to be a big part of why you're hiring him, which was a strange reason to hire a guy to be a head coach when there's so many things other than just the quarterback play that being a head coach has to do with. Strange. Very strange. King Bomber says, and the dude out of Texas, the running back could go in the mid-first this year, which is shocking. He could. I think the teens is probably his high end. I don't think he goes lower than 15. That's as high as he's going to be picked, but I do think he'll be a first-round running back. Let's get a little cold here. Gonna put on my jacket. Gotta stack the jack. Stack the jack. King Bomber, I don't think Bijan Robinson or something. I doubt he will, but he could. It's possible, King Bomber. That's right. Bijan Robinson out of Texas. I think he could go. I think he probably goes in the 20s, but he does go in the first round. I just think it's probably later in the first round. King Bomber and the defensive prospects don't look that great to me at first glance. Obviously, that'll change as we get more info. Sorry, lost my spot there. Yeah, that could change, King Bomber. I'll tell you, the top prospects that are good, Anderson, Jalen Carter, Miles Murphy, Trenton Simpson, all those guys are going to be good players at the next level, wherever they go in the draft. There's at least 4 right there that'll be very, very solid to great players. Big Country's got Bijan Robinson as a second rounder. It's possible. We haven't seen a lot of first rounders taken recently. He's a little bit more of a difference maker at the position than I've seen to that level as of recent. But that's kind of where the odds would normally go. As Daniel says, it will be interesting to see where he does go and if he's enough of a talent, dynamic enough of a talent to dictate that he does get a little bit more push. Green 80 says, yeah, 20 sounds like a good spot for Simpson. I'm just trying to manifest him dropping to our Hawks. I like it, man. That's the secret. Start manifesting that stuff. Start putting that energy in that direction. I know how this works. You're right. E-Bomber, there's not a lot of linebackers that are worth a first or even second round pick. Not a lot that I've seen so far. Some of the second tier guys, for instance, the middle linebacker, Noah Sewell, the kid out of Iowa, the Drew Sanders out of Arkansas. I mean, I've not been impressed by the linebackers that I've watched so far on tape. It's been some rough tape to watch. Real rough. Brody says, I say get a quarterback. Geno's going to want too much money. He might. Very well could very well be the way this goes. Garth Knight with the $5 dono. Garth, thank you for all your donations tonight, man. You are awesome in every way. I appreciate you. Says, here's a question. Why would any Cats go to Penn State after the whole thing went down there? Garth, that's a great question. Honestly, I've wondered the same thing. It was interesting to me that program was able to get itself back to front so quickly from a football orientation after all that was plaguing that program and how bad of a look at how just gross the whole situation was the more you heard about it. And you just went, oh, just okay. I don't know how they still draw them in, man, Garth. I don't know. They're a good program again this year. They always have 6, 7 guys drafted through every draft. Doesn't matter how or when or why. So I guess the program is held to that such high a level on the East Coast that even a scandal of molestation ain't enough to throw it off its path, really, at the end of the day. But I don't get that either, Garth. That would have definitely, if I was a prospect, probably have turned me off with that's what's going on over there? Really? Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish says, what if the Broncos give us the 3rd pick in the upcoming draft? Would you bite on Will Anderson or look elsewhere? Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish, I've got to do more of a deeper dive on Will Anderson. I did an initial blush look at him at the start of the year, was really blown away by the highlights. I need to do more of a game film look at him, play in and play out to see what he's doing. He's really good against the run. He's really good as a pass rusher. He's not a real refined pass rusher. He's relying on really the freakishness of his game, which makes you wonder about how long it's going to take to come down with a little bit more refinement from him. I would be definitely tempted at that point to do that. If not Will Anderson, I think Jalen Carter could make a lot of sense down there at that position as well. I don't think Jalen is like tremendously that far off of Will as far as a player in his upper level goes. I actually just did some Jalen Carter film study last night, and I liked a lot more of what I saw from him. So I'm open to going that route with it, Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish. I think the one thing that makes it tough is in bringing Anderson in here at outside linebacker, you're now going to have a log jam at outside linebacker, and that means you're going to probably need to make a move somewhere because you're going to have Darrell Taylor, you're going to have Boye Mafe, you're going to have Uchenna Nwosu, and you only have 2 outside linebacker spots to really operate from. So it becomes a place where you can end up having a real quality player sitting on the bench by going that direction. But at the end of the day, Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish, I'm a best player available kind of cat when it comes to a draft. And if I have a guy who is a generational type player as an outside linebacker there at that point, if that's where the assessment lies with him, then that's definitely a reason to kind of pull that trigger at that point. Landon Edwards says, now that we are at where we are with Geno, what do we do with our future? Sign Geno to an extension and build our team, or still take a rookie quarterback in the draft? Are you still wanting Levis? I'm not as hot to trot on Levis, Landon. He's definitely come down to earth a little bit for me this year, and I'm worried about how wild he plays the position. One of the best parts about Geno has been how in control he's been and how much there's been a lack of turnover-worthy throws that he has made. I do still think you're going to look at a quarterback in the draft, Landon, even if you sign Geno Smith to a contract extension, just to have somebody behind him as far as for the future goes. But there's probably more of an onus now upon taking that quarterback a little bit later in the draft, even into the 3rd round, let's say, because there will be some guys there for you to pick at that point, and because it's not as much of a necessity. So I would be open to doing it. It doesn't have to be as much about all aboard the Levis train or nothing, Levis or no. Garth Knight says D's slide on the kick return was impressive. You don't see that often, do you, Garth? The kick returners slide like a quarterback to protect themselves. Still took a little bit of hit, didn't he? So boy Michael went through some of my football cards and found a Geno Smith autographed jersey. Wait, what? You're going through your football cards and you end up with a Geno Smith autographed jersey? Where are you keeping your football cards? Lions Mania says thoughts on Penny Sewell and Jeff Okudah. Jeff Okudah was overdrafted by your guys a couple of years ago, Lions Mania. He'll be an okay corner. I don't think he's going to be a bust. He's coming off that major injury this year, so you're going to give him some time to kind of get his legs underneath him a little bit. And he's played really well at times for your Lions team, but I would be remiss to make a full assessment off of him 1 year after a major injury like he sustained. Part of the problem with Okudah is just he was drafted too high, Lions Mania. He's drafted like in the same spot you took Deion Sanders, and he's not Deion Sanders. He's just going to be a very probably solid cornerback in this league, solid zone corner. I like Penny Sewell a lot more, Lions Mania, and his upside. I don't like the thought the first thing you guys did is moved him to right tackle. I thought he should have just been kept at left tackle. I think that's really where his future should have been. I understand that you had a good left tackle, so you just tried to kind of make the most of the situation for what it was. But I think you would be getting more out of Penny Sewell as a blindside protector than you are out of him as a right tackle. Not a whole lot more. He can still be a dominant guy on the right side. But I love Penny Sewell. Love where he's going at with his game. I think the road for your Lions team into the future is, in that division, building a great offensive line first and foremost, and making that the building block of the team, maybe a little bit of the beginning of that team, just a little bit. That's what I'd love to see. Green 80, Jack Campbell is the next Cody Barton. I hate Campbell's game. I was really, I'm glad we're of the same mind on that, Green 80. I watched it and I went, why is this guy getting any hype at all? Because he's big? It's because he's big and tall? Like, he doesn't do anything. He just doesn't do anything. King Bomber, I don't like Henry Toto. I'm a little bit higher than him, than you maybe in that respect of things. I don't know if he's going to be a star or anything, but I think he could be a solid linebacker in the sport. Really fast, really athletic. And boy, it stood out to me in watching him. I was watching the linebackers back to back, then Campbell and Drew Sanders. And there's another kid that I looked at. Who was the other one I was taking a look at that I didn't like? Merlin Robinson out of Arizona State. Ugh. No. Noah Sewell out of Oregon. No. Not there. Yeah, King Bomber, I wish I could see it with Jack Campbell. I just can't. Doesn't get off blocks. He's big, he's physical, but doesn't move very fast. No sideline to sideline movement. Instincts are a little slow. Green 80, Andre Carter. I said Jalen Carter, not Andre Carter. Cool Breeze, how are we playing on defense? Really got me thinking what happens if we draft another piece or two and add Adams. Fingers crossed. I see what you did there with that pun, by the way, Cool Breeze, because Adams has had a problem with his fingers. Fingers crossed. I like that. You could be a problem defensively going forward if you do add those pieces like you said. You could be constructing a defense that can lay claim to being one of the best, if not the best in the NFL over the next couple of years with that much resources put into it. Daniel Bailey says, before this week, our offense had been 31st in the red zone touchdowns. We were averaging 6 scoring drives, so we think we can move the ball. As good as the offense is, I think there's still room for improvement. Well said, man. I'm with you. I could see that too. I think there's even a little bit more. That's why I say I don't think this team is quite peaked yet. I don't think they played their best game. They're at their absolute best quite yet. I think they're building towards that. Can an Army guy get drafted? He can. Sometimes they need a little bit of a release from their service to do so, but I think the Army's pretty open to doing that if they have a player that's able to be drafted. King Bomber, and Drew Sanders seems very questionable too, but he's probably my number 2 linebacker on the board. Another guy I see going in the early second, late first. I just didn't see it with Drew Sanders myself, King Bomber. It's a lot of these linebackers, I just am not seeing it. I'm not. I watched Drew Sanders in a couple of his games. I watched the whole game of the Arkansas-Cincinnati game from the start of the year with Drew in there and just completely just disappeared that whole game. The whole game disappeared. Didn't do anything. It was disappointing. Really disappointed in some of the linebacker film that I've watched in college coming out. Wu-Tang says, I'm happy we made it out of that cursed stadium without any major injuries. Me too. I do like Justin Flo, Green 80. He stood out with his quick distance speed a little bit. More so than his running mate, Noah Sewell. Grug says, I have faith that the Tremson Simpson will be there at our pick, which will be somewhere in the low 20s. And if not, there's always Henry To'oto'a. There is him, man. Matt S., what's up, man? Good to see you in the chat. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the good win from you guys. Hope you're doing okay on your end of it there. I think you're on a bye week right now, aren't you? And Geno helped you out big time in fantasy. Good to hear, man. Hell yeah, Geno. Help them Giants fans out a little bit. Jordan Clark. Oh, lost my spot there, Jordan. Sorry. Sorry. Let me find my... Oh, did I get back behind again? Jesus. Jordan Clark says, one thing certain about this team is they are fun to watch. A capital UN. Definitely enjoy watching them this year. Jordan, well said on your part. It's what stood out to me as well on my side of it is that this year's been as enjoyable, as fun. Every game from start to finish has kept you on the edge of your seat, not just because you're having a heart attack, because you're going from failure to success on both sides of the ball, wildly swinging both ways, but because you're seeing such great consistency across the board from the team. And these games are just playing more like a typical NFL game plays, as opposed to sometimes in recent years it hasn't gone that way. I've enjoyed it so much. Funnest team in watching this, funnest season so far in watching this team in a couple of years for me. Brian says, Ivan Pace. I am adding Ivan Pace to my list. That's a good linebacker name. He's on my list, Brian. I'll take a look at him. Danny Bailey, I don't think I saw a deep shot from Geno this game. Why do you think that was? Maybe Tyler and DK not 100% and Goodwin out, so can't stretch the field. A little bit of that, Daniel. A little bit of the double teams that DK gets when he goes deep down the field are going to be a part of this. Some of this as well is going to be the pressure nature of Arizona's game. And when they're getting pressure really quickly on you at times like they were today, that's then going to make it hard for you to let those deeper routes get down the field and be allowing you to then make those throws. I I think Geno looked a couple times deep down the field. Remember, we had the trick play that we ran with Kenneth Walker on the pitch play, the throwback to Geno, and his first read was looking deep down the field. Just wasn't there for DK Metcalf. He didn't consider him wide open, came back to Noah Fant underneath. So sometimes it's just not there. Sometimes teams are going to take that away from you a little bit. Sometimes you're not going to get the time in pass protection to get those throws off. Because if I've got to take a 7-step drop or I need that 3.5, 4 seconds in the clock, my line's got to hold up a little bit longer. And when you have the Cardinals bringing so many heavy fronts and blitzes up there, it makes it very much a challenge in the offensive line to hold on for those long developing plays. It's much easier if you're going to get the blitzes to just look for the hot routes than trying to hit the deep shot. Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish. Henry Tuoto from Alabama is an interesting linebacker to watch on film, guy that brings the heat on every play. I agree. Somebody was mentioning above that they thought he wasn't willing to tackle her, and that wasn't what I saw. I mean, he was a torpedo out there by the film that I watched of Henry. I think he's a second-round middle linebacker at least. I've heard there's some injury concerns with him, though, as well. Matt S., yes, Geno is a free agent next year. Are your Giants going to sign him? You going to move on from Daniel Jones to bring in Geno Smith? Gung Bomber says, don't change your working system because you like a guy coming out of college. He has the exact same chance to be a bust like the guy next to him. Well said. I don't think Geno will want to leave either, Matt. I don't think so either. Nitro Hawk, with how successful this rebuild season is going and this amazing draft capital is just stupid. Oh, it's just stupid. You're in heaven for a football fan, Nitro Hawk. Enjoy yourself. It doesn't last here for long all the time, but you are truly in heaven. Bounce on your cloud, play your harp, mess with your little halo, because that is exactly what's going on right now. Erickson says 6-3, baby. 6-3. Garth Knight, coaches shower with players. It's okay. It's cool. Erickson, 00 Geno, license to spin. I love it. King Bomber, your Cliff Averill has the potential to turn into Aaron Donald, and Julio Jones could be the next Jalen Reagor. Wide receivers are coming out crazy nowadays. You rarely see a bust wide receiver. Finding a guy in the later rounds to contribute as a third won't be so hard compared to finding a good defensive player. Agreed. I think there's more value in waiting a little bit on wide receivers. You don't have to necessarily jump on them in the first round. Wide receiver is not a big need for us right now, I wouldn't think. Bomber is spitting facts. Daniel says, guys, don't forget Pete is always chased after the big body wide receivers. Mike Williams, Sidney Jones, DK Metcalf, tried to get Brandon Marshall. I really think Quentin Johnson is going to be high on our board. It's possible, man. It is possible. We'll have to see how this draft shakes out on it. Big Country, any possibility of taking a quarterback in 2024? Sure, man. Yeah. I mean, especially if you go with more of a later round pick. If you sign Geno this year and then you go for a third or fourth rounder, that doesn't preclude you from coming back in the first round the next year after that if you want to. And the quarterback class in 2024 could end up shaping up to be a pretty strong one. You know, right now, obviously Caleb Williams looks like kind of the trendsetter in that draft a little bit, but I do think AR-15, Anthony Richardson's going to go back to college. There's a couple other quarterbacks that are still kind of young coming along a little bit. Quinn Ewers with Texas. We'll have to see where he kind of floats in at. So, yeah, absolutely, I could see that being the case. Jay Boy Michael says, no, I went through my football cards and found a Geno Smith card with an autograph and a part of his jersey. Oh, okay. That makes a little more sense. King Bomber's one of the best wide receivers in the league and has been trying to find that third guy later in the draft to contribute. I don't think you'll be taking wide receiver unless you're literally nothing else you can do. Yes, agreed. I think it's pretty low on the priority list. I think they also feel pretty good about some of the younger receivers on this roster. And Derek Young, Bo Melton. I don't think they're going to feel pressed. They're going to give Eskridge another year, and you may bring back Goodwin if he's going to play like this too. Garth Knight with a $5 donation. Thank you, Garth. I'm the biggest Russ fan in the chat, but I am very impressed with Geno, and I don't think the youngsters in the chat don't know the maturation of Geno. It's been the key with him in this assessment process. His former coach Rex Ryan talked about this a couple of weeks ago about him having the success right now. And he said, yes, I had him at the time, but he was a very young player. He needed time to develop. That's just not the league to allow that time to develop. And guys do develop at different ranges, and the quarterback position is the toughest position to play in the NFL. It is not easy at all to go out there and do it. And certainly is one that if there's a position that I need a couple of years to figure this out and learn this and master my position, that is one that does take you to do so. It's also, I think, helped him having 3 different guys along the way that might end up all being 3 Hall of Famers, from Eli Manning to Phillip Rivers to Russell Wilson, who is, I'm sure he's picked a little bit of their brains and pulled a little bit from them at the same time. He's mentioned Phillip Rivers and how he's helped him in beating the blitz and setting the line up to be able to combat the blitz when it comes. That's really, he's mentioned, comes from Rivers. But this has been the development. This has been maturation. This has been a guy, as I've said, Garth, who's had to kind of sit in the back seat here for years and years and years and years and wait for that opportunity. But he sat there ready, knowing that when that opportunity does come, I'm going to take full advantage. I'm going to have elevated my game to a place where I'll make it undeniable for people to notice the fact that I'm playing just so well. I give her the donation, though. I appreciate it. Garth, Megan back in here for $2. Thank you, Megan. Says, go to bed, B. I am. We're wrapping this up a little bit. We're into my 9-hour point, which is definitely where I start to turn into a pumpkin myself. Me and Pumpkin both turn into a pumpkin at 9 hours. So we're going to need to get some food here pretty soon. Minus don't Brandon. Minus don't Brando. Daniel says, last thing I'll say on the wide receivers with our first pick thing, we are running a 3 tight ends partly because we have weakness at our 3rd wide receiver. So we avoid putting 3 to 4 wide receivers on the field because of the weakness. It could be that, Daniel. I mean, it could also be that they just are getting the most out of their personnel and they like the 3 tight end mismatch and what that draws defenses into a bind in. What are you going to bring out as far as a formation now? And if you bring out this formation, we can do that. And if you bring out that formation, we can do this. And you don't really have a counter to either of the 2 counters that we're going to apply to you. So that could be some of what's drawing that out as well, Daniel, a little bit. I mean, even when you had Goodwin healthy, you were still running out the 3 tight end sets quite a bit. I think they're trying to take advantage of the tight ends as much as anything. I also think it's going to be hard to go take a 1st-round pick on a wide receiver when you're going to commit to running the ball as much as we do. If we had a pass-happy attack that's trying to throw the ball on the field and you're like, okay, we've paid 2 wide receivers, we put a 2nd-round pick on this wide receiver. Now we're going to put a 1st-round pick on this wide receiver also that we can basically pass run at like a 50-50 rate. I don't know that that's, if you're passing 55, 60%, like we kind of have at times this year, that's maybe a different, but I don't think you're going to get enough out of those guys at that point if you go that route. Lions Mania, thoughts on Will Levis? I think he's the next Justin Herbert, Joe Burrow type. Yeah, I'm very high on him, Lion Mania. I'm higher on him than a lot of people even in this chat are with him. I think that he's just dealing from a point of he doesn't have a lot of help around him in Kentucky right now. He's throwing to freshman wide receivers and freshman tight ends, and he's got young offensive linemen blocking in front of him, and it's rough. And it's making it hard on your assessment of him. But he's running still a pro-style system. He's overall playing very good football. Week in and week out, he makes a lot of wow throws. He's got a big arm. He's got clean mechanics. He's tough as hell. He's got next level mobility. If your Detroit Lions ended up with, and he's just the kind of guy Dan Campbell would draft, by the way. So Lions Mania, he will absolutely be in the target signs of Campbell. No doubt about it. He's going to love that kid. But I still look at him as a top 10 quarterback in this upcoming draft. I think teams are going to give him the benefit of the doubt on some of his supporting cast when it's all said and done. And your Lions will be very happy if they end up with Will Levis, if that breaks out that way. Greg says, what do you think of the edge rushers in this class? Anyone you might want us to get? I haven't done enough of a deep drive on like outside linebacker type guys, Grugs. Jalen Carter, Will Anderson, or Anderson's an outside linebacker. Jalen Carter's like a 3-4 defensive end / 3 tech type. I think you could put him in at. Both of those guys are really, really solid players, fun to watch. Not necessarily edge player in Carter's aspect of it. Miles Murphy's kind of a defensive end, not an edge guy, but another good player. I just haven't done enough of a deep dive on the edge rush linebacker class as of yet to get a good assessment for you on that. So I'm just starting to kind of dive into that stuff. Garth Knight with a $5 donation says, Orange Cat, take Brandon to bed. He's too foolish to carry himself. It's true, dude. It's true. Greg, I feel like Henry Totoa would be one of those players that exceeds expectations. I like this tape a lot, Greg. He's right there to me behind Simpson is kind of my number 2 linebacker so far of those that I've watched. King Bomber, I get your point about how you like this guy. Things can obviously change, but look at the wide receiver. Oh, you're speaking to someone else. Sorry. Brian Myers, night, folks. You have a good night. Thank you. Brian also says the second round edge to keep an eye on is Jared Verse. I'll write him down. He's on my list, man. Jared Verse. I have seen that name mentioned. So, Brian, I will take a look at him. I got him on my list. He's on my list. Daniel says this year's been so much fun. Keeping up with the Seahawks social media team. It's so good. The little shorts they post on YouTube and Twitter are great. They've done an awesome job. Awesome job. Matt S. says Payne would be good for you guys. He's solid. Yep. He'd be a good target for us, Matt. I think he could help us out quite a bit. One of the better run stuffers down there on the interior of the line you'll find in the league. And who couldn't use that? How is that not a little helpful there? Megan, you're having to wait on the trash talk. Your brother's not picking up the phone. How convenient of your brother to not pick up the phone today. How convenient of that phone to go silent today. It's almost like he doesn't want to get a call there. D-Nugget says 10K equals 10-hour stream. In the middle, Pumpkin the Cat halftime party. I'm down to do a D-Nugget. I'm open to it, man. I'm with it. King Bombers re-signs at the moment are Geno Smith, Phil Haynes, Austin Blythe, Mike Jackson, Ryan Neal. I like your list, King Bomber. Can't quibble with any of it. Obviously, cost is a big part with all those guys that would factor into this, but I can't quibble with it. David Schmader, I like the different looks on offense today. Direct snap, the pistol, Homer and Walker on at the same time, and even saw a wishbone with 2 tight ends. Waldron's been very, very diverse in what he's walked out there, David. Hell, just the way he's used the 3 tight end sets alone has been so multifaceted and all over the place. I like those looks too. It's going to keep the defenses off guard, and it's a little bit of just varying it up a little bit, giving them a lot of eye candy to look at. Rebecca Gock Roger, thank you for the $5 donation. Says hashtag and Pete and I trust. And you know it, B. Said it from day one and nothing has changed. Megan, you never, unlike some of us, you were never shaken. You were never in the wind, kind of uncertain. You were on Team Pete all the way, and I can't deny that. Where I was a little shaken with it. I was a little unsure with it, just a little bit. So it was a great call on your part. Thank you for the donation, and you're right. You got that one right by having that faith. He has rewarded you for it. No doubt about that. Uncle Boysen says, wait 4 years and go after Arch Manning. There we go. That's the way to go. That's the way to go. Nitro Hawk says, D-Nugget, if he gets 10K, we make him go for 100 hours. 10 hours is too easy for him. Daniel says, coaching really matters. I can't help but think if Carroll was coaching the Chargers, they would be a Super Bowl contenders instead of fringe playoff candidate. I think he would get more out of that Charger team. I think injuries have also kind of wrecked that Charger team. J.C. Jackson completely not being the player he was last year really hurt that team in a big way. Losing Rashawn Slater. I think that team's definitely been a little bit hobbled and weakened, say nothing of Herbert with the rib injury that he's been fighting through. But he would, I think, get more than what Staley is out of that team, to your point. I think that's a fair assessment of it. Big Country laughing out loud, 4 years is too long. It is too long to get a quarterback. I can't wait that long. I can't do it. D-Nugget says, yeah, it's funny how finally an offensive coordinator is working after Bronco Country leaves. Isn't that strange? What a coincidence. Cameron says, you the real MVP, man. Thanks for streaming. Hey, it's my pleasure, man. My pleasure. But I will say this is going to be a good moment here to wrap this up. We just crossed 9 hours on the stream. My belly's gurgling. My cat's crying. It's about time to get this all wound on down. I do want to thank all the folks. There's so many people that donated the channel, from Megan to Garth to Don Mata, Daniel Bailey, Truly Sleeps, Larry Bird, Y2K, Alan Armitage, Snail, multiple donations, Mumbles, multiple donations. I mean, we might have just about set a record tonight on donations on the channel for this stream. So thank you to all of you guys for all the support there. Amazing as always. I love talking football with you. Again, this ain't a hard thing for me to do because it's so much fun talking with you guys. I say it once, I want to say it a million times, but I'm going to say it every single time. Thank you for all of you guys being so respectful and kind in the chat to each other. Even when we have the disagreements that do prop up, it amazes me at every turn that I get to see my chat being respectful and kind to each other, not trying to tear each other down, not trying to do ad hominem attacks or straw man attacks, but just trying to have nice debates and try to sort of understand where everybody's kind of coming from when there are the debates. There's a lot of agreement as well, of course, especially when you got a team in the state that where we are right now. But I really do appreciate just the cool, awesome energy you guys bring out. On top of the support, just the energy you bring out, how the chat keeps percolating all times. I'll say it again in addition to that. If I've said it once, I say it a million times. And this is also very much true. This channel and where we're going is going to be based upon how this chat is and how you guys keep that energy. And if we can keep that energy, if we cannot be pulled into the toxicity that so grabs so many people out there online in this modern age, I think it can really allow this channel to really be able to get to something special at the end of the day. So thank you to all of you in that respect. You guys are amazing. You're awesome. I couldn't ask for more from you guys, from the support factor and from how kind and nice you guys are on this. So really, you guys, you're the real hero. To quote Homelander, no, you're the real hero. Heroes out there. So thank you so much. I do appreciate you guys on that. If you can do me a favor, hit that like button on your way out of the channel. If you haven't hit that like button, it does help out a lot. We get those likes up, shows me to other Seahawks fans, gets me some more subscribers. More subscribers means I get this much closer, this much faster to be able to get to do this full time. And we are getting closer and closer to that mark, folks. We are getting inching bit by bit to getting to that place where I will eventually be able to do this 100% full time, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So thank you to all of the new subscribers who've jumped aboard also and hopping aboard this train to help us get there. Thank you for hitting that like button. Your Seattle Seahawks have just won 4 games in a row, and they've won those 4 games in a row, one running away. You've got an offense that scores 30 points a game. You got a defense that doesn't give up but 15 points a game. They've been number 1 in DVOA for 4 straight weeks. 4 straight weeks. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, I want a Dr. Sanders sighting. I will let him know. We are due for a Dr. Sanders. We need a little bit of that sweet liquor that he does bring. So I'm going to have to call him in with some whiskey. We're going to have to make this happen on a stream. Maybe the 10,000 stream, Garth. Maybe that'll be a good stream to do a little bit of a celebratory drinks on the 10,000 stream if we can get to that. I like it. I like it, Garth. We'll get Dr. Sanders in here for that 10K. I know he would dig that. So thank you, though, Garth, for all your donations, man, to the channel. You are so kind, and you have been a long-time supporter now here on this channel. I really do appreciate it. Nolan Arvance with the $5 donation. Thank you, Nolan. Says, one more name. Let me add this name to my list here. 1 second. I've got my list right up here. So he says, one more linebacker name, University of Carolina junior Cedric Gray has jumped to the top. Love his ability to sift through the wash. Go Hawks. I love that term. Sift through the wash. That's such a great term. I am adding his name, Cedric. If I can type. Cedric Gray. I got him in there, man. I will take a look at him. I'm getting through these names now, so I'm starting to really get into full-on scouting and evaluation on these prospects to start kind of catching up there, Nolan. So if you guys ever do have any other suggestions, do please post that in chat or comment section for me to go take a look at, because I'm going to try to get through this year. Last year, I think I got through 240 prospects prior to the draft. This year, I'd like to get through an even 300 if I can get there. So I'm probably at about 30 right now. I got a long way to go, but that is the goal here for the channel for this next draft, because you guys know I love draft season. And let's face it, this draft season is going to be as important as any draft we've recently had. No doubt about it. Look, folks, if you're not hyped up already here for your Hawks, it's about time for you to jump on this bandwagon and get hyped up. This is a team nobody saw coming. This is a team that's playing as good an offense as anybody in football. They're playing as good as defense as anybody in football. Their special teams unit is as good as anybody in football. Your kicker's making all of his kicks. Your punter's dropping punts at the 1. You're not showing a whole hell of a lot of weaknesses on this team right now. You got no elements of just being a one-trick pony. Defensively right now, you can stop the run. You're stopping the deep pass. You're causing turnovers both by interception and fumbles. You're getting pressure on the quarterback with simply a front 4. Offensively speaking, you're able to run the ball and still be explosive, pushing the ball down the football field. But you're not just overly reliant on pushing the ball down the field. You're also able to dink and dunk when that's what the defense is giving you. You'll take whatever they'll give you, and you will have successful drives where you will move the ball up the field and get all that much more points because of that. This is fantastic style of football that we're getting to watch in total, not merely one side of the ball, carrying everybody else through the day, dragging them through the water. It's all oars in the water, pulling at once. We got a Viking ship with everybody in there going, and they're pulling those oars and they're pulling them hard, and we're going faster and faster and faster. Don't you put a top end to this season. Don't you say, no, we can only get here. No, we'll only be happy enough to get to the playoffs. Don't you operate from that. Don't you set your sights low. This is the Seattle Seahawks. We've been to 3 Super Bowls in the last 17 years. 3 of them. No, that's 20 years. 3 Super Bowls in the last 20 years. The winning tradition is here. We got the coach that can get it done. We got the roster to get it done. We're a little young, but they're coming along fast, those young pups. Those teeth are growing real quick, and they're turning into fangs fast. So you start having some faith. If you haven't already, I know a lot of you already have that faith. You keep that faith. You set your sights high. We're at the top of this division. Eagles, I'm looking at you. We're coming for you. Don't get y'all comfortable with your undefeated season. Oh, you can be looking at the nice 72 Miami Dolphin undefeated season. Oh, we maybe get the Dolphins. Yeah, you be thinking about that. Keep forgetting about us. Keep not thinking about us. Rest of the nation, you keep forgetting about us as well. Act like we don't even exist out here, and we're just going to keep stacking up the wins. Stacking up the wins. Bit by bit by bit. We're coming for you, NFL. You thought you had a little bit of time to relax. You thought you had some time to chill. We don't go like that. We don't operate that way. We don't tank here. We don't even rebuild here. All we do is reload. That's the only way we know. That's the only reality we've ever been given, at least in the last 20 years. This is a fun time with you guys as ever. A fantastic show here interacting with you guys. Thank you again for all the support. Megan's going to go ahead and finish this off just right with a $2 donation. It says Sea Dragons, Seattle's new XFL team B. Oh, thank you, Megan. Appreciate you on that. Somebody mentioned Sea Dragons. I was like, is that another name for Kraken? Is that a Kraken Seahawks Dragon name? What? Okay, I got it. But no, I'll check them out for sure, man. I like the XFL when they were out before with that. So let's see what they can do. I like the name too. Sea Dragons is a good name. So let's go. Thank you, Megan, for the $2 donation. Thank you guys for all of that you make this channel on this side of it, man. You guys are just amazing. My favorite time of the week is just being able to go live with you guys and talk shop and dive into all the intricacies of this team and all the different angles of it. It's just amazing to do so with you guys. And boy, all the much more funner when we get to enjoy such a fine product on the football field and such an easy team to root for like this team is. So many good guys, so many great stories, resilient tales, guys who shouldn't have been there, guys who weren't given a chance, who are showing out, showing up, and they're winning football games. What a season. Let's see where this thing goes. We're on top of the division. We're on top of the division for another week, folks. In Tampa Bay, get your ass to Germany. Get your ass to Germany. Because we're coming for you, Tampa Bay. It's our time now. Not your time, Tampa Tom. Get back with Giselle. Why don't you go get your marriage back? Because this season's ours. Thank you, guys. I love you guys. I appreciate you guys, but beyond all that, don't you forget, I shouldn't have to remind you on a 4-game winning streak. I shouldn't have to remind you as we're top of the division, but I'm going to do so anyway. I will anyway. Don't you forget, don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.